My name is Lingxiu, and inexplicably, I have traversed into the world of Naruto, subsequently becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. Faced with the impending doom of the Uchiha clan in 2 short years, I find myself pondering how I might survive in such dire circumstances. Alas, it is quite a perplexing predicament. In the year 53 of Konoha, in the Uchiha clan's territory within Konoha village, gazing vacantly at the enormous full moon above, Lingxiu experiences a surreal sensation, as if caught in a dream. Just yesterday, he was merely a reclusive young man seated before his computer, nothing more. What on earth is happening? I merely watched anime all night. How on earth did I suddenly end up in the world of Naruto? As a vibrant youth from the 21st century, Lingxiu finds himself overwhelmed with astonishment, lacking the joyous thrill of adventure often depicted in novels. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly assails his head, followed by a torrent of information flooding into his mind. Host successfully established information implantation commencing. Character name, Uchiha Lingxiu. Character age, 5 years. Character attribute, fire. Character background, ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. Chakra level, below that of a genin. As this series of information materializes in Lingxiu's mind, he then hears a peculiar voice. Welcome to the world of Naruto. Host Lingxiu, successfully bound to the dominant system of Naruto. Notice to the host, the threat level in the Naruto world is exceedingly high. Upon death, it will be considered a fatality in the real world. After a brief moment, once Lingxiu absorbs the system's introduction, he appears utterly dumbfounded, muttering, "What on earth are you?" "Greetings, host. I am not an object, I am the dominant system." The system replies almost simultaneously. The dominant system? Lingxiu's eyes glimmer with intrigue. He quickly realizes this is the protagonist's golden finger. With curiosity piqued, he inquires, what does the dominant system entail? The dominant system is designed to assist the host in ascending to the pinnacle of the Naruto realm. Upon hearing this, Lingxiu rolls his eyes. Get lost. Of course, I understand the name of your system. I meant to ask, what purpose does it serve? System. What aspect does the host refer to? Uchiha Lingxiu. What aspect? Are you implying there are numerous facets from which to choose? System. This system can provide the host with information regarding all matters within the Naruto universe. Uchiha Lingxiu. And what are the requirements? System. The only requirement is for the host to acquire exchange points. At this juncture, Uchiha Lingxiu comprehends the situation and queries, how can I obtain exchange points from the system? The host must complete designated dominance tasks issued by the system to earn exchange points. Since the host has successfully bound to the dominant system, the system will reward the host with 10,000 exchange points to commence the path of dominance. Well, that's rather generous. At least you're providing some initial rewards, Lingxiu muses, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he prepares to explore the contents of the system's voice resonates once more. The host has successfully received exchange points. The dominant system has officially commenced. The first task of the dominant system has been issued. Task 1. Become a genin in Konoha within 1 year and eliminate 1 genin from a foreign village. Completion of the task yields 1,000 exchange points. Failure will result in a deduction of corresponding exchange points from the host should the exchange points be insufficient. The host will face obliteration. Task 2. In the year 55 of Konoha, survive the massacre conducted by Uchiha Itachi. Completion of this task grants 50,000 exchange points. Failure will result in a deduction of corresponding exchange points should the exchange points be insufficient. The host will face obliteration. The tasks have been issued, and the host will receive 1 chance for a newcomer lottery. After Lingxiu processes all this bewildering information, he cannot help but exclaim in frustration. To hell with this. The year 55 of Konoha is when Uchiha Itachi conducts the massacre. It's only 53 now, and I've just arrived. How can you expect me to play a survival game with Itachi in 2 years? Get lost, Yuval system. With less than 2 years to train, you expect me to survive against a being like Itachi? Why don't you just die? System, if you want to kill me, just say so. There's no need to issue such life-threatening tasks. System, could you perhaps say something more encouraging? Just arrange for me to escape the village instead. Remaining in Konoha in 2 years while facing Itachi is an impossible task. From curses to pleas, perhaps fatigued, Lingxiu slumps onto the stone steps, panting heavily, his gaze distant. The mere thought of the impending massacre by Itachi in 2 years fills him with despair. In the original narrative, Itachi single-handedly annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. Though there were covert manipulations by Konoha and Uchiha Madara, it was ultimately Uchiha Itachi who executed the plan to confront such a formidable existence, a being with at least semi-shadow level power. claiming to feel untroubled would be an outright lie. However, at this juncture, Lingxiu finds himself devoid of alternatives. The system has issued its tasks, and it seems that failure to comply would only lead to his demise. The thought of losing 50,000 exchange points upon failure sends waves of despair through Lingxiu. Even without utilizing the initial reward of 10,000 exchange points, he is still 4,000 points short, a figure that terrifies him. Given the current circumstances, surrendering would mean waiting for death. Yet if he strives for a chance, at least he has 2 years to make an attempt. With this resolve, Lingxiu steels himself. In his previous life, though merely a recluse, he harbored dreams of dominating the world. Now, having traversed into the world of Naruto and wielding the dominant system, he recognizes this as an extraordinary opportunity. If he doesn't give his all now, Lingxiu feels he would betray the dreams of his former self. Itachi, you may obliterate the Uchiha clan, but you shall never extinguish me. Never, Lingxiu declares with unwavering determination. Chapter 2. The exchange system. After calming down completely, Lingxiu began to contemplate how to tackle the survival tasks that lay ahead. In the original narrative, it appears that Sasuke, much like myself, is merely 5 years of age. If my memory serves me right, at this moment, Sasuke is still an innocent and romantic young lad. With a slight smacking of his lips, Lingxiu shook his head. After all, during the time Itachi annihilated the Uchiha clan, he even eliminated his own parents. Even if I were to forge a good relationship with Sasuke now, I believe that when Itachi carries out his massacre, he would not hesitate to dispose of me in an instant. Considering that this avenue was unfeasible, Lingxiu decided to turn his attention inward. It is rather amusing. After having traversed into this body, Lingxiu has yet to discern what particularities this physique possesses. It was only after he delved into the memories of this body that he exhibited an exaggerated expression. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had awakened the Sharingan at the tender age of 5. It is worth noting that in the original tale, Uchiha Madara also awakened his Sharingan at the age of 5. During the Warring States period, which coincided with Madara's era, he was regarded as the beacon of hope for the Uchiha clan. If the original narrative's accounts of awakening the Sharingan are to be believed, then this body undoubtedly possesses the extraordinary talents of the Uchiha lineage. Upon this realization, Lingxiu could not suppress his exhilaration. Although he already possessed the domination system, this did not diminish his joy in having such exceptional gifts. Indeed, as a traveler of worlds, one must have more than just a golden finger to survive amidst Itachi's impending slaughter of his kin. After a fleeting moment of joy, Lingxiu regained his composure. Due to his youth, aside from awakening the Sharingan, he had only mastered a few basic E-rank ninjutsu. Furthermore, all D-rank and above ninjutsu required clan members to apply at the clan's grounds, with specialized personnel responsible for training and guidance. The thought of these convoluted rules made Lingxiu feel a bit overwhelmed. However, this momentary dizziness dissipated when he recalled his domination system. "Hey, domination system, are you still there?" Lingxiu mentally called out. Yes. Is the host ready to begin utilizing the domination system?" The system replied in a fawning manner. Although Lingxiu found the system's demeanor somewhat peculiar, he brushed it aside and stated plainly, "I wish to use my exchange points now, but first, you must show me what is available in the system." "Not a problem," the domination system responded, and promptly, a directory unfolded within Lingxiu's mind. Domination System Directory. 1. Promotion 2. Ninjutsu, please make your selection. Host. Lingxiu glanced at the system's list and subsequently opened the promotion directory. Given its prime position and the indication of promotion, it surely pertained to future upgrades. Thus, he decided to examine it further. The spiritual cultivator opened the promotion directory from the system list. A vast screen unfurled before their eyes. Promotion refers to the optimal method for a host to transcend the bottlenecks encountered during their cultivation, enabling them to reach the next realm. The required exchange points vary according to the intensity of the promotion needed. Here is the pricing list for ninja rank promotions. Genin, 5,000 exchange points. Chunin, 10,000 exchange points. Special Jonin, 50,000 exchange points. Jonin, 100,000 exchange points. Elite Jonin, 150. 000 exchange points. Half Shadow level, 200,000 exchange points. Shadow level, 300,000 exchange points. Super Shadow level, 500,000 exchange points. As for the promotion of Sharingan levels, Single Tomo, 5,000 exchange points. Double Tomo, 10,000 exchange points. Triple Tomo, 15,000 exchange points. Manjiki, 50,000 exchange points. Eternal Manjiki, 500,000 exchange points. Rinnegan, 1,000,000 exchange points. Tsukuyami, 10,000 exchange points. Goodness, there's even the Tsukuyami. Is this something that can actually be wielded by a mere mortal? The spiritual cultivator gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before them. While they could comprehend the promotions for ninja ranks and Sharingan upgrades, and even accept the staggering exchange point values displayed, the revelation of the Tsukuyomi left them utterly bewildered. Wasn't this something that resided only upon the moon? Could it truly be wielded in the future? With questions swirling in their mind, the spiritual cultivator inquired of the system. Why is the Tsukuyomi included in the exchange list? Can I truly exchange for it and control the moon's release? Response to the host. The system merely provides relevant items. How to utilize them will be left for the host to comprehend post-exchange, the system replied. Speechless, the cultivator realized that this domineering system was one that governed without offering solace. Yet, witnessing this, they felt a surge of anticipation for the future. It was well known that completing the mission of the Uchiha clan's extermination would yield a reward of 50,000 exchange points. If they could indeed survive, it would mean an instantaneous ascent to the esteemed rank of Special Jonin, allowing them to confront gods and slay Buddhas without hesitation. The mere thought filled them with exhilaration. Host, due to time constraints, please expedite your exchanges. The system will cease upgrades in 1 minute. What? You're shutting down upgrades? A little notice would have been appreciated. Why wait until there's just 1 minute left to inform me? What is the meaning of this? The spiritual cultivator erupted in frustration. Please expedite your exchanges. The system will close upgrades in 50 seconds. Upon hearing this, the cultivator, no longer hesitating, declared to the system. Upgrade me to Double Tomo Sharingan. Upgrade successful. Upon system closure, the host will acquire Double Tomo Sharingan. By the way, I still have a lottery provided by the system. Can I draw now? The cultivator inquired, realizing the significance of the moment. You may draw. Does the host wish to proceed now? Yes, the cultivator nodded. The novice lottery commenced its rotation, with prizes to be awarded to the host following the system's closure. The system is currently undergoing an upgrade and will be reactivated once the host completes the task or reaches the rank of Chunin. Congratulations to the host, Uchiha Lingxiu, for becoming an official player of the dominant system. May your gaming experience be delightful. Whoosh. The final sound echoed in Lingxiu's mind, followed by an overwhelming silence. Is this truly the end? Lingxiu asked vacantly, yet this time, he received no response from the dominant system. Chapter 3. B-Rank Ninjutsu. After waiting for approximately 30 seconds without a reply from the system, Lingxiu composed himself and began examining the so-called promotion and lottery features of the dominant system. Ensuring that no one was around, he closed his eyes in his courtyard and channeled his chakra, instantly activating his Sharingan. Upon awakening his Sharingan, he found himself beside a pond in the courtyard. Gazing into the water's surface at his reflection, he was astonished to see the Double Tomo Sharingan manifesting in his eyes. How truly miraculous! Though Lingxiu had anticipated this outcome, the sight of it in reality sent him into an excited frenzy. Wasn't there supposed to be a lottery reward as well? Where could that be? With this thought, Lingxiu once again shut his eyes, attuning himself to the system. Soon, a voice resonated in his mind. This message conveyed, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained B-Rank Ninjutsu, the Shadow Clone Technique. Due to the host winning the grand prize, the host chakra has been elevated directly to the pinnacle of Genin." As the announcement concluded, it left behind a 5-year-old youth, wide-eyed and astonished. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Lingxiu's head, causing him to collapse onto the ground. After 5 minutes, he managed to rise, drenched in cold sweat. Tentatively touching his head, he was clearly shaken by the pain he had just experienced. However, at that moment, the B-Rank Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, was firmly etched in Lingxiu's mind. He even felt that with diligent practice, it might be possible to perform these jutsu with a single hand seal, or perhaps even without seals at all. Although Lingxiu had not checked the exchange rates for the jutsu, he could only assume their value was significant when compared to the promotion costs. After all, it was a B-Rank ninjutsu. Coupled with the automatic elevation to the pinnacle of Genin chakra, it felt as if he had gained an immense fortune. At that moment, a foolish smile crept onto Lingxiu's lips, a manifestation of his joy over such splendid prospects. Finally, he had acquired a means of self-preservation. Without it, his future days would surely be arduous. After experimenting with the B-Rank ninjutsu, the Shadow Clone Technique, Lingxiu lay exhausted on the ground, gazing at the moon with a blissful smile, enveloped by an indescribable feeling. This B-Rank ninjutsu truly lives up to its reputation as a technique directly engraved into one's consciousness by the system. When executed, the hand seals flow effortlessly, and the control over the chakra is remarkably precise, with no signs of wastage. Although during the application of the Shadow Clone Technique, Lingxiu could only manifest 6 clones. Given his current chakra reserves, he felt quite content with this outcome. It is worth noting that after awakening the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan possesses a chakra capacity that significantly surpasses that of ordinary ninjas, allowing them to release several more techniques than their peers. Tio successfully creates 6 clones on his first attempt at a B-rank ninjutsu, left Lingxiu feeling exceedingly satisfied. While he had already acquired some self-defense capabilities, he recognized that in order to survive the impending Uchiha massacre 2 years hence, he would need to exert even greater effort. Suppressing the smile that had graced his face, Lingxiu, despite feeling utterly exhausted, gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. He began to recall the various martial arts and E-rank ninjutsu he had studied, and directed his training towards the wooden posts in the courtyard. Chapter 4. The clan uncle. As time passed slowly, it wasn't until deep into the night that the fatigued Lingxiu finally dragged his weary body back to his bedroom. Upon awakening the next day, he stepped out of his courtyard and made his way to the core of the clan's territory, seeking out the uncle who had always shown him kindness in his memories. Ever since the tragic death of Lingxiu's parents during a secret mission for Konoha 4 years prior, it was this uncle who had taken on the responsibility of caring for him. The uncle Lingxiu sought was none other than his father's brother, Uchiha Minghui. Spotting Uchiha Minghui from a distance, adorned with the distinctive forehead protector of Konoha, Lingxiu couldn't help but call out. Instantly, many clan members turned their gaze towards him, and the middle-aged ninja, referred to as Minghui, noticed Lingxiu as well. Lingxiu, what brings you here? Minghui inquired with a warm smile, his expression kind and welcoming. Uncle Minghui, I wish to attend the Ninja Academy in Konoha. I aspire to become an exceptional genin, Lingxiu replied, feigning innocence. Attend the Ninja Academy? Minghui exclaimed in surprise, shaking his head. But Lingxiu, you cannot even sense chakra yet. You haven't met the enrollment requirements for the academy. With a grin, Lingxiu eagerly responded, Uncle Minghui, I can sense chakra now. Furthermore, I learned an E-rank ninjutsu yesterday, the shadow clone technique. As he spoke, Lingxiu proceeded to perform a series of hand seals slowly, and with a poof, a wobbly clone appeared beside him. Staring blankly at Lingxiu and the rather pitiful-looking clone, Uchiha Minghui couldn't help but offer a wry smile. Lingxiu, upon observing the subpar clone he had created, felt equally bemused. It was not that Lingxiu deliberately executed such a rudimentary technique of shadow duplication, but rather that his proficiency in this skill paled in comparison to the myriad of ninjutsu inscribed in his mind by the system. However, after a night of rigorous training, Lingxiu had managed to utilize hand seals and chakra to perform this rather unsightly shadow technique. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Minghui was reminded of Lingxiu's unfortunate upbringing. He fell into a deep contemplation, seemingly reflecting earnestly on everything that Uchiha Lingxiu had just conveyed. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Minghui spoke earnestly. Lingxiu, do you truly wish to attend the Ninja Academy to learn ninjutsu? Yes, please believe me, I am certain I can become an exceptional genin, Uncle Minghui, Lingxiu replied with unwavering determination. How can you possibly evade the Uchiha massacre 2 years hence without attending the academy to learn ninjutsu and become a genin to undertake various missions? Very well, I shall discuss this with your Aunt Shiyu. Come, let us return home together, Minghui said. All right, Lingxiu nodded, following closely behind Uchiha Minghui. Uchiha Minghui's residence, his wife, Uchiha Shiyu, was preoccupied with preparations for lunch. Upon noticing Lingxiu's arrival, she greeted him with a warm smile. Lingxiu, what brings you to Aunt Shiyu's house today? Lingxiu responded with a smile. I came back with Uncle Minghui. I wish to attend the Ninja Academy to learn ninjutsu, just like you and Uncle, and become an outstanding ninja. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shiyu displayed a look of astonishment and then turned to Uchiha Minghui, seemingly seeking her husband's affirmation. Indeed, I returned to discuss Lingxiu's matters with you. As he is the son of my brother, Minghui stammered, clearly exhibiting the demeanor of one who is wary of his wife. Please wait a moment, Lingxiu. I need to confer with your Uncle Minghui first, Uchiha Shiyu requested. Sure, Lingxiu nodded earnestly, furrowing his brow as he observed the couple stepping away. Surely they won't dissuade me from attending the Ninja Academy, as the sole beneficiary of the death compensation afforded to the parents of a Konoha ninja. If Uncle Minghui and the others did not assist in recommending him, he would be left to seek help from other Konoha ninjas, which would inevitably incur additional costs, a thought that pained him immensely. With a heavy sigh, Lingxiu awaited the outcome of the discussion between Uchiha Minghui and Uchiha Shiyu. Chapter 5. Training. Approximately half an hour later, Uncle Minghui and Aunt Shiyu emerged from the room. From Lingxiu's perspective, both appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting that they had come to an agreement regarding his situation. They approached Lingxiu, and Uchiha Shiyu glanced at her husband before saying, Lingxiu, do you truly wish to study at the Ninja Academy? Yes, Lingxiu replied, nodding earnestly with a serious expression. Very well, just a moment ago. I discussed matters with Uncle Minghui, and we have decided to send you to the Ninja Academy in Konoha for your studies. However, regarding the expenses, you will need to bear them yourself. As Uchiha Shiyu uttered these words, a hint of embarrassment colored her demeanor. After all, in their eyes, Lingxiu was still merely a child, and placing such burdens upon him felt rather excessive. Nonetheless, considering her family's circumstances, Uchiha Shiyu felt compelled to address the matter. Not an issue, Lingxiu replied, demonstrating his understanding. All right then, let us have our meal first. The enrollment for the Ninja Academy begins in a week, and I shall accompany you there, Uchiha Shiyu stated. Thank you, Aunt Shiyu. Thank you, Uncle Minghui, Lingxiu exclaimed with a beaming smile, his previously anxious heart now at ease. After finishing lunch, Lingxiu bid farewell to Uncle Minghui's family and returned to his residence. Before arriving home, he made a special visit to the Uchiha clan's shrine, where, having gained proficiency in basic ninjutsu, he acquired a C-rank ninjutsu scroll. Upon examining the C-rank ninjutsu, Lingxiu was undeniably exhilarated. Given that his time was limited and besides the B-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, he possessed no other offensive ninjutsu. Obtaining the C-rank ninjutsu, great fireball technique, made him almost want to shout with joy. However, in order to avoid drawing attention, he restrained himself from such exuberance. With a low-key expression, he expressed his gratitude to the elderly guardian of the Uchiha shrine before departing. Upon returning home and surveying his surroundings, the realization that this was the sole inheritance left to him by his parents overwhelmed Lingxiu with a sense of helplessness. No money remained, no ninjutsu was passed down, just a house and a meager compensation. The future indeed appeared rather grim. Closing the door behind him and changing out of his traditional kimono, Lingxiu approached the training ground in the courtyard with a serious demeanor. He took out the C-rank ninjutsu scroll he had acquired from the Uchiha shrine and sat cross-legged on the ground, unrolling it. After a moment of careful observation, he tucked the scroll away, closed his eyes, and began to channel the chakra within him according to the instructions outlined in the scroll. Boom. After clumsily forming the hand seals, Lingxiu blew forward with all his might, only to produce nothing. Damn it. Why does it feel just like the shadow clone technique? How can I possibly train like this and achieve unparalleled martial prowess? Lingxiu, unwilling to concede, dismissed the failed great fireball technique and resumed channeling his chakra, forming the seals once more. However, mastering ninjutsu requires more than mere diligence. It necessitates continuous accumulation and practice in order to attain the desired results. Failure, try again, failure, try again. Until the sky gradually darkened toward dusk, Lingxiu, having expended nearly half of his chakra and with his lips swollen from exertion, finally managed to execute the C-rank technique. T-last, success. Breathing heavily, he gazed at the two small craters emitting black smoke beside him and broke into a foolish grin. As a fervent admirer of Naruto, and a reclusive otaku who spends his days lost in fantasies, Lingxiu felt a swell of pride within him upon witnessing the two small pits he had created through sheer strength. These achievements were not mere gifts from the system. Rather, they were the fruits of his relentless dedication and gradual accumulation of effort. Yet, he realized that this was still far from sufficient. He needed to grow even stronger. With this thought in mind, despite his exhaustion, Lingxiu rose to his feet. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he summoned a B-rank ninjutsu acquired from the system. The art of shadow clones, AS6 shadow clones materialized. Lingxiu instructed them. One to practice tree climbing, another to work on water walking, while the remaining clones meditated in place to cultivate their chakra. Mastering these foundational skills was imperative. Only by grasping the use of chakra could he effectively wield a greater array of jutsu in the future. Observing his clones diligently practicing, Lingxiu did not remain idle. He dashed to his room, grabbing the rice balls he had brought back from Aunt Shiyu's house that afternoon, and began to devour them ravenously. Time was of the essence. I must seize every moment. As he ate, determination sparkled in Lingxiu's eyes. Chapter 6. Chunin level chakra. Once he finished his meal, Lingxiu took only a brief respite before plunging back into his rigorous training. After crossing over into the world of Naruto, he had shed his former otaku demeanor and embarked on a fervent training regimen. After several days of intense practice, his progress had reached astonishing heights. After all, Lingxiu was a prodigy who had awakened his double Sharingan at the mere age of 5. With such innate talent, his mastery of ninjutsu and chakra yielded exceptional results. Just one day before school commenced, Lingxiu activated the domination system once more. This time, however, the system did not engage in any human-like conversation. It simply conveyed two facts to Lingxiu. Congratulations, host. Your chakra has reached the Chunin level. Asa reward. The domination system will grant you a C-rank Genjutsu, Nightfall. Given that your strength has attained the Chunin tier, the system will establish a new task for you. Task generated. You must defeat a Leaf Village genin within 1 week. Upon completion, you will receive 2,000 exchange points. Should you fail, points will be deducted accordingly. If your points are insufficient, the host will be obliterated. Once the system's voice ceased, Lingxiu was left utterly stunned. It seemed that this domination system was pushing him toward a dead end. After achieving a slight measure of success, the system immediately sought to complicate matters for him. It offered no respite whatsoever. In despair, Lingxiu wished to voice his frustrations, but at that moment, the intense pain he had experienced while receiving jutsu surged through him once more. However, this pain was notably milder than the last. Lasting merely a few fleeting seconds, as he absorbed the clear image of the C-rank Genjutsu, Nightfall. Within his mind, Lingxiu relinquished his grievances toward the system. When will the next activation occur? Must you always frighten me like this? In a moment of helpless inquiry, the practitioner sought answers. Have I accomplished the task, or has the system determined that the host has reached a pivotal moment? The system replied in a frigid tone. Perplexed by the coldness of the system's voice, the practitioner questioned, "Why were you so obsequious last time, yet so aloof this time?" "Because you had not yet successfully bound to the dominant system." The system replied candidly. "Not successfully bound?" The practitioner wore a dazed expression. Before the host begins utilizing the dominant system, they may refuse its binding. However, since you have already engaged with it, all terms of the dominant system are now irrevocably in effect. "What? So you were deceiving me back then?" the practitioner exclaimed incredulously. "Not deception, for you made the choice yourself," the system responded coldly. "Damn you." The practitioner cursed in anger. "Suit yourself, I am shutting down." After the system's final words, no matter how vehemently the practitioner cursed, there was no retort from the system. Sigh. With a deep breath, feeling the presence of 2 advanced ninjutsu granted by the systems in his mind, the practitioner relinquished the thought of continuing a futile struggle against the dominant system. Regardless of the circumstances, what was meant to occur had already transpired. What purpose did further resistance serve? The system was, after all, just a system, while he was a living being. Engaging in a futile battle with the system was not a mark of wisdom. Once calm, the practitioner resolved what he ought to do next. Isn't it about yielding to circumstances? Isn't it about adapting to the environment? Come, I am, after all, a fine young man of the 21st century. Can I truly be afraid of such trivial matters? Can I be daunted? To hell with that. Let them come. Having vented his frustrations, the practitioner rose from the ground. After executing a swift series of hand seals, 7 shadow clones materialized beside him. Through diligent practice, he had advanced his shadow clone technique from 6 to 7. Moreover, upon merging with his shadow clones, he could absorb the experiences and insights gained from their training. Perhaps due to his status as a transmigrator, his mental fortitude was exceptionally robust, allowing him to receive the information brought back by the clones without any peculiar sensation. Conversely, as he assimilated the training results of the clones, he could also compile and summarize his own progress. Consequently, after each training session, his understanding of ninjutsu and control over chakra would elevate from its previous state. Chapter 7. Konoha Ninja Academy. The following day, at dawn, after tidying up his belongings, the practitioner made his way to Uncle Minghui's residence. Upon seeing him, Uncle Minghui smiled. "Little Lingxiu, you are starting school today. Are you nervous?" Lingxiu shook his head with a smile, his adorable face radiating ease. "Not nervous at all, Uncle Minghui." "Then let us go. I will take you to register." Uchiha Minghui nodded towards Lingxiu and then inquired within the room, "Shiyu, would you care to join us?" "I won't be going. I have other matters to attend to today." "Lingxiu, do take good care of yourself," came Uchiha Shiyu's voice from inside. "Got it, Aunt Shiyu," Lingxiu responded. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Minghui nodded and turned to Lingxiu, asking, "Have you prepared the enrollment materials I requested?" "I have," Lingxiu affirmed, retrieving a small booklet from her backpack behind her. Uchiha Minghui took it, glanced at the contents, and nodded in approval, noting the materials were well prepared. Let us proceed to the Konoha Ninja Academy. Throughout their journey, Uchiha Minghui recounted his experiences at the Ninja Academy. Since the establishment of the Konoha Ninja Academy by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the majority of the ninjas from Konoha village hailed from this very institution. Thus, every Konoha ninja held the academy in high esteem and regarded it with honor. Upon exiting the Uchiha clan's territory, Lingxiu and Uchiha Minghui officially entered the expanse of Konoha village. Given that the Konoha Ninja Academy is situated near the Hokage's office, at the heart of Konoha, the Uchiha clan, located at the outskirts, faced a considerable distance to reach the academy. As they traveled, Lingxiu continuously recalled her memories of Naruto, and numerous recollections of the Konoha Ninja Academy surfaced in her mind. The academy was established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the curriculum comprises 5 stages: enrollment, fundamentals, drills, applications, and graduation assessments. Upon successfully passing the graduation examination, students earn the recognition of Konoha and the Hokage, officially becoming a Konoha Genin. After achieving the status of Genin, various paths open up. One may join a ninja team within Konoha, undertaking missions alongside experienced Chunin or Jonin, or enter the Umbu, assuming the role of a mysterious figure clad in a cat-faced mask. Operating in the shadows, Itachi, the one destined to bring ruin to the Uchiha clan 2 years hence, is among the ranks of the Umbu. After approximately an hour's journey, Lingxiu, guided by Uchiha Minghui, arrived at the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy. At this moment, a multitude of peers, roughly of Lingxiu's age, had gathered at the academy's entrance, all curiously gazing at the establishment with expressions of anticipation and longing. Lingxiu stood amidst the crowd, rolling her eyes in mild exasperation. The thought of having to share her life and studies with this group of youngsters left her feeling somewhat powerless. However, such was the reality. To become a genin of Konoha, one must inevitably pass through the halls of the Konoha Ninja Academy. In truth, Lingxiu felt well prepared. As long as she spent some time there and showcased her abilities, leveraging her Uchiha lineage and the manifestation of her Sharingan, she believed that applying for early graduation would not pose a significant challenge. In the realm of spiritual reflection, the original text contains no depiction of this cohort of students, and indeed, many were assigned to classes 2 years later, alongside Sasuke and his peers. However, these spiritual practitioners remain indifferent, for what they yearn for most is to graduate ahead of schedule. As for savoring life and embarking on a journey alongside the protagonist, Lingxiu has chosen to forego such notions. After all, he is a man tasked with a mission of dominance. Should he neglect his duties and forego diligent training, he, Uchiha Lingxiu, would inevitably vanish from the world of Naruto 2 years hence. This reality is both disheartening and serves as a spur for Lingxiu. 2 years from now, I shall endure. Chapter 8. Uzumaki Naruto. The enrollment procedures proved to be rather intricate. Under the guidance of Uchiha Minghui, Lingxiu flitted about, busily tending to the necessary arrangements for an entire morning. With classes commencing tomorrow, as a member of the Uchiha clan, young Lingxiu must strive earnestly. Uchiha Minghui, with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffled Lingxiu's hair, his demeanor exuding warmth. Observing his brother's child on the brink of enrollment, Uchiha Minghui felt a myriad of emotions stirring within him. Were it not for Lingxiu's fervent aspirations, he might have wished to keep Lingxiu by his side, sparing him from the path of a ninja. Yet, in the world of Naruto, every individual's dream commands respect. As long as one diligently pursues their ambition, no one will impede their stride towards it. Rest assured, Uncle Minghui, I will not bring shame to the Uchiha family. Though the sentiment felt somewhat overly sentimental, Lingxiu could only feign the demeanor of a child, given his youthful physique. Very well. Uchiha Minghui nodded in satisfaction and continued, since we are now in the heart of Konohagakure, allow me to treat you to a grand feast. Great, Lingxiu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Truth be told, since his arrival in this new world, he had longed to visit Konohagakure. Yet, due to his training and geographical constraints, that desire remained unfulfilled. Now, hearing that Uchiha Minghui would take him to explore the village, the Naruto enthusiast in Lingxiu could hardly contain his curiosity. As they traversed the streets of Konohagakure, observing the bustling crowd, Lingxiu silently nodded, his impression of the village deepening. Before long, he and Uchiha Minghui arrived at the entrance of Ichiraka Ramen. Upon seeing that familiar name, Lingxiu's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he tugged at Uchiha Minghui's sleeve, exclaiming, Uncle Minghui, I want to eat Ichiraka Ramen. Ichiraka Ramen. Uchiha Minghui glanced up at the ramen shop, then, somewhat surprised, inquired, Little Lingxiu, why do you wish to eat ramen? Because I want to. Lingxiu's eyes sparkled with an unusual fervor. After Uchiha Minghui relented, the two entered Ichiraka Ramen, where, in the cozy confines, a small figure clad in an orange coat was diligently immersed in preparing a bowl of ramen. When Uchiha Minghui laid eyes upon the child, a distinct expression of disdain manifested upon his countenance. This scene, of course, did not escape the keen gaze of Lingxiu. However, his attention was entirely diverted from Uchiha Minghui, for the individual before him was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, renowned within the realm of Naruto for his unparalleled prowess in verbal sparring, to encounter the protagonist himself. Lingxiu cautiously approached Uzumaki Naruto, scrutinizing this future titan with earnestness. Yet, upon closer inspection, Lingxiu resignedly concluded that Naruto was merely a child at present. Devoid of any semblance of the so-called protagonist's aura. At that moment, Uchiha Minghui's radio earpiece suddenly crackled to life, and his expression turned grave as he addressed Lingxiu. I have received an urgent mission and must depart immediately. Little Lingxiu, do you know the way back? Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback, but upon observing Minghui's serious demeanor, he understood that the matter was of considerable importance. Uncle Minghui, you may go without worry. I know the way home. Lingxiu nodded, curiosity peaking within him regarding the situation that had befallen Uchiha Minghui. After all, Minghui was a member of the Konoha police force, and his sudden assignment indicated that the matter was intricately linked to the Uchiha clan. Yet, Lingxiu refrained from inquiring further, as he knew that under the current circumstances, Minghui would not divulge any information. All right, I shall settle the bill. After paying, Uchiha Minghui dashed out of the Ichiraka ramen shop, executing 2 swift leaps, vanishing from Lingxiu's sight. Truly, the agility of the Uchiha clan Sijnin is beyond my capabilities. Lingxiu marveled at the retreating figure of Uchiha Minghui. Meanwhile, Naruto had finished his ramen and, casting a curious glance at Lingxiu, inquired, "Were you staring at me just now?" Lingxiu found himself momentarily flummoxed by the unexpected question. "Are you also a student of the Konoha Ninja Academy?" Naruto asked. Lingxiu nodded, his brow furrowing as he responded, "Have you already enrolled?" "Of course." Naruto proclaimed with pride, "I enrolled last year. I am destined to become Hokage." Lingxiu's frown deepened, for according to his recollection of the original narrative, Naruto should not have been in school at this time. As numerous questions lingered in his mind, a figure suddenly materialized before Lingxiu and Naruto. Lingxiu glanced at the newcomer, clad in the standard attire of a Konoha ninja, adorned with the village's distinctive headband. Yet, the childish visage indicated that this individual was likely a freshly graduated Konoha genin. "You are that mischievous brat. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, the Konoha genin charged at Naruto. Observing the lack of restraint in the assailant's actions, Lingxiu furrowed his brow, instinctively positioning himself in front of Naruto and seizing the approaching genin. "Get lost, you brat. This does not concern you." The genin spat menacingly at Lingxiu. "He is merely a child, and you have already reached the level of a lower ninja. There is no need to exert yourself fully against a mere youngster," Lingxiu coldly remarked. "After all, he is a promising youth of the 21st century. Lingxiu could not bear to witness the act of assaulting children this week. "What business is it of yours? You little brat, do you wish to be beaten as well?" the lower ninja scolded. Lingxiu had no intention of meddling, yet given the current situation, it appeared necessary to engage in a scuffle, making it clear to the individual before him that he was not to be trifled with. "By the way, isn't there a mission from the system requiring me to challenge a lower ninja? This individual presents a perfect opportunity." With this thought, Lingxiu hesitated no longer and directly confronted the fist of the Konoha lower ninja. Initiating a direct clash, bang! Their fists collided, and both were forced to retreat a few steps. The Konoha lower ninja shot a puzzled glance at the child before him, feeling a wave of astonishment. It is important to note that he was a lower ninja. While he may not completely dominate this child in taijutsu, they should not be evenly matched. It is the attire of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, he finally discerned the clothing worn by Lingxiu and recognized him as a member of the Uchiha clan. "I have no intention of causing you trouble, Uchiha brat. It would be wise for you to step aside." Upon realizing the child's Uchiha lineage, the Konoha lower ninja felt a twinge of trepidation. "Well, since we have already exchanged blows, let us settle this today," Lingxiu declared, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. This was Lingxiu's first encounter in combat, and the thrill and desire for battle surged through his entire being. Moreover, being in Konoha, he had no concerns regarding safety, thus he offered no opportunity for the lower ninja to converse further and immediately engaged. The Konoha lower ninja, seeing the Uchiha child charging recklessly, felt a chill in his gaze and ceased to hold back. "You brought this upon yourself, brat." With that, the lower ninja sprang into action. Chapter 9. Intense battle with the lower ninja. The young lower ninja let out a furious roar and lunged directly at Lingxiu. Although the onset of battle seemed somewhat inexplicable, for Lingxiu, it was nonetheless an opportunity for training before school commenced. Furthermore, by subduing the lower ninja before him, he would naturally fulfill the task issued by the system. Lingxiu focused intently, showing no signs of relaxation, as chakra emanated from his entire being, striving to enhance his youthful physique. The young lower ninja moved swiftly. While his speed was nowhere near that of Uchiha Minghui, it was still quite rapid in Lingxiu's eyes. At that moment, Lingxiu charged towards the young lower ninja, fists clenched, and struck fiercely against the young ninja's fist. Bang! The impact caused both to stagger back a few steps. In the face of the young lower ninja's astonishment, Lingxiu instantly darted away, undaunted by fear, thanks to the training he had undergone in the past few days. Bang, bang, bang. As fists and feet collided, the two combatants swiftly became embroiled in a fierce skirmish, while the hapless scapegoat of the affair, Naruto Uzumaki, stood there in utter astonishment. Was this not a confrontation aimed at me? How did I end up entangled with that arrogant individual? However, that conceited fellow truly possesses remarkable prowess. How could he hold his own against the shinobi of Konohagakure? Is he truly a student of our esteemed ninja academy? The unfolding spectacle, aside from leaving Naruto utterly flabbergasted, naturally drew the attention of numerous villagers from the Hidden Leaf. As the crowd swelled, the intensity of the duel escalated correspondingly. Due to the chakra within Lingxiu reaching the level of a Chunin, despite his slight deficiency in battle experience compared to the young genin, he remained unfazed in their confrontation. Could this truly be a mere child of only a few years? As the young genin clashed with Lingxiu, the astonishment in his heart grew ever more profound. Indeed, Lingxiu's assumption was correct. The young genin had graduated from the Konohagakure Ninja Academy just this year. His name was Aburame, a member of the Aburame clan. However, he had yet to reach the level of manipulating insects at will, so during his skirmish with Lingxiu, he relied almost entirely on ninjutsu. With a resounding thud, Aburame found himself momentarily dazed. Lingxiu's fist penetrated his defenses and connected squarely with his face. The two immediately separated, and Aburame's expression transformed into one of fury. "You little brat, I initially intended only to teach you a lesson given your youth, but your blatant disrespect leaves me no choice but to make you truly suffer." As he spoke, Aburame produced a pitch-black kunai from his ninja tool pouch. At that moment, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Was that man truly intending to kill? Against a child, this ninja had drawn a steel kunai. Someone must notify the Konohagakure police force. We cannot allow this child to perish. Yet, Aburame paid no heed to the murmurs of the onlookers. His heart was consumed by rage towards the Uchiha brat before him. "Oh, so you're going all out now," Lingxiu remarked coldly, a smirk gracing his lips, though not hold back. "For I too shall unleash my full power." At Lingxiu's declaration, the crowd fell silent in disbelief. Imagine, a child merely 5 or 6 years old, demanding that a 12 or 13-year-old genin give his utmost in battle. The very scene was beyond comprehension. "You little rascal, if I do not make you cry for your mother today, I shan't be called Aburame." With that, disregarding the crowd's protests, he hurled 2 kunai and charged at Lingxiu with remarkable speed. Lingxiu stood rooted in place, appearing as if petrified with fear. Yet, when the kunai struck, the astonished onlookers soon discovered that the original Lingxiu had transformed into a mere wooden substitute. A substitution technique. As the oil-clad girlfriend, Tian, arched an eyebrow, she instantly reacted, wielding a kunai and launching a fierce stab behind her. Bang! The spirit practitioner, struck once more by Tian, swiftly transformed into a plume of white smoke, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Shadow clone technique? Tian found this to be quite inconceivable, as the speed of that individual was simply astonishing. How did he form those hand seals so quickly? And why had she failed to notice? With heightened vigilance, Tian scanned her surroundings, now recognizing the spirit practitioner as her true adversary. Unbeknownst to her, the spirit practitioner had appeared atop the Ichiraku ramen shop, bellowing loudly. Subsequently, he formed hand seals with remarkable speed, and to the astonishment of all present, multiple wisps of white smoke erupted around him, revealing 8 identical spirit practitioners in an instant. Impossible! That is B-class ninjutsu. The hidden clone technique. Was he not merely 5 years old? How could he possess such an immense chakra? There must be some mistake. There must be. Tian's face was a portrait of disbelief, and she was rendered speechless by the spirit practitioner's subsequent actions. Before the eyes of the crowd, the 8 spirit practitioners lunged forward, swiftly overpowering the bewildered Tian. It was known that a single spirit practitioner was already evenly matched with her. With 8 now in combat, Tian stood no chance for defense and was swiftly brought to the ground. Once the spirit practitioner dispelled his shadow clones, Tian, battered and bruised, succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the spirit practitioner heard a soft ding resonating in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task of defeating a genin. Task accomplished, reward, 2,000 exchange points." Since this is the host's first task completion, the system grants an additional lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Upon hearing the system's voice, The spirit practitioner was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. It seemed this skirmish had proven quite rewarding. Not only had he earned 2,000 system points, but he also received a chance to draw from the System S lottery. Perhaps the system was not as stingy as he had presumed. Is it acceptable to postpone the lottery for later? At that moment, the spirit practitioner noticed several individuals clad in Konoha ninja attire approaching him, compelling him to regretfully defer the lottery. No problem, host. Wishing you a pleasant game, whoosh. As the system's voice faded, the spirit practitioner returned to his normal state, while the three ninjas before him, after surveying the surroundings, addressed him. Are you of the Uchiha clan? MMM. The spirit practitioner nodded impassively, inwardly reflecting. Indeed, the majority of ninjas within Konoha harbor a disdain for the Uchiha clan. We are from the Konoha Central Patrol Team. Please accompany us, one of the ninjas stated sternly. Meanwhile, another ninja had already approached Tion, hoisting her up. Witnessing this scene, the spirit practitioner instinctively sensed something amiss. However, he has now become one of the assailants, and since they are members of the Konoha Patrol Team, it is only reasonable and just for him to accompany them. Just as Lingxiu was preparing to follow them, a voice interrupted, calling out, "Wait!" Chapter 10. The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Turning to the source of the voice, Lingxiu beheld 5 ninjas clad in Konoha security uniforms approaching. Their expressions were devoid of warmth, and upon glancing at Lingxiu, the leader among them coldly remarked, "The internal security issues of Konoha are traditionally handled by our Konoha police force. Accordingly, this matter should not involve you members of the Central Patrol Team." As the leader spoke, the remaining members of the Konoha police stepped closer to Lingxiu, subtly conveying a sense of protection. It was well known that the Konoha police force was under the jurisdiction of the Uchiha clan, and given the current circumstances, it was evident that they aimed to shield Lingxiu, a young member of the Uchiha clan. Can I interpret your words as a provocation towards our Central Patrol Team? The squad leader of the Central Patrol Team replied with a frosty demeanor, his voice laced with indignation. A mere child engaged a lower ninja in combat, and upon defeating him, you seek to confront this young one, who is not even a lower ninja himself. Do you truly deem such actions appropriate? The squad leader of the police force did not yield, retaliating assertively. At this juncture, it was no longer appropriate for Lingxiu to interject, as the situation had escalated, hinting at a deeper conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. This moment starkly illustrated the precarious position of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. It seems you have no intention of allowing us to maintain order within the heart of Konoha, the squad leader of the Central Patrol Team declared, reaching for his radio to contact nearby teams. Meanwhile, the Uchiha ninjas from the police force, equally defiant, activated their radios to summon reinforcements. Witnessing the potential for a minor incident to spiral into a brawl, Lingxiu furrowed his brow. He could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Thus, he stepped forward and stated coolly, "There is no need to call for reinforcements. I will accompany you. However, I merely wish to clear my name and explain why I was compelled to act here. As for any other accusations, I shall not accept them." The sudden declaration from Lingxiu left everyone momentarily speechless. Particularly, the members of the Uchiha clan regarded him with incredulity, as if unable to fathom that he would speak such words. Lingxiu cast an apologetic glance at several clan members, his heart chilled at the thought that in 2 years, these individuals would perish in the turmoil engineered by Konoha's higher-ups and Uchiha Abido. In a hushed tone, Lingxiu addressed his clan elders, "Esteemed uncles, I am in the right regarding this matter. Please allow me to explain. Trust me, everything will be fine." However, the squad leader of the police force clearly had more to say. Yet Lingxiu, after finishing his statement, had already made his way toward the members of the Central Patrol Team. At this juncture, the situation had essentially reached a standstill, thanks to the initiative taken by the parties involved. The Central Patrol Team and the Konoha police force did not truly come to blows. Nevertheless, the expressions on both sides were far from pleasant, as Lingxiu's unexpected interjection had caused the confrontation they had been brewing to dissipate into thin air. Once Lingxiu was taken away, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, and the entrance of the Isle Ramen shop returned to a state of tranquility. I must follow them to see what unfolds. Otherwise, that group from the Central Patrol Team might do something to our clansmen. These individuals have never harbored good intentions toward our Uchiha clan, remarked the squad leader of the police force, Uchiha Kamisui, earnestly. Beside him, several other members of the Uchiha clan nodded in agreement, endorsing the squad leader's sentiments. "Uncle, could you take me along?" At that moment, a young man clad in a bright orange hoodie approached the members of the Konoha police force, calling out loudly. The group turned to face this young man, awaiting his explanation. "That guy got into a scuffle with Yamanaka Ino because of me. I can vouch for him. Please take me with you, all right?" Naruto insisted earnestly. In the original story, Naruto was characterized as someone who stood up for his beliefs. And having been regarded as a monster by the villagers of Konoha since childhood, he especially cherished those who would defend him. Do you know the full extent of the situation? Uchiha Kimisui inquired. Yes, Naruto nodded. This incident arose because of me, so please allow me to accompany you. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Kimisui nodded and said to Naruto, very well, we shall go together. The group approached Naruto, and Uchiha Kimisui lifted him up, swiftly transporting them to the rooftop above. The headquarters of the Konoha Central Patrol Team, Lingxiu was brought into an interrogation room, where he was met by the patrol team members who had escorted him there. Why did you engage in a fight in the center of Konoha? Are you not aware of the laws governing public order here? The squad leader of the Central Patrol Team questioned coldly. Haha, why don't you ask why that genin would attack a mere 5-year-old child like me? Lingxiu retorted sharply, momentarily catching the squad leader off guard. Anger quickly spread across the squad leader's face as he demanded, please answer my question directly. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to confine you in the Central Patrol Team's cell. Intimidate me? Lingxiu scoffed. You hold a genin accountable for attacking a 5-year-old child? Truly remarkable. You Konoha Patrol members are something else. The squad leader slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet, stating, how we conduct our affairs is not for you to critique. Just tell me, did you engage in combat in the center of Konoha or not? Having taken action, I find myself in a position of justifiable defense. A lower-ranking ninja directed their aggression towards a child, only to be swiftly defeated by the very same child, and now they dare to hold me accountable. How absurd! Lingxiu understands that he cannot show weakness at this juncture. Firstly, it is imperative for the honor of his Uchiha clan. Secondly, it is essential for him to navigate his way out of the Konoha Central Patrol Team unscathed. Lingxiu is convinced that as long as he steadfastly adheres to the truth, the members of the Konoha Patrol Team would not dare take any action against him. At that moment, the doors swung open, and an individual clad in the distinctive green attire of a Konoha ninja entered. He whispered something into the team leader's ear, prompting a darkening of the leader's expression as he addressed Lingxiu. You may leave now, kid. However, exercise caution, for should you engage in any actions that contravene the laws of Konoha, I will ensure your capture. Lingxiu was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly realized that someone was indeed assisting him. With a chuckle, he replied, I will be on my guard. Unfazed, he cast a curious glance at the team leader before exiting the interrogation room. Chapter 11. Exchange of ninjutsu in the Grand Lottery. Upon leaving the Konoha Patrol Team, Lingxiu encountered members of the Uchiha clan from the Konoha Police Department. As he approached them, Uchiha Kimisui, with a serious demeanor, remarked, you should not make unilateral decisions. The ninjas within Konoha are far from friendly towards our Uchiha brethren. Lingxiu paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. At this point, further disputes seemed futile. His only recourse was to offer some psychological solace to these clan members. Let us return to the clan. Wandering aimlessly in Konoha is unwise. Uchiha Kimisui advised, turning his gaze toward Naruto Uzumaki. This incident arose partly due to you. Be sure to thank him. Naruto, upon hearing this, approached Lingxiu and sincerely said, thank you. Lingxiu smiled and replied, no need for thanks. Naruto, how did you know my name? Naruto asked, slightly taken aback, as he realized he had yet to introduce himself. I am Uchiha Lingxiu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lingxiu replied with a mysterious smile, sidestepping Naruto's question and turning to leave. Watching Lingxiu's retreating figure, Naruto murmured, Uchiha Lingxiu. Could he be a relative of Uchiha Sasuke? Upon returning home, Lingxiu exhaled deeply. What he had anticipated to be a tranquil day had unexpectedly thrust him into the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Though he too was a member of the Uchiha clan, in his heart, he remained a young man of the 21st century. Lingxiu held no fondness for this somewhat cold-blooded family. After a brief respite, he summoned the system. Not only had he completed his first task today, but he had also earned a chance at a system lottery. To be honest, Lingxiu was quite eager about this opportunity. Despite having triumphed against the lower-ranking ninja at noon, he could distinctly feel his own inadequacies. At this juncture, he earnestly yearned for an opportunity to enhance himself, and the systematic method of improvement seemed to be the most direct and effective approach. Is the host preparing to engage in an exchange lottery? The voice of the system resonated in Lingxiu's ear. First, let me examine the exchange system. I wish to redeem a ninjutsu. After a moment's contemplation, Lingxiu concluded that it was still somewhat premature for him to advance. He aspired to elevate his Sharingan, yet he had not accumulated sufficient exchange points. Thus, the only option available for him to redeem was a ninjutsu. Very well, the dominant system shall activate the ninjutsu exchange system for the host. The ninjutsu exchange system presented itself, C-level ninjutsu required 2,000 exchange points, B-level ninjutsu required 5,000 exchange points, A-level ninjutsu required 10,000 exchange points. S-level ninjutsu required 20,000 exchange points, SS-level ninjutsu required 40,000 exchange points, SSS-level ninjutsu required 80,000 exchange points. It was noted that genjutsu and ninjutsu were categorized under the same levels, with equivalent exchange costs. After absorbing the system's exposition, Lingxiu found himself momentarily stunned, for the prices listed were stark and unyielding. It appeared that the cost for any ninjutsu of the same rank was uniformly the same, regardless of its nature. Curiosity piqued, Lingxiu inquired of the dominant system, does this imply that if I accumulate enough exchange points, I could directly redeem a ninjutsu of S rank, such as the Flying Thunder God technique? In theory, yes. However, you must first advance within the exchange system to acquire the corresponding talents before you can wield the ninjutsu you redeem, the dominant system elucidated. What talents do I currently possess? Lingxiu asked, somewhat bewildered. Your current talents are limited to fire and water, which means you are only able to utilize fire and water-based ninjutsu. However, genjutsu is an exception. Owing to your Sharingan, you possess a greater aptitude for it than the average individual. The system's clarification allowed Lingxiu to discern his path forward. After all, as a human, in order to dominate this world, he must first comprehend his strengths. Only then could he strive towards loftier ambitions. Then, host, do you wish to proceed with the exchange now? Lingxiu pondered briefly. Given his current capabilities, redeeming a C-level offensive ninjutsu seemed rather unnecessary. After all, with taijutsu and the great fireball technique at his disposal, he was more than equipped to handle adversaries of his current level. Moreover, he already possessed a C-level genjutsu, Knight. So what he truly needed was a ninjutsu that could ensure his survival, at the very least. He needed to guarantee his safety against formidable foes. In his past life, Lingxiu had a particular fondness for Itachi's technique. The crow clone technique appeared remarkably stylish and offered exceptional life-preserving efficacy. As long as one could react in time, this technique could be executed effortlessly. Host, have you decided which ninjutsu to exchange for? Lingxiu nodded. I have made my choice. I wish to select the C-level ninjutsu. Itachi's crow clone technique. The host has exchanged for the crow clone technique, deducting 2,000 points from the host's exchange points. The exchange has been successful, and upon the host's closure of the system, the ninjutsu will be automatically bestowed upon them. Host, may I inquire if you wish to proceed with the lottery? Without a moment's hesitation, Lingxiu replied. Let us proceed directly with the lottery. The system automatically generated a grand lottery wheel. Based on the host's current physique, the wheel was created with 8 rewards. The reward options include S-rank ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, A-rank ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Bombardment technique, A-rank ninjutsu, genjutsu, Moon Reading, A-rank ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere, A-rank ninjutsu, Great Dragon Fire technique, B-rank ninjutsu, Fire Dragon technique, B-rank ninjutsu, Explosive Water Shockwave, and a chakra upgrade to the Peak of a Chunin. Now, please confirm if the host wishes to begin the lottery. When the system's voice ceased, Lingxiu was left utterly dumbfounded. My goodness. Not only were there numerous top-tier ninjutsu, but the ability to directly elevate his chakra to the peak of a Chunin. Truly, it was a dominating system. However, amidst his astonishment, Lingxiu felt an overwhelming anticipation for the S-rank ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and the A-rank ninjutsu, genjutsu, Moon Reading. Yet, a lingering doubt troubled him. If he were to miraculously draw either of these techniques, would he truly be able to utilize them? It was well known that the system had previously indicated he lacked the innate talent for space ninjutsu. Even if he obtained the S-rank Flying Thunder God technique, he would be incapable of employing it.as for the genjutsu, Moon Reading. It required the Meijiki Sharingan to wield, and his Sharingan had yet to evolve beyond 2 Tomo. He would likely need to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan before he could even contemplate using it. Thus, after careful consideration, Lingxiu concluded that while these 2 ninjutsu were indeed splendid, their practicality was questionable. Let us proceed with the lottery. With a heavy sigh, Lingxiu initiated the draw. As he spoke, the pointer began to whirl rapidly among the 8 options. After approximately half a minute, the pointer gradually came to a halt, landing on a ninjutsu that Lingxiu had never even imagined. Yet, the sheer astonishment reflected in his exaggerated expression was enough to reveal the depth of his shock. Chapter 12. The unusable Flying Thunder God technique in the Uchiha clan's domain within Konoha village. At Lingxiu's residence, his face bore an expression of extreme incredulity as he beheld the pointer of the lottery wheel landing on a prize he could scarcely believe. The prize was S-rank ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. How could this be? How could this happen? Lingxiu murmured, feeling somewhat dazed. "Host, please confirm acceptance of the prize. Otherwise, the system will retract it." The voice of the dominating system echoed as though in jest, and this statement swiftly roused Lingxiu from his stupor. "By all means. I must secure this technique, and as for whether I can utilize it, that can be addressed later. System, I accept the prize." The dominant system fell into a brief silence before announcing, "Host, please confirm the acceptance of this lottery prize. The reward will be delivered to the host's body after the system shuts down, due to the absence of spatial ninjutsu talent within the host. The S-class ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, cannot be utilized at present. It will automatically activate once the host awakens their spatial ninjutsu talent. The system will shut down in 30 seconds. Please prepare to receive all exchanged items and lottery rewards." 3, 2, 1. Whooshed as the sound of the system shutting down echoed. Lingxiu felt an overwhelming force forcibly invade his mind, followed by an intense wave of pain. In an instant, his face contorted in agony as he lay on the ground. Howling, the shrieks persisted for nearly half an hour, and this reception proved to be even more harrowing than the first. Following this experience, Lingxiu discerned a troubling reality. The ninjutsu acquired from the dominant system would inflict increasingly severe torment as his level rose. Once the throbbing pain in his head subsided, Lingxiu lay still for a while before rising from the ground. Reflecting on the excruciating sensation he had just endured, his lips involuntarily twitched. "Damn it. If the system continues to operate this way, I shall inevitably be driven to my demise." After muttering a complaint, Lingxiu closed his eyes, allowing himself to absorb the 2 ninjutsu received from the system. C-class ninjutsu, Crow Clone technique, and S-class ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Suddenly, Lingxiu's hands moved swiftly in a series of seals, and chakra surged through his body with remarkable speed. However, upon completing the hand seals, the technique failed to manifest as expected. Realizing that nothing had transpired around him, Lingxiu let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, without spatial ninjutsu talent, he was powerless to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Shaking his head, he turned to return to his room. With a crisp sound, he transformed into dozens of crows, soaring in all directions. Soon, the crows converged atop Lingxiu's home, gradually merging until he reappeared on the rooftop. Marveling at the wonder of this ninjutsu and envisioning its astonishing potential in the future, a faint smile crept across Lingxiu's face. Truly a remarkable asset. It was no wonder he had chosen this ninjutsu. Even as merely a C-class technique, its utility far surpassed that of an average A-class ninjutsu. Elated, Lingxiu returned to his room, savoring the rice balls he had prepared earlier, readying himself for the upcoming training. Diligence is an essential prerequisite for survival in this world. If in this lifetime, Lingxiu's spiritual cultivation were to mirror that of his previous life, idly lingering at home, indulging in comforts and sloth, then the only fate awaiting him would be death. In his past existence, Lingxiu enjoyed a leisurely pace, unburdened by such pressures. However, this life is markedly different. He is besieged by countless stresses and fears, grappling with an apprehension of death and an ardent desire to dominate the world of Naruto. Thus, he cannot afford to remain idle. He must toil diligently and strive earnestly, as the adage goes. Pressure begets motivation, and this truth is vividly manifested in Lingxiu's experience. Forge ahead, Lingxiu. After finishing his meal, Lingxiu returned to the front courtyard, where he faced the wooden training dummies he had personally erected, and proceeded to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon them. Taijutsu, if not practiced daily, cannot truly be deemed as such. In the heart of Konohagakure, at the headquarters of the Root organization, a ninja clad in a cat-faced mask approached Danzo with utmost reverence, bowing deeply before him. He retrieved a document from his person and presented it to Danzo, who sat in the main seat. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Dozens of Root members stood in solemn silence, seemingly awaiting an unspoken event. Soon, Danzo set the document aside and inquired of the masked ninja, "Are you certain that the child named Uchiha Lingxiu has attained the pinnacle of a genin strength?" The ninja, still averting his gaze, replied in a monotone voice, "Yes, Lord Danzo. This matter has been confirmed through our verification and that of the Central Patrol team. There is no doubt." Danzo nodded, a peculiar glint illuminating his eyes. "It appears that we have yet another remarkable ninja emerging from Konoha, albeit one from the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing Danzo's words, a fellow masked ninja beside him whispered, "My lord, shall we take any action?" "No need," Danzo shook his head. "Let us refrain from interfering with the Uchiha clan for the time being. Ane, arrange for someone to keep watch over this Uchiha Lingxiu. If he activates his Sharingan, ensure that the information reaches us at once." The ninja referred to as an E nodded, then swiftly vanished from the root organization's hall in a blur of movement. Danzo supported his chin with his hand, contemplating for a moment before gesturing for the remaining ninjas in the hall to withdraw. Gazing at the pitch-black ceiling, he murmured, "Soon, what is destined to arrive will come." A sinister laughter echoed clearly within the root organization's hall, and the urgency implied in Danzo's words seemed to be comprehended by none but himself. Meanwhile, far away in the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Lingxiu involuntarily shivered. After cautiously surveying his surroundings and confirming his solitude, he focused once more on resuming his rigorous taijutsu training. Chapter 13. The formal class begins the following morning, at the break of dawn, when the world was still shrouded in a gentle twilight. Lingxiu opened his eyes. With remarkable self-discipline, he rose from his bed. After habitually circulating his chakra, he began to organize his backpack, preparing for the academic journey that lay ahead. To be candid, Lingxiu felt a profound curiosity about attending the Konoha Ninja Academy. After all, in his previous life, he had witnessed the original narrative of Naruto, which commenced with the Konoha Ninja Academy as its focal point. As an ardent admirer of the original work, Lingxiu naturally harbored a certain obsession with such a storyline. However, there was a rather unsettling truth that he discovered upon arriving in this world. Learning ninjutsu and taijutsu proved to be an arduous task. Even for someone like Lingxiu, a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan, regarded as the most prominent family in Konoha, the pursuit of ninjutsu was fraught with challenges. It is not hard to imagine the formidable obstacles that ordinary ninjas must confront on their path to advancement. This might elucidate why the majority of genin across various villages are commoners. Thus, under these circumstances, attending the Ninja Academy to acquire relevant knowledge became an essential pathway for Lingxiu. Despite having perused the original narrative and having experienced a few days firsthand, Lingxiu realized he still lacked proficiency in the application and manipulation of chakra. To harness chakra more effectively, he needed to grasp a broader understanding of it. Consequently, aside from the family shrine, the Konoha Ninja Academy emerged as an excellent choice. On his way to school, Lingxiu passed by the residence of his uncle, Uchiha Minghui. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to pay a visit, for Uchiha Minghui was indeed his only remaining relative. However, upon inquiry, he learned that Uchiha Minghui had not returned the previous day. From the expression of Uchiha Shiyu, Lingxiu surmised that his uncle was likely engaged in a challenging mission. After bidding farewell to Aunt Uchiha Shiyu, Lingxiu quickened his pace towards the Konoha Ninja Academy. Along the way, he utilized chakra to enhance his speed, a practice that also served as training. This was a self-imposed task, as surviving the impending clan massacre in 2 years required constant vigilance. Every form of training was deemed necessary. Upon arriving at the Konoha Ninja Academy, Lingxiu directly entered his designated classroom. His understanding of the academy stemmed from his encounter with Naruto the day prior. Learning that Naruto was currently enrolled in the academy left Lingxiu's mind in a whirlwind, prompting him to consult several senior clansmen at the clan grounds. From them, he gleaned some commonplace information. The Konoha Ninja Academy operated on a 6-year system akin to elementary school. This 6-year structure corresponded to the stages of enrollment, fundamentals, drills, application, and graduation assessments, including evaluations by instructors. Enrollment referred to the very basic learning requirements for students who were initially unfamiliar with chakra manipulation. Certainly, as long as you can successfully harness your chakra, you will have effectively graduated from this institution. Should your mastery of chakra be exemplary, you may even apply for advancement, akin to the illustrious Itachi and Kakashi. The foundation lies in the initial understanding of chakra, which the genin instructors will elucidate upon once the students begin to possess it. Naturally, this also encompasses the fundamentals of physical techniques, as well as the utilization of shuriken and kunai, the weapons of a ninja. If the academy excels in these areas, students may once again seek to advance. The practical exercises serve as a precursor to actual operations. Essentially, it is an opportunity to hone skills alongside classmates, with instructors providing guidance. As long as one can accurately execute the basic movements, advancement is quite feasible. The application phase could be regarded as the advanced class of the Konoha Ninja Academy. At this level, few opt for advancement, for the instructors transition from genin to chunin mentors, thereby imparting a broader spectrum of knowledge. Furthermore, the curriculum here encompasses a multitude of elements, including combat techniques and the use of various ninjutsu weapons, making this class pivotal within the academy. Of course, advancement remains a possibility. However, obtaining the chunin instructor's permission is no trivial endeavor. The graduation assessment is conducted collaboratively by the academy officials and the chunin instructors of the application class. This essentially serves as the graduation examination. If one can successfully perform the 3-body technique and the fundamental combat skills learned at the school, Passing this so-called graduation assessment is virtually assured. Following the graduation assessment, the instructors will conduct their evaluations, which represent the true test for receiving the title of Konoha's Genin. Upon graduating from the Konoha Ninja Academy, students will be assigned to various Chunin's teams, forming new task groups. Interestingly, some newly promoted special J-nin may also serve as leaders for these fledgling students, as exemplified by Kakashi in the original narrative. Once the instructor's assessment is successfully completed, one will gain recognition from Konoha and become a bona fide genin of the village. Over the ensuing year, acquiring the genin headband will be an essential task for spiritual cultivation. As Lingxiu was lost in thought, a genin clad in the standard Konoha ninja attire entered the room. Lingxiu scrutinized the instructor, only to shake his head in dismay. The instructor appeared rather aged, likely nearing 40. The fact that someone of such an age still held the title of genin was indicative of his ineffectiveness. Greetings, young ones. I am your enrollment instructor, Fujiwara No. Over the course of the next year, I shall guide you in properly channeling the chakra that lies dormant within your bodies. Hello, teacher. Hello, teacher. Hello. The 40-odd students in the class chorused in unison. Well then, I urge you all to listen attentively, for what I am about to convey is of utmost importance. Gazing at the incessantly chattering Fujiwara Yi at the podium, Lingxiu found himself somewhat bewildered. He could scarcely believe that a ninja could utter so many trivialities. This was not the realm of manga. This was the authentic world of Naruto. After Fujiwara Yi had rambled on for what felt like an eternity, the conversation finally returned to the main topic. It was nearly noon when Fujiwara Yi uttered a phrase that relieved Lingxiu greatly. All right, all students may now attempt to sense the chakra within themselves. Of course, those who cannot perceive their chakra should not feel disheartened, for even I, your instructor, did not genuinely sense the chakra within me until nearly half a year into my training. Just as Fujiwara Yi concluded this statement, a faint azure chakra became distinctly visible at the center of the enrollment class. Chapter 14. Accelerated progress. The moment this chakra manifested in the classroom, Fujiwara Yi, as the instructor of the enrollment class, immediately sensed it. Upon spotting Lingxiu, clad in Uchiha clan attire amidst the crowd, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He cannot be. How can I feel that the chakra within him is far more substantial than my own? Fujiwara Yi wore an expression of incredulity, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. At this moment, the classmates also noticed the phenomenon, their gazes converging on Uchiha Lingxiu, each eye filled with wonder and admiration. Is this what the teacher referred to as chakra? Did he not say it would take 6 months to cultivate? How could this individual manifest it on the very first day? Is he a monster? Listening to the innocent murmurings around him, Lingxiu opened his eyes, retracting the outwardly displayed chakra back into his being. He then stood from his seat and approached Fujiwara Yi. Teacher, may I advance a grade? The moment these words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. It is essential to recognize that this is indeed the real world. Even in the original narrative, those who skipped grades were exceedingly rare. Thus, when Lingxiu made this declaration, he left everyone in a state of astonishment. Fujiwara Yi swallowed hard and nodded. What is your name? Uchiha Lingxiu, he replied, gazing intently at Fujiwara Yi. Are you certain you wish to skip a grade? Bear in mind that there is still much to learn in the enrollment class. Fujiwara Yi found himself inexplicably urging Lingxiu to reconsider. However, Lingxiu was a man determined to fulfill the tasks of the domination system, and at this juncture, it was only natural for him to wish to advance beyond such a rudimentary class. Firmly shaking his head, Lingxiu replied, Teacher Fujiwara, I believe my chakra is already quite stable, and thus I wish to study in a higher class where I can acquire knowledge that will enhance my abilities. I hope you will grant me this opportunity. Swallowing nervously, Fujiwara No nodded slightly and weakly remarked, All right, I shall report this after class. Lingxiu also nodded and returned to his seat. After class, Lingxiu followed Fujiwara No to the upper echelons of the school. Once Fujiwara No elucidated the situation, the school officials merely requested Lingxiu to perform a brief chakra activation, subsequently granting him permission to advance a grade in the eyes of the officials at the Konoha Ninja School. As long as one met the stipulated criteria, accelerating one's studies was not deemed a cumbersome affair. Upon exiting the official's office, after lunch, Lingxiu, under the guidance of a lower-ranked ninja, arrived at the second grade class, which was the previously mentioned foundational class. As Lingxiu entered the classroom, both the students and the teacher were taken aback. Given that it was merely the first day of the new term, one could imagine that in a school where transfers were prohibited, the only explanation for the presence of this individual was that he was an accelerated student. Another prodigy had emerged. The foundational class's instructor, Makamura Jiro, was somewhat astonished. Subsequently, after the lower-ranked ninja completed the handover with Makamura Jiro, Lingxiu approached the podium, bowed deeply to all his classmates, and introduced himself. Hello, everyone. My name is Uchiha Lingxiu. I look forward to your guidance. Apart from the instructor Makamura Jiro, the other students gazed at Uchiha Lingxiu with expressions of wonder, seemingly eager to discern any distinguishing traits that set him apart from themselves. The ensuing lessons proved somewhat monotonous, as Lingxiu's days were filled with a repetitive routine of training and studying at the Konoha Ninja School. However, his time in the foundational class lasted only a week. After the week of study concluded, Lingxiu once again approached Makamura Jiro and stated, "Teacher, I believe I am ready to advance a grade." Makamura Jiro responded with silence. Following the official consent from the school for Lingxiu's advancement, news of his remarkable achievement reached the Uchiha clan in less than half a month since enrollment. For one of their own to ascend 2 grades was indeed a rarity among the esteemed Uchiha clan of Konoha. Thus, upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, Lingxiu was escorted by the guarding ninjas to the presence of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon encountering the father of Itachi and Sasuke, a character well known from the original narrative, Lingxiu maintained a composed demeanor, offering a simple bow and greeting before standing silently. This silence endured for several minutes until Uchiha Fugaku broke it, inquiring, "What is your name?" Responding to the clan leader, "I am Uchiha Lingxiu," he replied softly. "Are you the son of Uchiha Maeda?" Uchiha Fugaku pondered briefly, expressing uncertainty. "Indeed," Lingxiu confirmed. "Well, you are quite impressive. News of your talents has spread throughout Konoha village during this time. Continue to strive diligently and bring honor to our Uchiha clan. Rest assured, we shall be your strongest support," Uchiha Fugaku encouraged. After a brief pause, Uchiha Fugaku continued, "In order to express my commendation, I grant you permission to study the fundamental taijutsu techniques and the usage of kunai and shuriken at the clan shrine. This will enable you to grasp the essence of a ninja's combat more swiftly and achieve greater accomplishments." "Thank you, clan leader." "Very well, you may withdraw." "Yes." Upon exiting the clan leader's chamber, Lingxiu made his way to the shrine, preparing to acquire what was rightfully his. These fundamental skills hold significant importance within the world of Naruto, although such knowledge could be acquired later in the curriculum at the Konoha Ninja Academy. For someone like Lingxiu, who needed to expedite his graduation, mastering these techniques as early as possible was paramount. As Lingxiu perused the items he had taken home, he began to comprehend the true value of the gifts bestowed by the clan leader. Apart from simply detailing various basic taijutsu and the utilization of fundamental ninja weapons such as kunai and shuriken, the materials also contained insights and understandings from the predecessors of the Uchiha clan regarding these techniques and weapons. Consequently, Lingxiu found that his learning process became remarkably efficient. In the subsequent 6 months, Lingxiu exhibited formidable talent and astonishing learning capabilities. In the span of merely half a year, he ascended to the ranks of the most distinguished students in the application class, poised to enter the final graduation assessment class at any moment should he desire. However, Lingxiu was in no rush to graduate, for the current Jonin instructor, Kalubi, possessed commendable skills and offered valuable insights into teaching and technique comprehension. Despite having spent nearly 3 months in the application class, Lingxiu had yet to entertain the notion of advancing to a higher level. One afternoon, Lingxiu was summoned to the office of Kalubi, his instructor. They exchanged silent glances before Kalubi broke the silence. "Lingxiu, I believe you are ready to proceed directly to the graduation assessment class. Given your current abilities, I feel I have little left to impart." Lingxiu did not display any surprise at his instructor's forthrightness, for he was aware that he had largely mastered what this Jonin instructor had to offer over the past 3 months. "Then I would trouble you to nominate me to the school, so I may report to the graduation assessment class tomorrow." Lingxiu sighed, recognizing that he could no longer linger in this class. "Very well, best of luck. You are the most outstanding student I have ever taught, and I take pride in that," Kalubi remarked with a smile. "Thank you, my mentor." Lingxiu deeply bowed to Kalubi. For the past 3 months of guidance had been nothing short of devoted and earnest, earning Kalubi Lingxiu's utmost respect. By the way, Lingxiu, since you advanced to our class, I have yet to see you engage in combat. How about this? Since you are set to join a higher class today, let us spar a little. I would prefer not to leave any regrets during my tenure." Lingxiu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded, pleading for the teacher's mercy. Chapter 15. The battle against the Chunin mentor as a prodigy. It is only natural for countless individuals to emerge as stepping stones, providing ample motivation for your advancement and success. When Lingxiu and Chilio stood together in the training ground of the Konoha Ninja Academy, they inevitably attracted the attention of numerous students and teachers. Isn't that the talented ninja Uchiha Lingxiu, who has recently garnered much acclaim in our school? Is he about to engage in a duel with the Chunin mentor Chilio? Indeed, he even studied in our class for 2 weeks. His learning speed is truly astonishing. Challenging a Chunin mentor? This Uchiha Lingxiu is rather overestimating himself. Is this person also a member of our Uchiha clan? I am genuinely proud to share blood with him. Meanwhile, in a more secluded part of the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto quietly observed. Both were experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, with Sasuke feeling particularly intense. So, Uchiha Lingxiu, I will surely surpass you. In this generation, it is I, Uchiha Sasuke, who shall shine as the most brilliant genius. That person who helped me that day, who had just enrolled, is now able to contend with a Chunin mentor. He is truly impressive. No wonder he is my friend, Uchiha Lingxiu. In the very center of the training ground, Lingxiu felt a bit restless. After all, being surrounded and praised by the crowd as a young man of the 21st century was quite exhilarating. A ninja's mindset is crucial. Lingxiu, remember to remain calm and composed in any circumstance. A tranquil heart is key to your ultimate victory. Chilio seemed to perceive Lingxiu's current state of mind and gently reminded him. Lingxiu paused, then nodded appreciatively. Thank you, mentored. I will keep that in mind. Very well, Chilio acknowledged. Stretching his limbs, he asked Lingxiu, are you ready? Yes, Chilio-sensei, Lingxiu replied, assuming a stance to initiate his attack. Then you may proceed, Chilio said. As soon as Chilio's words fell, Lingxiu leaped forward, accelerating towards Chilio's direction. Chakra erupted instantaneously, enveloping him, significantly enhancing his speed. What incredible speed! It's likely that no ordinary Chunin could match Lingxiu's swiftness. Chilio's eyes narrowed as he unleashed his own chakra, circulating throughout his body. While running, Lingxiu swiftly retrieved 3 kunai from the pouch on his thigh and, after a quick turn, accurately launched them toward Chilio's position. Yet, Chilio did not remain idle. As Lingxiu released the kunai, he also sprang into action. After all, as a Chunin of Konoha, such minor tactics posed no real threat to him. Spiritual cultivation does not unfold gradually like a diligent student. Upon witnessing Qi Lu Bai's initial reactions, Lingxiu commenced forming hand seals with both hands. Just as Qi Lu Bai found his footing, his own hand seals were already complete. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Lingxiu's mouth, hurtling swiftly towards Qi Lu Bai's position. Such remarkable speed and hand seals. He truly lives up to the reputation of a genius among this cohort. A ninja clad in the attire of Konohagakure marveled from the sidelines of the training ground. Not only is his hand seal speed impressive, but his chakra control and the precision of his ninjutsu are also exceptional. A student of such caliber has likely surpassed the majority of lower-ranked ninjas. Another Konohagakure ninja remarked earnestly, "But you think he might already possess the strength of a nin? After all, judging by his released chakra, he has surely reached the pinnacle of a genin," inquired a middle-aged man wearing the official uniform of the Konohagakure Ninja Academy, smiling slightly. It's uncertain, but I suspect that this little prodigy from the Uchiha clan has yet to reach such heights, replied the first Konohagakure ninja with a serious demeanor. However, the middle-aged official shook his head in disapproval, asserting, let us not forget, the Uchiha clan has produced numerous talented ninjas in recent years, such as Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Shursui. They are all top-tier geniuses of our village. Upon hearing the middle-aged official's words, the other ninjas fell silent, for he spoke nothing but the truth. In recent years, whether it be Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, or Uchiha Shursui, they have been hot topics among Konohagakure ninjas. Thus, in this moment, all present restrained their contempt for Uchiha Lingxiu. Now, the grand spectacle is about to commence. As the middle-aged official's words faded, it became apparent that Qi Lu Bai, struck by Lingxiu's C-rank ninjutsu, the great fireball technique, had instantly transformed into a wooden figure. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above Lingxiu, swiftly launching 5 shurikens that sealed off all of Lingxiu's positions. Truly, a nin of Konohagakure, Lingxiu exclaimed, his eyes shimmering momentarily. Then, with a poof, Lingxiu transformed into a multitude of crows, scattering in all directions. The crow clone technique? The middle-aged official exclaimed in astonishment. What? The other Konohagakure ninjas turned their gazes towards him in confusion. The crow clone technique? How is this possible? The middle-aged official uttered in disbelief. The others wore expressions of bewilderment, entirely at a loss as to why the middle-aged official was so astonished. Meanwhile, Qi Lu Bai stood momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that this was no ordinary ninjutsu. Such techniques were likely accessible only to someone like Lingxiu, born into a prestigious family. However, did Qi Lu Bai believe that this would allow him to escape? His gaze sharpened, a resolute expression forming on his face as he swiftly formed hand seals, one after another. Then, Qi Lu Bai softly declared, C-rank ninjutsu, indiscriminate attack. Accompanying his quiet incantation, 2 scrolls were launched from his hands. Immediately, countless attacking ninja tools burst forth from the scroll, soaring towards the crows that flitted about in the sky. Goodness! Teacher Kalubi can also execute this technique? Lingxiu was astonished, yet he remained unfazed, for Kalubi's maneuver posed little threat to him. As long as one of Lingxiu's crow clones survived, he would remain unscathed that moment. In a blind spot behind Kalubi, one crow clone transformed with a poof into Lingxiu's likeness. Without hesitation, Lingxiu drew 2 shurikens and launched them, then charged forward wielding a kunai. The seamless connection of his ninjutsu was commendable. Teacher Kalubi, let us now test the prowess of taijutsu. Chapter 16. Promotion to Special Jonin at the Konoha Ninja Academy's training grounds. Lingxiu suddenly materialized behind Kalubi, catching him off guard. However, as a competent Konoha Chunin, Kalubi was acutely aware of the murderous intent and chakra emanating from behind him. Just as Lingxiu was about to strike a vital point on his back, Kalubi reacted swiftly. Chakra threads were drawn from his ninja tool pouch, and without so much as a glance back, he parried Lingxiu's fierce assault with a kunai. He chuckled, "Well done, Lingxiu. Were it not for my elevation to the Chunin level, I might have met my demise at your hands." Although Kalubi wore a smile, he secretly felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow from the earlier encounter. "Instructor, this is merely the beginning." Lingxiu grinned widely. Since his reincarnation, he had yet to engage in a full-strength battle. Though he could not employ the formidable Sharingan, his ninjutsu and taijutsu were not to be underestimated. "Teacher Kalubi, prepare yourself." No sooner had he spoken than Lingxiu launched himself into action with ferocious speed, prompting Kalubi to adopt a serious stance. The surrounding Konoha genin watched intently, their expressions grave. This speed, this ferocity of attack, undoubtedly surpassed that of a mere genin. Indeed, faced with such an onslaught, I find myself utterly incapable of resistance. The admission from one genin caused the expressions of those nearby to shift dramatically, while a middle-aged academy official also bore a solemn countenance. If my memory serves me correctly, this child, Uchiha Lingxiu, is not yet 6 years old. Such prowess, even within the annals of Konoha's history, marks him as a remarkable prodigy. However, one cannot help but wonder, will this child ultimately protect Konoha, or will he bring calamity upon it? These thoughts remained unspoken by the middle-aged official, a member of Konoha's Umbu, who naturally held a heightened concern for Uchiha Lingxiu. "It appears I shall need to report to the Hokage shortly. This news must be conveyed." With a resolute expression, the official observed Lingxiu within the training grounds, where the battle between him and Kalubi had escalated to a fever pitch, each exchanging blows with unwavering determination. As for Qilu, at this moment, he has completely lost the relaxed demeanor he once possessed. Under the full-on assault of Uchiha Lingxiu, he can only barely withstand the onslaught. At this juncture, Qilu's assessment of Lingxiu has ascended several notches. "Damn it! If this continues, I will surely lose. I must find a way to conclude this battle before defeat befalls me." Observing the increasingly exhilarated Uchiha Lingxiu before him, Qilu silently muses. In truth, Lingxiu is indifferent to Qilu's thoughts. He has wholly immersed himself in the combat. It is through this battle that he has come to understand the fervent yearning and desire for spirited conflict that resides within a man. Qilu-sensei must have exerted himself to the utmost. Now, if I can merely hold my ground against him, the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be me. Lingxiu, however, to triumph over Qilu-sensei in front of so many witnesses would likely render his future endeavors quite challenging. Though I could easily best him, I cannot bring myself to do so. Alas! Perhaps I should feign a mistake and concede. After all, he is my Qilu-sensei. With this thought, Lingxiu gradually slows his movements, and the one who perceives this shift most acutely is, of course, Qilu. His eyes gleam with understanding, and in a fleeting moment, he winks at Lingxiu, seemingly conveying that he is aware of the unspoken agreement. Thus, the battle endures for approximately another minute, culminating in a minor error on Lingxiu's part, allowing Konoha's Chunin Qilu to precariously claim victory in this contest. Following the conclusion of the skirmish, numerous classmates erupt into cheers for Uchiha Lingxiu. Their limited prowess causes them to idolize the formidable talent who can contend with a Chunin before even graduating. As for the observing Konoha genin, they remain oblivious, with only a handful of those above the Chunin rank discerning the subtleties of the duel between Lingxiu and Qilu. However, at their level, such trivial matters are not subjects for gossip. Despite the cheers for Lingxiu, none approach him. His meteoric rise has been so rapid that, after half a year at the academy, he has yet to forge a genuine friendship. Lingxiu, however, is not particularly concerned about this. Whenever he pauses, his mind is consumed by thoughts of survival amid the clan's annihilation. Once this notion surfaces, he cannot afford to relax, for he fears that having just traversed into this world, he may perish within the significant events of history. Qilu approaches Lingxiu, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, wearing a warm smile. Indeed, you are my student. Qilu in just 3 short months, you have surpassed me entirely. Lingxiu smiles modestly and replies, it is all thanks to your meticulous guidance, Qilu sensei. Without it, I would not have progressed so swiftly. Qilu shook his head. There is only so much I can teach you. Your journey ahead is still long. Remember, do not be arrogant, do not be careless, and do not let your heart become restless. Only through diligent effort can you hope to become as formidable as our predecessors. Understand? Thank you for your wise counsel, Teacher Qilu, Lingxiu sincerely replied. Well, let us consider today's events as our little secret. Remember, you must not speak of it. Upon uttering these words, Qilu's face flushed with embarrassment. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily departing, not waiting for Lingxiu's response. After observing Qilu's retreating figure, Lingxiu stood in a daze for a considerable time before a radiant smile spread across his face. I won't tell anyone, Teacher Qilu. Once school was over and Lingxiu returned to his clan's territory, he immediately reclined on the tatami mat. His mind replayed the battle with Qilu, savoring the sensations of employing chakra in both physical and ninjutsu combat. At that moment, a surge of chakra coursed through him, seemingly breaking through a bottleneck. Concurrently, a sudden voice echoed within Lingxiu's heart. Congratulations, host. Your chakra level has reached the rank of Special Jonin, and the system will grant you 1 free advancement lottery opportunity. As you have fulfilled the task requirements, the domination system will generate new tasks for you. From this day forth, the host may independently undertake side tasks from the domination system, completing which will yield corresponding exchange points. The domination system is now activated. Chapter 17. The new domination system. What is happening? Lingxiu stared at the several options that had unexpectedly appeared in his mind, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Just as he had yet to fully comprehend the operation of the system, it had upgraded itself, seemingly indifferent to the user's experience. Nevertheless, Lingxiu followed the system's prompts and opened the newly presented options. New domination system. Option 1. Chakra and Eye Techniques Advancement. Option 2. Ninjutsu Exchange. Option 3. Side Task Selection. Option 4. Activate Ruin Mode. The side tasks likely pertain to those that could be independently accepted without the system's coercive imposition, and the difficulty of these tasks was presumably proportional to the number of exchange points. This option could be explored later. Activate Ruin Mode. What on earth is that? After pondering for a moment, Lingxiu said, System, please activate Ruin Mode for me. Domination System. Does the host confirm the activation of Ruin Mode? Why? Is there something special about Ruin Mode? Lingxiu inquired, somewhat puzzled by its literal interpretation. It seemed to refer to a type of instance task. Yet the reason for its designation as Ruin Mode remained unclear to Lingxiu for the time being. Dominance System. Responding to the host, the Ruins Mode refers to the activation of a formidable space left behind by ancient or modern powerful beings. Within this space, the host may have the opportunity to acquire legendary-grade items or ninjutsu. Indeed, it is a dungeon. Lingxiu rolled his eyes, realizing that everything was indeed under his control. Dominance System. So, host, may I inquire if you wish to activate the Ruins Mode now? Lingxiu pondered for a moment and asked, does activating the Ruins Mode mean I enter alone, or can I bring companions along? Dominance System. Theoretically, it is permissible to bring others along. However, these individuals must sign a master-servant contract with the host. Only the natives who have entered into such a contract may access the Ruins Mode. What? One can actually sign a master-servant contract? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Lingxiu suddenly leaped up. For heaven's sake, this is monumental information. Not to mention the conditions of the master-servant contract, just the literal meaning is already enticing enough. Just imagine, if you encounter a rather attractive beauty who is unable to defeat you, and after you conquer her, she is compelled to sign this so-called master-servant contract, then she would be utterly devoted and obedient to you. Just thinking about it makes me salivate. Shaking his head, Lingxiu forcefully redirected his wandering thoughts. System, where can I find this master-servant contract? Why have I never seen it before? Dominance System. In response, host, I did not mention the master-servant contract because you have not yet attained the qualifications to activate it. As for the exchange interface, it will only be visible to you once you meet the relevant qualifications. Upon hearing this, Lingxiu stood frozen in place, motionless. After a long while, he softly muttered, Go to hell. Dominance System. Alright, returning to the main topic, I would like to ask if there are varying levels of difficulty within the Ruins Mode. Additionally, are there any other aspects of the ruins mode that I should be aware of? Dominant system. Generally speaking, the ruins mode operates randomly. However, the system has categorized these ruins modes into 4 levels: C, B, A, and S. Theoretically, entering an A-level ruins mode requires at least shadow-level strength to ensure one's safety. Moreover, once the ruins mode is activated, it must be completed before one can return, and the time elapsed during the return will synchronize with the time spent in the ruins mode. In other words, if the host spends a certain amount of time in the ruins mode, the same duration will pass upon returning to reality. Furthermore, once the host completes a ruins mode, there will be a cooldown period, requiring 1 year before it can be activated again. After the dominant system finished speaking, Lingxiu fell silent for a while. After carefully sorting through the information provided by the dominant system, he posed a critical question. So, if I were to confront someone in the future, at a life or death moment, could I also utilize the ruins mode to escape the battlefield and enter the ruins mode? The dominant system did not respond to Lingxiu immediately, instead succumbing to an unexpected silence. After a considerable amount of time had passed without a reply, Lingxiu inquired once more, "System, are you still there?" "I am," came the frigid voice of the dominant system. Affirming Lingxiu's query, "As there had been no prior stipulation regarding this matter, the direction proposed by the host was indeed feasible. Furthermore, since the host had uncovered a flaw within the system, they would be rewarded with an opportunity to draw a lottery." Upon learning that another chance to participate in the lottery awaited him, Lingxiu found himself utterly speechless. What a peculiar occurrence this was. Day after day, strange events transpired, and by merely posing a few questions to the system, he managed to identify its vulnerabilities, thereby securing yet another chance at the lottery. TSK, with such luck and circumstance, could he truly worry about not surviving the day of extermination 2 years hence? Regaining his composure, Lingxiu began to peruse the relevant information within the side quests. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss, but upon reading the various tasks outlined, he was taken aback. Initially, Lingxiu had intended to accept a few side quests to earn some exchange points. Yet after reviewing the tasks listed, he rolled his eyes dramatically. Were these tasks even feasible for a human to complete? Why did he get the impression that the system was playing tricks on him? What on earth did it mean to infiltrate the Sand Shinobi village and steal the puppet secret technique scroll? That scroll was guarded by at least 10 elite shinobi squads, and here he was, at best a particularly elite shinobi himself. What difference did it make between accepting this task and courting death? Most importantly, this task was worth a measly 2,000 exchange points. Was it truly necessary to be so ruthlessly exploitative? As for the other tasks, they were even more absurd. They either involved eliminating shadow-level figures or stealing clan treasures. In short, unless one were of a near shadow caliber, such endeavors were hardly worth contemplating. Resignedly closing the side quest menu, Lingxiu addressed the system. "Forget it for now. Let's set aside the side quests and relic modes. Today, let us focus on the lottery instead, shall we?" The dominant system replied. "No problem, as long as it brings you joy." "Then let us commence the lottery," Lingxiu sighed, awaiting the system to automatically generate the items available for today's draw. The system's cacophonous sounds echoed. A series of reward items materialized in Lingxiu's mind, and with the appearance of the final reward, the clamor ceased. Goodness, was it truly necessary to have such fortuitous luck? He felt that the system still held affection for him. It was not toying with him, not at all. Chapter 18. The talent of space ninjutsu. Just as before, the system presented 8 reward options. However, unlike the previous occasion, none of these rewards pertained to ninjutsu. The rewards were as follows: evolution of physical skill, evolution of ninjutsu intensity, water element ninjutsu talent, earth element ninjutsu talent, wood element ninjutsu talent, lightning element ninjutsu talent, space element ninjutsu talent, and evolution of the Sharingan to 3 tomos. Some drool with anticipation as they gaze at the options presented by the reward program, and Lingxiu yearns to seize all these rewards in one fell swoop. Alas, the system is merciless. No matter how fervently one desires, it grants but a single choice. The lottery commences. With the sound of the system resonating, the pointer begins to whirl with incredible speed. Lingxiu watches the pointer dart among the 8 options. His eyes nearly bulge out in sheer excitement. It is evident how intensely he anticipates this draw. Similar to the previous occasion, after approximately half a minute, the pointer gradually comes to a halt, and the direction it points to makes Lingxiu leap with joy. "I've actually drawn the spatial ninjutsu aptitude. Good heavens! Must my fortune be this splendid?" Lingxiu exuberantly hops about, fortunate that he is alone in the courtyard. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a lunatic by onlookers. "Host, please confirm acceptance of the prize, or the system will reclaim it." Almost instantaneously after the system's announcement, Lingxiu hastily responds, "System, I confirm acceptance." The host confirms acceptance of this lottery prize. It will be delivered within the host's body upon the system's closure. As the prize acquired by the host is a talent-based gift. Please prepare adequately for reception. Lingxiu blinks, seemingly grasping something, and with a look akin to witnessing something horrifying, he inquires, "System, be honest, is receiving these gifts significantly more painful than accepting ninjutsu? Dominant system. I have not experienced this. Host, you must discover it for yourself, and of course, you may choose not to accept. The system will not impose that upon you." Damn it. Lingxiu curses, to survive. What is a little suffering? Bring it on. I, Lingxiu, shall accept. Dominant system. Wishing you a pleasant experience. Host. Whoosh, then. A scream ensues. Ah! The following day, Lingxiu, still reeling from a lingering dizziness, manages to sit up, yet lingers for quite a while without any intention to rise. After completing the reception yesterday, he had succumbed to a deep unconsciousness, rendering him completely oblivious to the subsequent events. Thus, the latter part of yesterday marked the first time since his crossing over that he experienced an untroubled relaxation. Naturally, given the choice, Lingxiu would never opt for such an utterly pressure-free reprieve, for that it was excruciatingly painful. After resting for a considerable time, once the haze of dizziness dissipated, Lingxiu finally clambered to his feet. Today is the day of class transfer, so he did not linger at home for long, even foregoing the opportunity to experience the spatial ninjutsu he had just acquired, and directly stepped out the door. As always, Lingxiu arrived at the residence of his uncle, Uchiha Minghui, to pay a visit. However, the outcome was the same as it had been 6 months prior. Uncle Uchiha Minghui had not returned. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shiyu's countenance was still marred by an expression of profound sorrow and anguish. "Aunt Shiyu, has something happened to Uncle Minghui?" Lingxiu inquired softly as he approached Uchiha Shiyu. Gently stroking Lingxiu's head, Uchiha Shiyu's eyes glimmered with gratitude. "Do not fret, little Lingxiu. Uncle is safe. It is merely that this mission is exceedingly challenging, and thus he will not be returning for the time being." Upon seeing Uchiha Shiyu's expression, the only certainty Lingxiu could ascertain was that Uchiha Minghui was indeed alive. Beyond that, he could discern nothing further. Reflecting inwardly, Lingxiu concluded that he could not be of much assistance to Uchiha Shiyu at this moment. He simply nodded in agreement and said, "Aunt Shiyu, I shall come here to keep you company every day after school." "Thank you, little Lingxiu," she replied, and in that instant, tears welled up in Uchiha Shiyu's eyes. Once outside Uchiha Minghui's home, Lingxiu activated his chakra and hastened his pace toward the Konoha Ninja Academy. Daily training was an indispensable part of Lingxiu's routine. Although it was exhausting, it was essential for survival and for acquiring the strength to protect those he cherished. Upon arriving at the school, Kalubi led Lingxiu to the graduation assessment class, where the instructor, Yunyu Okamoto, was a distinguished chunin from the Yunyu clan. As soon as Lingxiu learned of the instructor's name, a wary expression flickered across his face. What a jest! 6 months ago, I had quite the confrontation with Yunyu Yution from the Yunyu clan, and now my instructor is yet another member of that clan. How could I not expect to face discrimination? With this thought in mind, Lingxiu immediately grasped Kalubi's arm, whispering, "Teacher Kalubi, I have a bit of a conflict with members of the Yunyu clan. Could you assist me in transferring to a different graduation assessment class?" Kalubi paused, glancing between Yunyu Okamoto and the 5-year-old Uchiha Lingxiu, before inquiring, somewhat perplexed, "How could you, at such a young age, have a conflict with the Yunyu clan?" "Teacher Kalubi, this matter cannot be easily explained. Suffice it to say, I have some discord with them, and remaining here would be decidedly inappropriate," Lingxiu asserted emphatically. Upon hearing this, Kalubi fell into contemplation. Having spent 3 months in Lingxiu's company, and considering Lingxiu's diligence and engagement, their relationship had become quite close. Thus, Kalubi was now inclined to seek a solution from Lingxiu's perspective. "I will speak to the school officials on your behalf. However, I cannot guarantee a favorable outcome," Kalubi finally replied after a moment of silence. "Thank you, teacher. I truly appreciate your assistance." Lingxiu bowed respectfully to Chelubi. "Is it truly that severe?" Kalubi observed, somewhat speechless at Lingxiu's demeanor. However, the mere thought of Nushi Okamoto, her figure largely enveloped in a cloak, sent a shiver down Kalubi's spine. The activities of the Nushi clan with insects were well known among the shinobi of Konohagakure, and thus, individuals of their ilk were generally approached only when absolutely necessary. "If you ever find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to come to me," Kalubi called out loudly to Lingxiu as he approached the door. Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Kalubi's intention. He gratefully nodded in acknowledgement, then cast a glance at Nushi Okamoto, whose features were obscured beneath her mask, before returning to his seat. Chapter 19. Provocation. Perhaps why Nushi Okamoto was unaware of Lingxiu's connection with why Nushi Utian, for upon commencing her lesson, she exhibited no inclination to target Lingxiu. Due to the advanced nature of the class, why Nushi Okamoto provided only a brief theoretical overview. The remainder of the session was dedicated to practical training in the physical arts, where she guided her students through live demonstrations. Although Lingxiu had known her for a relatively short time, he could distinctly sense that why Nushi Okamoto was a person of action rather than words. Even in her teaching, her demeanor was consistent with her character. As the afternoon wore on, Kalubi approached Lingxiu with an apologetic demeanor, informing him that the request for a class transfer had not been approved by the academy officials. Upon receiving this news, Lingxiu understood that for the next several months, he would be under the supervision of why Nushi Okamoto. At this juncture, Lingxiu had effectively advanced to the highest tier of his studies. Whether he desired it or not, he was bound to remain with the class led by why Nushi Okamoto until after the graduation assessment. However, noticing that why Nushi Okamoto harbored no ill intentions towards him, Lingxiu settled into his routine, diligently working on his areas of improvement. Due to his accelerated placement, Lingxiu had minimal interaction with his classmates. Furthermore, as he had yet to fully mature physically, the 12-year-olds in the graduation assessment class were significantly taller than him, resulting in their reluctance to initiate conversation. This state of affairs persisted for an entire week, during which Lingxiu found himself somewhat isolated from his peers. However, he remained indifferent to such matters, as long as he was afforded the time and space to train, and the opportunity to survive the impending clan extermination in 2 years. Making friends could wait until later. It was precisely because of this mindset that, after a week, rumors of Lingxiu's aloofness began to circulate, suggesting he was cold towards classmates, disdainful and condescending. Any number of tales emerged. Naturally, these rumors bore both positive and negative consequences for Lingxiu. The advantage was that no one dared to provoke him, thereby sparing him from unnecessary troubles. On the downside, the spread of such rumors meant that many would point and whisper whenever they encountered him. Though indifferent to the pointed remarks, Lingxiu, being human, naturally harbored feelings of discomfort within. Fortunately, just as he was about to take a break for lunch, an individual clad in a vibrant orange hoodie approached him. "Do you remember me?" The sudden voice interrupted his thoughts, and upon looking up, Lingxiu was greeted by the familiar figure of Naruto. "Of course I remember. You are Naruto. What brings you to me?" Lingxiu smiled faintly. Yet his mind pondered the motive behind this loquacious character's visit. Naruto nodded earnestly. "I wish to be your friend." "What?" Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback. Was this what they referred to as personal charisma? "I genuinely want to be your friend," he continued, pausing for emphasis. "I know that the aloof persona they speak of isn't the real you. I must make them understand that you are actually a decent person." Observing Naruto's willingness to stand up for him, Lingxiu felt a mix of incredulity and gratitude. After all, as someone who had traversed worlds, if he could not withstand such minor tribulations, how could he hope to survive the impending calamities? Yet, while he contemplated this, he could not help but feel touched by Naruto's unwavering support, especially in a time when everyone else disparaged him. However, was Naruto's intervention truly a blessing? Not necessarily. Just as Lingxiu was about to offer some comforting words, an untimely voice invaded his ears. "Birds of a feather flock together. It seems that monsters will invariably associate with monsters." A derisive laugh accompanied the taunt, causing both Lingxiu and Naruto to furrow their brows, as the words were evidently aimed at them. Naruto had long been labeled a monster from childhood, while Lingxiu had recently earned the same title due to his remarkable leap in advancement and the rumors circulating about him. Thus, the provocateur's intent was unmistakable. Lingxiu turned to see a figure devoid of pupils standing before him, flanked by 5 similarly soulless companions, all of whom regarded Naruto and himself with disdain. Is that a member of the Hyuga clan? What could their mocking laughter possibly signify? Lingxiu seethed inwardly. "I am a genius. After all, what right do these underachievers have to deride me?" At that moment, Lingxiu stood up, brimming with indignation. "Who are you speaking of?" Just as he rose, Naruto interjected, his earnest demeanor leaving Lingxiu utterly speechless. "Please, you are a mere underachiever. Your protagonist's aura has yet to even awaken. At this juncture, to leap forth and obstruct matters, is it not a blatant invitation for suffering?" Of course, Lingxiu merely contemplates such thoughts. He would never articulate these demoralizing sentiments, lest he alienate his sole companion, Naruto Uzumaki. "Speaking of you, a mere waste, parading around proclaiming your aspiration to become Hokage, have you ever garnered even a glance of acknowledgement from anyone?" The leading scion of the Hyuga clan, adorned with a countenance of disdain, shifted his gaze from Naruto's face to Lingxiu's. Continuing, are you not the so-called prodigy of Konoha, who ascended through the ranks and claimed to match Jonin instructors? Do you possess the courage to test your mettle against me, to ascertain who truly reigns supreme? Is this the reason you sought me out? Lingxiu replied, somewhat exasperated. Ha! Are you afraid? With your kind of cowardice, how can you even claim to be a genius ninja of Konoha? It is utterly ludicrous. The Hyuga clan has always instilled pride in its members, and this individual before Lingxiu evidently considers himself a paragon of superiority. Friend, you must acknowledge that I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Allow me to remind you, have you contemplated the repercussions of your actions? Lingxiu is not one to act recklessly. Although he yearns for a sparring partner, this individual is far from an ideal choice. Repercussions? Scoffed the young Hyuga. Once I defeat you, there will be no repercussions whatsoever. I intend to demonstrate to all that the Hyuga clan is the foremost family within Konoha. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lingxiu shook his head gently. Observing the situation, it seems you will not relent until you learn a lesson. Come, let us practice, he said, lightly tugging at Naruto, preparing to confront the challenge head-on. Lingxiu, may I join you? Naruto, undeterred by Lingxiu's gesture, earnestly interjected. You wish to fight? Lingxiu inquired, taken aback, fully aware of Naruto's current capabilities. I am destined to become Hokage. You must believe in me, Lingxiu, Naruto declared with steadfast determination. Lingxiu paused, glancing at the group from the Hyuga clan. You should first inquire if they are willing to engage with you. Naruto, momentarily startled, then awkwardly chuckled, addressing the young Hyuga with a booming voice. Do you dare accept the challenge of the future Hokage? Naruto Uzumaki? As Naruto's challenge echoed, the atmosphere turned frigid, soon followed by a chorus of laughter. Ha 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 ha, with your caliber, you aspire to become Hokage. It is simply laughable. Truly, a Konoha oddity. Even your speech is so foolish. Ha ha ha, I am utterly amused. Someone, catch me. I cannot contain myself. The young Hyuga clan members erupted into raucous laughter, completely disregarding the increasingly stormy countenance of Naruto Uzumaki. Though Uzumaki Naruto may be deemed unremarkable, his current combat prowess can only be described as mediocre, yet this fellow possesses an admirable tenacity. Once he sets his mind on something, he will persevere relentlessly, even to the point of bloodshed. In my previous life, while engrossed in the original work of Naruto, I, Lingxiu, was profoundly moved by Naruto's indomitable spirit. Are you all prepared? I am about to make my move. Naruto exhibited no intention of backing down. Witnessing the mockery directed at him, he shouted in indignation. No, no, no. We have no intention of fighting you. The leader of the Hyuga clan's youngsters hastily interjected. You are merely a second-year freshman. Who knows when you will reach the third year? We are on the brink of becoming genin, and engaging you in battle at this juncture would clearly be an act of bullying. Upon hearing the words of the leader from the Hyuga clan, Lingxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Given Naruto's temperament, if a skirmish were to ensue, Lingxiu would not dare to intervene. After all, everyone possesses their own pride, and it is only through one's own actions that this pride can be defended. However, upon hearing the young Hyuga's dismissive remarks, Lingxiu understood that these individuals had little genuine intent in seeking him out. They likely wished to prove themselves and add some hollow glory to their so-called Hyuga clan. Lingxiu turned his gaze to Naruto, awaiting his final decision. After a brief silence, Naruto also looked at Lingxiu. He understood the reasoning, yet some matters, as Lingxiu surmised, must be safeguarded by oneself. I may choose not to fight you today, but remember this. One day, I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall stand at the pinnacle of Konoha, donned in the Hokage cloak, and I shall prove it to all of you. After delivering his proclamation with righteous fervor, Naruto returned to Lingxiu's side, sheepishly admitting, Lingxiu, I have caused you trouble again. Lingxiu chuckled and patted Naruto's shoulder, saying, it is of no consequence. We are friends, are we not? As Naruto gazed at Lingxiu's departing figure, he murmured to himself, friends, my friends. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, in the training ground, it was still the recess period, and thus a considerable number of students from the academy gathered around, some engaged in conversation, while others practiced their taijutsu and ninjutsu, creating a delightful atmosphere. After locating an open space, Lingxiu stood opposite several young members of the Hyuga clan, both sides calming their nerves in preparation for the impending confrontation. Remember my name. I am Hinata Fub, the one destined to defeat you, Uchiha Lingxiu. Defeating me makes you a strong one. Does that imply you have already deemed me a formidable opponent? A subtle smirk played at the corner of Lingxiu's mouth, giving off an air of bemused amusement. The leader, Hinata Fub, flushed with embarrassment, quickly diverted from the topic, stating, "Why waste time with idle chatter? We shall discover who the true strong one is through battle." Indeed, that is a valid point. Lingxiu nodded in agreement. Hinata Kazuma growled menacingly, "Are you ready? I'm about to strike. Come on." Lingxiu prepared for battle, assuming his stance. "Wait." At that moment, a delicate, feminine voice rang out. When Lingxiu turned to look, he beheld an exceptionally adorable little girl hastily approaching Hinata Kazuma, gently grasping his hand and whispering something softly. The members of the Hinata clan accompanying Kazuma displayed expressions of profound respect upon seeing this little girl. Given their demeanor, could this be Hinata? Lingxiu blinked in astonishment at the enchanting child before him. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had harbored great admiration for Hinata, not solely due to her beauty, but also because of her unwavering devotion to protecting others. In fact, he had once fantasized that should he ever encounter a woman like Hinata, he would not let her slip away, employing any means necessary to claim her as his own. Now, although Hinata was merely 5 years old, her adorable visage and gentle demeanor quickened Lingxiu's heartbeat. What am I thinking? She's only 5, goodness. A lowly cultivation plan is not something to be whimsically pondered at this moment. Even if she is Hinata, such matters can wait for another day. I truly have met Hinata. Lingxiu had never anticipated encountering her in such a setting, leaving his heart in disarray. Meanwhile, the conversation between Hinata Kazuma and Lingxiu was exceedingly serious. "Miss, for the honor of our clan, I must duel with Uchiha Lingxiu." Hinata Kazuma declared resolutely. Hinata's appearance was intended to dissuade Kazuma from engaging in conflict with Lingxiu. However, despite her esteemed position as the head of the Hinata clan, she could not dictate the will of others in certain matters. "But you have no grievances. There is absolutely no need to resolve anything through battle," Hinata pleaded, her large eyes blinking earnestly, exuding an air of vulnerability. "Miss, this is my decision. Please respect it and my pride. Will you?" Kazuma remained unyielding, and to Lingxiu's eyes, his actions appeared utterly devoid of sensitivity. Witnessing Hinata on the verge of tears stirred an inexplicable anger within Lingxiu, marking the first time he felt such fury since his arrival in this world. "Anyone who bullies my little Hinata will receive a thorough lesson from me." Lingxiu clenched his fists, determined that if Kazuma insisted on engaging him in combat, he would teach him a thing or two about respect. However, before Hinata could say more, Kazuma had already bowed deeply to her. "My lady, I beseech your forgiveness for my defiance, for I bear the pride of the Hyuga clan." Having uttered these words, Hyuga Kazuma cast a glance towards several of his companions, who promptly encircled Hyuga Hinata. "My lady, I apologize." You. Though merely 5 years of age, Hyuga Hinata, hailing from a prominent family, comprehended the implications of Kazuma's intentions. Alas, with a sigh, tears shimmered in Hinata's large eyes, evoking an overwhelming desire to be embraced. Sighing deeply, Lingxiu gazed at Kazuma, his tone colder than before. "So, it is you, Kazuma. You have provoked my ire. Now, prepare to endure my wrath." Chapter 21. Let us be friends, ha? I was just lamenting your lack of combat readiness. This turn of events suits me perfectly, alleviating any sense of exploiting your vulnerability. Kazuma boisterously laughed, seemingly confident of his impending victory. "Humph," Lingxiu scoffed. "I hope you retain your current enthusiasm after our bout." Lingxiu was genuinely irked. The moment he beheld tears welling in Hinata's eyes, he had already lost his composure. The precise reason for his agitation eluded him. Yet it was undeniable. He was indeed unsettled. Perhaps this was merely his obsession, do not fight. Surrounded by the members of the Hyuga clan, Hinata could only whisper softly, "Uchiha Lingxiu, you are truly audacious. Today, I shall make you understand why the Hyuga clan is the foremost family in Konoha." As soon as the words left his lips, Kazuma surged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lingxiu's face. The speed was woefully inadequate. Lingxiu smirked disdainfully, then moved with agility. He had previously declared his intent to unleash his fury upon Kazuma, and thus he did not hold back. He erupted with a chakra far exceeding that of a mere genin. What astonishing speed! Kazuma's pupils contracted as he instantly lost sight of Lingxiu's form. This cannot be. I must give it my all. A sense of urgency gripped Kazuma as he swiftly formed hand seals, activating the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit. Byakugan, activate. Kazuma's eyes bulged with veins, and his perspective shifted to shades of black and white. There! Upon awakening his Byakugan, he immediately detected Uchiha Lingxiu's figure. However, scarcely had he registered this when Lingxiu had already closed the distance, striking Kazuma's chest with a devastating blow. Bang! With a thunderous impact, Kazuma was sent flying several dozen meters. appearing incapacitated for further combat. How is this possible? Kazuma has been decisively defeated. Kazuma? Lingxiu, how dare you take a life? Quickly, go check on Kazuma's condition. Several members of the Hyuga clan suddenly fell into a state of panic. While Lingxiu calmly reigned in the chakra within him, observing the unfolding events with composure. This was the training arena of the Konoha Ninja School, and such altercations would hardly attract the attention of the Konoha Central Patrol or the Konoha Guard. Thus, at this moment, Lingxiu felt emboldened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of slicing winds, several instructor ninjas from the school appeared on the training ground. After one of them employed medical ninjutsu to tend to Hinata's injuries, the instructors approached Lingxiu. One of the Chunin instructors cast a stern glance at Lingxiu and inquired, "Why did you resort to violence within the training arena? You must be aware of the school regulations." Lingxiu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "They were the ones who challenged me first, and it was agreed beforehand that this would be a formal match. The members of the Hyuga clan and Naruto can attest to that." "Is that so?" The Chunin instructor turned his gaze toward the group of young Hyuga. The members exchanged glances, none willing to step forward to speak. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki leaped up and declared, "It was those guys who provoked him first. I can vouch for that, and that sister was present too. You can ask her." As he spoke, Naruto pointed at Hinata, who was looking down with an expression of deep distress. "You fool, she's also a member of the Hyuga clan." Lingxiu rolled his eyes, unable to contain his irritation at Naruto's foolishness, and playfully tapped the back of Naruto's head. "Oh, why didn't you say that earlier?" Hee. Naruto, realizing the situation, broke into a silly grin. The Chunin instructor furrowed his brows, glancing at Hinata and then back at Naruto, before stating, "If this was a mutually agreed upon duel, then I shall not pursue this matter further. However, if anyone is found to be bullying others under the guise of their own strength within this school, I assure you that Konoha Ninja School will not tolerate such behavior. Understood?" The students nodded in unison. "Now you may speak. Was what Uchiha Lingxiu said true?" The Chunin instructor once again directed his gaze at Hinata. "T should be, right?" Hinata's head lowered even further, her voice barely above a whisper. Were it not for the instructor's keen hearing, her timid affirmation might have gone unnoticed. "Since that is the case, let's disperse. You members of the Hyuga clan, take your kin to the Konoha medical unit." With a cold glance at the young Hyuga, the Chunin instructor and several Jonin instructors departed. Thus, a farcical episode came to an end. After everyone left, however, Lingxiu trailed behind Hinata. As they walked, Hinata sensed an unusual presence behind her and turned to see Lingxiu following her closely. Shyly, she asked, "Lingxiu, do you need something from me? If it's about our clan members provoking you, please accept my apologies." Hinata spoke with a sense of grievance. Indeed, just as portrayed in the original narrative, she was timid and exceedingly deferential. The eyes of Lingxiu sparkled with intrigue. It is perhaps precisely due to Hinata Hyuga's gentle disposition that she has garnered the affections of so many devoted admirers. As Lingxiu ambled toward Hinata, he could distinctly sense several hostile intentions honing in on him. It seemed that any untoward action on his part would provoke an immediate and overwhelming response from these lurking threats. "I am not here to cause you trouble because of your clan's provocations," Lingxiu stated as he approached Hinata. Gently shaking his head, he extended his hand toward her and said, "I merely wish to befriend you. I am Uchiha Lingxiu, and it is a pleasure to meet you." "Huh? Ah?" Hinata was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she instinctively lowered her adorable face. "I am Hinata Hyuga, and I am also pleased to meet you." Noticing that Hinata showed no inclination to extend her hand, Lingxiu audaciously took her delicate, fair hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Then we shall be friends from now on." Hinata's head lowered even further. "Well then, I must return to my training. I hope you will remember today, for it marks the inception of our friendship, a day of great significance." Without waiting for Hinata's response, Lingxiu swiftly unleashed his chakra and departed with haste. In the forest, Hinata raised her small head in bewilderment, her expression a portrait of confusion. Meanwhile, having distanced himself from Hinata, Lingxiu felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. "Lingxiu, you are well into your 20s, and Hinata is still but a child. You must not behave inappropriately. Ugh. Even to entertain such thoughts is unacceptable." Chapter 22. An unexpected change in the office of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Several instructors who had witnessed the conflict between Lingxiu and Hinata stood to one side, while the central figure, a Nin instructor, addressed the assembly. "Can you confirm that Uchiha Lingxiu has surpassed the combat capabilities of an average Nin?" The middle-aged academy official inquired sternly from his seat. "I witnessed it firsthand. I certainly do not believe I could prevail against Uchiha Lingxiu in direct combat." the Chnin instructor affirmed him. The middle-aged official nodded, his gaze shifting to the Konoha Umbu ninja beside him, who wore a cat-faced mask. I will relay this information to Danzo-sama. You all should continue your observations. The Umbu ninja spoke without a hint of emotion, and after finishing his statement, he leaped out of the window, vanishing from sight in an instant. This child truly provides no small measure of concern, the middle-aged official sighed. The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan has deepened considerably, and the more radical elements within Konoha's upper echelons have already designated the Uchiha as a target for cleansing. Were it not for the intervention of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan might have already commenced. I lament the potential loss of such talent. I wonder if this young lad, Lingxiu, can weather such a storm. Alas! After a heavy sigh, the middle-aged academy official gestured for several instructors to withdraw, leaving him alone in the office. Lost in thought, in the Hokage office building of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen held the documents presented by the Umbu, his expression grave as he contemplated for a moment. After a prolonged silence, he instructed the guard ninja outside the door. Make arrangements? I wish to meet with Uchiha Lingxiu. Yes, Lord Hokage. The guard ninja bowed deeply before vanishing from Sarutobi Hiruzen's sight. The Hokage serves not only as the chief administrator of Konoha, but also as its spiritual pillar. However, from a decision-making perspective, the significance of the Hokage's role as a spiritual support is even greater. After all, Konoha has a council. On matters of great importance, decisions cannot be made lightly by the Hokage alone. At the headquarters of the Root Organization, a dimly lit place embodying the darkness and conspiracies of Konoha, a cat-faced ninja respectfully presented a secret document. Danzo, without uttering a word, examined it briefly before quietly dismissing it. Continuing to observe as long as he had yet to activate his Sharingan, the matter was not within his plans. Understood, Lord Danzo. Lingxiu, seemingly a mere minor character, still a fledgling yet to graduate from the Konoha Ninja Academy, was, in fact, already under the scrutiny of the higher echelons of Konoha. Some individual schemes and plans were beginning to extend toward him. As for Lingxiu himself, he had embarked on yet another day of intense training. Despite his considerable talent and the formidable prowess of the dominant system, his relentless training was an indispensable part of his daily routine since his arrival in this world. After nearly exhausting all his chakra, Lingxiu sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, his serene expression betraying no signs of turmoil. Yet, within him, a tempest raged. On his way back today, he had confirmed the peculiar feelings that had arisen in his heart these past few days. Indeed, someone was shadowing him in secret, though he remained oblivious to the identity of his pursuer or their intent. Was it Danzo from the Root Organization, the Umbu of Konoha, or perhaps Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan? Lingxiu felt a mix of confusion and anxiety, for to him, such unannounced surveillance signified ill intent. It was imperative that he hasten the enhancement of his abilities, as it appeared that his current position was becoming increasingly perilous with the passage of time. Lingxiu opened his eyes, rising from the ground. After a brief tidying up, he made his way toward Uchiha Minghue's residence. Along the way, he unleashed his chakra and, accompanied by several crow clones that flew out to monitor the surroundings, he soon discovered the group that had been tailing him. Humph, for now, let you revel in your little game. Once I am strong enough, I shall deal with you. Each one of you seeks to scheme against me, but when the time comes, I shall make you regret your actions. As Lingxiu harbored malevolent thoughts within, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. It was only upon arriving at Uchiha Minghue's residence that those who had been trailing Lingxiu ceased their pursuit. Aunt Shiyu. Upon entering, Lingxiu instinctively called out. Ever since Uchiha Minghue's disappearance, Lingxiu had made it a nightly ritual to visit Uchiha Shiyu for a meal that, of course, Lingxiu harbored no nefarious intentions towards Uchiha Shiyu. After all, he was an entity fused with the memories of his original self. Ah, it's you, Lingxiu. Come here. Your uncle Minghui has returned. The excitement in Uchiha Shiyu's voice was palpable. Lingxiu, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted with joy, rushing into the room where he first beheld Uchiha Minghue's figure. Uchiha Minghui appeared as robust as Lingxiu remembered, though the palpable aura of bloodlust surrounding him was markedly more intense than it had been over half a year ago. Clearly, during this span, Uchiha Minghui had not engaged in trivial tasks, but rather in high-stakes missions entangled with human lives. It was likely that his undertakings were of at least B-rank difficulty. Otherwise, how could such an overwhelming stench of blood emanate? Lingxiu furrowed his brow momentarily. Only to relax again, he chuckled to himself, realizing that even if the bloodlust was overwhelming, Uchiha Minghui was still his clan uncle. Why should he concern himself with the affairs of others? At that moment, Uchiha Minghui's deep voice resonated. Lingxiu, come here. Yes, Uncle Minghui, Lingxiu replied, taking a seat beside him. Little Lingxiu, I've only been away for half a year. Yet I've heard you've become the youngest and most talented ninja of our Uchiha clan. Not at all, Lingxiu feigned modesty. Spare me the humility, Uchiha Minghui chuckled, taking a sip of the sake before him. If it were merely Aunt Shiyu saying this, I would have my doubts, but now that many clan members have spoken of your prowess, it is evident that our little Lingxiu has truly matured. Although Uchiha Minghui's words were meant as praise, Lingxiu felt an inexplicable heaviness, as if Uchiha Minghui were reluctant to witness his remarkable accomplishments. Lingxiu, may I pose a question to you? Uchiha Minghui inquired, his voice slightly slurred from another drink. Of course, Uncle, Lingxiu responded, aware that the crux of the matter was approaching. Uchiha Minghui let out a heavy sigh, as if burdened by an oppressive weight. If one day you were forced to choose between your family and Konoha, which would you select? Bang! Lingxiu froze in shock. He had never anticipated that such information would be revealed by his clan uncle. Uchiha Minghui. Now, Uchiha Minghui's eyes were fixed intently on Lingxiu, as if he sought the answer directly from his heart. How should I respond? Chapter 23. The invitation of the Hokage. As Lingxiu was deep in contemplation, grappling with how to respond to Uchiha Minghui, the latter suddenly chuckled and said, All right, I understand now. This question was not primarily directed at you. I merely wish to ascertain what thoughts linger in your mind. With that, Uchiha Minghui poured himself a cup of sake and downed it in one go. Observing Uchiha Minghui's intent to intoxicate himself, Lingxiu could not help but inquire, Uncle Minghui, why did you pose that question to me? Is the conflict between our clan and Konoha truly beyond reconciliation at this point? Uchiha Minghui refrained from answering Lingxiu directly, instead stating, half a year ago, on the very day I embarked on my mission, were you not taken by the Konoha patrol to be questioned? Indeed, but they did not harm me, Lingxiu clarified. Uchiha Minghui shook his head, remarking that regardless of their intentions, their actions alone signified a multitude of issues. Pausing momentarily, he continued, if they truly regarded us as one village, they would not have merely apprehended you for questioning by the Central Patrol. Lingxiu fell silent, for he found himself unable to refute Uchiha Minghui's insight. The reality was as Uchiha Minghui articulated. The discord between Konoha and the Uchiha clan had escalated to a point where annihilation seemed inevitable. Setting aside the procrastination of the Uchiha clan in recent years, it was worth noting that during the Nine Tails assault on Konoha, the entirety of the village had rallied to defend their home. Yet where was the Uchiha clan during this critical battle? Not only did they fail to make an appearance, but even the Konoha security forces were conspicuously absent. It was after this incident that the Uchiha clan found themselves blacklisted by the Konoha High Council, becoming targets of an eradication plan. Of course, Lingxiu was familiar with the original narrative. Although he did not possess the intricate details that Uchiha Minghui had, the overarching themes were evident even through indirect references. Given the current situation, the prospect of clan extermination was teetering on the brink of eruption. It was likely that Uchiha Shursui had been cornered by Danzo to the precipice of death, and once Itachi activated his Mangeki Sharingan, it would herald the demise of the Uchiha clan. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lingxiu, who had previously felt a semblance of relaxation, was suddenly gripped by tension once more. This was not the time for passive resignation. He could not afford to wait any longer. He must accelerate his training and expedite his graduation. He needed to leave Konoha. Resolutely, Lingxiu dismissed any notions of participating in the Uchiha clan's rebellion. As for safeguarding Uchiha Minghui and Uchiha Shiyu, he decided to defer that consideration for the time being. After all, their attachment to the Uchiha clan ran far deeper than his own. Should they divulge this information, he could find himself embroiled in unforeseen complications. After their meal, the inebriated Uchiha Minghui succumbed to slumber. With a hint of regret, Uchiha Shiyu bid farewell to Lingxiu and escorted him to the door. As Lingxiu walked home, his mind raced with myriad thoughts. Though an outsider, he might manage to remain oblivious. Yet, when it comes to Uchiha Minghui and Uchiha Shiyu, Lingxiu feels that he cannot adopt such a demeanor. Setting aside other matters and the myriad tales from before his journey, ever since Lingxiu traversed into the world of Naruto, Uchiha Minghui and Uchiha Shiyu have shown him unparalleled kindness. Whether it be dinner or attending the Konoha Ninja Academy, they have always lent their assistance in any way within their capacity. Now, with knowledge of the forthcoming developments and the fate awaiting the Uchiha clan, Lingxiu is resolute in not wanting to witness those closest to him perish amidst the turmoil. Therefore, he must take action. Uncle Minghui, will you accompany me when the time comes? Gazing up at the moon overhead, Lingxiu let out a deep sigh, for he is uncertain of what the future holds. The following day, after a day of systematic learning at school, Lingxiu returned home to continue his routine of intensive training. Not long after he commenced, a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Lingxiu, slightly irked by the sudden interruption, spoke in a less than cordial tone. As the door swung open, his eyes were met with the iconic attire of Konoha. "The Hokage's garb? Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Lingxiu murmured softly. "How audacious!" A ninja stationed beside Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded sharply. "This is the Hokage, you Uchiha brat. Please mind your address." "Oh, my apologies, Hokage-sama." Lingxiu quickly corrected himself, though his expression betrayed little respect. Inside Lingxiu's home, he surveyed with curiosity the so-called professor of ninjutsu before him, unable to fathom why this frail old man possessed such formidable explosive power. "The surroundings are adequate. Do you engage in self-training in the yard every day after school?" Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the environment and remarked nonchalantly. "Indeed, Hokage-sama." Lingxiu, perplexed by the reason for Hiruzen's visit, responded succinctly. "How do you assess your current strength?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Lingxiu rolled his eyes. "What a question! Nevertheless," he replied, "I'm not quite sure, as I have had too few encounters. However, I believe defeating some average genin should not pose much of a challenge." "How modest." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and continued. "Would you be interested in serving in the Umbu of Konoha?" "Konoha, Umbu?" Lingxiu was taken aback by Hiruzen's words. Moreover, the fact that Hiruzen himself had come to extend the invitation spoke volumes. "The intelligence regarding you indicates that the techniques you have learned are exceptionally suited for Umbu operations, which is why someone recommended you to me. As I am a connoisseur of talent, I wish to inquire if you would like to join the Umbu of Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen stated candidly. In truth, no one recommended spiritual training to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was merely his genuine appreciation for talent that led him to seek it out. "The ANBU, could this not be my opportunity? If I were to follow the conventional path, attempting to leave Konohagakure for an extended mission would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. However, in order to evade the Uchiha clan's annihilation, I must undertake a long-term mission, a matter that had been weighing heavily on my mind. Yet, has the opportunity not presented itself? Nonetheless, upon entering the ANBU, would Sarutobi Hiruzen not find an excuse to confine me? It is essential to recognize that the ANBU is an elite intelligence unit directly under the Hokage's command, with tasks and deployments primarily orchestrated by the Hokage and his inner circle. Lingxiu hesitated, for he could not discern the underlying motives behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. "Lord Hokage, if I am permitted to join the ANBU, might I be assigned some challenging tasks?" Lingxiu pondered for a moment before deciding to be forthright. "Such as?" Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Lingxiu, seemingly attempting to glean something from his gaze. "For instance, missions of C rank or above, tasks involving intelligence gathering and reconnaissance." Lingxiu did not shy away, articulating his desires directly. "Why?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, perplexed. "Because of the thrill," Lingxiu grinned, a youthful visage not yet 6 years old radiating an eagerness for higher-level missions. "I see." Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, as doubts began to cloud his judgment. Chapter 24. Extraordinary talent. To speak candidly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion for Lingxiu to join the ANBU was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Given the irreconcilable conflict between Konohagakure and the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen held a mindset of retaining any talent he could. However, he was also beset by uncertainties. Should the Uchiha clan indeed find themselves on the path of extermination, how would the Uchiha Lingxiu, whom he had compelled to remain, navigate his existence? This was indeed a conundrum. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon Lingxiu, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Meanwhile, Lingxiu, kneeling before Hiruzen, maintained a composed demeanor, observing with focused intent. As a transmigrator, Lingxiu fully comprehended the considerations occupying Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Yet, he could not reveal any stance regarding Hiruzen's contemplations. "I cannot provide you with a definitive answer regarding the possibility of undertaking advanced missions. The ANBU is a structured and disciplined organization, and I cannot alter its deployment arrangements based solely on your aspirations. However, should you choose to join the ANBU, I will endeavor to ensure that the organization assigns you increasingly challenging missions." How does that sound? After considerable reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen extended an olive branch to Lingxiu. Regardless of what fate awaited the Uchiha clan, at least in this moment, he felt no remorse. "I asked that so?" Lingxiu pondered for a brief moment before meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. "Lord Hokage, may I request to take the graduation assessment early?" "Why?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Lingxiu's sudden shift in inquiry. But I believe that the education I have received at the Konoha Ninja Academy no longer provides any substantial assistance for my forthcoming advancement. I have been diligently studying during this period, yet I have essentially mastered all that is taught within the academy. Whether it pertains to the mechanics of warfare or the intricate control and manipulation of chakra, even the attempts to alter the form of chakra as suggested by my instructors, I have successfully grasped these concepts. Thus, I feel prepared to graduate from the academy. In expressing these thoughts, Lingxiu spoke with unwavering conviction and a sincere demeanor. Despite being under 6 years of age, his words exuded a remarkable persuasive power. You can manipulate the form of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, was swayed by Lingxiu's assertions, yet he seized upon the matter that concerned him most. Realizing that mere words would not suffice, Lingxiu began to channel his chakra, manifesting a shield of moderate size before him. Nanny! Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. This was not a feat easily accomplished by the average individual. It is essential to note that the vast majority can only wield chakra for basic combat. Only those with exceptional talent can utilize chakra to execute ninjutsu and advanced techniques through specific hand seals. Those capable of manipulating the form of chakra are typically regarded as prodigiously gifted individuals, having crossed the threshold into the realm of innovative ninjutsu creation. Thus, Lingxiu's current display was a testament to the immense value he held at this moment. Seal the information and disperse for reconnaissance. I do not wish for any others to learn of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, his expression grave. Yes, Hokage-sama. Upon his words, the Hokage's security unit, led by elite jonin, immediately fanned out. They positioned themselves in various corners surrounding Lingxiu's residence, and upon confirming several groups, the captain of the security unit returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Danzo and Fugaka's people are indeed present. Have they caught wind of the news? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a serious countenance. Reporting to you, Hokage-sama, due to your arrival, they have not approached this area, so they should be unaware of the situation concerning Lingxiu, the jonin replied, bowing his head. Do not say should. It must be confirmed. From this moment on, you are all to maintain confidentiality regarding this matter. If there is any breach, I will treat it as a serious offense of leaking critical information. Sarutobi Hiruzen reiterated emphatically before gesturing for the jonin to withdraw in the room. Only Lingxiu and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained. The atmosphere was unsettlingly silent. Even during Sarutobi Hiruzen's discourse, Lingxiu found himself in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Wasn't it simply the ability to freely manipulate the form of chakra? Was such a reaction truly warranted? Could this be more formidable than my innate talent for ninjutsu and my chakra reserves? Lingxiu's mind was thoroughly in disarray, and even after Sarutobi Hiruzen had concluded his arrangements, he remained unable to regain his composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Lingxiu and said, Very well, I consent to your request for early graduation. Tomorrow, I shall proceed to the Konoha Ninja Academy. However, you must take heed. Under no circumstances should you reveal your ability to control chakra forms in front of others. Do you understand? Lingxiu felt a peculiar sensation. Lord Hokage, is this truly a matter of grave significance? Sarutobi shook his head. Such talent is exceedingly rare, with only a few hundred individuals possessing it thus far. Moreover, considering your youth, should anyone harbor ill intentions towards you, it could lead to serious complications. Does that imply I possess exceptional talent? Lingxiu found himself somewhat bewildered by Sarutobi's words. Sarutobi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, very high, exceedingly high. After receiving Sarutobi's confirmation, Lingxiu sat on the ground, lost in thought. The concept Sarutobi had mentioned was scarcely referenced in the original narrative, and Lingxiu began to sense its extraordinary implications. Yet, he recalled that after Naruto activated the Nine Tails mode, he could freely manipulate the shape of his chakra, transforming it into large hands, shields, and more. Moreover, many in Konoha had shown no signs of astonishment upon witnessing such feats. Why, then, did the situation appear so dire and perilous in his case? Lingxiu was unable to comprehend this, feeling increasingly unsettled by Sarutobi's series of actions. Even after Sarutobi departed, he remained in a daze. Gazing at the Umbu recruitment scroll on his desk and replaying the conversation in his mind, Lingxiu felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. This scenario was absent from the original storyline. Could it be that his transmigration had altered the intricacies of the plot? It mattered not. Surviving was the paramount concern. Any conspiracies or machinations behind this would be contemplated once he had acquired sufficient strength. Rising from the floor, he placed the Umbu scroll into his ninja tool pouch and exited his room, continuing the remaining training for the day in the courtyard. Chapter 25. Graduation Assessment. As dawn broke, bathed in warm sunlight, the earth exuded a sense of comfort and fluidity. Lingxiu had endured a myriad of complex events the previous day, leaving his head slightly aching upon waking. Due to Sarutobi's emphasis on controlling chakra form transformation, Lingxiu had conducted a series of simple experiments in his room the night prior. From the information gleaned from the original narrative and Sarutobi's demeanor, it seemed that only a select few were aware of the profound implications of mastering chakra manipulation. Realizing this, Lingxiu felt a measure of relief wash over him. Though his initial conversation with the third Hokage had not been particularly pleasant, at least he could now boast of having encountered the man himself, providing him with some leverage for future tales. As Lingxiu walked along the path to school, he once again passed by the residence of Uchiha Akihiro. However, this time, Lingxiu did not enter. He stood at the threshold for a moment, sighed, and continued onward, leaving Uchiha Akihiro's home behind. The events of yesterday were destined to widen the chasm between them, but Lingxiu resolutely refused to partake in a plan that was surely a path to destruction. Upon reaching the school gates, he finally dispelled the chakra enveloping him. Upon entering the school, Lingxiu immediately spotted several Umbu ninjas. They approached him as soon as he stepped inside. "Are you Uchiha Lingxiu?" one of them inquired. "Yes, is there something you need?" Lingxiu replied with a nod. "We are the proctors for your special examination. Your genin evaluation will be conducted by us in conjunction with the officials from the Konoha Ninja Academy," the Umbu ninja stated calmly. The thought of being evaluated by both the Umbu and the Konoha Ninja Academy caused Lingxiu to furrow his brow, but he soon relaxed. The third Hokage had mentioned he would be specially recruited into the Umbu, and it seemed this was the final test he had sent to assess him. "No problem. When will it take place?" Lingxiu asked the Umbu ninja. The three Umbu ninjas exchanged glances, and one of them spoke up. "In half an hour. You may prepare yourself in the meantime." "Thank you," Lingxiu replied, then passed by the three Umbu ninjas and made his way to his seat in the graduation assessment class, organizing his belongings. "Lingxiu, did you get expelled because of yesterday's duel with the Hyuga clan?" a classmate, with whom Lingxiu had exchanged a few words, asked upon seeing him packing. Lingxiu smiled and shook his head, offering no explanation, and gave the young man a reassuring pat on the shoulder before leaving the classroom. He held little nostalgia for this place. If he had to pinpoint a memory, it might only be of teacher Qilu. As Lingxiu approached his companions, one of the Umbu ninjas asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes," Lingxiu replied tersely, avoiding any superfluous dialogue. "Then let us proceed." "We shall go directly," the Umbu ninja nodded, embodying the efficient and decisive manner characteristic of their organization. In truth, as Lingxiu suspected, these Umbu ninjas were elite jounin sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to conduct his entry examination into the Umbu. However, since Sarutobi Hiruzen had not explicitly stated this, Lingxiu chose to remain reticent. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the specialized classroom for the graduation assessments at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Inside, two officials from the academy were seated. Upon their arrival, the officials merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from standing or offering any further comment. Lingxiu positioned himself directly in front of them and began with a bow, sincerely stating, "Thank you for your time." One of the middle-aged officials nodded, then inquired, "What prompted you to seek an early graduation from the Konoha Ninja Academy? You are aware that your class is only 2 months away from graduation." Lingxiu did not anticipate that he would be required to answer Sarutobi Hizashi's question again today, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. However, the response he provided yesterday cannot be utilized once more, as he now stands before the esteemed leaders of the Konoha Ninja Academy, including his future superiors. "Returning to my mentor, I aspire to integrate into society more swiftly and contribute my strength to Konoha. Furthermore, I believe that I am now capable of fulfilling the role of a competent genin, which is why I have specifically applied for early graduation mentor." Upon hearing Lingxiu's answer, the middle-aged official furrowed his brow, though that was the extent of his reaction. "Thus, let us commence the assessment," another middle-aged official declared. "Very well, I am prepared," Lingxiu replied. "Let us begin with the body replacement technique. I trust that, as an exemplary student of our Konoha Ninja Academy, you will deliver a commendable performance." The very instant the middle-aged official finished speaking, Lingxiu sprang into action. With a swift movement, he executed 2 of the most elementary D-rank ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, manifesting clones that bore an uncanny resemblance to him, albeit slightly less sophisticated than the B-rank technique, invisibility clone technique. Just as the shadow clone technique concluded, Lingxiu rapidly formed hand seals, and in an instant, his form transformed into that of the middle-aged official. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, Lingxiu lunged forward, and when he was next seen, he had already appeared beside the middle-aged official, while the transformed figure before them had become a mere block of wood. Such swiftness, the hand seals, the speed, the manner of transformation. How did he arrive beside me without my noticing? If he had intended to kill me just now, would I have already perished? This fellow has surpassed his prowess during the duel with Qi Lu. At this moment, the two middle-aged officials experienced a complete upheaval in their mindset. For as Chunin, they had failed to detect Lingxiu's movements in real time. It is noteworthy that Lingxiu is still not yet 6 years old. Such talent, such strength. Even the graduate from a few years ago did not possess such extraordinary capabilities. Meanwhile, a ripple of intrigue stirred within the hearts of a few Umbu ninjas. Lingxiu's recent performance was more than sufficient to qualify him for entry into their ranks as a formal member of the Umbu. However, a lingering question remained in the minds of these three Umbu chunits. Had Uchiha Lingxiu awakened his Sharingan? Mentor, my apologies. Lingxiu respectfully returned to his original position, as the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and body replacement technique were almost simultaneously dispelled. Chapter 26, Umbu, Silver, you are Uchiha Lingxiu, correct? One of the Umbu ninjas inquired. Indeed, I am Uchiha Lingxiu, Lingxiu affirmed with a nod. Casting a glance at his two comrades, both hailing from the same clandestine organization, the ninja inquired without hesitation, would you be interested in joining our intelligence division in the Umbu? We are in dire need of exceptional talents such as yours. Just as he concluded his statement, another Umbu ninja interjected hastily, our interrogation department also seeks individuals of your caliber. If you deem it appropriate, I can extend a formal invitation for you to join us there right now. However, the individual seated between the two Umbu ninjas pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, Ziran, Lanjan, you two should refrain from meddling. The most fitting place for Uchiha Lingxiu is undoubtedly the Special Task Force, where he truly belongs. Umbu Ziran. The Special Task Force, you say? Umbu Lanjan. Is that the peculiar place? Umbu Ziran. I believe Lingxiu currently lacks sufficient experience and has yet to undertake any missions. It is entirely unnecessary to thrust him into such an eccentric environment at this juncture. Joining our intelligence division would be the wisest decision. Lanjan, feeling indignant at Ziran's assertion, immediately retorted, why should it be your intelligence division and not our interrogation department? I believe Lingxiu would also be quite suitable for our team. Ha! The interrogation department. When there is no conflict, what tasks does your division have to nurture newcomers? Come now, enlighten me, Ziran scoffed. Enough. Silence. The Umbu ninja seated in the middle banged the table, reprimanding the two bickering ninjas directly. The two officials from the Konohagakure Ninja Academy, who had been merely spectators, wore expressions of embarrassment, unable to interject. As for the focal point of the dispute, the protagonist Lingxiu, he maintained a serene smile, remaining silent. Once the two had quieted down, the central Umbu ninja spoke calmly, Uchiha Lingxiu, based on your earlier performance, it seems you would have no trouble entering the Umbu as a formal ninja. However, prior to your induction, you must undergo several evaluations. Naturally, these assessments will not resemble the current format but will entail completing tasks assigned by the Umbu. Only upon fulfilling the designated missions can you be officially recognized as an Umbu ninja in the records of Konohagakure. Generally speaking, our Umbu only recruits those who have attained the rank of Chunin or possess unique talents among Genin. Yet, considering your gifts and capabilities, you are already well suited to be a competent Umbu ninja. Now, you have several options before you. First, you may choose to become an ordinary Umbu ninja, in which case you would be tasked with duties related to the defense of Konohagakure and guarding posts. Second, you could opt to become an intelligence officer within the Umbu. The Umbu has its own independent intelligence division, and if you wish to pursue this path, you must undergo their evaluations. The esteemed Special Jounin, Fukuda Ziran, beside me, is the deputy head of the intelligence department. Of course, he just extended an olive branch to you a moment ago. Firstly, to become a member of the torture department of the Umbu, which is responsible for the interrogation and coercion of external ninjas. For specific tasks and functions, you may inquire with Lanran, who is a squad leader in this department. Secondly, to join the Special Task Force of the Umbu. As the name suggests, this group is specially established to execute particularly arduous missions. To date, this group comprises only 5 squads, amounting to a mere 20 individuals. The aforementioned options are available for your selection, and upon making your choice, we shall escort you back to the Umbu for a formal assessment. After listening to everything the Umbu ninja had to say, Lingxiu expressed no hesitation and stated, I wish to join the Umbu Special Task Force, and I hope the esteemed seniors will guide me well. The Umbu ninja who introduced Lingxiu chuckled. Allow me to introduce myself, Uzumaki-in, the squad leader of the 4th team in the Umbu Special Task Force. Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. I am Uchiha Lingxiu. I look forward to your guidance. Leader-in, you must only be 6 years old, right? Come, let us report to the Umbu. With that, In stood up, followed by Zoran and Lanran. In approached the two middle-aged officials, wearing a peculiar smile, and said, "I appreciate your assistance today. Regarding Lingxiu's file, I hope you can expedite its submission to our umbu. Thank you." "Not a bother at all. It is our duty," the two middle-aged officials quickly responded. After the three umbu members escorted Lingxiu away, the officials finally sighed in relief. They had not anticipated that the three umbu members who came to investigate held such special identities. It seemed that this little fellow, Lingxiu, had already caught the attention of the umbu. One official shot a glance at his colleague and jested. "What did you expect? Lingxiu is personally acknowledged by Lord Hokage. If he were not esteemed, would the umbu extend such courtesies? Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound." The other official nodded, feeling a sense of nostalgia. As they walked towards the umbu, Lingxiu trailed silently behind the three members. The umbu members seemed to disregard his presence entirely, engaging in casual conversation. "In, you promised not to compete with us, yet at this crucial moment, you still snatched it away," complained the umbu ninja named Lanran. "Exactly. You said your special task force only accepts elites. Lingxiu is merely a fresh graduate from the academy. Was it truly necessary to compete with us?" Zoran added indignantly. With a mischievous grin, In remarked, "This is hardly my fault. Who could have predicted that I would stumble upon such a promising talent just when I happened to be free of assignments? My heart swelled with the notion of competing with you all. But who could have known?" "All right, enough of that." Lanran and Zoran simultaneously rolled their eyes and interjected. By the way, we should report this matter to Lord Hokage." "Who among you will go?" In suddenly inquired. "I suppose I shall take on that responsibility. After all, I am part of the intelligence division." Zoran replied with a hint of resignation. "Come now, do not be disheartened. Once the matter of Lingxiu joining my 4th squad is confirmed, I shall treat you both to a grand feast. That should suffice, right?" In cheerfully addressed the visibly dejected duo. "Really?" they chorused in unison. "Have I ever deceived you?" Yin's smile faded as he assumed a serious demeanor. The two rolled their eyes in unison, thinking, "You've never spoken a single truth, have you?" Meanwhile, behind the trio, the oblivious Lingxiu remained under the impression that Yin was a paragon of virtue. Well then, Lingxiu's new life is about to commence. Chapter 27. Mission assignment at the headquarters of the Root Organization. Danzo had long taken refuge in this shadowy enclave, and the scant rays of sunlight that once penetrated his psyche had gradually succumbed to the pervasive gloom over the years. This pervasive darkness often left those who encountered Danzo feeling a profound sense of trepidation. In the main hall of the Root headquarters, an umbu ninja adorned with a cat-faced mask knelt respectfully before Danzo. "Are you certain you witnessed Uchiha Lingxiu altering the form of his chakra? You are not attempting to deceive me, are you?" Danzo inquired, his tone laden with grimness. As one of the elders of Konoha and a handler of its shadowy affairs, Danzo was well versed in the intricacies of chakra transformation. Thus, upon receiving this news, he summoned the umbu ninja before him without delay. This ninja, tasked with relaying information to Danzo, was a member of the protective detail for the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Rest assured, Lord Danzo, there is absolutely no doubt regarding the accuracy of this intelligence. Furthermore, we have also acquired new information concerning whether Uchiha Lingxiu has awakened his eyes." "Speak." Danzo's voice grew even colder. "According to the intelligence gathered from Lord Hokage, it appears that when Uchiha Lingxiu was but a child, specifically upon learning of his parents' demise, he exhibited signs of awakening his eyes. And when did this occur?" Danzo's brow furrowed in contemplation. It is believed to have been around the age of 3. However, the precise timing is undocumented, and this remains merely a rumor. Neither the Uchiha clan nor Lord Hokage's intelligence network has been able to obtain definitive information. "Is that so? It seems we must find someone to test the capabilities of this young Uchiha." A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Danzo's eyes. After a moment of reflection, he continued, "Summon umbu one back to me. And Deshawn, ensure you conceal your identity well. It is imperative that we gather more intelligence." "Understood, Lord Danzo," replied the umbu ninja known as Deshawn with utmost respect. Dismissed. Once the formidable figures of the mountains had departed, Danzo furrowed his brow, resting his chin upon his hand, contemplating the possibility of persuasion. After all, possessing the ability to manipulate the transformation of chakra was indeed an extraordinary talent. Should he decline to join the Root Organization? Then there would be no alternative. In an instant, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the Art in Konoha, the umbu. Due to the proximity of the Konoha Ninja Academy to the heart of the village, Lingxiu accompanied 3 umbu shinobi, traversing a distance of merely 10 minutes. The formal facade of the umbu was decidedly bright and welcoming, hence it was established not far from the Hokage's office. Upon entering, Zoran and Lanran excused themselves under the pretense of having urgent matters to attend to. Now, only Lingxiu and Yin remained. Not long after, the duo arrived at the Umbu registration office. As Lingxiu prepared to register, an unexpected voice suddenly pierced the air. From the Uchiha clan? Who are you? Upon hearing this inquiry, Lingxiu instinctively turned around. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on the individual before him, his heart skipped a beat. It was Itachi. With widened eyes, Lingxiu found it hard to believe the reality before him. In his previous life, while watching the anime, he had harbored an indescribable affection for Itachi. Encountering him for the first time in this life, how could Lingxiu not be exhilarated? Beside Itachi stood a shinobi devoid of any Umbu insignia, who chuckled softly and remarked, I never expected that besides us, there would be members of the Uchiha clan entering the Umbu. You are Uchiha Shursui? Lingxiu asked hesitantly, unsure of himself. You know me? Uchiha Shursui was momentarily taken aback. You are the renowned Shunshin Shursui, acclaimed as the strongest within our Uchiha clan. How could I not recognize you? Lingxiu grinned, though a bittersweet feeling settled in his heart. If he were to divulge the events of the future to them, what kind of uproar would it incite? This thought had barely crossed his mind when it was vehemently suppressed. Setting aside whether they would heed his words, even if they did believe him, what if they sought to silence him? Who would he turn to for justice then? Thus, this notion remained merely a fleeting thought. Unvoiced, do your best. The Umbu is a place that truly hones one's abilities. Keep it up, little one, Uchiha Shursui said, ruffling Lingxiu's hair affectionately. Itachi, on the other hand, maintained his aloof demeanor, nodding at Lingxiu before following Shursui as they departed. Watching their retreating figures, Lingxiu mused, indeed, just as depicted in the original work, these two have been good friends since childhood. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. Were it not for their camaraderie, Uchiha Itachi's awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan wouldn't have been triggered by Shursui's demise. Sighing, he thought, this matter is too distant. It is best not to dwell on it. I must devise a way to leave Konoha to avoid being embroiled in the clan's annihilation. That is the most prudent course of action. Finished chatting? Upon turning back, Lingxiu heard Yin's icy voice. Having concluded their conversation, Lingxiu felt an unsettling sensation while gazing at Yin. Let us proceed with the registration swiftly. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. At this moment, Yin exhibited none of the benevolence previously displayed. Yes, class leader Yin. The registration did not consume much time, and soon Lingxiu had completed the enrollment in the Umbu. Let us go. I shall take you to report at the headquarters of the Special Task Force. Yin cast a glance at Lingxiu, her expression betraying impatience. Yes, class leader Yin. Although Lingxiu could not comprehend the sudden shift in Yin's demeanor, he harbored no intention of provoking her. Setting aside the question of whether Lingxiu could contend with Yin, the current disparity in their statuses placed him at an absolute disadvantage. The headquarters of the Special Task Force was modest in size, comparable to Lingxiu's own home. Within the headquarters, apart from Lingxiu and Yin, there was only one individual, appearing to be in his 40s, languidly seated on a bench, lost in thought. Upon entering, Yin approached the distracted man and calmly stated, Hyuga Nichizing, this is the recruit I brought along. He wishes to join my class 4, a recruit. This little brat, merely 5 or 6 years old. Hyuga Nichizing glanced at Lingxiu and replied coldly. Yin offered no explanation, merely nodding at Nichizing. Very well, after all. You are the leader of class 4. With that, Nichizing retrieved a small notebook from beneath his seat and scanned it. There is indeed a not overly difficult C-rank solo mission. Are you certain you want him to undertake it? Nichizing looked up at Yin, uncertainty evident in his voice. Let us discuss the mission first. Yin inquired. It involves traveling to a neighboring village to eliminate bandits. However, it is said that the leader among them is a rogue ninja from another village. Nichizing nonchalantly remarked as he perused the notebook that a rogue ninja from another village. Is there any record of his strength? Yin furrowed his brow, questioning. The involvement of a rogue ninja from another village indicates that this task is not as straightforward as it appears. The mission recommendation suggests a group of 4 for execution, and the stipulated reward aligns with that of a C-rank task. However, we are the Special Task Force. For us, 1 person suffices. Nichizing maintained his lethargic demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, Yin found herself in agreement. Nichizing had a point. If such a mission could not be entrusted to Lingxiu alone, how could he ever be deemed capable of undertaking special tasks in the future? With this thought, Yin turned to Lingxiu and asked, You heard everything just now. What do you think? Will you accept the mission or not? Lingxiu, catching a glimpse of Yin's expectation and yearning from this angle, felt a surge of emotion. However, accepting this task was far removed from the playful skirmishes in Konohagakure. It would inevitably lead to life-and-death situations. Yet, as he contemplated the impending doom of his clan in a year's time, a shiver coursed through him. If he were to cower now, how would he confront greater pressures in the future? Furthermore, the existence of the dominant system was meant to conquer the world of Naruto. Retreating now would hinder any chance of advancement later on. Upon reflecting on this matter, Lingxiu's resolve solidified as he nodded towards Ine. Are you truly certain you can undertake this task? The query came from Hinata Nichizeng, who had been observing silently from the sidelines. You must understand, should you fail, your very life may hang in the balance. I am aware, yet I shall still proceed, Lingxiu declared, his tone resolute, devoid of any trace of hesitation. Chapter 28. A daunting task. Upon hearing Lingxiu's response, it was Hinata Nichizeng who expressed surprise. He had not anticipated that this child, appearing to be merely 5 or 6 years of age, would exhibit such unwavering determination. In his astonishment, Hinata turned his gaze towards Ine, seemingly seeking to comprehend what sort of elixir Ine had imparted to this young bio. Not look at me. I am merely responsible for bringing him here. As for anything beyond that, I have said nothing, Ine explained, as if he had divined Hinata's thoughts. I did not inquire about anything, Hinata retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Ine before redirecting his attention to Lingxiu. Young one, what is your name? Uchiha Lingxiu, he replied calmly to a member of the Uchiha clan. Hinata furrowed his brow, but his expression soon reverted to one of indifference. He rummaged beneath his seat and retrieved a scroll. After inspecting its markings, he tossed it to Lingxiu, stating, "This is the C-rank mission. All the specifics and requirements for its completion are detailed within. Naturally, the compensation is also outlined on the scroll." Lingxiu did not waste words, nor did he pay heed to Hinata's disdain upon learning of his Uchiha heritage. After carefully examining the scroll, Lingxiu's brow furrowed once more. The C-rank mission was far more complex than Hinata had suggested. Indeed, the mission required the participant to carry out extermination tasks, yet the target strength was classified as that of a chunin. Coupled with the presence of rogue ninjas and wandering warriors from other villages, this extermination task would necessitate the elimination of at least 20 individuals. Although Lingxiu possessed a chakra level akin to that of a special jonin, he was acutely aware that his combat capabilities were likely only on par with the chunin. Thus, undertaking this mission would entail considerable risk. While Lingxiu scrutinized the task, Ine stood beside him, also examining the scroll. After finishing the review, Ine too frowned, fully grasping the true magnitude of the undertaking. "If you wish to reconsider, you may take your time," Ine suggested suddenly. "Oh? Why do you say that?" Lingxiu, momentarily disrupted from his thoughts, responded without the previous pretense of deference. "Because the task you hold is somewhat formidable, and the evaluation for joining our ranks has not yet reached this level." Ine elucidated after a moment's contemplation. "Is that so?" Lingxiu fell silent. If he were to accept the task at this juncture, it would undoubtedly garner the respect of both Ine and Hinata. Yet, even if he were to earn their admiration, what tangible benefits would it bring him? At most, it only means that when I take on tasks in the future, I will have a bit more autonomy. Furthermore, after joining this so-called special task force, I will likely have to act in concert with the group. As for any individual missions, the likelihood seems slim. Yet, if I do not pursue this course of action, how can I hope to sway Ine into accepting a mission that would take him far from Konoha during the Uchiha massacre? For a moment, Lingxiu found himself ensnared in a dilemma. For the sake of the future, this current task must be undertaken. However, he lacked complete confidence in securing the mission, which left him hesitant. This silence endured for nearly half a minute, until suddenly, Lingxiu's eyes widened as he berated himself internally. "Damn! When did I become such a coward? I had vowed to dominate the world, to be formidable, and now, at the very beginning, I am cowering for nothing. I shall take this on. It is merely a C-rank mission. What is there to fear?" After a surge of self-encouragement, Lingxiu resolved to move forward. Regardless of the future or his dreams, this task must be accomplished. Casting a glance at the silent Ine, Lingxiu spoke earnestly. "Captain Ine, I shall accept this mission. This one, well, waiting a bit is no problem," Ine instinctively replied, but then froze in disbelief a moment later. "What did you just say?" In the face of Yin's inquiry, Lingxiu asserted firmly, "Captain Ine, I am indeed taking on this mission." "Are you certain?" Ine exclaimed in astonishment. "Certainly, it is just a C-rank mission. I wish to join the special task force of the Umbu and prove my worth as a member under Captain Ine. How could I possibly have the right to remain in such an elite group without demonstrating my capabilities?" Lingxiu's words resonated well, confirming his intention to accept the mission while also flattering both Ine and the special task force. As a result, both Hinata and Ine wore expressions tinged with pride upon hearing Lingxiu's declaration. "Little brat, don't say I didn't warn you." Even a ninja team led by a chunin might hesitate to accept this task, Hinata said, surprisingly kind for once. I will take on this mission because it represents my value. Lingxiu, clutching the scroll, asked the two. Is there anything else that needs to be addressed? Ian and Hinata exchanged glances, after which he nodded at Hinata. Hinata looked at Ian in disbelief, then shook his head, retrieving an envelope and 50 ryo from beneath his seat. This is Konoha's entry permit and a deposit of 50 ryo. There is nothing more to discuss. After securing the items, Lingxiu offered a deep bow to both Hinata and Ian, then departed. Upon exiting the umbu, Lingxiu exhaled deeply. The atmosphere within the umbu was simply too stifling. Were it not for his plan to distance himself from Konoha in a year, he would not have recklessly ventured into the umbu. First, I shall procure some equipment and provisions, for this mission warrants some advanced preparations. Nodding slightly, Lingxiu tossed the Leaf Village Pass and the mission scroll into his ninja tool pouch. Then, clutching the 5 silver coins he had just acquired, he indulged in a shopping spree. 50 silver coins, equivalent to approximately 10,000 RMB, were more than sufficient for procuring some basic equipment. After completing his purchases, Lingxiu returned to Uchiha ramen and ordered a bowl of sansien. To speak candidly, the flavor of Uchiha ramen was truly delightful. Were it not for the considerable distance, he would have relished the idea of dining there daily. After devouring 2 bowls in succession, Lingxiu couldn't help but smile contentedly. Surviving in this world was far more intricate than in the 21st century. Here, one must navigate interpersonal relationships, strive tirelessly, remain vigilant against others' hidden schemes, and ensure their own safety. Compared to his previous life, this existence was indeed more arduous. However, from another perspective, life here was also significantly more fulfilling. For in this realm, Lingxiu could truly sense his existence, feel the pulse of life coursing through him. Chapter 29. The frustrating system. Upon returning home with a plethora of items, Lingxiu swiftly began to organize them. This life was not akin to the last. There were no parents to assist with the mundane chores. Lingxiu was utterly alone, and if he did not take action, he would merely be left waiting to address matters at a later time. After nearly an hour of tidying up, he adorned himself with the ninja headband symbolizing the Leaf Village. However, he opted against donning the standard green vest of a leaf ninja, which he found exceedingly unappealing, and instead chose to wear the black attire emblazoned with the Uchiha clan crest. Discarding the garish green vest with a hint of disdain, Lingxiu prepared for the mission, which had a stipulated completion time of 1 week. Given the distance indicated on the map and his pace, he estimated that it would take roughly a day to travel. Thus, if he were to officially embark on the mission, he needed to leave the Leaf by tomorrow morning to avoid insufficient time for execution. After stowing the final kunai in his ninja tool pouch, Lingxiu reclined on the tatami mat, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. There would be no training today, for tomorrow heralded a new beginning. As dawn broke, Lingxiu had already completed his morning exercises. However, as he prepared to step out of his home, he discovered that Uchiha Minghui had arrived at his doorstep unbeknownst to him. Little Lingxiu, are you going out to undertake a mission? Uchiha Minghui inquired with concern. Lingxiu's feelings towards his clan uncle, Uchiha Minghui, were rather complex, as the only family member who evoked a sense of kinship since his arrival in this world. Lingxiu felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the Uchiha family. Thus, on the eve of his mission, he had contemplated informing Uchiha Minghui in advance. Yes, it's a mission issued by the umbu. Lingxiu affirmed with a nod. Their gazes locked for a moment, and then an enveloping silence ensued. Little Lingxiu has already made his own decision, so uncle will not interfere any longer. Please take care of your safety. Your life is of utmost importance. After patting Lingxiu on the shoulder and not waiting for a response, he turned and left. Watching the retreating figure of Uchiha Minghui and reflecting on those simple words, Lingxiu's heart was filled with complexity. Uncle Minghui, I will always be your nephew, forever. Lingxiu suddenly shouted aloud. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Minghui paused for a moment, then turned around, touched, and said, I know, little Lingxiu, you must take care. After departing from the Uchiha clan's territory, Lingxiu made his way directly to the exit of Konohagakure. Upon presenting his pass, he was promptly allowed to proceed. Walking along the outskirts of the village for the first time, Lingxiu felt quite pleased. Without the clamor of the bustling environment or the familiar flow of people, everything seemed to return to its most natural state. Observing the lush greenery surrounding him, Lingxiu involuntarily inhaled deeply a few times. The crisp air was indeed refreshing. All right, let us quicken my pace. I must complete this C-rank extermination mission within the allotted time. At that moment, the voice of the dominance system echoed in his mind once more. Whoosh! Side mission activated. The host may choose whether to accept the following side missions. Side mission 1. Exterminate the entire bandit gang and eliminate one rogue ninja within their ranks. Completion reward, 1,000 exchange points. Failure will result in a deduction of corresponding exchange points. Side mission 2. Exterminate the entire bandit gang and eliminate 5 rogue ninjas within their ranks. Completion reward, 3,000 exchange points. Failure will result in a deduction of corresponding exchange points. The host may only choose one of the side missions. Please make your selection promptly or forfeit the opportunity to accept a side mission. After the dominance system finished its lengthy announcement, Lingxiu's mind returned to a calm state. The sudden appearance of the system forced Lingxiu to halt his forward momentum. Touching his nose, he expressed his surprise. Aren't both of these tasks merely gifts of exchange points? I didn't expect the dominance system to be so generous. However, it seemed that side mission 2 indicated the existence of 5 rogue ninjas within the bandit gang, which contradicted the information provided in the mission scroll. The scroll only mentioned 1 rogue ninja, yet here there were 5. Wasn't this a bit of a setup? It is important to note that ninjas and wandering warriors are fundamentally different entities. Regardless of the village, ninjas are war machines cultivated by their nation, inherently far stronger than ordinary warriors. Since the C-rank mission scroll only recorded the presence of 1 rogue ninja, Lingxiu had not given it much thought when he initially accepted the mission. But now, learning from the dominance system that there were indeed 5 rogue ninjas within the bandit gang. Regardless of the rank of the rogue ninja, even if they are merely of a lower tier, it presents a rather formidable challenge. System, could you assist me in estimating the likelihood of my success in completing this task? Lingxiu inquired. This information was previously extracted from the dominance system, which assesses the completion probability of various tasks based on Lingxiu's physical capabilities and the ninjutsu he has mastered. According to the calculations, the host has an 80% chance of successfully completing this task, making it worth a try. The dominance system stated plainly 80%. Is it truly that high? Lingxiu expressed his skepticism. The system calculated, there is absolutely no possibility of deceit. The host may rest assured, for should the system fail, it would bear the consequences. The dominance system replied with calm assurance. What the heck? You can joke around too. How come I never knew you had this feature? Lingxiu exclaimed in surprise. The dominance system responded with silence. Very well, since you assert that my chances of completing the task are 80%, I shall take on side mission 2 without hesitation. After all, the reward points are merely a bonus. A little more or a little less makes no difference. Lingxiu stated with ease. Dominance system. Does the host confirm acceptance of side mission 2? Lingxiu. Confirmed. The host has successfully accepted side mission 2, which entails the eradication of an entire bandit gang and the elimination of 5 rogue ninjas within their ranks. The likelihood of the host completing this task is merely 30%, categorizing it as a high-risk mission. Given that this is the host's first foray into a side mission, the system shall reward the host with an additional lottery opportunity, wishing the host an enjoyable experience. Lingxiu. Dominance system, come out here. Host, what is the matter? Did you not claim that my chances of completing the task were 80%? How has it suddenly transformed into 30%? Explain yourself, Lingxiu demanded with a fierce expression. The dominance system, remaining honest, replied with a hint of grievance. Indeed, your chances for side mission 1 were 80%, as the host only needed to eliminate 1 rogue ninja, instilling fear and pressure. And by leveraging the identity of a Konoha ninja, the remaining rogue ninjas would likely retreat. However, side mission 2 requires the host to eliminate 5 rogue ninjas, thus increasing the difficulty 5-fold, and the chance of success has merely decreased by 50%. The host need not be alarmed. Go to hell. What do you mean only a 50% decrease? Can 80% and 30% be considered the same? Can they? You've already accepted the mission. What do you intend to do now? The dominance system, witnessing Lingxiu's outburst, decided to play the rogue. How can you treat me this way? Lingxiu found himself at a loss for words, suddenly feeling awkward. Sigh, stop struggling. You might as well try your luck at the lottery. Perhaps you will obtain something remarkable, and there is also a chance to increase your odds by 50%. The dominance system comforted. Upon hearing this, Lingxiu could only nod in agreement. A consolation prize is better than none at all. Let us proceed with the lottery. Chapter 30. The 3 Tomo Sharingan. In truth, after acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique and the talent for space ninjutsu, Lingxiu had not engaged in any practice. This was not due to Lingxiu's unwavering confidence in the formidable ninjutsu bestowed by the system, but rather because he was acutely aware of the multiple pairs of watchful eyes scrutinizing him within Konoha. Just yesterday, after procuring a substantial number of kunai, he took it upon himself to engrave several of them at home. Each kunai bore the intricate designs of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Due to time constraints, he could only inscribe a total of 7. Based on this figure, coupled with the chakra within his body, teleporting to 7 points several dozen times should pose no significant challenge. This was a crucial matter of survival, and he needed to seize this opportunity with utmost diligence. Upon coming to this realization, the prize offerings for the system's lottery were officially determined. The rewards for this draw included the 3 Tomo Sharingan, an enhancement of chakra to the peak of special Jonin, a 50% increase in Taijutsu, A-rank ninjutsu, Rasengan, A-rank ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, A-rank Jinjutsu, Night Sealing, Summoning Technique, Cheetah, and C-rank Jinjutsu, Heart Fox. The host was now prompted to confirm the commencement of the lottery. As the system's voice faded, Lingxiu's brows involuntarily twitched twice. Good heavens! An enhancement in Taijutsu, an increase in chakra, the 3 Tomo Sharingan, A-rank Fire Release, and the Rasengan. These are truly valuable assets, but what on earth is a C-rank Jinjutsu? Is this even useful for me at this moment? And what is this Night Sealing? Could it possibly be an evolved version of the Jinjutsu I acquired last time, Night? As for the summoning technique, Cheetah, what is that supposed to be? After a moment of lamentation and complaint, Lingxiu resolved to proceed with the lottery. Even if he were to obtain the least desirable reward among them, it would still represent a fortification of his own capabilities. With this mindset, he watched as the roulette wheel began to spin slowly, his heart racing with anticipation. What could possibly await him? Lingxiu's eyes were fixated on the wheel, appearing quite comical in his concentration. Should anyone pass by at this moment, they would surely think that he had been ensnared by a binding technique. The wheel spun as if governed by an unseen force, halting precisely half a minute later. However, the item bestowed by the system did not elicit much excitement from Lingxiu. The 3 Tomo Sharingan, to be candid. While the original narrative portrayed the Sharingan in an exceedingly remarkable light, Lingxiu felt that its efficacy was rather limited until it reached the Manjikyu stage. Of course, this sentiment might stem from his lack of understanding. After all, in the original story, the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period was a super clan that could rival the Senju clan. At that time, the highest level of Sharingan was merely the 3 Tomo. It was only after Uchiha Madara matured that the Manjikyu Sharingan truly ascended to prominence in subsequent narratives. 3 Tomo. So be it. Having them is certainly better than not. Moreover, once I accumulate enough exchange points, I will be able to directly redeem the kaleidoscope, thus sparing the need to waste points on upgrading the Sharingan. Taking a deep breath, Lingxiu accepted the unexpected fortune with grace. He could find no reason to decline such a windfall. Host, please confirm the acceptance of this reward. Confirm acceptance. The system will issue this reward upon shutdown. May the host enjoy their gaming experience. Whoosh. Just as the system powered down, Lingxiu's Sharingan activated autonomously, and the 2 Tomo within his eyes began to spin rapidly. Before long, the 3 Tomo emerged from the ethereal realm, materializing within Lingxiu's gaze. The world before him appeared remarkably clear, and with the birth of the 3 Tomo, Lingxiu sensed a heightened sense of control over his surroundings. Had I misunderstood previously? For the first time, Lingxiu questioned his decision to refrain from utilizing the Sharingan. In the original narrative, Kakashi was the foremost user of the Tomo Sharingan, yet all he seemed to accomplish with it was piercing illusions and replicating jutsu. Where was the extraordinary functionality? Why was it that upon awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could so distinctly perceive the chakra within himself? Was there truly something he had yet to comprehend? Lingxiu pondered, momentarily neglecting to retract his chakra. As he reveled in the newfound power granted by the Sharingan, a figure donning a cat-faced mask lurked in the nearby foliage, whispering softly, "Has he awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan?" This information must be relayed immediately to Lord Danzo. He will undoubtedly be elated upon receiving this news. With that thought, the masked figure quietly slipped away. Naturally, his departure went unnoticed by Lingxiu, who remained oblivious to the presence of another. It is worth noting that as a traveler from another world, Lingxiu's grasp of chakra, despite his diligence, was merely a year's worth of experience. Thus, being tracked by a Jounin-level Umbu operative without awareness was quite normal. After approximately 3 minutes of contemplation, Lingxiu finally retracted his Sharingan, a look of conflicted emotion upon his face. It seems that the true essence of the Sharingan must be experienced in battle. I wonder just what surprises it will unveil. In that moment, Lingxiu found himself filled with anticipation regarding the Sharingan. Since his arrival in this world, he had never truly utilized it. Although he had possessed the 2 Tomo Sharingan prior, there had been no one in training or combat capable of compelling him to employ it, leading to its consistent neglect. Only today, after the system bestowed upon him the 3 Tomo Sharingan, did he redirect his focus back to this powerful ability. From his brief experience moments ago, Lingxiu could distinctly feel the enhancement the Sharingan had imparted upon him. Thus, it appears that the potential of the three-tomo Sharingan truly remains to be explored. Indeed, everything is far more complex than I had envisioned. I must adopt a more serious demeanor towards this world. Lingxiu resolutely contemplated this, and then began to circulate his chakra, swiftly heading towards the direction of his mission. The neighboring village is merely a stone's throw from Konoha. However, the name remains unknown to Lingxiu as it is not inscribed on the scroll. Upon arriving at this village, he was met with an eerie silence. The broad streets were devoid of any pedestrian movement. Lingxiu glanced up at the sky, noting that it was only around 5 in the afternoon. During this time in Konoha, the streets would be bustling with activity. It seemed evident that something extraordinary had indeed transpired here. Lingxiu grew vigilant, circulating his chakra while scanning his surroundings. According to the scroll's instructions, the location of the mission engagement should be just ahead. It seems that only by reaching that place can he ascertain the specifics of the situation. Lingxiu began to quicken his pace, darting forward. Chapter 31. Yangshan Village, located at the southern end of Konoha, is a settlement under the auspices of the Land of Fire. This village primarily relies on agriculture, with all its income stemming from the diligent efforts of its inhabitants. Yet, in such a seemingly tranquil place, a band of exceptionally powerful bandits has emerged. They wreak havoc, committing atrocities without remorse, earning the infamous title of the Wicked Yangshan Bandits among the locals. Were it not for the scarcity of nearby villages, it is highly likely that Yangshan Village would have already transformed into a desolate ghost town. Upon arriving at the designated location for the mission engagement as recorded in the scroll, Lingxiu encountered the first villager since his arrival in Yangshan. This man appeared to be in his 30s, robust and exuding an air of rustic simplicity. Given Lingxiu's headband from Konoha, his identity was readily discernible. The villager scrutinized Lingxiu with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, inquiring, "Are you the ninja dispatched from Konoha to undertake the mission?" Upon hearing such a question, Lingxiu furrowed his brow, responding with mild irritation. "Yes, do you have a problem with that?" The villager glanced behind Lingxiu, ensuring there were no others present, and his tone shifted to one of doubt and uncertainty. "You must be quite young. Did Konoha send only you for a C-rank mission?" "Indeed, it is just me," Lingxiu retorted, choosing not to engage in further argument, gradually regaining his composure. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the village head of Yangshan, Right Enyi, and I am the one who issued this C-rank mission." The village head first clarified his own identity. "However, I had assumed that for a reward of 3,000 Ryo, it could not possibly be entrusted to a mere 6 or 7-year-old ninja. Therefore, I must reconsider this mission and contemplate its cancellation." The village head, upon noticing that Lingxiu was merely a child of 6 or 7 years, spoke without any pretense of decorum. Lingxiu let out a cold laugh. "Am I to understand that you look down upon me?" The village chief fell silent. Though he felt immense frustration at the considerable cost he had incurred to summon the young lad before him, he was merely an ordinary villager, while this individual was undeniably a ninja. It would be unwise for an ordinary person to provoke a ninja. "Since you choose not to speak, I shall assume you have nothing to say." After a pause, Lingxiu coldly declared, "Having accepted the task you assigned, I will see it through. All I require from you is to arrange for a local guide. The rest I will handle myself. I did mention that I needed to contemplate whether to rescind the mission. Did I not?" The village chief's alarm was palpable upon hearing Lingxiu's intent to confront the bandits. He had witnessed the bandits' formidable prowess and, upon meeting Lingxiu, had abandoned any notion of sending the villagers to their doom alongside him. "I am a member of the Umbu of Konohagakure. If I lack the capability to fulfill this task, do you believe Konohagakure would have entrusted it to me?" Lingxiu, noticing the chief's obstinacy, took a deep breath and explained further. "Uncle, I believe he makes a valid point." At that moment, another individual emerged from the room. This person appeared to be in his 20s, and judging by his attire, he was likely part of the village's defense force. The renowned ninjas of Konohagakure were not devoid of youthful members. "Uncle, you must not doubt this ninja's abilities merely because of his age." The man glanced at Lingxiu and respectfully said, "Ninja-sama, I am Shandao Qiqing. Allow me to serve as your guide." "Qiqing, are you certain?" The village chief's demeanor shifted slightly upon hearing Shandao Qiqing's proposal. "Of course. We are all members of the Land of Fire, and as Konoha stands as the military strength of our nation, we must have faith in its prowess," Shandao Qiqing asserted with unwavering conviction. "Very well, lead the village's defense team and accompany this esteemed ninja." After a brief pause, the village chief added earnestly, "However, you must not ascend the mountain. For the battles there are beyond your capacity, Qiqing." Before Shandao Qiqing could respond to the chief's statement, Lingxiu interjected, "Let him be the guide, and no others need accompany us. That would be overly cumbersome." The village chief regarded Lingxiu for a long moment in silence before finally nodding in agreement. Approximately half an hour later, Shandao Qiqing emerged, having prepared himself for the journey. During this time, the once deserted village paths began to fill with a number of pedestrians. Qiqing, do exercise caution, the village chief admonished with concern. Uncle, please rest assured, I will ensure my own safety. Shandao Qiqing replied with a nod. Lingxiu closed his eyes in meditation, feeling discomfort at being the center of attention. After a lengthy exchange between the two, Lingxiu finally coldly reminded, Are we ready? Yes, Ninja-sama, we are ready. I apologize for the wait. Shandao Qiqing approached Lingxiu and, bowing to the considerably shorter figure, remarked, Shall we set forth? Indeed, Lingxiu nodded and followed closely beside Shandao Qiqing. As their silhouettes gradually receded, the village chief and numerous villagers observed intently. Their departure signified the first confrontation between Yangshan village and the bandit group residing atop Yangshan. To speak candidly, despite being a ninja, Lingxiu's youthful age and stature did not instill confidence in the villagers. Jigang, do you think we will succeed this time? Why do I have this ominous feeling that something significant is about to occur? The village chief quietly inquired of his old companion, who was referred to as Jigang. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man slowly replied, Also Jun, my perspective may differ from yours, for I have faith in Qiqing. In his instincts and vision, Qiqing, you say. The village chief's gaze wandered, seemingly recalling past events. Indeed, we should trust Qiqing. Were it not for his presence, Yangshan village might have long been obliterated, he reflected with deep sentiment. Also Jun, please make arrangements for the villagers. While we can place our trust in Qiqing, it is prudent to prepare for contingencies. Should their mission fail, we would be the first to suffer the consequences. An elder with graying hair interjected. Yes, uncle. I shall make the arrangements immediately, the village chief responded respectfully before summoning the village's defense team. You are to organize the villagers and retreat to Mingshui Creek, leaving only a few personnel to guard the village. If we receive good news, we shall return. If misfortune befalls us, we will retreat towards Konoha. Understood, village chief. Chapter 32. The Massacre. Yangshan, a mountain renowned in the vicinity of Konoha, lent its name to Yangshan village. Due to the presence of an ordinary person, Lingxiu had to moderate his pace. By the time they reached the foot of Yangshan, dusk had descended. They paused at the mountainside, where bonfires would illuminate the night, providing a clear marker for direction. After a moment, Qiqing earnestly stated, Though I am uncertain why Konoha has dispatched you for this mission, I must caution you, esteemed ninja, to never underestimate our adversaries. I have witnessed more than one rogue ninja within this bandit group, so I implore you to exercise utmost caution. Lingxiu gazed at the man before him in surprise and queried, Why do you dare approach Yangshan? Are you not afraid of unforeseen dangers? Qiqing shook his head resolutely, declaring, I am the leader of the defense team for Yangshan village. If I, too, were to fear potential dangers, who then would rise to protect our village? Lingxiu fell silent for a considerable time, contemplating this perspective, and found himself able to understand Qiqing's mindset. Lingxiu was noticeably shorter than Qiqing, which rendered their conversation somewhat awkward. Indeed, your suggestion is quite commendable, Lingxiu acknowledged with a nod. You may return now. The remaining matters are beyond your involvement. After a moment's hesitation, Qiqing inquired, Master Ninja, are you truly certain that I need not wait here for you any longer? Lingxiu resolutely shook his head. It is unnecessary. I shall complete the task alone and then report back to Konoha AS for you. Await the news from Konoha. Qiqing frowned slightly but refrained from further comments. With a deep bow towards Lingxiu, he earnestly declared, Master Ninja, I entrust this to you. The scene of an adult bowing to a child, with such earnestness, would undoubtedly be regarded as a jest in the 21st century. Yet, in this world, a realm rife with bloodshed and where lives are as inconsequential as grass, that was the most genuine aspect of existence. Here, strength commanded respect. While experience played a role, it was ultimately power that mattered most. Lingxiu did not cast another glance at Qiqing. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, suppressed his aura, and cautiously made his way up the mountain. Watching Lingxiu depart, Qiqing silently prayed, Master Ninja, you must succeed in your mission. The lives of all the villagers in Yangshan depend on you. Meanwhile, hidden in a secluded thicket at the foot of the mountain, Een, clad in dark attire, furrowed his brow. Advancing further would risk exposure, yet if he refrained from action, what if Uchiha Lingxiu found himself in danger? After a moment of hesitation, Een resolved to pursue Lingxiu in his heart. He believed it preferable for Lingxiu or the mountain bandits to discover his presence than to allow Lingxiu to undertake the mission at the peril of his life. Leaving Een to bear the weight of guilt should misfortune befall him, the mountainside. A broad clearing emerged, likely carved out by human hands, surrounded by numerous houses. In the center of this clearing, a massive bonfire blazed, and upon the central seat sat a man adorned with a Konoha ninja headband, laughing boisterously while holding a girl of merely 12 or 13 years. Surrounding the bonfire were dozens of individuals in various attires, some drinking, others feasting, while the leader embraced a beauty. Atop a towering tree, Lingxiu observed meticulously and, upon closer inspection, confirmed the presence of 5 ninjas among this band of robbers. However, one detail struck Lingxiu only moments later. The forehead protectors of these 5 rogue ninjas bore deep gashes, unmistakably indicating their defection. Lingxiu pondered this perplexity, yet no one was available to elucidate the meaning behind it. 5 rogue ninjas. Their strength remained uncertain. With an additional 22 wandering warriors surrounding them, the tension was palpable. A direct confrontation would surely lead to complications, but what strategies could be employed in such a predicament? Lingxiu furrowed his brow deeply, for he too was at a loss as to how to outwit his adversaries. To put it plainly, in his previous life, Lingxiu was merely a nobody. In this lifetime, not only had he transmigrated into the body of an exceptionally gifted individual, but he also possessed an extraordinary system known as the dominant system. However, even with such advantages, it could not alter the fact that Lingxiu was not a strategist. Alas, it seemed he would have to resort to the most straightforward and brute force approach to infiltrate. Gritting his teeth, Lingxiu gracefully descended from the tree and took a step forward, only to halt once more. That's right. Don't I possess transformation techniques? Let me wait and see if anyone exits. At that moment, I can cast an illusion on that individual and then transform into their likeness to enter the den. Surely, the probability of success would be far greater than a frontal assault. With this thought, Lingxiu smiled to himself, his expression delightfully mischievous. Time passed slowly, and the band of marauders gathered around the campfire exhibited a boisterous and reckless demeanor. This atmosphere even led Lingxiu, who was observing from the sidelines, to momentarily feel as if they were the ones truly alive. At that moment, a ripple of introspection stirred within Lingxiu's heart, prompting him to ponder a question that echoed in the depths of his mind. What am I doing all of this for? What is it that I seek to pursue? Is it merely to exist, to witness, or to live freely and authentically, doing what I desire? With this line of thought, a light seemed to dawn upon Lingxiu, as if he had suddenly come to a profound realization. Indeed, I am who I am. Why should I witness the brilliance of others when I can create my own splendor? This life is fleeting, a mere handful of decades. If I do not leave something behind in this world, would it not be a wasted journey? The dominant system commands me to dominate the world, and I shall first conquer it. Once I truly emerge from the confines of the dominant system, I will live for myself, crafting a life that leaves behind a satisfying legacy. As Lingxiu's thoughts crystallized, a young warrior rose from beside the campfire and ambled in his direction. Lingxiu gradually regained his composure, warily observing the young warrior. Upon noticing the latter's unbuckling of his belt, Lingxiu quickly deduced the reason for his departure. To relieve himself. Clever indeed. Lingxiu swiftly formed hand seals, and at that moment, the Sharingan manifested within his eyes. Hey! Lingxiu called softly, capturing the young warrior's attention. The warrior paused, and as he turned, he beheld a pair of spinning 3-tomo Sharingan glimmering in the darkness. Illusion, nightfall. Instantly, the young warrior's eyes reflected a blood-red 3-tomo. Chapter 33. The Slaughter 2 Illusion, Nightfall, was a jutsu meticulously tailored by the system for Lingxiu. Unlike other divine techniques such as Hades and Tsukuyami, Illusion, Nightfall's sole purpose was to briefly control the opponent's consciousness, allowing Lingxiu to glean the information he sought. In front of Lingxiu stood a young warrior from the band of robbers, now ensnared by an illusion comparable to a C-rank jutsu, Illusion, Nightfall. As an ordinary warrior, he offered no resistance whatsoever and was forcibly dragged into the illusion, into the depths of night. What is your name? The spiritual cultivator inquired. Toyota Fengmin, the young warrior replied without a hint of hesitation. Briefly recount your knowledge of the bandit group and your own experiences, along with the recent actions of your faction, the spiritual cultivator pondered before asking. Subsequently, Toyota Fengmin began his narration. Approximately 15 minutes later, just as the illusion was nearing its dissolution, the spiritual cultivator displayed no hesitation or reluctance. He plunged the sharp kunai he held into the heart of the young warrior named Toyota Fengmin. The spiritual cultivator's body trembled slightly, and in the darkness, his complexion appeared extremely pale. Gazing at the silent corpse lying on the ground, he murmured, I am sorry, but I had no choice but to kill you. For if you did not perish, it would surely be my demise. Thus, in order to survive, you had to meet your end. Nonetheless, you are the first person I have slain in this world, and I shall remember you. Toyota Fengmin, rest in peace. Taking a deep breath, he found it insufficient to quell the turmoil within him. With a slight tremor, the spiritual cultivator swiftly formed hand seals, and with a soft poof, he completely transformed into the likeness of Toyota Fengmin. Surely, there would be no discrepancies. The spiritual cultivator lowered himself to examine the corpse of Toyota Fengmin, and upon confirming that his transformation technique mirrored the physical details of the deceased, he finally rose and walked slowly towards the bonfire. With each step, he drew closer. The spiritual cultivator could feel the wind around him and the chill of the mountain AI in that moment. Aside from his anxiety, a tinge of excitement surged within him. In truth, the act of killing was not as terrifying as the spiritual cultivator had imagined. At least when he had just slain Toyota Fengmin, he did not experience feelings of nausea or disgust. Perhaps, deep within the recesses of his heart, lay a restless spirit yearning for acknowledgement. Upon reaching the bonfire, an older warrior abruptly pushed the girl he was holding into the spiritual cultivator's arms. Laughing heartily as he exclaimed, "What is the matter, Fengmin? Are you, the little virgin, feeling shy? Come, let me help you break that virginity today. Don't be bashful. I can personally guide you through it. Heh." Having assimilated Toyota Fengmin's memories, the spiritual cultivator felt neither anxiety nor panic at the teasing of this warrior. He embraced the startled girl, recalling the details in his mind, and burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha! My dear brother, this is not shyness. I merely intend to fulfill my physiological needs first. It's just a little girl. What is the harm? I, Fengmin, fear not even the act of killing. Do you think I would be afraid of her?" The teasing warrior was taken aback for a moment, then grinned widely. "It seems you were well prepared. All right, you rascal. This girl is yours for today. Enjoy it." "No problem," came the response. Without a trace of hesitation, Lingxiu reached out toward the girl, his hands moving with abandon. Beneath this series of actions, he was quietly observing the surrounding environment and the individuals within it. His hands were in motion, his eyes were scanning, yet his mind was elsewhere. The first to sense that something was amiss was the girl, trembling in his embrace. Having been captured by a band of thieves, she had succumbed to despair, contemplating suicide at times. Yet here she was, enduring a fate worse than death, with no opportunity even for that. For 5 days on the mountain, not a single moment had she been free. However, today, she sensed something was different. The man, who was ostensibly there to violate her, seemed preoccupied and not focused on her at all. "The girl was certain of this, sir. I beseech you to have mercy on this humble servant," she murmured, lowering her head instinctively. Lingxiu, who was surveying the surroundings, paused momentarily, then with a wry smile, pulled her into his embrace and whispered, "Do you wish to regain your freedom and return to your village?" The girl was taken aback, first nodding, then immediately shaking her head. "Very well, no need to explain. I understand." Lingxiu chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "Find a place to hide shortly. Remember, when chaos ensues, do not hesitate. Run straight down the mountain." The girl stared at Lingxiu in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. "All right, I've observed enough. This opportunity is just right." With that, Lingxiu gently pushed the girl away, grasping a bowl of strong liquor as he approached a man adorned with a rain ninja headband. This individual was known as Lu Yueyu, a rogue ninja from the rain ninja village of the Land of Rivers. The true extent of Lu Yueyu's prowess was uncertain, as Feng Tianfeng had never witnessed him in action. However, as the second in command of this band of thieves, his strength was likely second only to that of the 5 ninjas present. This was precisely why Lingxiu sought him out. In Lingxiu's eyes, as long as he could draw near and exploit a moment of the opponent's inattention, he would have the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Yueyu. As he edged closer, Lingxiu discreetly placed a kunai inscribed with a technique beside an ordinary warrior standing near Lu Yueyu. Remarkably, none of the others noticed his actions. Lingxiu arrived at Lu Yueyu's side, who was currently reveling in drink with the formidable Yamamoto YG among the wandering warriors. "Second in command, today you seem in high spirits. Allow me to offer you a toast." Lu Yueyu and Yamamoto YG paused, their merriment interrupted by the familiar voice. Upon recognizing Feng Tianfeng, smiles broke upon their faces. Yamamoto YG laughed heartily, exclaiming, "If we're drinking, let us drink. No need for toasts. Let us just down it." "Indeed, down it we shall," Lingxiu replied with a satisfied smile, a wicked grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, as a ninja, Lu Yueyu instinctively sensed that something was awry. Yet at this moment, it was all too late. Lingxiu raised his cup. A figure stepped forward, seemingly out of nowhere, brandishing a sharp kunai that had materialized in his hand. Without affording Lu Yueyu a moment to react, the blade plunged directly into Lu Yueyu's heart, extinguishing his life. Since you are so bold, you may join him on the journey to the afterlife. A cruel smirk danced upon Lingxiu's lips, and with a soft thud, a puff of white smoke dispersed, revealing Lingxiu's true form before the astonished crowd. He was a Leaf Village ninja. "Everyone be cautious, we are under attack," exclaimed the wandering warrior, his voice trembling as he gazed upon the bloodied Yamamoto YG and the motionless Rain ninja Lu Yueyu on the ground. Instantly, chaos ensued, as all present ceased their actions. At the head of the gathering, a figure adorned with a leaf headband wore a chilling expression. Chapter 34. Slaughter 3. In that very moment, every bandit present grasped their weapons, their faces etched with wariness. Several individuals, also donning ninja headbands, began to converge towards Lingxiu's position. As they beheld the lifeless body of their second-in-command, Lu Yueyu, a shiver ran through their hearts. To eliminate the notorious second-in-command of the bandit group in an instant, this mere child of 6 or 7 years was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. Meanwhile, the bandit leader, the rogue ninja from the Leaf Village, Samuri, recognized the Uchiha clan insignia emblazoned on Lingxiu's attire. He a child of the Uchiha clan? No wonder he possesses such formidable prowess, Samuri thought, though he maintained a facade of calm. "You lot, go ahead, he is merely a child. I trust your abilities will suffice to handle him," Samuri remarked nonchalantly. "Leader, leave this little brat to me. He dared to ambush and kill my elder brother, Lu Yueyu. I shall ensure he pays for it," declared another ninja, adorned with a Rain ninja headband, his expression twisted with malice. After his proclamation, no one interjected, and the group moved stealthily, their gazes fixed upon the approaching Lingxiu. In their eyes, Lu Yueyu's death was simply a result of Lingxiu's sneak attack. After all, to them, Lingxiu was merely a child. Naturally, the others remained still for their own reasons, as they needed to be vigilant against potential ambushes lurking nearby. Confronting such a large bandit group, the appearance of just one Leaf ninja, especially one so young, seemed far from reasonable. Yet, in truth, Lingxiu had indeed come alone. Thus, their mindset inadvertently provided Lingxiu with a greater opportunity for success. Observing the unfolding scene, Lingxiu let out a cold chuckle, his grip tightening around the sharp kunai as he awaited the opportune moment to strike. The Rain ninja advancing towards him bore 2 metallic umbrellas strapped to his back. This sight instantly recalled to Lingxiu a character from the original narrative, one who had been buried in a sandstorm summoned by Gaara during the Chunin exams. The weaponry he bore must be those iron umbrellas, suggesting his combat style was akin to that of Tintin, a practitioner of weapon manipulation. As Lingxiu was still analyzing the situation, a Rain ninja approached him with a menacing expression, laughing heartily as he exclaimed, "Little brat, remember my name, for it is I, the former Rain ninja village's Chunin, Matian Yushir, who shall bring about your demise. Keep that in mind." Lingxiu nodded in compliance, saying, "I hope you can withstand 3 of my moves." "You are exceedingly arrogant, little brat," Matian Yushir retorted furiously, incensed by Lingxiu's dismissive words. Without further ado, he channeled his chakra, enveloping the 2 iron umbrellas that floated behind him. "Rise." Instantly, the umbrellas soared into the air. Ninjutsu, Rainfall 1,000 Needles. Accompanied by Matian Yoshir's hand seals and the flow of chakra, the iron umbrellas spun rapidly, unleashing numerous iron needles, each approximately 10 centimeters long, aimed straight at Lingxiu. Lingxiu glanced at the oncoming assault and smirked. "Indeed, this is the ninjutsu you wield. Don't underestimate it, little brat. This technique has claimed the lives of countless lower ninjas," Matian Yushir scoffed. Just as the iron needles were about to pierce Lingxiu, he formed a single hand seal and launched a kunai inscribed with a technique towards Matian Yushir. Flying Thunder God Technique? In an instant, Lingxiu vanished, reappearing beside the kunai that had landed before Matian Yushir. Ignoring the terror and bewilderment in Matian Yoshir's eyes, Lingxiu seized the kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God Technique and plunged it directly into Matian Yoshir's heart. "My apologies, but it seems with just one move, you have failed to make your name memorable, Lower Rain Ninja." With a hand, he pushed aside the lifeless Matian Yushir, while at that moment, the Rain Ninja's technique, Rainfall 1,000 Needles, finally descended. "Next, who will step forward?" Lingxiu called out loudly. "Wow, how did he just kill the 4th leader?" A wandering warrior exclaimed in terror. "I couldn't see clearly, but I have a feeling we're in for some serious trouble." Another wandering warrior said apprehensively. Quit your pessimistic talk. As long as our leader is still here, we still have hope. A third wandering warrior stated, albeit uncertainly. What kind of technique was that? I've never seen anything like it before. A rogue rain ninja beside Lingxiu inquired. Meanwhile, a rogue sand ninja by Lingxiu's side wore a tense expression, murmuring softly, could it be the legendary space ninjutsu? This is impossible. Absolutely not. How could a mere 6 or 7-year-old child possibly master the fabled space ninjutsu? That defies logic. As none of the ninja leaders made a move, the wandering warriors below refrained from acting recklessly, fully aware of the vast disparity between themselves and this 6 or 7-year-old prodigy. After waiting for a considerable time without anyone stepping forward, Lingxiu shook his head in resignation and said, if that's the case, I shall take the initiative to seek you out. Good luck, and I hope you can live up to the praises bestowed upon you by the dominant system. Upon concluding his words, Lingxiu sprang into action once more. However, this time, he refrained from employing the flying thunder god technique. After all, the considerable chakra consumption required for such an S-rank jutsu meant that Lingxiu would not utilize it lightly unless absolutely necessary. With a kunai gripped in each hand, every strike he executed was a lethal one. At that moment, Lingxiu fully comprehended just how terrifying he was to ordinary individuals. It dawned on him that he had previously underestimated his own prowess. To his astonishment, the strength he exhibited when truly engaged in battle was nothing short of formidable. As bodies fell around him, Lingxiu's understanding of his own capabilities became increasingly lucid. At this juncture, relying solely on the wandering warriors was utterly insufficient to halt Lingxiu's advance. Sarayu gritted his teeth and coldly declared, this cannot continue. This boy is exceedingly strange. We must combine our efforts to confront him. Boss, you are the only Chunin among us. We shall follow your lead. A sand ninja immediately responded. At that moment, a rain ninja also nodded in agreement towards Sarayu. They could only hope that this individual had yet to awaken his Sharingan. Otherwise, they would be left to await their doom. The disparity between those of the Uchiha clan who possessed the Sharingan and those who did not was profoundly stark. Sarayu silently prayed while drawing a kunai from his thigh pouch, glancing at the two rogue ninjas beside him, and loudly proclaimed, onward. Dispatch this little brat. Yes, eliminate him. Chapter 35. The massacre. While the few ninjas reached their decision, Lingxiu had already claimed 2 more lives. Thus far, the number of bandits slain by Lingxiu had surpassed 10. It is noteworthy that the bandit group comprised only about 30 members in total in such a brief span of time. Lingxiu had effortlessly dispatched 10 of them, a testament to the sheer magnitude of his strength. With deftness, Lingxiu hurled 2 kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god technique and surged forward, charging directly at the Konoha rogue ninja, Sarayu. The two clashed, engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Given the close-quarters nature of their confrontation, neither had the opportunity to utilize their finely honed ninjutsu. Harnessing the immense power granted by their chakra, they fought fiercely, while the other 2 rogue ninjas occasionally attempted to intervene. The wandering warriors remained on the sidelines, unwilling to approach, as they could no longer discern the figures of Lingxiu and Sarayu amidst the fray. What an overwhelming sensation! He is able to hold his ground against the leader for such an extended period. This little brat is undoubtedly of Chunin caliber from Konoha, perhaps even more formidable. Yet he appears to be merely 6 or 7 years old. I truly question whether we inhabit the same world. Damn it, we cannot assist. We can only watch and await our demise. What purpose do we serve? Who knows? The wandering warriors could only stand by, exchanging words, while the 4 ninjas in the arena were engulfed in a frenzied battle. Before launching the assault on Lingxiu, Saimori had already cautioned the other 2 rogue ninjas to seize the opportunity and, following close combat, to leave no openings for Lingxiu to unleash any other ninjutsu. The 2 rogue ninjas quickly grasped Saimori's intent, and thus, at this very moment, they refrained from utilizing any ninjutsu, relying solely on the formidable physical prowess granted by their chakra to engage in battle with Lingxiu. The leader's physical techniques are astonishing. If we continue like this, our chakra will inevitably be depleted, exclaimed the rain ninja, after being kicked away by Lingxiu. You are expending chakra, and so is he. Can you truly outmatch spatial ninjutsu with mere combat? Saimori rolled his eyes and retorted without hesitation. However, just as his words fell, Lingxiu closed in once more. Upon seeing the exhilaration etched on Lingxiu's face, Saimori realized that he had indeed underestimated him. Fortunately, he had not activated the Sharingan. Otherwise, they might have already met their demise. A sense of relief washed over Saimori's heart, and he subsequently intensified his chakra output, aiming to overwhelm Lingxiu, who was locked in combat. Trying to play this game with me? Despite Lingxiu's limited practical experience, he had witnessed countless ninja battles in his past life through the original narrative. Hence, his advantage soon became apparent. Almost simultaneously with Saimori's increased chakra output, Lingxiu also amplified his own, and they found themselves in a stalemate once again. In truth, Lingxiu possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, which could have extricated him from this impasse long ago. Yet, due to his feeling of inadequacy and practical experience, he chose to engage in physical combat alongside Saimori, hoping to hone his lacking skills. After being kicked aside by Lingxiu, the Rain Ninja refrained from re-entering the fray. After observing for a while, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Given the speed and terrain, my water prison technique should succeed. Having realized the crucial elements, the rogue Rain Ninja bellowed to a nearby wandering warrior, "Bring me my ninja tools." Several wandering warriors dashed into the building, and shortly after, a massive wooden barrel was carried out by them. The rogue Rain Ninja swiftly approached the barrel, channeling chakra through his hands and rapidly forming hand seals. A series of intricate and enigmatic hand signs materialized in his grasp, and strands of chakra gradually converged within the wooden barrel before him. With a powerful shout from the rogue Rain Ninja, the water within the barrel surged upwards. C-rank ninjutsu, water prison technique. As the torrent of water erupted forth, Lingxiu immediately sensed the anomaly in the arena. However, due to Saimori's distraction, he could not evade the C-rank ninjutsu unleashed by the rogue Rain Ninja. In an instant, Lingxiu found himself ensnared within a colossal water sphere, along with Saimori, the leader of the bandits. "Damn it! Why did you trap me as well?" Saimori attempted to shout, but was instead choked by the water within the prison. If having comprehended the gaze of Saimori, the rogue Rain Ninja bellowed, "Boss, hold on for a moment. I shall take care of this little brat right away. Minjuru, cooperate with me. Use the earth prison technique to seal him away." The rogue Rain Ninja directed his words toward the rogue Sand Ninja. "But the boss is still inside." The Sand Ninja hesitated. "If we employ the double prison technique now, the boss could very well perish within," he added, uncertainty lacing his voice. "To hell with it. If we do not eliminate that brat inside now, it will be our lives at stake. Minjuru, do you wish to die?" The rogue Rain Ninja snarled menacingly. The Sand Ninja remained hesitant, showing no inclination to form hand seals. "If you do not seal soon, my technique will dissipate," the rogue Rain Ninja shouted vehemently. Casting a glance at the rogue Rain Ninja and then at Saimori, who was ensnared in the water prison technique, the Sand Ninja gritted his teeth and nodded towards the rogue Rain Ninja. "Hold on. I shall invoke the earth prison technique immediately." "Understood," the rogue Rain Ninja replied with a nod, gritting his teeth as he bolstered his chakra output. At that moment, the Sand Ninja began to form hand seals, albeit slowly, indicating his lack of proficiency in this particular ninjutsu. Within the confines of the water prison, Lingxiu distinctly heard their conversation, a cold smile creeping across his face. "So, you intend to take down both me and your boss in one fell swoop?" "Heh, the young lad is a tad too naive." Lingxiu felt no fear, for he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. With merely a thought, he could effortlessly escape the water prison. In essence, this so-called predicament was merely a phenomenon orchestrated by Lingxiu himself. "Since you wish to eliminate me along with your leader, I shall gladly reap the benefits of your folly." Lingxiu smiled with satisfaction, as he had been troubled by how to deal with the rogue Leaf Ninja. Saimu RI.IT is worth noting that although Lingxiu possessed an extraordinary amount of chakra typical of a special Jonin, his overall strength was merely comparable to that of a capable Chunin within the Umbu. He could not guarantee victory against the vast majority of special Jonin. However, thanks to the existence of the Crow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique, escaping from a Jonin was not an insurmountable challenge for him. Thus, one must not merely assess Lingxiu's strength by rank. Context matters significantly in battle. For instance, the ninja currently engaged in combat with Lingxiu, Saimori, had been a member of the Umbu during his time in the Leaf and was only rated as a Chunin in terms of strength. Currently, Saimori's chakra had not yet reached the level of a special Jonin, making him, from a certain perspective, inferior to Lingxiu. However, in terms of combat capability and specialized skills, Saimori was not lacking compared to Lingxiu, which is why Lingxiu could easily handle the wandering warrior, but found himself in a stalemate with Saimori for quite some time for the successful ambush by the rogue Rain Ninja, Jiayu, and the swift defeat of rogue Rain Ninja, Mati and Yushir, by the Flying Thunder God technique. They could not be considered conventional victories and thus should not be fully counted within Lingxiu's accomplishments. A surprise attack and a direct confrontation are indeed two distinct matters. The difficulty assessment provided by the domination system is merely a reflection of the result beneath the surface confrontation. Now, having analyzed this, let us return to the scene. Well then, please await the next installment. Chapter 36, Task Completed. The perspective shifts back to the frontline battlefield. At this moment, Lingxiu and Zaimori are utterly immobilized by the water prison technique, while the Sand Ninja is on the verge of completing his hand signs. If Zaimori does not take some action at this critical juncture, he will be left with naught but death. In truth, Zaimori is currently more anxious than Lingxiu, for he finds himself utterly devoid of options. It is important to note that he does not possess the peculiar spatial ninjutsu of Lingxiu, nor does he have any formidable techniques capable of swiftly breaking free from the water prison. The only recourse available to him is to utilize his chakra to prolong the duration of the water prison's hold, waiting for it to dissipate on its own. However, the actions of the Sand Ninja plunge him into despair. As the leader of a band of thieves, Zaimori is acutely aware of the terrifying power of his two companions' combined technique, double prison technique. Yet, ensnared within the water prison, he is powerless to convey any message and can only watch helplessly as his two comrades conspire to eliminate both him and the boy before him. Am I to die here? Zaimori closes his eyes, an expression of unwillingness etched upon his face. Who would have thought I would meet my demise in such a scenario, at the hands of my own subordinates? It is truly laughable. Zaimori glances at Lingxiu and, in resignation, gives him a wink. Lingxiu, however, immediately forms a hand sign, and chakra surges forth from his body, creating a waterless zone between him and Zaimori. This technique is not particularly extraordinary. Rather, it is a manifestation of his control over chakra. Zaimori, right? Through this waterless domain, Lingxiu conveys his voice to Zaimori's ears. What? How is this possible? Zaimori is momentarily speechless with astonishment, for Lingxiu's action essentially reveals that he possesses the ability to effortlessly dispel the water prison. Do not be surprised. This is merely the beginning. Lingxiu chuckles and continues, I was just pondering how to swiftly eliminate you. And now, thanks to your two companions, the task has become considerably easier for me. As you know, I possess a talent for spatial ninjutsu, so techniques akin to imprisonment hold little significance for me. However, their double prison technique conveniently allows me to dispose of you, which is why I chose to play along in this little charade. Do not be disheartened, do not grieve. The sorrowful days shall soon pass, Zaimori. You will be the first Chunin I eliminate, and I shall remember you. Yes, your death should count as my kill, should it not? Lingxiu receives no response or astonishment from Zaimori, for by the time he finishes speaking, the Sand Ninja has completed the hand signs for the earth prison technique. A colossal earthen prison sealed the water prison technique, and in an instant, the two jutsu overlapped, resulting in a surge of chakra. The dual prison technique then contracted, reminiscent of Gaara's sandstorm funeral, directly annihilating the spiritual cultivator and the rogue ninja Sei-Muri within. Are they dead? The Sand Ninja, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, pondered, they must be dead. The combined power of our dual prison technique possesses the might of an A-rank jutsu. Even a master of physical arts would find no chance of survival, murmured the Rain Ninja. Just as the two were catching their breath, a chilling laughter unexpectedly echoed. Hee, I am quite pleased that you could assist me in completing my task. As a token of gratitude, I have resolved to obliterate you all. Very well. Let us commence at this very moment. As the words fell, the spiritual cultivator appeared with an ethereal grace, precisely at the spot where he had placed the technique for the flying thunder god beside the wandering samurai before dispatching June Rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, the spiritual cultivator wasted no time in idle chatter. He swiftly withdrew 6 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, targeting the 6 nearest wandering samurai in a flash. His precise shurikens eliminated the 6 wandering samurai before anyone could react. Without a hint of hesitation, the spiritual cultivator rapidly formed hand seals, and instantly, several identical versions of himself emerged around him. B-rank jutsu. Shadow clone technique. Go. Eliminate them. The main spiritual cultivator bellowed, and the multitude of shadow clones immediately charged toward the nearby bandits. Meanwhile, the main spiritual cultivator pressed on, lunging at 2 rogue ninjas, brandishing 3 shurikens once more, which he launched forth. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of sharp sounds, the 3 shurikens were intercepted by the 2 rogue ninjas. However, at that moment, the spiritual cultivator had already reached their front. Die for me, he roared, and under the terrified gazes of the 2 rogue ninjas, his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, spinning rapidly before their eyes. Genjutsu, Night. The spiritual cultivator's Genjutsu, Night, immediately ensnared the 2 rogue ninjas. With a sickening sound, 2 shurikens plunged into their hearts, piercing through the flesh with ease, as the spiritual cultivator had procured these razor-sharp kunai from Konoha. Simultaneously, all his shadow clones accomplished their tasks, wiping out every last bandit within the camp. He surveyed the scene filled with corpses and the stunned slaves. The spiritual cultivator inhaled the pungent scent of blood that permeated the air. Momentarily lost in thought, is this all my handiwork? Am I truly this formidable? The spiritual cultivator found it hard to believe, for prior to his arrival here, he had been unaware of his own astounding prowess. After surveying the area, he suddenly felt a wave of nausea, which swiftly intensified. Completely disregarding the horrified expressions of those around him, he began to retch uncontrollably, his demeanor a picture of utter disarray. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally managed to regain some semblance of composure. Observing the surrounding slaves, who appeared utterly petrified, Lingxiu coldly declared, "The bandits have been vanquished. You may return to your villages, however." Not a single soul dared to move, for Lingxiu was drenched in blood, and his aura was overwhelmingly potent. With a chilling expression, Lingxiu bellowed, "Why do you not flee? Run! The demon of death has arrived. Escape for your lives!" At the sound of Lingxiu's thunderous shout, the remaining individuals scattered like startled bees. Before long, the camp was left desolate, with Lingxiu as its sole occupant. Feeling the absence of others, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Damn it! It seems I need to acclimatize to the act of killing a few more times. How embarrassing for a dignified traveler to be so unsettled by such a trivial scene." Shaking his head, Lingxiu offered a wry smile. At that moment, the system's voice abruptly echoed in the depths of his mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest, extermination of the entire bandit gang. The host has successfully fulfilled the task and received 3,000 exchange points provided by the system. The host may choose to exchange now or retain the points for future use. The host's physical capabilities have been enhanced, with a slight increase in chakra and taijutsu. The host's Sharingan proficiency has increased by 30. You are now 470 proficiency points away from achieving the full 3-tomo Sharingan. Host, may your future endeavors be fruitful." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lingxiu, who should have felt elated, found no desire to continue the conversation. After all, he was still amidst the bandits' camp, and under such circumstances, he lacked the interest to engage further with the system. "I'll save it for later. I'll exchange everything next time." Lingxiu blinked and communicated with the system. Whoosh! As soon as he spoke, the sound of the system departing resonated in his mind. After tidying up his belongings, Lingxiu collected the intact shuriken. Although small, they were worth their weight in gold. Naturally, a financially strained Lingxiu could not afford to discard these purchased weapons. Now, where did that kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique go? After searching for quite some time, he still couldn't locate the kunai. Moreover, it had vanished from his chakra sensing abilities as well. Could it be that one of the slaves stealthily took my technique kunai? Lingxiu pondered, stroking his chin. This was the only plausible explanation for its disappearance. Forget it. I should return to report the task. With that thought in mind, he walked directly to the 2 rogue ninjas and removed their forehead protectors. Surely, these would suffice for his report, right? This exasperating task, with no indication of what evidence is required upon its completion, leaves one to ponder whether I am truly expected to return with severed heads. Shaking his head, Lingxiu ultimately relinquished the notion of decapitation. After all, Lingxiu is a fine young man of the 21st century. Engaging in such barbarity is simply beyond his capacity. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Lingxiu cast another sweeping glance around, ensuring nothing had been overlooked. In an instant, chakra enveloped his form, and with a surge of speed, he darted away. Not far from the bandits' camp, a pair of keen eyes had witnessed the entire spectacle. How could this be? How could he possibly be this formidable? He single-handedly dispatched 5 rogue ninjas and dozens of wandering warriors, one of whom was none other than our former Konoha Umbu Chunin. Saimu Ri. Such prowess surely surpasses that of many non-combat specialist jonin. A mix of shock and exhilaration played across his face, and this observer was none other than In, the captain of the Umbu's special task force, who had been shadowing Lingxiu into the bandit camp. Regaining his composure, In's chakra sensing confirmed Lingxiu's departure, prompting him to emerge from his concealment. As he surveyed the multitude of corpses strewn about, Yin's astonishment deepened, ultimately rendering him somewhat numb. The spatial ninjutsu talent, the B-rank shadow clone technique reserved for jonin, the formidable genjutsu capable of controlling one's consciousness, alongside his commendable mastery of taijutsu and ninja tools. All these attributes indicated that I had previously underestimated this young scion of the Uchiha clan. Yin grinned, shaking his head in disbelief, "No matter. I shall follow him for now." With that thought, Yin's figure blurred and gradually vanished from sight. The very spot he had occupied moments before. A pitch-black crow transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Disappearing without a trace, Lingxiu sprinted at breakneck speed. He received an unwelcome chuckle from the crow clone relaying its message. It seems this mission has revealed more than anticipated. The next day, in Konoha, upon returning, Lingxiu did not hasten to the Umbu for the task handover. Having sensed Yin's presence, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, diminishing his urgency to report back. The intense battles he had experienced during this mission had significantly enhanced his understanding of ninjutsu and taijutsu, far surpassing his previous knowledge gained merely from observing the original work-s battles. Once home, Lingxiu began to reflect deeply, summarizing his experiences and insights from the combat, preparing himself for more seasoned engagements in the future. In the courtyard, he occasionally drifted into contemplation, followed by bursts of swift motion. It seemed that whenever a particularly brilliant idea struck him, he would unleash his skills in an effort to ascertain whether his thoughts could be reliably executed. Indeed, aside from successfully gaining entry into the Umbu, the most substantial reward from this battle was undoubtedly the invaluable experience garnered. In comparison to the sparring and drills conducted at the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy, genuine combat undeniably serves as a more rigorous test of one's abilities. After clarifying his thoughts, Lingxiu performed a simple cleansing of himself, clutching the headbands of two rogue ninjas, and set off with a lightened spirit toward the location of the Leaf Umbu. As he traversed the territory of the Uchiha clan, Lingxiu keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding him. The faces of many clansmen reflected concern and tension. Their expressions spoke volumes about the brewing discontent within the Uchiha clan regarding a potential betrayal of the Leaf. It is crucial to note that the Uchiha clan comprises very few ordinary members. As the foremost clan of the Hidden Leaf, the proportion of ninjas within the Uchiha is exceptionally high. In every household of the Uchiha clan, at least one ninja is present, which fundamentally explains Uchiha Fugaku's motivations for contemplating betrayal. When an individual possesses overwhelming strength, certain thoughts naturally arise. Uchiha Fugaku embodies such a person. As Lingxiu ambled along, a sense of melancholy enveloped him, prompting thoughts of Uchiha Minghui and Uchiha Shiyu. Both are ninjas of the Uchiha clan and possess leadership qualities as Chunin. Their status and capabilities render them unable to evade involvement in this impending Uchiha betrayal. Even if they do not participate or execute any plans, with the machinations of Danzo and Uchiha Obito lurking in the shadows, they would inevitably succumb to the tides of history, facing the slaughter by Itachi. I must elevate my strength. I will undoubtedly succeed in rescuing Uncle Minghui and Aunt Shiyu. Lingxiu clenched his fists, determination radiating from him. Thus, amidst a whirlwind of thoughts and speculations, he quickened his pace. Arriving at the Umbu's headquarters at that moment, still clad in his standard attire rather than the Umbu's distinctive garb, Lingxiu was immediately barred at the entrance by the guarding ninjas. With a touch of helplessness, he rubbed his nose and addressed the two Umbu ninjas at the door. "Could you assist me in relaying a message? I am here to meet Lord Yin, the leader of the Special Task Force. Team 4. Lord Yin." One of the Umbu ninjas scrutinized Lingxiu from head to toe, then exchanged a glance with his companion, suggesting, "Perhaps we should contact the headquarters to inquire about Lord Yin." His companion nodded in agreement, noting Lingxiu's leaf headband, which confirmed his status as a legitimate leaf ninja. "Please wait a moment. We will check if it is indeed true. Lord Yin will come out." "Understood," Lingxiu replied with a smile, displaying no signs of impatience. Chapter 38. Entering the Umbu, the guarding Umbu ninja used a radio to reach out to the Umbu headquarters, and shortly thereafter, received a definitive response. "You must be Uchiha Lingxiu, correct?" the guarding ninja inquired with certainty. Lingxiu nodded, affirming, "Yes, that is me." "Very well, please wait a moment. Lord Yin will be with you shortly." "All right." Though waiting may seem somewhat tedious, it is a necessary endeavor dictated by one's identity and status. In truth, the reality of Konoha is far more intricate than its portrayal in the anime. Devoid of the humorous antics, Konoha reveals itself to be considerably more rigorous than one might initially perceive. Take the Umbu, for instance. Even as a certified ninja of Konoha, without having ascended to the rank of an Umbu or possessing a pass, the gate to the Umbu remains an insurmountable obstacle throughout one's life. In stark contrast to the numerous Umbu members depicted in the original work, the actual number of Umbu operatives is quite scarce. Given the significance of the Umbu, each member is among the most exceptional ninjas of Konoha, a fact universally acknowledged throughout the village. The Umbu guarding the gate is meticulous in their duties, while Lingxiu stands quietly to the side, awaiting his turn. After approximately 10 minutes, a figure clad in umbu attire, Ian, sauntered over to Lingxiu. "Have you completed the mission?" Ian inquired with an air of feigned nonchalance. Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled in response, "Yes, Lord Ian." Although aware that Ian had shadowed him throughout the annihilation of the bandit group, the latter refrained from mentioning it, and Lingxiu was astute enough not to bring it to light. "Very well, let us proceed to the special task force with the scroll and evidence," Ian declared, turning on his heel and making his way deeper into the umbu's domain. Lingxiu hesitated for a brief moment before following suit, not neglecting to nod in acknowledgement to the two umbu sentinels at the gate. In the future, as they would undoubtedly encounter one another frequently, it was only proper to observe a modicum of etiquette. Within the umbu, at the special task force's quarters, Hinata Hayashi appeared somewhat bewildered upon seeing Lingxiu. Yet his expression shifted to one of astonishment as Lingxiu presented the scroll and the rogue ninja's forehead protector. "How is this possible?" he murmured, incredulously examining the forehead protector for an extended period before raising his gaze to Lingxiu. "Uchiha Lingxiu, have you truly completed the mission?" Observing Hinata Hayashi's serious demeanor, Lingxiu adopted a solemn expression and replied earnestly, "Indeed, I am certain that I have eradicated the entire bandit group." Hinata Hayashi narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, "How many rogue ninjas were there? How many wandering warriors? Where was their camp located?" Lingxiu faltered momentarily, then hesitated. From his perspective, considering Hinata Hayashi's line of questioning, the bandit group's strength appeared formidable. In terms of both ninja prowess and sheer numbers, it seemed implausible for him to have accomplished such a task. The notion that a freshly graduated ninja could effortlessly complete such a daunting mission was likely to provoke misunderstandings and unnecessary complications for Lingxiu. However, without clarity, there was no way to pass this scrutiny from Hinata Hayashi. Concealment? Was that a viable option? With this thought in mind, Lingxiu glanced at Ian, who remained silent, seemingly disinclined to offer any assistance. Lingxiu gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "I have slain a total of 5 traitorous ninjas and 37 wandering warriors, their encampment situated upon a clearing on the hillside of Yangshan. Due to time constraints, I was unable to cleanse the site. Thus, dispatching someone at this moment would undoubtedly reveal the state of their encampment." Upon hearing Lingxiu's words, Hinata Nijing fell silent, casting a glance at Ian, the only one privy to the fact that Ian had accompanied Lingxiu to Yangshan village. Ian nodded imperceptibly before addressing Hinata Nijing, "Let him join my 4th squad. I shall take responsibility for guiding and instructing him." Hinata Nijing regarded Ian for a considerable time before reluctantly acquiescing. "You brought him in. Now that he has completed his task, he shall naturally return to your squad." Pausing momentarily, Hinata Nijing continued, "Keep a close watch on him. He is quite a promising talent." "I am aware of that," Ian replied with a smile, then turned to Lingxiu, "Come with me. I shall introduce you to the other members of our 4th squad." "Is that all there is to it?" Lingxiu asked, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. Ian smiled slightly and responded, "What do you think? Is it not a tad too simple?" At Lingxiu's remark, Yin's eyes twitched slightly. "What do you mean by a tad too simple? You, a mere genin, took only 3 days to dismantle a Jainin combat team to eradicate a bandit group. This includes the time spent on the road. Can that truly be deemed tad too simple?" What an oblivious little rascal, however. These thoughts remained unvoiced in Yin's mind, and he disregarded Lingxiu's dazed expression, continuing to walk while saying, "Enough chatter, keep up, Dotto, right? Yes, Lord Ian. Call me Captain." "Indeed, Captain Ian." Throughout their journey, the two shared little conversation. Perhaps Lingxiu's earlier remark about it being a tad too simple had left Ian somewhat unsettled, as his expression appeared rather peculiar. They proceeded to the umbu headquarters, where Ian retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it to the reception staff. The individual examined the document closely, glanced at the innocently bewildered Lingxiu, and after a moment of searching, awkwardly stated, "Lord Ian, due to his tender age, we currently lack an appropriate umbu uniform for him, so we must kindly request that you return tomorrow to collect it." Ian was momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned upon him. "No problem. Please take his measurements, of course, Lord Ian." With that, the receptionist stepped out from the front desk, wielding a measuring tape as they assessed Lingxiu's dimensions, calculating in their mind before nodding towards Ian. "Lord Ian, the umbu will only provide 1 set of attire. Therefore, after he is unable to wear this umbu uniform, any subsequent clothing will need to be purchased at his own expense." "I am aware of that." Ian nonchalantly nodded, casting a glance at Lingxiu before smiling and saying, "After all, it doesn't require me to spend any money." The receptionist also chuckled, retrieving a package from the front desk and handing Lingxiu the standard equipment for Dark Department members, which included a ninja tool pouch containing 12 shurikens and 3 kunai. "Please verify the items being transferred, and then simply sign here, she instructed. Lingxiu accepted the package from the receptionist, briefly inspected its contents, and promptly signed his name on the contract she provided. The receptionist glanced at it and nodded at Lingxiu, saying, Uchiha Lingxiu, welcome to the Konoha Dark Department. Thank you, Lingxiu replied, his excitement palpable. He had finally joined the Dark Department. Chapter 39. An inharmonious meeting. Upon exiting the Dark Department, Lingxiu followed closely behind Yin. After scanning the surroundings for quite some time, he still had not encountered any members of the fourth squad as Yin had mentioned. In truth, Lingxiu harbored a tinge of curiosity about the members of the fourth squad. After all, the time he currently lived in had not yet reached the beginning of the original story, leaving him with a sense of wonder regarding the people and events around him. Eventually, they reached the village entrance, where Yin leapt onto a large tree and seated himself. He then addressed Lingxiu. Let's wait a moment. They will arrive shortly. Lingxiu nodded, refraining from further conversation with Yin, and sat cross-legged on the ground at that moment. Yin scrutinized Lingxiu intently, recalling the scene when Lingxiu had eradicated a bandit group at Yangshan. It was hard to fathom that a mere child, not yet 6 years old, possessed such formidable abilities. One could only wonder how powerful he would become once he reached the rapid growth phase around the age of 10. Yin's eyes gleamed with anticipation, for starting today, this hopeful young boy before him would officially be a member of his special task force, the fourth squad, Uchiha Lingxiu. The two waited for approximately 7 or 8 minutes. In the distance, 3 figures approached swiftly. Lingxiu opened his eyes to see 3 individuals clad in Konoha Dark Department uniforms rushing toward him. Just as Lingxiu curiously observed the trio, the newcomers were equally intrigued by him, creating a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. Yin glanced at the arriving individuals and commented, let us wait a bit longer. Inazukahana and Tsukaha have yet to arrive, but they should be here soon. The 3 newcomers nodded in agreement. Among them, some stood with arms crossed, while others leapt onto the tree to sit alongside Yin. One stood out particularly, as this individual remained directly in front of Lingxiu, fixated on him. Lingxiu furrowed his brow at the girl who was continuously staring at him and asked, why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face? The girl before him appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, with cascading light yellow hair and a slender figure that naturally exuded an alluring charm. At first glance, there is an astonishing sensation reminiscent of the original work in the mountains and fields. Who are you? A chilling female voice emanated from the lips of the girl before Lingxiu, her tone exuding an air of indifference that compelled Lingxiu to furrow his brows once more. Lingxiu remained silent, choosing not to respond, for he found the haughty demeanor of the girl before him quite displeasing. I am asking you a question. The girl, noticing Lingxiu's lack of reply, let her voice grow even colder. Her hand moved towards the ninja tool pouch strapped to her thigh, and under the watchful gaze of the crowd, she boldly drew forth an exceptionally sharp kunai to this sight. Lingxiu's eyelids involuntarily twitched twice as he cast a discreet glance at the expressionless Yin, instantly grasping the meaning behind her presence. A show of authority, perhaps, Lingxiu frowned. It shouldn't be like this. Yin had witnessed his actions against the bandit group. If this little girl intended to assert dominance over him, did she not worry about the possibility of him injuring her? Just as Lingxiu hesitated, the girl spoke again, her words laced with a menacing undertone. Kid, if you remain silent, I shall have no choice but to sever your tongue. This is your final opportunity. I suggest you seize it. As her words hung in the air, 2 figures rushed in from a distance. As they approached Lingxiu, he was astonished to discover that the newcomers were, in fact, also girls. Inazukahana and Tsukaha were both female. With the addition of the girl before him, it meant that their 4th team consisted of 3 girls, in a world where female ninjas were clearly outnumbered by their male counterparts. Such a circumstance could indeed be regarded as a form of happiness. Lingxiu smiled and rose from the ground, addressing Inazukahana and Tsukaha with a warm smile. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I am the new member of Team 4, and my name is Uchiha Lingxiu. Upon finishing his introduction, both the young ninja perched on the tree and the middle-aged ninja, who stood nearby with arms crossed, turned their gazes toward Lingxiu, before all 5 of them fixed their eyes on the silent Yin seated above. Leader, is this so? Inquired the young ninja beside Yi and Yin hesitated for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. What do you think? Our Team 4 operates on principles of openness, fairness, and justice, so it is within your purview to decide whether he may join us. As soon as these words were spoken, Lingxiu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Good grief. This approach was far too conspicuous. Yin, you truly are a thorn in my side. Hearing Yin's words, the girl who had initially questioned Lingxiu let out a cold laugh and proclaimed loudly, I've long been displeased with this little brat. Now it is fitting that I, Xiaomu Shan Shui, put him to the test and see if he is worthy of entering our Special Operations Team 4. Xiaomu Shan Shui, indeed. Lingxiu scrutinized the fiery and frigid girl before him, and without further ado, he drew a kunai from his own tool pouch. The situation has reached such a critical juncture that continuing to hesitate no longer aligns with Lingxiu's true intentions. Moreover, ever since he eradicated the bandit gang, Lingxiu has experienced a significant boost in his confidence. Confronted by the girl before him, he felt no sense of tension whatsoever. "Are you ready?" Xiaomu Shanshui inquired. "Bring it on," Lingxiu replied, curling his lip. From his chakra perception, it was evident that this girl had only just attained the level of a CHNI. Xiaomu Shanshui's expression turned cold, for he detected a hint of disdain in Lingxiu's demeanor. With a flourish, he spun his kunai stylishly and summoned his chakra, a pale blue energy enveloping his form instantaneously. "Take this." With a burst of speed, Xiaomu Shanshui lunged toward Lingxiu, closing the distance of 5 meters in an instant. With a swift motion, he aimed his sharp kunai at Lingxiu's throat. Bang! Almost simultaneously with Xiaomu Shanshui's attack, Lingxiu moved. He slightly elevated his kunai, channeling chakra through his arm and weapon, effortlessly countering Xiaomu Shanshui's frenzied strike. "Is there a deep-seated grudge?" Lingxiu inquired, his voice taking on a colder tone as he felt the force behind the attack. "Damn it. No matter how beautiful or alluring you are, your relentless pursuit of me is an unforgivable reality. Besides, my aspirations are set on Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, Konan, the 4th Mizukage, Karina Yuhi, Yuki Yuyuki, and Akatsuki's Red Bean. What are you even doing bouncing around in front of me?" After mentally cursing, Lingxiu's expression grew serious. His chakra surged, and in a flash, he appeared behind Xiaomu Shanshui. So fast. The members of the 4th team exclaimed in unison, their pupils narrowing as they registered Lingxiu's speed, which had surpassed their visual capacity. "You want to jabber on without reason? Let us see how you fare against some real hardship." Lingxiu retracted his kunai, forming a fist with his right hand, and delivered a powerful strike to Xiaomu Shanshui's back. Due to the infusion of chakra, the force of the punch was tremendous, sending Xiaomu Shanshui hurtling through the air for over 10 meters. Lingxiu calmly dusted off his hands, surveying the others with an air of nonchalance, almost as if showcasing his prowess. The expressions of the other 4th team members turned grave. The team leader, Yin, squinted, revealing no discernible emotion. "Well, I trust this proves my strength beyond doubt," Lingxiu chuckled lightly. Addressing Yin, he was aware of his own capabilities and, considering that his opponent was a ninja, he believed that this strike would merely cause Xiaomu Shanshui some minor discomfort. Yet, at that moment, the Xiaomu Shanshui whom Lingxiu had struck transformed into a splash of clear water with a loud bang. A substitution technique. As the spiritual practitioner's pupils contracted, his chakra perception instantly detected an anomaly behind him. Bang! The sound of fists and feet colliding resonated behind the spiritual practitioner. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the noise, only to find that, unbeknownst to them, Xiaomu Shanshui had already materialized behind him. Impressive, indeed, a worthy member of the Special Task Force's 4th unit. The spiritual practitioner grinned widely, candidly expressing his admiration. Such combat experience is something only entities like the Special Task Force could possess. "Hee, you're not too shabby yourself." Xiaomu Shanshui narrowed his eyes, a somewhat sinister smile gracing his lips. "No, this is a shadow clone technique." As the spiritual practitioner sensed the force at his fingertips, another figure of Xiaomu Shanshui emerged above him. Water release, water cannon technique, bang. Upon hearing Xiaomu Shanshui's hand seals, the figure of Xiaomu Shanshui before the spiritual practitioner transformed once more into a stream of water. Following this transformation was the C-rank ninjutsu meticulously prepared for the spiritual practitioner, water cannon technique. As the water cannon technique threatened to strike before him, the spiritual practitioner had no choice but to unleash his most formidable ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. With a mighty shout, the spiritual practitioner vanished from his original position. When the crowd's eyes caught sight of him again, he had already appeared beside the leader of the 4th unit, Yin. "That's enough, everyone, please cease." This time, Yin did not allow the two to continue. She gracefully descended from the tree and stood amidst the crowd, speaking softly. Xiaomu Shanshui pursed his lips, but knowing Yin had spoken, he dared not disregard her wishes. The young and middle-aged ninjas gathered around Yin, and after a brief hesitation, the spiritual practitioner leapt down from the tree. Naturally, the look he cast towards Xiaomu Shanshui bore a hint of hostility. "I merely wanted you to become acquainted with each other. After all, we will all be members of the same unit from now on. Do not regard one another with such animosity." Observing the two with a touch of exasperation, Ian intervened once more, halting their tension. Once everyone had quieted down, Ian glanced at the spiritual practitioner and then addressed the group. Do any of you have thoughts regarding this new member? The crowd fell silent. None willing to take the initiative. Ian nodded, then stated, So, it appears you all acknowledge that Lingxiu is one of us? If that is the case, then henceforth, Uchiha Lingxiu shall be considered an official member of our 4th unit. Pausing for effect, Ian continued. The purpose of gathering you all today is twofold. Firstly, to announce Uchiha Lingxiu's induction into our 4th unit, and secondly, to inform you that I have accepted a new mission. In a month's time, we shall embark to the Land of the South to execute this new task. The Land of the South. The spiritual practitioner furrowed his brows, for in his recollection of the world of Naruto, there seemed to be no such place as the Land of the South. Silver, perceiving the doubts of the newly initiated, promptly elucidated, the Land of the South is a modest nation situated on the periphery of the Land of Fire. Renowned for its abundant iron ore, as a result, our interactions with the Land of Fire are quite frequent. Our current mission entails assisting the daimyo of the South in solidifying his position. I shall later distribute the mission scroll detailing the specifics to you all. How much can we earn from this mission? Inquired Xiaomu Shanshui, the first to voice the question. Silver, without even glancing at him, replied, If all proceeds without a hitch, each of you should expect to receive around 3,000 silver coins. Such a substantial sum, exclaimed Inezuka Hana. Indeed, this task is rather arduous. Otherwise, it would not have fallen to our special task force. Silver remarked with a smile, as if this mission were merely a trivial matter to him. The young ninja pondered for a moment before addressing Silver. Captain, aside from us, there must be ninjas from other nations participating in this mission as well. Correct? Silver replied noncommittally. After all, the task of stabilizing the daimyo's position was of paramount importance to the Land of the South. Thus, it was not surprising that multiple parties would be involved in such a significant endeavor. At this revelation, a heavy silence enveloped the group. They could sense the complexities and challenges inherent in this mission from Silver's words. It was imperative to acknowledge that as members of the Konoha Umbu's Special Task Force, the missions assigned to them were seldom as straightforward as they might appear. The manner in which Silver conveyed this information was telling. It indicated that this task would be considerably more formidable than their usual assignments. Within the 4th group, only Lingxiu remained unperturbed by this mounting pressure. However, this was understandable, for as a new member, his grasp of the dynamics and nuances of the 4th group paled in comparison to that of his seasoned counterparts. Sensing the atmosphere becoming somewhat oppressive, Silver burst into laughter, playfully pushing Lingxiu forward and declaring, All right, let us not dwell on the mission for now. We still have a month to prepare. During this time, everyone should take the opportunity to relax, as we likely won't return from the South for a year and a half. Now, let us all introduce ourselves to our new member, Uchiha Lingxiu. Lingxiu, somewhat bewildered by the sudden attention, stepped forward, and as the others beheld him, their solemn expressions softened slightly. I am Inezuka Hana, a member of the Inezuka clan of Konoha. Yuya, born of the common folk of Konoha. Xiaomu Shanshui, a member of the Xiaomu clan of Konoha. Nara Shinichi, a member of the Nara clan of Konoha. Flag Tree Zhishang, a member of the Flag Tree clan of Konoha. Chimed the previously mentioned young ninja. And I am Silver, your captain, Silver said with a cheerful grin. With a feeling of helplessness, Lingxiu cast a glance at Ian, and then addressed the gathered crowd, introducing himself once more. I am Uchiha Lingxiu, a member of the Uchiha clan. It is a pleasure to become companions in this group, and I look forward to your guidance. Thus, a new chapter in his life began with the formation of a small group. Chapter 41. The move of route. During this rather unpleasant meeting, Lingxiu met a few individuals who appeared to be decent acquaintances. Of course, to call them friends was somewhat premature, as they had merely exchanged glances. Whether they would cultivate a true friendship in the future remained to be seen, depending on their interactions to come. However, in Lingxiu's heart, beyond Ian and Xiaomu Shanshui, the other companions left him with a relatively positive impression. If all went well, forging a few friendships should pose no difficulty. After Ian announced their mission, the 4th group disbanded and returned home. Lingxiu walked alone along the path, the autumn wind blowing sorrowfully, casting a desolate shadow. At that moment, shadows flickered along the roadside, and a surge of pulsating chakra suddenly captured Lingxiu's attention. Who goes there? He called out loudly, halting in his tracks in response to his demand. Several figures came to a standstill. After what felt like a brief pause, 3 dark figures wearing cat-faced masks emerged from the shadows, exuding an aura that seemed distinct from ordinary Umbu ninjas. You are Uchiha Lingxiu? The central Umbu ninja asked coldly. Upon noticing their Konoha forehead protectors, Lingxiu's vigilance eased slightly as he replied, "That's me, and you are, Root." Lingxiu's pupils constricted, for the mention of Root conjured images of the sinister and ruthless Danzo in his mind. At that moment, his thoughts were filled with the notorious reputation of Danzo, the one who defined Root as the dark hand of Konoha that dealt with its shadows. The purpose of such an organization approaching him could not bode well. "What do you want?" Despite feeling a twinge of anxiety and unease, Lingxiu managed to inquire. "Elder Danzo requests your presence at the headquarters of Root, Uchiha Lingxiu. Please accompany us," the ninja stated with unwavering emotion. "Ha, I am an ninja myself. I do not recognize this Root. On what grounds should I comply?" Lingxiu retorted defiantly. "And who is Elder Danzo? I am unfamiliar with him." With a resolute tone, Lingxiu rejected the notion of venturing into Danzo's dark lair, uncertain of the sinister events that awaited him. Truth be told, Lingxiu was indeed quite anxious at that moment. Faced with Danzo and the formidable Root organization, he had not made any preparations in his mind. All his energy was devoted to self-improvement, wary of being ensnared in the Uchiha clan's tragic fate. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had already become deeply entangled in their in essence. Lingxiu is intrinsically a member of the Uchiha clan. No matter how fervently he attempts to sever ties, he remains inescapably bound by the responsibilities and constraints that his lineage imposes. This time, when Root sought him out, Lingxiu surmised that it must be connected to the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan. Even if Root did not intend this, it was undoubtedly related to his Sharingan. The ninja, adorned with a mask resembling a feline visage, betrayed no discernible emotion, yet Lingxiu felt a surge of anxiety, his chakra coursing through his body, perpetually vigilant of the three shinobi before him. After exchanging glances, the members simultaneously turned their gaze towards Lingxiu and coldly declared, "We are here on official business and hope for your cooperation." Furthermore, Elder Danzo oversees the covert operations of Konoha's As a member of the you are obliged to comply with us. Lingxiu scoffed, retorting, "Until I receive formal documentation from the I categorically refuse to accompany you to this Route you speak of." "Humph, if that is the case, then it seems we must resort to less courteous measures." With that, the three ninja sprang into action. Concurrently, the remaining operatives, concealed in the shadows, emerged into view. Upon recognizing the full assembly of around him, Lingxiu felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. 11 shinobi. To apprehend me, Root has dispatched an elite contingent of 11. Lingxiu's hand dove into his shin pouch, retrieving 2 finely crafted kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, one in each hand, as he eyed the surrounding with wariness. Ignoring the invitation to civility, "It seems you shall endure some hardship." With that proclamation, the 3 surged towards Lingxiu, while the remaining 8 swiftly formed hand seals, within mere seconds creating a barrier encircling an approximate 50-meter radius around him. The protective barrier of Konoha. Was this a manifestation of their resolve to capture me? A chill coursed through Lingxiu. He had not anticipated that Danzo had harbored such malevolent intentions towards him. More alarmingly, as a time traveler, he had been utterly oblivious to these developments. It was astonishing that Danzo had dispatched 11 elite to ensnare a mere 6-year-old child. This alone attested to the fact that Danzo had gleaned considerable information regarding him. With a steely demeanor, Lingxiu inhaled deeply, flipping one of the kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. And then, he moved. The 2 kunai were launched with precision, while Lingxiu charged towards the central operative wielding 1 kunai. Just as the 2 forces were about to collide, Lingxiu's figure vanished. Instantly, the 11 present were met with a shocking jutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique, whoosh. With a soft cry from Lingxiu, his figure had already materialized before the kunai of the left side ninja, who was ensnared in the Flying Thunder God technique. Lingxiu's chakra surged, gathering in his hands, and with the tremendous force imparted by the technique, he struck decisively, sending the Chunin-level ninja hurtling through the air. Observing the convulsing figure of the ninja on the ground, Lingxiu was taken aback and muttered to himself, "He is not dead. I never anticipated that the defenses of the Konoha would surpass those of the rogue ninjas within the bandit group." It is worth noting that his previous attack had been a full-force strike using the Flying Thunder God technique. The fact that the ninja had not been instantly vanquished by Lingxiu's blow spoke volumes about the formidable strength of the Konoha Humph! With a cold snort, Lingxiu vanished once more, leaving behind only the sharp kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique at his previous location. "Die?" Lingxiu reappeared, this time targeting the ninja to his right. Although the latter had begun to brace himself, He could only watch in helplessness as Lingxiu made his sudden appearance and attack. Bang! Another figure was sent flying. In mere moments, 2 Umbu ninjas had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 42. A desperate battle. How is this possible? The only Umbu ninja still standing on the battlefield appeared utterly bewildered. He warily regarded Lingxiu, his chakra circulating rapidly, showing no signs of relaxation. This is certainly not the body flicker technique. What ninjutsu are you employing? The Umbu ninja inquired loudly. Lingxiu's gaze was icy, and he did not deign to respond to the Umbu ninja's question. Instead, he reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved 3 pitch-black shurikens, infusing them with his chakra before hurling them forcefully towards one of the Umbu ninjas within the barrier. However, as the 3 shurikens approached their target, they were inexplicably halted about 2 meters in front of the Umbu ninja. A visible wave of energy shimmered momentarily, and then tranquility returned once more. Is this the power of the barrier? Lingxiu furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. It is important to note that the Flying Thunder God technique is quite taxing on chakra, having already utilized it twice. If he continued expending chakra in such a manner, he would soon find himself at the mercy of his captors. This cannot continue. If this goes on, I will be captured and brought back to Danzhou, and I wouldn't even know how I might perish. Grinding his teeth, Lingxiu directed his gaze toward the only Umbu ninja within the barrier. The sole reason he had refrained from engaging this individual was that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a special jonin. Under conditions of equal chakra, defeating one another would necessitate a full frontal assault. Any attempt at cleverness would be futile. Taking a deep breath, Lingxiu resolved to no longer conceal the secret of his Sharingan. In that moment, he first closed his eyes, then activated the ocular prowess unique to his bloodline limit. As the spiritual practitioner reopened his eyes, 3 blood-red tomo materialized within them. The Sharingan. Indeed, you have awakened the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, exclaimed the special jonin of the Umbu. Did you not already know? The practitioner replied coldly. We merely speculated before, but it seems this little brat has truly activated the Sharingan. The special jonin sneered. So what if you know? I never intended to keep this secret hidden. After a pause, the practitioner continued. Moreover, I have merely awakened the bloodline limit of my clan. Is there truly an issue with that? None, certainly not. The special jonin scoffed. Yet you have activated the 3 tomo Sharingan, and therein lies a significant problem. Furthermore, I believe that even if we from the root do not come to seek you out, the leader of your clan will certainly have a serious discussion with you regarding your 3 tomo Sharingan. The derisive laughter struck at the practitioner's core, an unsettling sensation spreading through him. Additionally, there were 8 Umbu Chunin maintaining the barrier surrounding them. Even with the activation of his Sharingan, eliminating this group would not be a feasible endeavor. One step at a time. The practitioner refrained from further chatter, gripping his kunai, feeling his control over the surroundings multiply under the influence of the Sharingan. Along with enhanced sensory perception and chakra control, he could also discern the chakra weakness of the special jonin before him. In the original narrative, the records regarding the 3 tomo Sharingan indicated its ability to replicate non-bloodline jutsu and enhance chakra control. Of course, abilities such as Jinjutsu and chakra flow need not be reiterated here. As the practitioner stood in a state of heightened vigilance, the special jonin began to grow wary as well. During their intense focus, 2 of the 8 Umbu Chunin maintaining the Konoha protective barrier unexpectedly withdrew from the barrier and entered the enclosure. That moment, the voice of the domination system abruptly echoed within the practitioner's mind. Temporary mission. The host must escape the encirclement of the root. Upon completion, the host will receive 2,000 system exchange points. Failure to complete the mission will result in a deduction of 2,000 system exchange points. Mission issued, the task officially begins. The practitioner felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed that whenever survival was at stake, the domination system would emerge to issue a task. Moreover, the difficulty of the tasks varied, just as it was now. Faced with 10 Umbu Chunin and 1 special jonin, such a lineup would spell inevitable capture even for a typical jonin. Yet, the domination system had the audacity to suggest that the practitioner successfully escaped the encirclement. Fundamentally speaking, this constituted an impossible task. After all, in many respects, the practitioner was still merely a genin. Theo expected genin to accomplish a task of jonin difficulty illustrated just how burdensome the domination system truly was. Certainly, at this moment, Lingxiu finds little inclination to berate the domineering system, as he received the system's task, the perimeter barrier, which had been sustained by the remaining 6 ninjas, dwindled to just 4. This implies that Lingxiu now faces the formidable challenge of confronting 5 elite members of the Umbu. For Chunin and 1 special Jounin. Let us proceed, the special Jounin remarked coldly, casting a glance at his companions. Immediately, the 5 ninjas opposite Lingxiu sprang into action. Thanks to the activation of his Sharingan, Lingxiu's ability to control his surroundings has increased exponentially, allowing him to perceive the movements of the 5 ninjas within his grasp. The strategy is clear. He must first eliminate the Chunin before contemplating how to deal with the special Jounin. Gritting his teeth, Lingxiu launched into action. With a plan in mind, his approach became decidedly more focused. Armed with kunai, Lingxiu refrained from employing ninjutsu, opting instead for taijutsu, which, given his current circumstances, seems the most effective method of combat. Accelerating the flow of chakra, Lingxiu's speed intensified. In a mere instant, he closed the distance, appearing behind one of the Umbu Chunin with a velocity that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Before the Chunin could react, a kunai was plunged deep into his chest. Almost simultaneously, 3 black shurikens were unleashed from Lingxiu's right hand, as he charged towards another ninja, entirely disregarding the fallen Chunin. The battle unfolded with incredible ferocity. In such rapid combat, taijutsu proved to be the decisive factor. Ninjutsu and secret techniques are typically reserved for high-level players, and for Chunin and special Jounin, taijutsu remains their conventional means of warfare. Lingxiu's fervor, coupled with the unique effects of the Sharingan, expedited the conflict in the span of mere minutes. He subdued all 4 Chunin who had just arrived. Breathing heavily, he turned his gaze toward the special Jounin of the Umbu, his voice laced with a chilling intent, declaring, "Today, I must prevail. You shall undoubtedly perish." Chapter 43. The affectionate system Lingxiu stood opposite the special Jounin of the Umbu, who released a sigh of relief. Before him stood the exhausted figure of Lingxiu, whose multiple wounds were evident from the blood seeping through. It was clear that this young boy, named Uchiha Lingxiu, had reached the brink of his limits. After activating the Sharingan, Lingxiu had relentlessly dispatched the 4 Chunin who had entered to assist the special Jounin, but at a grave cost. 3 deep wounds now marred his body. Gasping for breath, with chakra nearly depleted, Lingxiu found himself in a perilous predicament. "Youngster, having reached this state, you ought to surrender." The special Jounin paused briefly before continuing. "From my chakra perception, it is evident that your chakra has dwindled to nearly nothing. In such a condition, you stand no chance of overcoming me. To spare myself some effort, it would be prudent for you to surrender willingly. To speak frankly, prior to my arrival, I never anticipated that this battle would prove to be such a formidable challenge, particularly considering the 6 Nin you have dispatched, all of whom are esteemed combat experts of my foundation. Based on your evaluation as a mere genin from Konoha, we had significantly overestimated your prowess. However, having engaged in combat with you, I find myself immensely relieved that I brought such a substantial number of allies and deployed the Konoha Guardian Barrier. Otherwise, with your technique reminiscent of the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God Jutsu, you would surely have escaped by now." Lingxiu, panting heavily, chuckled wryly. "How could you presume that I lack the capacity to fight? My friend, until I have succumbed, do not hastily draw conclusions, do you understand?" With that said, Lingxiu strained to maintain his composure and stood tall. Yet, as he reached into his ninja tool pouch, he discovered that it contained no surplus shuriken. Although he could distinctly sense the sharp shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula, given his current chakra levels, he realized he was incapable of executing the technique. It was only at this moment that a profound wry smile spread across Lingxiu's face. Was he truly destined to be defeated here? What was Tuanzo's ulterior motive in capturing him for the Foundation? Perhaps he should simply surrender. After all, he was bereft of the strength to fight back, and continuing would only lead to an inevitable conclusion. Yet, Tuanzo, that vile man, was clearly not a benevolent figure, as anyone familiar with the original narrative would recognize. Just the thought of Tuanzo's hands stained with Sharingan made Lingxiu shudder involuntarily. No. He had activated his Sharingan. If he returned to the Foundation with Tuanzo, there would be no escape. In the original story, did not Uchiha Shursui meet a tragic fate of having his eyes gouged out? Alas! Though Lingxiu found himself devoid of fighting spirit, the recollection of Tuanzo's myriad dark deeds compelled him to muster his resolve, preparing to engage in battle once more. At that moment, the previously dormant dominant system emitted a sound once again. "Host, are you truly so foolish? With my dominant system at your disposal, how could you fail to utilize it? This is a waste of my capabilities," Lingxiu retorted in his mind. What the hell? Don't you usually remain silent? Aren't you powered down during critical moments? Now you call me foolish. Isn't that rather hypocritical? Despite his internal outrage, a surge of excitement coursed through Lingxiu. After all, as long as the dominant system remained by his side, this battle was far from over. Quickly, tell me, do you have any means to deal with this exceptionally skilled Jainin? I am willing to pay any price to eliminate him. Are you certain? The dominant system inquired cryptically. Doc, what do you mean by that? Lingxiu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. There is indeed a solution, but it requires certain items from you. What items? Lingxiu pressed. Do you not have an additional 2,000 system exchange points? With the completion of this task, you would have a total of 4,000 points. These exchange points, coupled with your current self-enhancement, would enable me to assist you in elevating your chakra to the level of a Jonin, along with a corresponding enhancement of your physical capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lingxiu's expression darkened. He had invested considerable effort into researching the dominant system, rivaling that of ninjutsu and cultivation. Therefore, he was well aware of the exchange mechanism within the system. Now, with the dominant system proposing a temporary exchange and emphasizing the matter of 4,000 exchange points, Lingxiu's countenance had fully soured, knowing precisely the cost of system upgrades. Damn it! Why are you always trying to take advantage of me? When my chakra is at the bottleneck for advancing to special Jonin, the system exchange only required 2,000 points, yet now, in this exceptional situation, you dare to demand 4,000 points from me. Are you truly aiding me or deceiving me? Lingxiu was utterly infuriated. But I can help you eliminate the side effects. Moreover, I can facilitate your advancement right now, resolving your immediate predicament. Does a normal exchange yield such effects? The dominant system retorted with a hint of mockery. Furthermore, given your current circumstances, if you do not exchange, who knows what Tsunade might use you for in his research? Even if I assist you in this advancement, when faced with Tsunade, you would only have a path leading to certain death. Kid, you must think this through. I am not always going to play the role of a savior. Although the words of the dominant system carried a semblance of truth, Lingxiu still felt that this entity was taking advantage of him. Nonetheless, there was one point the dominant system was correct about. He could not allow himself to fall into the hands of that perverse Tsunade. Otherwise, he would truly have no chance left. Damn it! If we are to exchange, then let it be. Once I have the opportunity to drag you out later, we shall settle these new and old debts. Oh, are you threatening me now? Kid, you must be seeking death. The dominant system playfully remarked. Go to hell, Lingxiu bluntly cursed. Fine, you're impressive. I'll proceed with the exchange. As he spoke, Lingxiu distinctly felt his chakra recovering at an astonishing speed. Moreover, once his chakra returned to its previous peak level, it surged dramatically as if breaking through a certain boundary. Is this the power of a Jonin? Lingxiu gazed at his hands, noticing that several injuries on his body had healed in this enhancement. The sensation of abundant chakra coursing through him ignited an irresistible urge to shout. All right, young man, my task is now complete. I have deducted 2,000 points from your balance. If you cannot escape now, prepare to be annihilated by the system. Aren't you the system? Lingxiu felt a sense of oddity and could not help but inquire. Ahem. The domination system emitted an awkward sound. Let us speak no further. You may now resume your battle, young warrior. Whoosh. As the words fell, the system once again entered a state akin to shutdown. Lingxiu raised his head, locking eyes with the special Jonin, and in that moment, his fighting spirit surged anew. Opposite Lingxiu, the special Jonin of the Umbu stood in stunned disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? What just transpired? Chapter 44. Decisive victory. At this moment, let us temporarily assess the psychological trauma experienced by the special Jonin of the Umbu. It is worth noting that he was on the verge of subduing Lingxiu just moments ago. Yet, in the blink of an eye, in but a few breaths, the young boy before him seemed to have no comprehension of what had occurred. As his chakra had restored itself to its zenith, or rather, even surpassed Idai in this instant, the Umbu special Jonin named Yejima Chao found himself utterly bewildered. The root, as documented in the original texts, is considered a reserve organization of the Umbu. The official members of Root are fervent adherents of Danzo's ideology, their objectives, and the conviction to protect Konoha vastly differing from that of ordinary individuals. Hence, members of Root can be regarded as Umbu personnel. However, Umbu members do not necessarily share a close affiliation with Root members. Now, Yejima Chao, who served in the Umbu yet was a core member of Root, felt a chilling dread within, utterly uncertain of the terrifying entity that stood before him. From his chakra perception, it was evident that the young boy's chakra capacity had already exceeded his own. Furthermore, Yejima Chao felt an unsettling sensation. The chakra quantity of this young boy was akin to that of a Konoha Jonin. Similarly, the four Umbu Chunin maintaining the protective barrier of Konoha, concealed behind their masks, wore expressions of sheer terror. Retreat? Yejima Chao bitterly uttered the command, then bowed deeply to Lingxiu, saying, Uchiha Lingxiu, this matter is far from over. Lord Danzo will dispatch even more elite forces to pursue you. Did I ever instruct you to leave? Lingxiu tilted his head, casting a cold glare at Yejima Chao. Yejima Chao's pupils constricted as he shouted, Uchiha Lingxiu, this is Konoha. You must carefully consider the consequences of your actions. Know that slaying a ninja from the same village is regarded as an act of treason. Do you wish to betray Konoha? Ha, betray the village? Lingxiu scoffed. What do you call your actions just now? Am I not a ninja of Konoha? We merely wish to escort you back to Root, not to eliminate you. That is a fundamental distinction. Yejima Chao gritted his teeth in response. Oh, is that so? As Lingxiu spoke, he took deliberate steps toward Yejima Chao. As a member of Root, you should be well aware of the deeds Danzo has committed over the years. Tio, capture me and bring me back to Root. While I am a member of the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Sharingan, what do you believe my fate would be? What are you talking about? Yejima Chao feigned ignorance. However, at this very moment, as the spiritual guide had proclaimed, Nojima Chao's mind was consumed by visions of what might transpire should the spiritual guide be captured. The mere thought of Danzo's figure sent a shiver down Nojima Chao's spine. Despite having been indoctrinated by Danzo's brainwashing over the years, Nojima Chao had managed to cultivate a demeanor of indifference and coldness. Yet, regarding certain matters, his origins from Konoha rendered him unable to fully accept the reality. Nevertheless, he was merely a member. Even if he were aware of the outcome, and regardless of his inner reluctance, as long as he remained a part of the Root, he was bound to execute Danzo's orders. Such was fate, such was belief. What do I say? The spiritual guide shook his head. Does it truly matter? Today, as I have stated before, I must survive. Therefore, you all must perish. A glint of coldness flickered in the spiritual guide's eyes, and in an instant, his hands began to weave seals at a breathtaking speed. B-rank ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, fire release, phoenix fire technique, fire release, great fireball technique, jinjutsu, nightmare. In a heartbeat, the spiritual guide created 6 shadow clones, which promptly began to execute their ninjutsu, while the original focused on gathering the intact kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god technique scattered on the ground. Due to the swiftness of the spiritual guide's actions, Nojima Chao found himself with only the ability to defend. Cease maintaining the barrier. Nojima Chao shouted loudly to the 4 Umbu Chunin behind him who were upholding Konoha's protective barrier. Our mission has failed. Retreat swiftly. Relay today's events to Lord Danzo. You must, gritting his teeth, he urged them. The 4 Umbu Chunin hesitated for a mere moment before immediately dispersing the Konoha protective barrier and darting off in different directions. The spiritual guide scoffed disdainfully and, wielding a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god technique in each hand, propelled himself towards the fleeing forms of 2 Chunin. Sharingan, activate, flying thunder god technique. As the words left the spiritual guide's lips, he materialized beside one of the Umbu Chunin. The Chunin had no time to react before being struck unconscious by the spiritual guide's powerful blow. Once more, employing the flying thunder god technique, and bolstered by chakra, this time the spiritual guide executed the technique without the previous reservations. It is noteworthy that the chakra of a special jonin exceeds that of a chunin by only a slight margin, yet the chakra of a jonin is several times that of a chunin. This implies that while the former spiritual guide could perform the flying thunder god technique approximately 10 times, the current incarnation could execute it nearly 50 times. Of course, the aforementioned numbers are not exact but serve as a metaphor for clarity in the blink of an eye. Having incapacitated 2 Umbu Chunin in swift succession, the spiritual guide did not pause. He utilized the shadow clone technique to forcefully restrain the special jonin Nojima Chao, while his original self, through the flying thunder god technique, continued to pursue the remaining 2 Umbu ninjas. One after another, the flying thunder god technique was executed, and within less than a minute, Lingxiu had incapacitated the 4 Umbu Chunin following the dissolution of the barrier. It is essential to emphasize that Lingxiu did not resort to killing. Throughout the encounter, he merely rendered them unconscious, as he adhered to a firm moral boundary regarding taking lives. Phew. Finally, that matter is resolved, leaving only the special jonin remaining. Lingxiu clapped his hands, disregarding the unconscious Umbu Chunin. He possessed absolute confidence that as long as his battle with the special jonin did not exceed an hour, these individuals would remain blissfully unaware. Upon returning to the main battlefield, he was astonished to discover that the special jonin had already been subdued by his shadow clone. The dark attire of the opponent indicated that he had suffered significantly from fire-style techniques. You from the Uchiha clan ought to recognize the gravity of your actions. If you kill us, you will truly become a criminal of Konoha, Yejima Chao uttered in a feeble voice. Have I killed anyone? I am utterly oblivious, Lingxiu shrugged, feigning innocence. They? Yejima Chao glanced at Lingxiu. They were merely knocked unconscious by me. They are not dead, however, as for you. I must deliberate further. Lingxiu's enigmatic smile sent a shiver down Yejima Chao's spine. How should I handle you? Danzo is indeed a significant nuisance, Lingxiu lamented, grasping his head in distress. Given his current strength, according to Konoha's estimations, he could already be regarded as an elite. Chapter 45. A response to Danzo. Yejima Chao regarded Lingxiu with a complex expression, at present. He found himself firmly pinned to the ground by Lingxiu's two shadow clones, gazing up at Lingxiu's main body as if in fervent supplication. Lingxiu stroked his chin, his eyes darting about, lost in thought. It was clear that killing this special jonin was not an option. After all, they were within Konoha, and he had no intentions of betraying the village, making the act of murder an illogical endeavor. However, should he allow this individual to return, what course of action should he take? After all, Danzo was not a foe to be trifled with, and now that he had unleashed such formidable power, it was unthinkable to imagine the chaotic scene that would ensue upon Danzo learning of his current predicament. Regaining his composure, Lingxiu cleared his throat twice and then inquired, "What is your name?" Pinned beneath Lingxiu's two shadow clones, Yejima Chao slowly replied, "You may call me Yejima Chao." Yejima Chao, is it? Here is the situation. After much contemplation, I have ultimately decided to allow you to return. However, I must emphasize a few points. I hope you will faithfully convey my words to Elder Danzo. Upon hearing that Lingxiu intended to let him go, Yejima Chao finally exhaled a genuine sigh of relief. Although he appeared cold and detached, that demeanor was reserved for others. When it came to matters of life and death, Yejima Chao, too, felt the weight of anxiety and fear. Nobushima nodded vigorously, his tone and demeanor exceedingly sincere as he said, "Please speak. I shall surely convey your words in their entirety to Lord Danzo." Observing this particularly high-ranking shinobi addressing him with such deference, Lingxiu could not help but smile wryly. This individual. It seems that regardless of the circumstances, when faced with the imminent specter of death, be one the mightiest in the world or a titan of politics and commerce, all must bow their proud heads before the inevitability of mortality. The message I wish to relay to Danzo is succinct, encompassing but a few key points. First, inform Danzo to refrain from summoning you insignificant individuals to your demise. Should I be pushed to my limits, the prospect of eliminating you would not be beyond consideration. Second, I am already aware of Danzo's intentions in seeking me out, so please convey to him that once I, Lingxiu, have concluded my current affairs, I shall naturally make my way to the route to engage him in a thorough discussion. Third, while surveillance and schemes against the Uchiha clan may be permissible, should he dare to act against my family without irrefutable evidence, he must not be surprised if Lingxiu adopts a less than honorable disposition. That is all I have to express. Let me reiterate my final request. Tell Danzo not to seek me out proactively. Once I have completed my tasks, I will assuredly visit him at the route. Do you comprehend? Nobushima was taken aback, for the matters Lingxiu had articulated were far beyond his grasp. What did he mean by not taking action against the Uchiha clan? What did he mean by not summoning him, Uchiha Lingxiu, again? What did he mean by threatening that even he could resort to murder if provoked? In summary, the audacity of this individual was, to Nobushima's eyes, rather extraordinary. However, such thoughts would remain unvoiced. He had no desire to jeopardize his own life with a mere opinion. I understand. Nobushima replied earnestly, nodding at Lingxiu without any notion of defiance. Well then, I shall allow you to return, Lingxiu declared, forming a hand seal, after which two shadow clones dissipated into thin AI art. By the way, Nobushima does not belong to a prominent clan, does he? Lingxiu mused aloud, pausing in his steps, curiosity piqued. Nobushima appeared momentarily stunned, his expression instantly clouding as he replied, "No, my family is not one of the renowned clans of Konoha," implying that it is indeed a familial structure. Lingxiu nodded, then spoke earnestly, "Nobushima, I hope you can empathize with my perspective. If Danzo's target were not the exceptional talents of the Uchiha clan, but rather the hope of your Nobushima family, how would you respond? To take it a step further, if Danzo's underlying intention were to annihilate your entire clan, how would you position yourself in such a scenario? Enough said. Ponder this on your own. If you can grasp my sentiments, it signifies that you and I are of the same ilk. If you cannot, it merely indicates that perhaps I am overthinking. Farewell." Having spoken, Lingxiu concentrated his chakra at his feet, and in an instant, his speed surged dramatically, allowing him to vanish from the line of sight of Yezhong Chao within mere breaths. Is Lord Danzo truly intent on exterminating the Uchiha clan, the foremost family of Konohagakure? Yezhong Chao inhaled deeply several times, gazing incredulously in the direction Lingxiu had departed. Is this even possible? Sensing the rapid escalation of his velocity, Lingxiu realized that the elevation of his chakra had significantly augmented both his speed and strength once more. With each such enhancement, he invariably increased his training regimen, striving to familiarize himself with his abilities in the shortest time possible. However, upon returning home, Lingxiu peculiarly refrained from immediately entering training mode. Instead, he sat contemplatively upon the rooftop of his residence, as Danzo's abrupt intervention had intensified his already formidable sense of crisis. There are now multiple individuals harboring intentions towards me. If this continues, I shall undoubtedly find myself in grave peril. Fortunately, Captain Ian has embarked on a substantial mission to the land of the south, which I trust will consume a considerable amount of time. During this interval, I must hasten my cultivation and bolster my strength. Moreover, I need to delay the mission as much as possible. It would be best to postpone my stay in the land of the south until after the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Alas, Lingxiu let out a heavy sigh. Regarding the impending extermination, under the covert machinations of Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Danzo, Lingxiu felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The thought of rescuing the Uchiha clan from their orchestrated demise and preserving them intact seemed far too ambitious for his current capabilities. Furthermore, the involvement of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's leader, compounded the complexity of the situation. Thus, Lingxiu found himself utterly helpless in the face of this monumental event. After all, who could blame the Uchiha clan for their own self-destruction? Lingxiu was acutely aware that even if he possessed the strength to contend with Uchiha Itachi and match elite Jonin, he would still appear woefully inadequate before the might of several Kaga-level powerhouses. Given that the extermination of the Uchiha clan was orchestrated by several such formidable figures, it was no wonder that Lingxiu felt so utterly despondent. Yet, at that moment, the visages of Uchiha Minghui and Uchiha Shiyu resurfaced in his mind. Recollecting the warmth of family they had bestowed upon him since his arrival, Lingxiu's heart stirred profoundly. It seems I must pay a visit to Uncle Minghui's home tomorrow to share my thoughts with him. If possible, I will certainly endeavor to lead them away from Konohagakure. Without fail, Lingxiu clenched his teeth, his resolve unwavering. Chapter 46. Lingxiu's obsession nigh in the depths of Konoha, the root. Just as Lingxiu returned home to ponder his thoughts, Yezhong Chao had also returned to the root with the awakened Umbu ninja. They acted under Danzo's orders, and thus, after completing their task, they collectively returned to the root. After dispersing the crowd, Nozomi Chao, with a heart full of trepidation, approached the core hall of the root, where Danzo resided. At that moment, Danzo was seated at his desk, perusing a series of documents pertaining to the complete plan for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. By this time, he had already communicated with Obito several times. Although Danzo remained uncertain of the masked man's true intentions, the fact that his target was the Uchiha clan did not conflict with Danzo's fundamental interests. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to collaborate with the masked man on a dark scheme. Nozomi Chao respectfully approached Danzo, performing a deep bow before saying in a clear voice, "Lord Danzo, my mission has failed. Please punish me." Upon hearing Nozomi Chao's voice, Danzo paused momentarily. "What did you say? You entrusted me with a task, and I have failed. I beseech you to impose your punishment upon me," Nozomi Chao replied. "Were you not accompanied by 10 Umbu Chunin to execute the mission? How could it have failed?" Danzo's weathered face, resembling a gnarled tree, twisted in perplexity. Was there interference? Who was it? Was it the Uchiha? Or was it Silver? At this, Nozomi Chao lowered his head even further. For if one were to assess the situation superficially, the disgrace would undoubtedly fall upon their elite Umbu. No, none of that. There was no interference. Nozomi Chao shook his head. Danzo, now puzzled, descended from his office and approached Nozomi Chao directly, inquiring, "What exactly transpired? Explain it to me clearly." "Yes, my lord," Nozomi Chao, with his head bowed, began. "We followed your orders and approached Uchiha Lingxiu after the conclusion of their fourth group's meeting. During this time, we established the Konoha Guardian Barrier to counter his peculiar space ninjutsu. However, as we engaged in battle, our forces fell one after another, while he stood unwavering. Wide chakra sensing revealed that his chakra was inexhaustible, continuously fueling his combat prowess. Ultimately, I issued a retreat order." Nozomi Chao succinctly recounted their encounter with Lingxiu, conveying the message Lingxiu wished to relay to Danzo in its entirety. After finishing, he lowered his head, appearing resigned to his fate. Meanwhile, Danzo paced back and forth, his demeanor growing increasingly somber. "If what you say is true, then this Uchiha Lingxiu possesses strength that surpasses that of a special jonin. But he is merely 6 years old. How could one of such tender age possibly wield such formidable chakra? Danzo, bewildered, shook his head. I currently command 5 jonin combat teams, all of whom are in critical positions, rendering it impossible to reallocate them to deal with this young Uchiha. With a sigh, Danzo ultimately resolved to make a decision. Given the current circumstances, it seems that we must momentarily set aside the matter of Uchiha Lingxiu. Once we have decisively dealt with the Uchiha clan, we may then contemplate the issue of Uchiha Lingxiu. However, by that time, whether Uchiha Lingxiu will still exist is indeed a question worth pondering. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Danzo chuckled ominously, while the bowed-headed Nojima Chao shuddered in fear. Chao, since this mission has ended in failure, let us heed the words of that little brat, Uchiha Lingxiu, and refrain from provoking him. We must prioritize the greater picture. If he is unwilling to join us in the route, we have no need to force him. For now, Chao, you may return and rest. I shall notify you when another task arises. With that, Danzo pretended to pat Nojima Chao on the shoulder before nonchalantly making his way to his office. Chao bowed deeply towards Danzo's direction and subsequently exited the grand hall. Uchiha Lingxiu. What secrets does he harbor? In Danzo's eyes, a glimmer of intensity flickered. A week later, Lingxiu returned to his home once more, his expression marred by frustration. This marked the 7th day he had sought out Uchiha Akihiro to discuss their potential departure. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Uchiha Akihiro flatly refused to entertain the notion of leaving. To be honest, it was through this week of persistence that Lingxiu truly comprehended the Uchiha clan's cohesion. A vast family, a formidable system. Its endurance necessitates a spirit of unity. The overwhelming majority of clan members, much like Uchiha Akihiro, exhibit unwavering loyalty to their family, even in the face of betrayal against their current ninja village. Konohagakure, they steadfastly stand by the clan. Lingxiu gazed at the darkening sky, his expression blank and lost in thought. He could not pinpoint when it began, but he had developed a sense of belonging to this seemingly indifferent yet internally warm family. It is worth noting that Lingxiu is a transmigrator. It is quite normal for a transmigrator to feel no sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan. However, over the course of more than a year since his arrival, aside from Uchiha Akihiro and Uchiha Shiyu, the other clan members had treated Lingxiu rather well. Here, the atmosphere was not as rigid and austere as that of the Hyuga clan, and even the clan leader's restrictions were far less oppressive than those typically found in other families of Konohagakure. Yet, despite being such a family, they had risen to become the foremost clan of Konohagakure. Undoubtedly, their bloodline limit plays a crucial role, but this also highlights another truth: the unity of the Uchiha clan. Their cohesion and the hearts of their people are what fortify their strength. From Lingxiu's perspective, if it were possible, he would undoubtedly choose to assist the clan in achieving its rightful goals. However, as a transmigrator, Lingxiu was acutely aware of the formidable forces at play behind the scenes, leaving him feeling impotently confined to what he believed he could manage. Of course, he recognized that all of this amounted to little more than futile efforts. With a deep sigh, Lingxiu had entirely relinquished any thoughts of persuading Uchiha Minghui after his return. At this moment, he began to comprehend Uchiha Minghui's mindset. Danzo, Uchiha Madara, you had better cease your actions. Otherwise, when I, Lingxiu, attain a certain level of strength, I will undoubtedly avenge my clan. In this instant, Lingxiu truly acknowledged his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan deep within his heart. This obsession, too, took root at this very moment. Chapter 47. Departure to the Land of the South. After entering the rank of Jonin, Lingxiu dedicated a full month to mastering the application of chakra at this level. Each advancement necessitated a new adaptation process, a crucial key to future victories in battle. Since relinquishing his attempts to persuade his uncle Uchiha Minghui a week prior, Lingxiu had devoted himself entirely to training. Particularly, after the chakra consumption of the Flying Thunder God technique diminished, he could distinctly sense an enhancement in his control over the technique. I wonder if I can now execute the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique? Lingxiu pondered as he gazed at the kunai inscribed with the technique's formula in his hand. For this special mission of Team 4 to the Land of the South, Lingxiu had engraved nearly 100 kunai with the Flying Thunder God formula during this time. The preparation for these tools was to ensure he would not face the embarrassing situation of lacking kunai, as he had during the battle against the Root. The only regret was that I currently do not possess a space artifact. Otherwise, such awkwardness would not arise. With a helpless shake of his head, he noted that ever since the last incident with the dominance system, it had remained inactive. Furthermore, even yesterday, when Lingxiu intended to activate a side mission, the dominance system was still in a powered-off state. Whoosh! A figure swiftly approached, and soon, Lingxiu discerned the identity of the newcomer. Kakashi Hitaki? Yes. Kakashi, adorned with the Leaf Village headband and clad in umbu attire, nodded at Lingxiu. The captain has informed us that we may depart. After a brief pause, Kakashi added, the silver captain has already arrived at the entrance of Konoha. We should hasten our departure. Lingxiu nodded in acknowledgement and replied, could you wait for a moment? I still have a few items to gather. Sure, but please be quick, Kakashi urged. Ninjas are akin to special forces among warriors. Their missions are inherently defined as special operations. Thus, in terms of equipment, they are typically less constrained than regular military units. Lingxiu spent approximately 10 minutes in his room packing before emerging with 2 large bags. Under Kakashi's astonished gaze, Lingxiu smiled slightly and said, I'm all set. Let us go. What are you carrying? Kakashi's voice sounded peculiar. What do you mean? Lingxiu inquired, bewildered. Why are you bringing so much stuff? Chimu Zhishang pointed towards the 2 large bags held by Lingxiu. Following the direction of Chimu Zhishang's finger, Lingxiu glanced over and promptly replied with a smile, these are merely the items we require for our daily needs. I haven't brought along any extraneous belongings, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, however, Chimu Zhishang shook his head and said, you mustn't do that. Captain Yin will scold us. After a moment of contemplation, Chimu Zhishang decided it prudent to explain further. You must understand, we are departing to undertake a mission, not for a leisurely holiday. Therefore, aside from our equipment and provisions, we are prohibited from carrying any other items. Is there such a rule? Lingxiu asked, bewildered, as this was news to him. Not all teams adhere to this regulation, but we are a special task force, and thus our protocols are naturally more complex than those of other groups. Chimu Zhishang replied with a hint of resignation. Lingxiu was at a loss for words. From Chimu Zhishang's remarks, it was evident that he shared a sense of helplessness. It seemed that other teams were permitted to carry some personal supplies, whereas their special task force was not. Of course, Chimu Zhishang also noted, rather euphemistically, that this was to alleviate the burden. After heeding Chimu Zhishang's words, Lingxiu managed to reduce his 2 large bags into a single small one before following Chimu Zhishang out of the house. Upon exiting, the pair passed by the residence of Lingxiu's uncle, Uchiha Minghui. This time, the door was firmly shut, and no sounds emanated from within. Observing this scene, Lingxiu's expression dimmed, as he understood that his uncle was evading his counsel. Never mind, let nature take its course. This moment, I lack the strength and qualification to ponder such profound matters, he mused, a deep sense of powerlessness washing over him. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Lingxiu hastened to match Chimu Zhishang's pace. The entrance of Konoha village, Yin and the other members of the 4th Special Task Force had gathered. Upon noticing Lingxiu and Chimu Zhishang, Yin twisted his neck and then retrieved a document from his cloak, presenting it to the ANBU member stationed at the village's entrance. Lord Yin, your documentation is in order. Please ensure your safety, the ANBU member replied respectfully as he returned the document. Yin nodded appreciatively and gestured for the team to prepare for departure. Consequently, the group followed Yin as they gradually left the village. Captain Yin seems to hold considerable influence, Lingxiu remarked curiously to Chimu Zhishang after witnessing the earlier exchange. It was a rather pitiable sight, as Chimu Zhishang, a man nearing 40, found himself besieged with questions from Lingxiu, a mere 6-year-old. While Chimu Zhishang felt a sense of exasperation, he recognized the importance of imparting some knowledge, being the elder assigned by Yin to accompany Lingxiu. Well, before becoming the leader of the 4th group, our captain served as the head of the ANBU's protection division. Lingxiu was once again taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. The journey continued in silence. It was Silver who personally led the team. His extraordinary prowess as an elite jonin far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Not only was his speed remarkable, but his rest periods were also woefully brief. Consequently, during their journey, Lingxiu and his group moved at a pace that was more than double that of other teams. Yet, that was not the most astonishing aspect. After nearly 2 hours of travel, Lingxiu observed that aside from Xiaomu and Shan Shui, who exhibited slight breathlessness, the other members appeared completely unfazed. Indeed, like a trax-like, and it was only when exceptional individuals congregated that such an exaggerated effect could manifest. Lingxiu chuckled and shook his head, further enhancing his speed. In terms of velocity and endurance, Lingxiu harbored no fear against anyone. Firstly, his chakra had reached the level of a jonin, a rarity even among the ranks of Konohagakure. Secondly, since his arrival in this world, Lingxiu had consistently studied the properties and control of chakra. Thus, he could undoubtedly be regarded as a master in the nuanced application of chakra during travel. 5 hours later, aside from Lingxiu, the others began to show signs of breathlessness and fatigue. At that moment, Everyone was astonished to discover that their newly joined teammate could match their leader, Silver, stride for stride. Surprise, shock, doubt, admiration, and a myriad of expressions graced the faces of the members of Team 4. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Silver also displayed a look of skepticism. Could it be that this young boy had enhanced his chakra? Chapter 48. The true beginning in Konohagakure, at the Uchiha clan's estate. Just as Lingxiu was departing, Uchiha Minghui and Uchiha Shiyu emerged from the clan leader's residence. Their expressions were grave, yet there was an air of relief about them. Uchiha Shiyu gently caressed her beloved's cheek, her tone tinged with concern as she said, "Minghui, you have sacrificed so much for that child, Lingxiu." Uchiha Minghui shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Shiyu, Lingxiu is the only child of my elder brother, and he is quite adorable. You think so too, do you not?" Upon hearing this, tears welled in the corners of Uchiha Shiyu's eyes, though she held them back with an upward tilt of her head, confining them within her eyelids. "The decision regarding our Uchiha clan's defection has already been made, Minghui. You have gone to such lengths to ensure Lingxiu's safe departure from Konoha. Why did you not tell me? I am your wife." After all, Uchiha Minghui cradled his beloved wife's face in his hands, tenderly wiping away her tears as he spoke softly, "Because I cannot allow you to bear the weight of burdens that are not yours to carry. Shiyu, I know you see Lingxiu as our own child, so if we were to meet with any misfortune, let Lingxiu carry on in our stead." Minghui. Uchiha Shiyu murmured, her voice trembling. Yet, Uchiha Minghui wore a constant smile upon his face. If this endeavor were to succeed, our concerns would be rendered mere fantasies. However, should it falter, at the very least, we would still possess our spiritual journey, would we not? Hoshigaki Kiyu seemed to comprehend her husband's sentiments, nodding affirmatively. "Prepare the envelope. If this mission fails, take my eyes and conceal them at the prearranged location. I shall create this opportunity for you," declared Uchiha Akihiro resolutely. In that instant, his eyes shifted from the original three-tomo to the kaleidoscopic form of a windmill. At that moment, tears streamed from Hoshigaki Kiyu. At that moment, Uchiha Akihiro pressed onward with unwavering resolve. This moment would mark the true inception of the spiritual journey within the world of Naruto. In the Southern Land, located at the southern edge of the Land of Fire, a special task force took 4 days to traverse from Konohagakure to this small nation bordering the Land of Fire. Due to various factors, including national strength and financial resources, the Southern Land did not possess its own dedicated ninja village. Thus, in matters of maintaining the status of their daimyo, they were compelled to hire high-ranking ninjas from the ninja villages of larger nations for protection. Nevertheless, the Southern Land did maintain a certain level of military readiness. However, this military might was only suitable for national warfare. They truly lacked expertise in specialized missions. As Lingxiu strolled through the streets of the Southern Land, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. According to his teammates, this was his first trip abroad, and it was only natural for him to be intrigued. And, holding the passage documents, encountered no obstacles along the way. Upon entering the main city of the Southern Land, Ian instructed his team members to rest while he proceeded alone to the mission handover location. The weather was splendid, a bright, sunny day. Lingxiu gazed up at the sky, smiling, as he spoke to the beleaguered Shikamaru. Shikamaru replied weakly. Observing Shikamaru's demeanor, Nara Shinichi, who had been watching for a while, could not help but exclaim, "Uncle Shikamaru, honestly, if you dislike Lingxiu, you need not engage with him. There's no need to force yourself to feign interest. As an observer, I must say, it's quite uncomfortable to witness. If it bothers you, then don't watch. No one is compelling you to do so." Lingxiu interjected, eager to defend his current enjoyment. Nara Shinichi smirked and completely disregarded Lingxiu. "But it's a task assigned by the leader. I cannot simply refuse the leader's orders." Shikamaru cast a sidelong glance at Lingxiu, his tone dripping with exasperation. Lingxiu rolled his eyes and retorted, "Hey, uncle, do you have to be so blunt? I'm right here in front of you." Shikamaru also rolled his eyes, replying with irritation, "I'm speaking directly to you. How many times have I said this over the past 4 days? Have you even listened once? Have you, Lingxiu?" While the 3 men stood there bickering, the 3 girls from the 4th group began to enjoy their shopping spree. Regardless of the proximity facilitated by the presence of radio communication, they harbored no concerns about the possibility of getting lost. Thus, when they departed, they did not bother to bid farewell to Lingxiu and the others. The wait was undeniably protracted, and with Ian being the type who utterly disregards the feelings of others, the duration of this anticipation became even more elongated. Just as Lingxiu was on the verge of dozing off from sheer boredom, a sudden scream pierced through the silence from the radio headset dangling from her ears. Ah! Upon hearing that sound, the 3 men simultaneously lifted their heads, their expressions turning grave in an instant. It was the voice of Xiaomu Shanshui. Had something happened to them? Nilangxini immediately exclaimed. We can find out by asking. Allow me. The one who spoke was Qimu Zhishang. Lingxiu and Nilangxini nodded in unison towards Qimu Zhishang, who then began to inquire. This is Qimu Zhishang. Shanshui, what predicament are you facing over there? Uncle Qimu, please hurry. We are surrounded in the East District, and it seems to be ninjas from Yunin Village. The Raikage-smen? Lingxiu instantly thought of the fourth Raikage. AI. Hurry over. The people from Yunin Village are not on good terms with us in Konoha. We cannot allow Shanshui and Yueya to suffer any harm. Qimu Zhishang said without hesitation. Agreed. Let us move, Lingxiu and Nilangxini echoed. The three raced through the streets of the land of the south, their speed remarkably swift due to the flow of chakra, drawing the attention of many local inhabitants along the way. Of course, at that moment, Lingxiu and the others had no time to spare on anything else, as it was their instinct and duty as men to protect women. Even if Yueya and Xiaomu Shanshui were not their romantic partners, they were still members of the same team. To witness them in peril and remain indifferent was certainly not the style of the special task force. Fourth group, meanwhile, as they set off, in a concealed corner of the streets of the land of the south, In lit a cigarette for himself, softly murmuring. So, the people from Yunin Village have arrived too. It seems that the daimyo of the land of the south has indeed paid a hefty price this time. Chapter 49. Conflict. Haha, no more jokes. I wish everyone finds their beloved today, side by side. That sounds rather nice. Secondly, yesterday the recommendation votes surpassed 100. Logically, I should provide 3 updates, but today being Valentine's Day, I hope to delay one update, delivering the 3rd chapter tomorrow. Today, I shall present 2 updates as usual. After all, I need to spend time with my beloved. This is only reasonable. Lastly, I kindly ask for another wave of recommendation votes. Please log in to read this book, as it is indeed important. In the East District of the main city of the Land of the South, the Konoha Umbu, Special Task Force 4th Group, Yueya, Inazuka Hana, and Xiaomu Shanshui, stood on high alert, each gripping their defensive weapons, kunai. Surrounding them were several mocking ninjas from Yunin Village, observing with disdain. Aside from the lone ninja from Yunin Village, standing at the center, who unsheathed his sword, the others either observed with indifference or sneered, showing no inclination to engage in combat. Little girl, does Konoha truly lack male ninjas? To assign such a monumental task to merely 3 young girls is a grave insult to the daimyo of the Land of the South. The speaker was none other than the sword-wielding ninja adorned with the Yunin Village headband, the leader of this mission from Yunin's Umbu, Kishimoto Tora. Even if Konoha has sent only us 3 female ninjas for this mission, it seems of no concern to you from Yunin Village, retorted the fiery-tempered Kayamori Shanshui, unable to bear the mocking words from the Yunin ninja. What do you intend to do? He. Kishimoto Tora let out a chilling laugh, signaling to his companions, who began to advance towards the trio of Konoha girls. At this juncture, it is imperative to reflect upon the animosity between Konoha and Yunin Village. A year prior, the two had clashed in a fierce battle, during which both sides engaged in a brutal confrontation, calling forth the regular forces of the ninja world. The casualties were severe, and both villages emerged from the conflict harboring profound hatred for one another. In the wake of warfare, death inevitably breeds enmity. Although the conflict was ultimately mediated, the original narrative merely glossed over the incident, recounting how Yunin sent envoys to Konoha for negotiations, only to be dispatched by Hinata Hizashi. Nonetheless, the animosity between the 2 villages did not dissipate. Rather, it escalated to even greater heights over the ensuing year. Today, the encirclement of Tsukuha and her companions by Yunin's forces was fundamentally an attempt to provoke trouble for Konoha. Prepare for battle. Their intentions are far from benign, Tsukuha calmly advised as she pulled Shanshui, who was ready to continue the altercation. Though the 3 were girls, they were all seasoned chnin of Konoha's Umbu. When faced with the prospect of combat, they immediately exhibited an exceptionally high level of professionalism. Standing back to back, they wielded kunai in a standard defensive posture, their initial disarray giving way to a composed focus as they surveyed the encroaching Yunin ninjas. Prepare for combat, Kishimoto Tora bellowed, gripping his katana firmly, his expression grave. Despite his derision towards the 3 Konoha kunoichis, he was ever cautious in matters of battle. As a seasoned Umbu operative who had undertaken countless missions, he would never make the foolish mistake of underestimating his adversaries. At that moment, Kishimoto Tora truly harbored the intent to eliminate the 3 Konoha female ninjas before him. The cause of the matter is, in essence, quite straightforward. It harks back to the battle several years ago between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village, during which his most beloved younger brother perished. You all deserve to die. Those from Konoha deserve to perish. Akamoto Tora's eyes gleamed with lethal intent, his chakra emanating with such intensity that it instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Suki and his companions in response to Akamoto Tora's oppressive chakra. Suki and his comrades unleashed their own chakra, which was of Chunin level. A cold smile crept across Akamoto Tora's face, as any lingering doubts within him dissipated in that moment. Observing the stance of his adversaries, Suki, the most composed among them, shouted, "Hidden Cloud Village, are you certain you wish to ignite a war between your village and ours, Konoha? Is this truly a declaration of war? Moreover, we are not even on Konoha's territory, are we?" Having calculated his own overwhelming strength against the opposition, Akamoto Tora no longer felt the need to exercise restraint. How was I unaware of the formidable presence of the Hidden Cloud Village's Umbu? Tora. Just then, a silver-haired Jonin from Konoha emerged before the gathered ninjas of the Hidden Cloud. With a playful smile, he stepped forward, using his own body to shield Suki and his companions from the chakra pressure exuded by Akamoto Tora. Silver? Akamoto Tora's pupils constricted. As a Jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village, he was well aware of the reputation of Konoha's Umbu operative, Silver, and at that moment, he revealed a rare expression of tension. "Ah, so you do know me." Silver laughed heartily, his tone imbued with a sense of ease. "I didn't expect Konoha to send you for this mission. However, since you are here, I see no reason to linger. Let this matter conclude here. Let us depart." With that, Akamoto Tora turned to leave, showing no inclination to continue conversing with Silver. "You claim to be the one to kill, yet you are also the one to walk away. Do you truly think so highly of yourself?" A youthful voice abruptly interjected, its tone surprisingly innocent, yet its implications caused all the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village to halt in their tracks. Many of the native onlookers from the land of the south, who had been cautiously observing from a distance, now wore expressions of astonishment. They had presumed that matters would reach a resolution at this juncture. After all, both Silver and Akamoto Tora were renowned jonins of their respective villages, and the appearance of such formidable power warranted retreat and concession as a normative response. However, the sudden emergence of that youthful voice seemed to strip away the flimsy veil of pretense, laying bare the relationship and the underlying tensions between the two villages. Before all, this prompted the two notable jonins, who had no desire for entanglement, to furrow their brows as the echoes of that voice faded. The crowd's curiosity peaked as Lingxiu and his companions slowly stepped into view. From Akamoto Tora's perspective, the foremost figure was merely a child of 6 or 7 years, while the two ninjas trailing behind him bore expressions of evident reluctance, as if they were disinclined to follow Lingxiu into the fray, hoping that Captain Yin will not take our lives afterward. Chimu Zhishang silently prayed in his heart. This mischievous little brat truly causes more trouble than I had anticipated. Nara Shinichi felt utterly speechless. Damn it. What on earth does Uchiha Lingxiu intend to accomplish? I must teach this little rascal a proper lesson when the time comes, Yin thought with gritted teeth. As for the protagonist of the tale, Lingxiu, he strutted towards the crowd of Yunin village, exuding an air of fearless bravado. Chapter 50. Suspicion. Xiaomu Shan Shui covered her eyes, for she believed that looking at Lingxiu any longer would be a painful experience for her eyes. Meanwhile, the other teammates in Lingxiu's group wore expressions of utter disbelief and drunkenness. "Little brat, do you even realize what you're saying? Are you seeking death?" The voice of Akamoto Tora echoed ominously, his chakra emanating menacingly, creating a terrifying aura around him. Indeed, he bore a slight resemblance to Danzo. At this moment, Lingxiu had approached Akamoto Tora, lifting his chin to meet Tora's gaze. The height difference had made Lingxiu mentally curse countless times. How many more years must I wait to grow up? After a moment of silent contemplation, Lingxiu fixed his gaze on Akamoto Tora and coldly remarked, "Your Yunin village and our Konoha have signed a peace treaty. Although we are currently in the land of the south, the peace agreement between Yunin village and Konoha remains in effect. So, if you intend to take a life now, head out." As he spoke, Lingxiu's hand moved towards his ninja tool pouch. "Lingxiu, what are you doing?" Silver, who had been silent until now, suddenly shouted. "If he wishes to kill, I shall grant him that opportunity." With that declaration, Lingxiu retrieved 10 kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique from his pouch and, with a swift motion, flung them into various corners. Lingxiu's ninjutsu increasingly resembled the Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th and 2nd Hokages. Silver furrowed his brows, his attention captivated by Lingxiu's actions. As for Akamoto Tora, he too was drawn in by Lingxiu's bizarre behavior, though his emotions were primarily fueled by anger and agitation. Already harboring enmity towards Konoha, Lingxiu's provocative antics only intensified Tora's fury. Indeed, Akamoto Tora's temperament mirrored that of Yunin village, volatile and quick to resort to confrontation. In simple terms, he was not the sharpest tool in the shed. Thus, when Lingxiu took the opportunity to provoke him after he had momentarily retreated, Tora could no longer contain himself. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Akamoto Tora smirked coldly, raising his unsheathed katana with a fierce swing directed at Lingxiu. The combination of chakra enveloping the blade and its inherent sharpness rendered the strike particularly fearsome. The pace is excruciatingly slow. As the voice of the spiritual practitioner emerged, Akamoto Tora swiftly swung his blade. Yet the figure of the spiritual practitioner gradually faded away, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Where did that person go? Akamoto Tora stood there, gazing blankly at the vanishing silhouette before him, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. He was acutely aware of the swiftness of his strike. Yet that very blow had allowed the little specter to evade him. Moreover, as a seasoned ninja, he had not even caught a glimpse of the figure. How could this be possible? Prepare for battle. The moment he regained his composure, Akamoto Tora addressed his subordinates. Immediately, all the ninjas of the hidden cloud village drew their weapons, their expressions tense as they kept a wary eye on the nearby leaf ninjas. They awaited the command from their leader, Akamoto Tora, ready to engage in combat at any moment. Tora, are you truly resolute in this course of action? In spoke coldly, urging him to consider carefully. The peace treaty had been jointly signed by both the Leaf and Cloud villages. To violate this treaty would signify a betrayal of the hidden Cloud village. Thus, if you choose to wage war, not a single one of your subordinates would survive. And, are you suggesting that you are afraid? Ha! Akamoto Tora laughed arrogantly, exuding an air of calmness that belied any anxiety. We have all come to the land of the South on a mission. We are here for the sake of profit. Besides, the last war has concluded. I believe you have no reason to take such a risk, do you? Yin's forehead glistened with sweat, revealing his palpable tension. This anxiety was entirely understandable, for in terms of numbers and apparent combat capability, Akamoto Tora's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Yin's side. However, as a special task force, Yin's team should not be underestimated either. Thus, should a conflict arise, the outcome could very well be a mere 50-50. Given such odds, it was reasonable for Yin to wish to avoid a confrontation, especially since he did not harbor the same animosity towards the hidden Cloud village as Akamoto Tora did towards the Leaf village. While the logic was sound, Akamoto Tora retorted with a chilling smile, "Do you truly believe that I can be easily intimidated by your subordinates? What do you intend to do then?" Yin's expression darkened. At that moment, the spiritual practitioner stood silently atop a tree, observing the unfolding scene below. Furrowing his brow, he sensed a hint of conspiracy in the exchanges between the two parties. Could this all be orchestrated by the land of the South? Why would the hidden Cloud villagers reveal themselves at the very first opportunity upon our arrival in the South? What ulterior motives might lie behind this mission? The spiritual practitioner could not fathom why such thoughts crossed his mind. Nevertheless, from the instant Akamoto Tora made his move, he felt an unsettling dissonance. Yet, even now, he had not discovered the reason, which kept him from intervening to alleviate the current tension. Returning to the scene where Yin and Akamoto Tora faced each other directly, "I wonder what course of action you envision. Of course, I shall eliminate that brat." He chuckled at Dio. "You truly believe I would spare him?" Yin shook his head at Anben Huya, then made a gesture that the members of the Special Task Force's fourth group instantly comprehended. With a swift motion, Yin drew a kunai, positioning it horizontally across his chest, adopting a combat stance. In that fleeting moment, the members of the fourth group collectively unsheathed their weapons, entering a state of readiness for battle. Anben Huya's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Yin's sudden resolve. At that moment, Anben Huya felt as though he was riding a tiger, unable to dismount. "Yin, are you truly prepared to engage in combat over a mere child?" Yin remained silent, merely raising the kunai in his hand. This action spoke volumes. Anben Huya clenched his teeth, contemplating whether it was worth escalating to violence. Yin also gritted his teeth, fully aware that as a senior and leader, he must stand by Lingxiu's side in this instant. Lingxiu, too, was tense, awaiting Anben Huya's final decision. If a confrontation were to ensue, I would have no choice but to eliminate the individuals from the hidden Cloud village first. As for the underlying motives and the orchestrator behind this turmoil, that would have to be uncovered in due time. Chapter 51. Analysis. As previously mentioned, Anben Huya is a person of impulsive temperament, embodying the symbolic traits common among the majority of the hidden Cloud village. However, this does not imply that Anben Huya lacks intelligence. On significant matters, he possesses remarkable clarity. Otherwise, he would not have attained his current rank of Jonin, nor earned the recognition of such a formidable village. Thus, when faced with a dilemma, he chose to retreat. After all, as Ian stated, should conflict arise, regardless of which side prevails, it would not bode well. Given their status as Jonin teams, their confrontation could potentially provoke higher authorities, jeopardizing the fragile peace agreement and rendering them genuine criminals. Recognizing this, Onbin Huya had been relentlessly pressing the issue, yet he was taken aback by Yin's unwavering stance on behalf of a mere child who had dared to offend him. In that moment, Onbin Huya even found himself questioning whether that child might be Yin's illegitimate offspring. Just as both sides were on the brink of conflict, Onbin Huya extended his hand, signaling for a halt. "Yin, remember this. I will not forget this incident. Do not give me cause, or the consequences for you will be dire, truly." Yin shrugged nonchalantly, neither affirming nor denying, and sheathed the kunai directly into his tool pouch. Phew! Perched atop a tree, Lingxiu exhaled in relief, his earlier tension dissipating entirely. After all, this situation had been instigated by him, and if calamity were to occur, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Given the current circumstances, reason dictated that this was the best outcome. "Let us depart." Onbin Huya shot a glare at Yin, then glanced around, noticing Lingxiu's absence, before impatiently leading his subordinates away. Everyone exhaled in relief, while Lingxiu panted atop the tree. "What on earth is that little rascal up to?" Qiaomu Shanshui was the first to regain composure, exclaiming loudly to the sound of Qiaomu Shanshui's outburst. Several others also snapped back to reality, searching for Lingxiu's figure. At that moment, Lingxiu leapt down from a nearby tree and approached the kunai associated with the Flying Thunder God technique, retrieving them into his ninja tool pouch. "Lingxiu, are you aware of what you are doing? Do you realize that you nearly instigated a war just now?" Qiaomu Shanshui, who has always held a disdain for Lingxiu, despite being part of the same team, now pointed an accusatory finger at him, showing no intention of sparing his dignity. Lingxiu chose not to retort but merely nodded in acknowledgement. After organizing the kunai of the Flying Thunder God technique, he walked directly in front of Yin. First, he bowed respectfully to Yin and then spoke earnestly. "Firstly, I must apologize to you, team leader Yin, for my earlier actions were indeed somewhat rash. Secondly, I wish to report a matter to you, though it is merely a suspicion at this point." "Speak," Yin replied with a serious demeanor. In Yin's mind, he had never regarded Lingxiu as just a child. After all, a child capable of independently completing a bandit extermination mission possesses a certain level of cognitive maturity from any perspective. Such an individual, regardless of age, demonstrates the mental acuity and courage necessary to make independent judgments. This was beyond question in Yin's mind. Thus, when Lingxiu expressed his suspicions, Yin immediately abandoned any thoughts of reproaching him. What could he possibly suspect? Merely an excuse to evade responsibility, grumbled Qiaomu Shanshui, clearly displeased. Ignoring her, Lingxiu silently organized his thoughts before finally speaking. "Here is the matter, team leader Yin. Consider this. We have only just arrived in the land of the south, and aside from this region, no one else knows of our arrival. Yet, by some unfortunate twist of fate, we encountered the ninjas from the hidden cloud village, and their strength is formidable. Of course, we could reason that we chanced upon the ninjas from the hidden cloud village, who were also undertaking a mission in the land of the south. However, I believe everyone just witnessed Okamoto Tora's intentions. Had it been just Tsukikage and her companions without our timely intervention, I suspect those three would have truly perished in the land of the south. The reason I obstructed Okamoto Tora was to ascertain my suspicions. From Tora's demeanor towards me, it is evident that he must have been incited by someone. Moreover, I anticipate that as events unfolded, Okamoto Tora likely recognized the irregularities as well. Thus, I sense that this matter transcends mere superficial tasks. Captain Yin, if you find merit in my words, we must remain vigilant in the times to come." Upon concluding his discourse, Lingxiu's words plunged all members of the Special Task Force, Group 4, into a profound silence and contemplation. Even Qiaomu Shanshui, who had been vociferous moments ago, furrowed her brow. Indeed, had it not been for Yin's timely arrival and the prompt support from Lingxiu and the others, it is likely that Qiaomu Shanshui and her companions would not have escaped the southern nation. Nara Shinichi was the first among Group 4 to break the silence. "I believe Lingxiu's observations hold substantial weight. We, in Konoha, have only just forged a peace treaty with the Hidden Cloud Village. Thus, encountering ninjas from the Hidden Cloud would not naturally escalate into immediate hostilities. Hence, I concur with Lingxiu's assertion that there may be ulterior motives at play." Kikuki Shiju shook his head, stating, "Surely, the situation cannot be so intricate. As far as I am aware, during our last confrontation with the Hidden Cloud, Akamatsu Koya's brother perished in that battle. Therefore, it is not entirely unreasonable for him, while on a mission, to harbor ill intentions upon encountering someone from Konoha. But how do you account for his eventual retreat, particularly the frown and contemplative expression he exhibited before departing? What do they signify? Lingxiu directly addressed Kikuki Shiju, highlighting a critical issue he had discerned. Although Lingxiu had been observing from a distance atop a tree, he had meticulously noted the expressions of everyone present. This, Kikuki Shiju, taken aback by Lingxiu's provocation, found himself at a loss for words. That moment, Yuya chimed in. I recall that we had scarcely arrived in the eastern district when ninjas from the hidden cloud approached us. Moreover, their demeanor did not suggest that they were merely wandering and stumbled upon us. Inuzuka Hana nodded in agreement, turning to Yuya. You are absolutely right. I distinctly remember that the ninjas from the hidden cloud appeared to be heading directly towards us. Yin turned his gaze towards Qiao Mu Shanshui, who merely blinked in surprise before sheepishly shaking her head, her expression utterly endearing. I am uncertain. I was preoccupied with inspecting the clothing. Qiao Mu Shanshui's cheeks flushed, and in that moment, she shed the earlier boisterous demeanor typical of her youth. Chapter 52. Tedious tasks. To be honest, this was the first occasion on which Lingxiu witnessed Qiao Mu Shanshui exhibit such a girlish charm. Although she was merely 13, her appearance and figure had already reached the level of the 16 or 17-year-old beauties Lingxiu had encountered in his previous life. Consequently, Lingxiu found himself staring at Qiao Mu Shanshui, momentarily lost in thought. The men of Group 4, including Yin, were equally taken aback by this expression and demeanor of Qiao Mu Shanshui, mirroring Lingxiu's astonishment as they gazed at her in awe. Qiao Mu Shanshui cast a furtive glance at Yin, quickly lowering his head in embarrassment and murmured, I truly did not see anything, but I trust Yuya and Quanzhuang Hua, so I now find some merit in what Lingxiu has said. Though, I must admit, I have a strong aversion to that little rascal Lingxiu. Upon hearing Qiao Mu Shanshui's words, Lingxiu abruptly regained his composure, rolling his eyes dramatically and feeling quite speechless. Why do you dislike me? What have I done to deserve such disdain? After listening to the analyses from several members, Yin concluded, in light of this, let us assign 2 individuals to specifically investigate this matter while we undertake the mission in the land of the South. If indeed someone is scheming behind the scenes, I shall ensure they comprehend the consequences of plotting against the 4th Special Task Group. Understood? The crowd responded in unison. They were on the bustling streets of the land of the South, where discussing further details was impractical. The accommodations for their stay had already been arranged, so they decided to return to their lodging and deliberate on how to address subsequent matters. With that, Yin nodded at his subordinates and led the way. The group followed closely behind, vanishing into the streets of the eastern district of the land of the South. Shortly after their departure, among the onlookers in the land of the South, a seemingly inconspicuous figure draped in a cloak revealed a look of disappointment, shaking his head before swiftly disappearing into the crowd. In the land of the South, the designated lodging for the Konoha ninjas on this mission was situated in the heart of the main city, merely about 500 meters from the residence of the local daimyo. This arrangement was likely made to ensure that Konoha's special task group could promptly safeguard the location specifically designated for the daimyo. In truth, the task assigned by the daimyo was not overly complex. It involved the current daimyo usurping power, yet upon ascending to his position, he discovered numerous unresolved issues. Hence, he offered a handsome reward to hire 2 elite ninja squads to assist in stabilizing the internal affairs of the land of the South. This information was formally conveyed by Yin only after Lingxiu and the others had settled into their accommodations. Prior to this, the task scrolls received by Lingxiu and his team contained little pertinent information. Once they entered their lodging, Yin hastily delegated the earlier matter Lingxiu had mentioned on the eastern street. Lingxiu and Nara Shinichi, you 2 will be responsible for discreetly investigating to determine if anyone is indeed causing trouble behind the scenes. Furthermore, while carrying out your duties, please maintain a low profile and avoid attracting unnecessary attention. After all, our interactions with the land of the South are quite frequent, so unless absolutely necessary, let's refrain from any overt confrontations. Understood? Understood. You can rest assured, Captain, Nara Shinichi replied, with Yin acknowledging him with a gesture of trust. Among the remaining 4 individuals, the atmosphere divides them into 2 pairs, each responsible for patrolling and guarding duties, with shifts to be arranged among themselves. Let me see. Very well, Yuya, you shall partner with Qiao Mu Shanshui. Both your analytical and perceptive skills are commendable, and Qiao Mu Shanshui possesses considerable combat experience. Together, you should form a formidable duo. Thus, the remaining pair consists of Chimu Jishang and Inuzuka Hana. Inuzuka Hana, you may unleash your summoning dog, for this is indeed a protective mission. Being able to detect any murderous intent in advance is of utmost importance. Do you comprehend? Inuzuka Hana nodded towards Yin, while Yuya, Chimu Jishang, and Qiao Mu Shanshui also acknowledged him with a nod. That is all I wish to convey. The rest is for you to manage. Should any unusual circumstances arise, use flares for distant communication and direct radio contact for closer situations. Maintain open lines of communication at all times and ensure you are equipped with your radios. Remember, life takes precedence. Yes, Captain, everyone replied in unison. Very well, disperse now. Take some time to rest, for the responsibilities of today and tomorrow lie with the team from Union Village. With that, Ian turned and departed, leaving the location of the Konoha Special Task Force. What do you think the captain went off to do? Lingxiu asked, hastily approaching Chimu Zhishang as Ian walked away. Chimu Zhishang rolled his eyes, exasperated, and replied, How would I know? I am not a mind reader. Oh, Lingxiu nodded, then continued to cling to Chimu Zhishang. Chimu Zhishang, having long since given up on shaking off Lingxiu, found himself resigned to her persistent presence. Meanwhile, Nara Shinichi, in a moment of exasperation, turned and swiftly vanished from sight. Let us also take a moment to rest, Yuya suggested to Inuzuka Hana and Xiaomu Shanshue. Indeed, they nodded in agreement and followed Yuya as they departed. Time flows like a river, never to return. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The members of the Special Task Force's fourth group transitioned from initial tension and anticipation to a state of resignation and boredom. Truth be told, during this period, they had anticipated fierce battles, yet not a single encounter had occurred. Matters seemed far less dire and terrifying than Ian had portrayed. Instead, what they witnessed over the days was the citizens' unwavering trust and support for the newly appointed daimyo of the land of the south. This peculiar sentiment unsettled Lingxiu, for the more calm the situation appeared, the more it validated his earlier suspicions. Throughout this time, he and Nara Shinichi had conducted joint investigations, yet yielded no results. To exacerbate matters, even Union Village remained eerily quiet. It was as though the events of the first day had never transpired. Conflicts, fury, and hatred had dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace behind. On this particular day, Lingxiu returned to his room alone. Nara Shinichi ventured out on his own for an exploration, which was, in essence, a mere aimless wander with no specific purpose. Upon closing the door to his room, he sat cross-legged in meditation. The reason for his early return was that after more than a month, he once again heard the voice of the dominant system. Chapter 53. God-level techniques. Lingxiu released his chakra outward, amplifying his sensory perception of the surroundings. As time trickled by and his chakra perception reached its zenith. Confirming the absence of anyone nearby, Lingxiu finally began to call upon the mysteriously silent dominant system. Hello, are you there? Yes, host, replied the dominant system in a tone that was both cold and indifferent. In an instant, Lingxiu sensed something was amiss with the dominant system. What's wrong? Why do you sound so distant today? Host, please issue your requests and commands directly, the dominant system continued, maintaining its frigid demeanor. Are you not the same system as before? Lingxiu furrowed his brows, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This time, however, the dominant system did not respond to Lingxiu's inquiry. Very well, let me ask something. Last time, when you powered down, you informed me that the system would undergo a special evolution for the host every year of survival. I have now spent a year in the world of Naruto. So can this special evolution commence? Although Lingxiu was still puzzled by the system's sudden coldness, his primary concern lay in the enhancement of his own strength. Having reached a bottleneck in various aspects such as the Sharingan, ninjutsu, and chakra, it had become exceedingly difficult for Lingxiu to elevate his abilities further. When he departed from Konoha to undertake a mission in the land of the south, he had already begun studying the training methods of Guy and Lee from the original narrative, initiating weighted exercises to enhance his taijutsu. However, this training was monotonous and tedious, compounded by the intense pain and fatigue, resulting in Lingxiu dedicating only a limited amount of time to his exercises each day. Devoid of the relentless spirit exhibited by Lee and Guy in the original story, such forced taijutsu training would naturally not yield outstanding results. Thus, Lingxiu's hopes were predominantly placed upon the dominant system. Naturally, he was aware that this mindset was flawed, yet to speak candidly, the training methods of Guy and Lee were simply unattainable for anyone lacking their fervor. Due to this special evolution and the 2-month delay caused by the recent system upgrade, we will conduct a unique enhancement based on your current strength and specific circumstances. Very well, Lingxiu smiled with satisfaction. The dominant system announced, we will perform a comprehensive scan and data consolidation for the host. Please relax completely. Oh, understood. Lingxiu promptly released the external chakra, closed his eyes, and returned his mind to tranquility, commencing evaluation of the host's chakra and abilities. Evaluating the host's Sharingan and ocular techniques. Predicting the ocular techniques of the host's Manjiki Sharingan. Data collection complete, evaluation commencing. The system has officially commenced its computations. Please remain patient, host. Within Lingxiu's mind, the persistent echoes of the dominant system's notifications reverberated. However, this voice, much like before, now lacked the emotional nuances it once conveyed. As if following this update, the system had reverted to a dispassionate state. Yet, Lingxiu felt an inexplicable discomfort, unable to articulate the reason for it. He attempted to inquire of the current system, but it offered no response. Lingxiu understood that, under such circumstances, further questioning would merely squander his time in his current state. The only course of action available to him was to enhance his own capabilities and await the moment when he possessed absolute strength, at which point he could engage in meaningful dialogue with those he wished to negotiate with. With a sigh, Lingxiu resolved to refrain from overthinking, deciding that everything could be addressed in the future. To speak candidly, the previous dominant system, though somewhat mischievous, had consistently aided Lingxiu, having once provided invaluable support during a critical juncture in his existence. Thus, on some level, Lingxiu had developed a certain fondness for the original dominant system. Clearing his throat, he chose to dismiss these thoughts. Time trickled by, and within Lingxiu's mind, the repetitive voice of the dominant system persisted. He could not ascertain how long had passed when, at last, that incessant sound ceased. Lingxiu's heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation, for this marked his inaugural experience of such an annual enhancement. What kind of improvement could it be? Taijutsu? Ninjutsu? Or perhaps chakra? Might it even be the Meijiki Sharingan? If it were the Meijiki Sharingan, would it still necessitate the use of another Meijiki to compensate for its deficiencies? Lingxiu's mind raced with various speculations, yet all of it remained mere conjecture. The true outcome awaited the system's proclamation, dominant system. After a comprehensive analysis of the host's data, this system shall tailor an S-rank illusion specifically for the host. Given the host's relatively low proficiency in offensive ninjutsu, this illusion will incorporate an attack attribute and provide a degree of overwhelming capability. Considering the adversaries the host is poised to confront, this system will elevate the overwhelming functionality to that of a J-nin. This means that all ranks below J-nin, including J-nin themselves, will have their illusion resistance capabilities completely disregarded when the host employs this illusion, including bloodline limits. When the host casts this illusion on elite J-nin, it will have a 30% chance of failure, contingent upon the target's illusion resistance capabilities. When directed at shadow level, previously referred to as half-shadow, ninjas, the illusion will possess a 50% chance of failure. Again, dependent on the target's resistance, in instances where the host targets shadow-level ninjas, there will be a 90% chance of failure, contingent upon the target's resistance capabilities. When the host employs this illusion against super shadow-level ninjas or those of greater strength, the chance of failure will skyrocket to 99.99%, ultimately hinging on the host's fortune. This illusion is generated based on the host's current circumstances, specifically integrating the abilities of Shaka from Saint Seiya. It bestows upon the host the power of sensory deprivation, classified as an S-rank illusion, aptly named Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel. When the host activates this illusion, the afflicted individual will be immobilized. They're chakra-bound until the completion of the Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel, resulting in the total deprivation of their 6 senses by the caster. However, there exists a possibility of escape, that is to say, during the execution of this technique, the targeted individual may find a way to break free midway. Nonetheless, any sense that has been deprived will be permanently lost to the afflicted unless the host willingly dispels the illusion. The special enhancement of the illusion has been successfully generated. Please confirm receipt. Confirming receipt.at this moment, Lingxiu stood in a daze. Indeed, dazed, like a wooden chicken. Chapter 54, Advantages and Disadvantages. Confirming receipt. Lingxiu, in a state of bewilderment, felt a peculiar wave surging within, flooding into his mind. This time, receiving the new ninjutsu did not bring forth the intense pain experienced in previous occasions. It felt as though everything unfolded naturally, as if water flowed smoothly into a stream. Could it be that the system upgrade has eradicated the painful side effects from before? This question suddenly crossed Lingxiu's mind. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. The host has successfully received the S-rank illusion, Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel. Now, the host's main quest commences. Task 1. Within 2 months, the host must uncover the mastermind behind the recent conflict between the Cloud and Leaf villages. Upon completion, the host will receive 10,000 system exchange points. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of 5,000 points. The task is effective immediately. Task 2. The host is required to directly defeat a Jonin. Completion of this task will yield 3,000 system exchange points, while failure will result in a deduction of 2,000 points. The time frame for this task is 1 month, commencing immediately. The tasks have been assigned, the special enhancement has been dispensed, and the system will once again enter a dormant state. It shall remain so until the host completes the tasks or meets other system requirements, at which point it will reactivate. Whoosh. Once the system had conveyed all necessary information, it automatically transitioned into a state of slumber. Lingxiu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and immersed his thoughts within his mind, exploring the newly acquired S-rank illusion. Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel. Just how formidable is this S-rank illusion? In the moment before his exploration, Lingxiu's heart brimmed with anticipation. As he formally accepted the S-rank illusion. Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel within his mind. A fragment of information simultaneously flooded into his consciousness. Due to certain specific factors, when the host employs the S-rank illusion, Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel, they will exhaust all of their existing chakra. Upon the conclusion of the Heavenly Dance, the host's chakra will be completely depleted, not to be replenished until 24 hours later. Receiving this information with a dazed expression, the initial anticipation for this S-rank illusion instantaneously evaporated without a trace. What on earth is this? What about the promised deprivation of perception? What about the astounding power it was supposed to confer? Why has an additional limitation suddenly emerged, one that drains all of my chakra? If there were enemies nearby, wouldn't that spell certain doom? Lingxiu cursed under his breath, growing increasingly discontent with each passing thought, his frustration mounting. The once pleasant mood vanished in an instant, leaving Lingxiu with a sensation akin to being approached by a beautiful woman, only to find, upon arriving at the hotel and her removing her makeup, that she was merely an older lady. Sighing heavily, Lingxiu opened his eyes. If this is the case, then the Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel can only be reserved as a trump card for when my chakra is nearly depleted. Moreover, according to the description of this illusion, the Heavenly Dance appears to be a barrier-type illusion, capable of accommodating an indefinite number of individuals within a certain range, and this S-rank illusion merely consumes the current chakra available, imposing no special requirements on the amount of chakra possessed by the user. In other words, even if only a trace of chakra remains, the S-rank illusion, Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel, can still be employed with the same efficacy as when released at full capacity. With this thought, Lingxiu felt somewhat soothed. After all, this illusion can serve as a divine technique in its own right. Contemplating its ability to breach even the defenses of a Jainin, its capacity to engage in combat beyond one's rank, and the permanent ineffectiveness of the deprived perception, Lingxiu's previously wounded heart experienced a slight mend. Well, just a slight mend. One must bear in mind that before learning this news, Lingxiu had intended to use the S-rank illusion, Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel, to save the Uchiha clan. But now best not to dwell on it. Familiarizing himself with this illusion was currently unattainable, as it would require the consumption of all his chakra, a course of action Lingxiu could not afford in the present circumstances. Thus, he would have to wait until a time of absolute safety to conduct an experiment with a trusted individual. It must also be noted that ever since Lingxiu discovered his ability to create ninjutsu under the tutelage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, he had taken to some research alongside his training. After arriving in the land of the south, he began experimenting with chakra modifications in his leisure time. However, thus far, Lingxiu had yet to create a true ninjutsu. Not even an E-rank one. Of course, it was only after this realization that he recognized the extent of his ignorance regarding ninjutsu and the essence of chakra. As a member of the Uchiha clan endowed with the power of the three-tomo Sharingan, my mental prowess should have ascended to the level of an elite Jonin or even approached that of a potential Kage. However, I find myself lacking effective methods to hone my mental strength. Without systematic assistance in the future, the prospect of voluntarily enhancing my abilities seems to be a formidable challenge. Lingxiu pondered deeply, reminiscing about certain mental exercises from his previous life. Perhaps I should attempt meditation. It might indeed yield some results. With the dominant system at my disposal, whether or not my mental strength improves can be addressed when the system reappears. Resolute in his decision, Lingxiu settled into a cross-legged position. Clearing his mind and relinquishing any thoughts, he allowed his consciousness to wander freely, refraining from actively contemplating any matters or envisioning any scenarios. He recalled that this was a fundamental requirement for meditation in his past life. Of course, as a novice, Lingxiu was uncertain if this was indeed the proper way to meditate. Yet, given the absence of alternative methods to enhance his mental faculties, meditation was the sole approach that came to mind. As time flowed by, Lingxiu's mind remained a blank slate. After an indeterminate period, a voice suddenly pierced the tranquility of his meditation through his earpiece. Lingxiu, are you there? Respond, Lingxiu, hurry up and reply, Lingxiu. Breaking away from his meditative state, Lingxiu opened his eyes and inquired, somewhat discontentedly, what is the rush? What has happened? On the other end, Nara Shinichi did not dwell on Lingxiu's lack of promptness and immediately conveyed, I believe I have uncovered a crucial lead. I am currently shadowing Akamoto Tora, who is acting rather suspiciously, without a single subordinate in tow. He hastily left after receiving a coded message in a street corner, so you need to come quickly so we can follow him. Lingxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was fortuitously aligned with his mission, and he had just stumbled upon a promising clue. Where is he located? Just exiting the main city of the Southern Kingdom. At the end of West Street. I've left a signal for you. Hurry. Understood. With that, Lingxiu activated his chakra, launching himself in a sprint out of the courtyard where he was staying. On the streets, no one could discern Lingxiu's figure. They merely sensed a gust of wind sweep past them. Chapter 55. The source. A month prior, at the moment when the Special Task Force, Group 4, had just received their assignment from the Southern Kingdom, the task was freshly released. As soon as the mission scroll was dispatched, the feudal lord of the Southern Kingdom, a middle-aged man named Kitayama Kinii, bypassed his protective escort and entered a specially constructed secret chamber. The chamber was a winding labyrinth, dimly lit. Without keen eyesight, traversing this path would undoubtedly prove arduous. Upon entering the secret chamber, the first sight to greet him was the presence of 4 candelabras. The flickering orange light cast an eerie glow, amplifying the already unsettling atmosphere to a more sinister level. At the very center of the dim chamber lay a wooden coffin, prominently adorned with intricate engravings of ninjutsu symbols. The coffin was tightly sealed, and its surface was embellished with complex sigils, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Beside the coffin stood a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, intently scrutinizing the wooden sarcophagus. Upon seeing this individual, the feudal lord of the Southern Kingdom instinctively swallowed hard. After taking a deep breath, Kitani Bea descended the steps and respectfully addressed, "My lord, I have executed your commands. As for who will be dispatched from Konohagakure and Kumogakure, I am not yet privy to that information." The middle-aged man, cloaked in the black robe with red clouds, turned his gaze towards Kitani Bea. The moment their eyes met, Bea hurriedly lowered his head, unable to maintain direct eye contact. From Bea's perspective, he observed that every exposed inch of this man's skin was an unnatural pallor. In light of such a peculiar complexion, his eyes appeared even more terrifying, resembling those of a serpent, cold and menacing. The man in the ominous robe smiled ominously, his crimson tongue flicking across his lips. Before addressing Kitani Bea, "Now that you've accomplished your task, you may resume your affairs. Rest assured, I shall assist you with your request, but only if you ensure this matter is handled to my satisfaction." "Understood, my lord." Before this enigmatic figure, the proud lord of the Southern Kingdom bowed his head in submission. In truth, Kitani Bea was equally unaware of the identity of the man before him. However, ever since the attempt on his life orchestrated by his brotherous ninja, the terror associated with this individual had been indelibly etched in his mind. It is worth noting that Bea had recently assumed the position of the Southern Kingdom's feudal lord, beneath whom lay a brother who was once a formidable contender for the title. Following the sudden demise of the previous lord, a coalition of elder statesmen and Bea's own efforts facilitated his rise to power within a mere 3 days. From that day forth, his brother had decisively positioned himself as Bea's adversary. With considerable wealth at his disposal, coupled with the allegiance of numerous rogue ninjas, Bea's brother, Kitani Sh, possessed a formidable advantage over him. Thus, when their paths diverged, an inevitable conflict ensued. It was during this tumultuous period that the figure in the black robe with red clouds emerged, ruthlessly annihilating the assassins who had come for Bea, thereby securing his current standing. Even half a month later, Bea vividly recalled the frenzied demeanor of this man during the bloodshed. Subsequently, the two engaged in a transaction, the nature of which was easily surmised. Kitano Kaining is intent on preserving his position, and the individual before him has merely suggested inviting both Konoha and Kumogakure to the land of the south, offering no further elaboration. The prospect of having such a formidable protector by his side, coupled with the absence of any considerable complications, prompted the newly appointed daimyo of the land of the south to readily acquiesce without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, Kitano Kaining made a request to this enigmatic figure, which was likewise granted. This request entailed the complete elimination of his brother, Kitano Sho. Thus concludes this segment of the tale, serving as a prologue to the story of the land of the south. In the land of the south, during a typical day, Nara Shinichi, after dispatching a notification to Lingxiu, cautiously trailed behind Akamoto Tora. To avoid detection, he refrained from utilizing chakra, rendering his pursuit exceedingly arduous. Curse it, if Uchiha Lingxiu does not arrive soon, I may very well perish from exhaustion here. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Nara Shinichi muttered under his breath, "Well, enough of the curses. I have arrived, have I not?" Lingxiu cheerfully remarked, giving Nara Shinichi a light pat on the shoulder. Startled by Lingxiu's sudden appearance, Nara Shinichi exhaled a sigh of relief. Lingxiu, were you attempting to frighten me to death? Lingxiu chuckled innocently, replying, how could I? I was merely addressing your concerns, you know. Pausing momentarily, Lingxiu glanced at Akamoto Tora, who continued his leisurely pace toward the outskirts of the city, and inquired of Nara Shinichi, has he maintained this speed all along? Not utilizing chakra to accelerate? Nara Shinichi, taken aback, responded, yes, why? Is there an issue? Lingxiu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before slowly articulating. It seems he may have already detected your presence. This could be a deliberate attempt to lure you out of the city. What? Nara Shinichi's eyes widened in shock. Should we retreat? He is, after all, a Jainin. If he truly discovers my presence, we certainly shall not be able to return once we leave the city. However, Lingxiu merely smiled nonchalantly, stating, come now, we are both members of Konoha's Special Operations Unit. If we are afraid of such a Jainin, how shall we undertake even more formidable missions in the future? After giving Nara Shinichi's shoulder a reassuring pat, Lingxiu continued, let us proceed. We should follow him. If Akamoto Tora is indeed meeting someone, we ought to identify any potential issues promptly. Nara Shinichi appeared hesitant. Come on, Lingxiu urged, pulling Nara Shinichi along as they hastened to keep up. At that moment, Lingxiu unleashed his chakra, and Nara Shinichi, who had been conserving his energy, had no choice but to follow suit and accelerate alongside Lingxiu. Not far ahead, Akamoto Tora, sauntering along, touched his nose with a sinister smile, clearly pleased that they had indeed chosen to follow him. It appears that both of these individuals with tails belong to the group associated with Konoha Silver. After exiting the city, we should first deal with them before proceeding to meet that esteemed individual. In this moment, a palpable aura of menace quietly emerged. Comrade, Chapter 56, confronting the Jonin. Lingxiu and Nara Shinichi trailed behind Akamoto Tora, who began to accelerate as soon as they left the city. At this juncture, Lingxiu and Nara Shinichi found themselves struggling to keep pace. Although they suspected that Akamoto Tora had likely noticed their presence, Nara Shinichi refrained from voicing his concerns, observing Lingxiu's intense focus. Moreover, Lingxiu had a point. After all, they were elite Chunin of Konoha Zumbu. While they faced a Jonin, Nara Shinichi believed that escape was indeed feasible. As Akamoto Tora's speed intensified, the chakra exerted by the two increased correspondingly. After a frantic sprint lasting several minutes, he finally slowed down and came to a halt. Upon stopping, Lingxiu and Nara Shinichi crouched behind a large tree, watching intently. They observed Akamoto Tora draw his katana from his left side, plunging the blade into the ground. His hands began to form seals with remarkable speed. What seals are these? Lingxiu inquired, glancing at Nara Shinichi as he observed the slow formation of seals by Akamoto Tora. Nara Shinichi, after a brief inspection, shook his head in resignation, replying, this ninjutsu appears to be a specialized technique from the hidden cloud village. I have never encountered it in Konoha. As Nara Shinichi's words faded, Akamoto Tora completed his seals in that instant. Lightning flickered around his hands, the crackling sound resonating clearly in the vicinity of Lingxiu and the others. He swept his hands across the katana, and the already sharp blade became enveloped in crackling lightning. The sound intensifying, lightning coverage. Has Akamoto Tora truly refined his chakra to such an exquisite degree? Nara Shinichi's pupils constricted as he spoke warily. The externalization of chakra, sustained with such stability, certainly marks Akamoto Tora as an exceptional Jonin. Lingxiu also expressed his admiration. Having spent over a year in this world, he had acquired some knowledge regarding chakra. We should retreat. I sense he has already detected our presence. Nara Shinichi, eyeing Akamoto Tora, who stood with his blade, eyes closed while channeling chakra, gulped nervously and spoke to Lingxiu. Shall we depart now? Lingxiu paused momentarily before addressing Nara Shinichi. How about this? You return to inform Leader In, while I stay here and follow Akamoto Tora. Absolutely not. How could you possibly contend with a Jonin from the hidden cloud village alone? Nara Shinichi promptly dismissed the idea. Do not forget that I possess a talent for space ninjutsu. If I cannot defeat him, can he truly pursue me through my space ninjutsu? Lingxiu replied with a confident smile, instilling in Nara Shinichi a sense of assurance. However, before Nara Shinichi could articulate any further thoughts, Lingxiu abruptly interjected, enough with the buts. Hurry back and summon help. I can manage things here. Nara Shinichi cast a deep glance at Lingxiu, then nodded earnestly, saying, buddy, stay strong. I shall return swiftly. Stop dawdling and get going. Lingxiu replied with impatience in the blink of an eye. Nara Shinichi unleashed his chakra and dashed towards the capital of the southern kingdom at that moment. Not far from their concealed position, Kanemoto Tora suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the explosive chakra surging through the air. With a cold smile, he remarked, thinking of fleeing, "Are we? Since you've followed us this far, it would be a shame for me, Kanemoto Tora, not to eliminate you." As he uttered these words, Kanemoto Tora sprinted in the direction Nara Shinichi had just departed. Simultaneously, Lingxiu sprang into action. Flying Thunder God technique? Lingxiu crouched atop a tree, launching 3 kunai simultaneously. Propelled by chakra and immense force, the kunai swiftly reached the vicinity of Kanemoto Tora. Unfazed by the sharp kunai hurtling towards him, Kanemoto Tora wielded his electrified katana, effortlessly deflecting the 3 projectiles. At that moment, Lingxiu appeared before one of the kunai, extending his hand to seize the one that Kanemoto Tora had just batted away, and thrust it fiercely towards Kanemoto Tora's head. Unlike the panicked reactions displayed by the wandering ninjas, Kanemoto Tora seemed to anticipate Lingxiu's sudden emergence. He halted momentarily and swung his katana towards Lingxiu with precision. Lingxiu was taken aback. He had not expected Kanemoto Tora's reaction to be so swift, striking almost immediately after deflecting the kunai. A resounding clang echoed as their weapons clashed, both combatants momentarily halting in their tracks. "So, it's you, the brat skilled in space ninjutsu?" Kanemoto Tora grinned menacingly. "Since you recognize me, don't hesitate to submit to your demise." Lingxiu responded with a sly grin, instantaneously employing the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from his position. Kanemoto Tora, caught off guard by his own force, brought down his katana, infused with lightning, into the ground, creating a deep crater approximately a meter in diameter. With a whoosh, Lingxiu reappeared 5 meters away, poised before another kunai. Sensing something, Kanemoto Tora furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you using the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique?" Lingxiu blinked innocently and replied, Guess your grandfather. Prepare to meet your end, brat." With Lingxiu still mocking him, Kanemoto Tora had abandoned any desire to continue their banter. His sole focus now was to eliminate Lingxiu and leave this place. "Come on. Let us see who meets their demise first, you shameless creature," Lingxiu exclaimed, momentarily resorting to the dialect of northeast China before swiftly charging towards Akamoto Tora, armed with a kunai. Both individuals, in their sprint, were fervently channeling their chakra. As they converged, each began to wield their weapons with remarkable speed, seeking angles to bring the other to ruin. However, in terms of physical prowess, they were evenly matched. After a minute of fierce exchanges, they retreated to a safe distance, eyeing each other warily. "It seems I underestimated you, little imp," Akamoto Tora remarked, his demeanor turning serious. At that moment, he shifted from holding a sword with both hands to wielding it in his right hand, leaving his left hand free as he began to form hand seals rapidly. "Single-handed seals, is it? Wasn't it stated in the original that few could execute such techniques?" Lingxiu pondered, watching Akamoto Tora perform the seals. He dared not let down his guard and quickly formed his own seals, instantly completing a C-rank ninjutsu. Great fireball technique. With a flourish, he expelled chakra from his mouth, merging it with the natural elements in the air, creating a colossal fireball that surged toward Akamoto Tora's position. Lightning release, 3 lightning slash. Simultaneously, Akamoto Tora completed his ninjutsu, unleashing 3 bolts of lightning from his katana, aimed directly at Lingxiu. The crack of impact echoed as one bolt collided with Lingxiu's great fireball technique, nullifying it, while the remaining 2 bolts accelerated even faster after the clash. "Humph," Lingxiu scoffed, swiftly forming seals once more, this time employing a newly developed ninjutsu he had been researching. Chapter 57. The War of the Strong. Lingxiu's hands moved with remarkable speed, crafting intricate seals, and a network of pale blue chakra appeared before him in an instant. Following this, he unleashed the great fireball technique again, but instead of using it offensively, he enveloped the previously formed pale blue chakra network with it. The reaction between the fireball and the chakra network produced a formidable defensive barrier, akin to Gaara's absolute defense, manifesting before Lingxiu. The sole distinction was that this absolute defense was composed of flames. Surrounded by this fiery shield, Lingxiu felt no heat at all. Perhaps it was due to the chakra's insulating properties. After executing this defensive technique, he felt no different than before. Lingxiu couldn't help but wonder if this self-created maneuver would withstand the B-rank ninjutsu of his opponent. Though a tinge of anxiety lingered within him, he reassured himself that with his chakra now at the level of a jonin, even if this defensive measure faltered against his adversary's technique, he could surely amplify his chakra output to withstand it. With this mindset, Lingxiu gritted his teeth and awaited the outcome. As the two bolts of lightning unleashed by Kishimoto Tora collided with Lingxiu's flame shield. They merely produced a dazzling burst of light before tranquility was restored. Indeed, it could be resisted. Excitement gleamed in Lingxiu's eyes. At that moment, he finally possessed his first self-created ninjutsu. What shall it be named? Let it be called the Shield of Fire. After successfully defending against Kishimoto Tora's onslaught, Lingxiu dissipated the Shield of Fire. Just as he assumed a combat stance, Kishimoto Tora, with eyes ablaze like an enraged lion, roared, "You shall surely perish today, brat." Lightning release secret technique. Plow thunder slash. In an instant, the lightning that merely enveloped Kishimoto Tora's katana surged to envelop his entire being. Almost simultaneously, Kishimoto Tora's chakra erupted violently. In that fleeting moment, his speed escalated to nearly 6 times that of his previous engagement with Lingxiu. Has he unleashed a secret technique? Lingxiu's pupils constricted, and in a blink, 3 blood-red tomo manifested in his eyes. This time, Lingxiu was prepared to exert his utmost. Sharingan, activate. With the activation of the Sharingan, Lingxiu's perception and control over his surroundings surged exponentially. Kishimoto Tora, who had previously appeared somewhat blurred in his vision, now became slow and vividly clear. Lingxiu's hands deftly formed intricate and arcane hand seals, conjuring a series of complex and mysterious symbols. Subsequently, another ninjutsu, meticulously researched by Lingxiu, was unleashed. Fire release. Super Phoenix Fire Technique. The original Phoenix Fire Technique merely consisted of 3 fireballs controllable by chakra. Indeed, in the original tale, it was merely rated as a C-rank ninjutsu. However, the Super Phoenix Fire Technique, modified by Lingxiu, not only amplified its potency but also incorporated an active offensive capability against nearby foes. Thus, anyone engaging in close combat with Lingxiu would inevitably have to remain vigilant against this eerily terrifying Super Phoenix Fire Technique. 5 spirals of Phoenix Fire encircled Lingxiu as he drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Preparing for battle, bang, 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 thud, thud, thud. The two combatants clashed, each exerting their full prowess, and the once elaborate spectacle of their attacks diminished into raw, visceral combat. True combat lies in the precision of each strike aimed at incapacitating one's opponent. Those so-called advanced ninjutsu and flamboyant techniques may indeed possess immense power. Yet, on the battlefield, one must always remember, no one will grant you the luxury of time to execute complex techniques. As they battled fiercely, injuries were unavoidable. Both warriors bore numerous wounds, blood oozing from their injuries, staining the ground in a vivid crimson hue. After nearly 2 minutes of rapid exchanges, the two finally separated following an intense collision. It was evident that Kishimoto Tora had fared far worse than Lingxiu, as he staggered backward for several dozen steps before managing to regain his footing. Gazing at Lingxiu, the already stern expression on Kishimoto Tora's face grew increasingly grave. "You little brat, who on earth are you? At such a tender age, how can you possibly possess such an immense reservoir of chakra?" Lingxiu's Sharingan fixated intently on Kishimoto Tora, wary of a sudden ambush from this formidable opponent. "Seeing my eyes and still being oblivious to my identity? It appears that your title of Jounin is rather misleading," Lingxiu retorted coldly, for at this moment, the Uchiha clan still resonated as a powerful presence throughout the world of Naruto. "A genius of the Uchiha clan," Kishimoto Tora murmured, a sinister expression creeping onto his face. "And no matter what, even if I must resort to forbidden techniques, I shall ensure that you, this little brat, remain entangled in the depths of the southern jungles." At that moment, for the sake of Kumogakure and to prevent his village from facing such a terrifying adversary again, Kishimoto Tora's resolve solidified unwaveringly. Kumogakure's ultimate secret technique. Lightning cloud blood explosion. Kishimoto Tora bellowed, his voice echoing to the heavens. Without any hand seals or gestures, he simply channeled his chakra, and in an instant, his aura surged exponentially. Observing the escalating might emanating from Kishimoto Tora, Lingxiu's eyes narrowed, and his body involuntarily began to tremble. This overwhelming sense of dread welled up from the depths of his being. Lingxiu could distinctly sense Kishimoto Tora's vitality waning, yet despite this, Tora continued to amplify his power, seemingly determined to reach his zenith before engaging Lingxiu in a final confrontation. "No, I must not allow him to complete this technique." Realizing this, Lingxiu swiftly hurled a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, his body simultaneously reaching its optimal state. "Fire release, Super Phoenix Fire Technique," Lingxiu shouted, as the blazing Super Phoenix Fire surged toward Kishimoto Tora's direction. Subsequently, Lingxiu summoned the dwindling chakra within him, preparing for his ultimate strike. Just as the kunai reached Kashimoto Tora and the super phoenix fire struck him, everything seemed to come to a halt. Silence enveloped the scene. Little brat, meet your demise. In that moment, Lingxiu could only hear the sound. When he finally processed what had occurred, Kashimoto Tora was already before him. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Lingxiu's back. The speed was such that he barely had time to employ the flying thunder god technique. Boom! With a thunderous crash, a row of trees in the forest toppled over, and at that moment, Lingxiu found himself lying in the mud, blood gushing from his mouth. Chapter 58. What on earth happened, little brat? To perish beneath my Kumogakure secret technique is indeed a stroke of fortune in your 3 lifetimes. Do you comprehend why the esteemed Jonin of Konoha, Inhui, harbors fear towards me? It is because he is acutely aware that I am the sole individual from our hidden cloud village capable of wielding the complete version of the ultimate secret technique, Thundercloud Explosive Blood. Therefore, today, you may rest assured in your demise. As the words fell, Akamoto Tora's form once again dissolved into nothingness. In that instant, even the one who had activated the Sharingan could not capture a clear glimpse of Akamoto Tora's figure. Faced with despair, Lingxiu sighed silently, murmuring softly, if that is the case, I shall have to experiment upon you with the god-tier illusion technique I have just acquired from the system. At that moment, it felt as though the very air had come to a standstill. The clouds above ceased their movement. The chirping of insects in the thicket halted. The songs of birds faded into oblivion. Meanwhile, Lingxiu's eyes, now aligned in a single line of the Sharingan, uttered 4 words with a deliberate calmness. Heavenly dance of the precious wheel. Suddenly, with the utterance of those words, Akamoto Tora's once swift form came to a halt, positioned less than 20 centimeters away from Lingxiu. What is happening? Why can't I move my body? Have I fallen victim to an illusion of which I am unaware? Akamoto Tora's expression soured as his mind raced to devise a course of action. His chakra surged wildly within, yet his body remained immobilized, as if the utilization of chakra had no bearing on this illusion. Lingxiu stood within reach of Akamoto Tora, but that brief distance transformed into an insurmountable chasm in his life. Phew, that was perilously close. I almost met my end at your hands. Lingxiu rose from the mud, and at that moment, apart from his own strength, he could no longer sense a trace of chakra within him. It appeared that upon the completion of this illusion, he would likely succumb to a state of unconsciousness. Logically speaking, this illusion is not something to be trifled with. It should only be employed as a last resort. Otherwise, once it is executed, a mere trivial foe could easily extinguish my existence. How utterly embarrassing that would be. Lingxiu gazed at the formidable Akamoto Tora across from him, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. You are far more formidable than I had anticipated. Perhaps your combat prowess in the hidden cloud village is already comparable to that of a Kaga-level warrior, albeit under the condition that you employ the ultimate secret technique of the hidden cloud. However, despite this, your foundational chakra remains at the level of a Jonin. As long as you do not surpass this threshold, you shall remain ensnared by my illusion. Thus, today, I must express my regrets. The one destined to perish is you. I shall afford you 1 minute to speak any final words you may have. With that, Lingxiu, controlling the god-tier illusion, heavenly dance of the precious wheel, released Akamoto Tora's ability to articulate. Cough, cough, little brat, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Lingxiu gazed skyward, adopting a pose of deep contemplation, before uttering a blood-curdling remark that made Akamoto Tora. In truth, even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend it, so why humiliate yourself? Glaring fiercely at Lingxiu, Akamoto Tora gritted his teeth and declared, even if you have seized control of my movements, do you truly believe you can extinguish my life? Lingxiu furrowed his brow and replied coldly, I kindly offered you the chance to leave a last word, yet you squander it so thoughtlessly. With that, Lingxiu pointed a finger at Akamoto Tora, then, devoid of emotion, uttered softly, first sense, deprivation? In an instant, the sparkle in Akamoto Tora's eyes vanished. What is happening? What have you done to me? Brat, are you not afraid of death? I warn you, if you cease your actions now, it might still be salvaged. Should you persist, once I regain my faculties, I shall assuredly slay you. Lingxiu shook his head, slowly stating, as though without my actions, you would not pursue my life. This is your final opportunity. If you do not speak now, you shall never have the chance again. With his words hanging in the air, Lingxiu extended a second finger, emotionlessly whispering, second sense, deprivation? This time, Akamoto Tora could no longer hear a single sound. Heaven! What has transpired? My hearing? My eyes, brat, what have you done? You shall not die a peaceful death. Lingxiu observed the now frenzied Akamoto Tora, realizing that any further words would fall on deaf ears. Thus, he sighed and extended a third finger, emotionlessly stating, "Third sense, deprivation." In that moment, the once chattering Akamoto Tora fell silent. Immediately, Lingxiu extended a fourth finger, emotionlessly declaring, "Fourth sense, deprivation." At this instant, Akamoto Tora could no longer detect any scent. Lingxiu's expression grew colder, his aura escalating as if he were a judge from the underworld, towering, authoritative, sacred, and devoid of any mortal sentiment. Fifth sense, deprivation? In that moment, Akamoto Tora lost all awareness of his own corporeal existence. Sixth sense, deprivation. As Lingxiu's final icy words echoed, Akamoto Tora collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. At that moment, the essence of life was entirely absent from Akamoto Tora's body. The celestial dance barrier was complete, and the formidable celestial dance barrier dissipated in an instant. A wave of profound fatigue washed over Lingxiu, and without the support of chakra, his body, riddled with wounds, succumbed to the dizziness brought on by excessive blood loss. Just as Lingxiu was on the brink of unconsciousness, he cast one last glance at the motionless Akamoto Tora on the ground, finally exhaling deeply before succumbing to darkness. Damn it! At long last, I have vanquished you. This was the solitary thought that lingered in Lingxiu's mind before his unconsciousness. It is unclear how much time has elapsed. But under the guidance of Nara Shinichi, In raced fervently and ultimately discovered the whereabouts of Lingxiu and Kishimoto Tora. However, upon their arrival, both were utterly astounded by the scene before them. Within a 100-meter radius, the area was strewn with shattered timber, fragmented stones, gaping craters, and the sporadic sight of crimson blood. Yet, what shocked them most was the sight of the barely breathing Lingxiu and the lifeless form of Kishimoto Tora. They exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a profound incredulity. What on earth transpired here? This sentiment echoed in the hearts of both. Chapter 59. Reactions from all sides in the temporary assembly area of the Special Task Force in the Land of the South. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, save for Lingxiu, who lay unconscious. The remaining members bore expressions of grave concern. The events that had unfolded were indeed dire, constituting a monumental incident for both Konohagakure and Kumogakure. Fortunately, Kumogakure remained oblivious to the news of Kishimoto Tora's demise. Thus, there still existed avenues for maneuvering. In gathered everyone to deliberate on the subsequent course of action. Observing the unconscious Lingxiu, Xiaomu Shanshui, with a dazed expression, inquired, "Captain, do you truly believe Lingxiu possesses the strength to have defeated Kishimoto Tora?" In shook his head gently and replied, "It is not a matter of belief. Rather, when Shinichi and I arrived, the scene featured only the two of them lying on the ground, and only Lingxiu exhibited any signs of life. How am I to interpret that? But I have sparred with Lingxiu. I possess a fair understanding of his capabilities. Even if he has a talent for space ninjutsu, he is at most slightly stronger than me that I absolutely refuse to believe he could have defeated Kishimoto Tora," Xiaomu Shanshui asserted firmly. In shook his head once more, stating, "This is not about belief. The crux of the matter is how we ought to address this situation. Kishimoto Tora is deceased, and we, the people of Konohagakure, are the only ones present at the scene. If this news were to leak, we would undoubtedly encounter significant trouble. But Captain, you and Shinichi have already disposed of Kishimoto Tora's body, so what is there to worry about?" asked Kikimizu. "Are you certain that Kumogakure has no means of detecting the deceased chakra?" In narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Kikimizu. "What shall we do now? We lack any techniques for soul sealing." Kikimizu furrowed his brow. "I too am at a loss. Otherwise, I would not have summoned everyone to confer." Inside, and the room fell into silence once more. During this time, all eyes were fixed upon Lingxiu. Though he remained in a state of unconsciousness, none present dared to regard the 6-year-old boy with any semblance of disdain. It is difficult to fathom that such an inconspicuous child, seemingly devoid of power, could possibly vanquish the renowned jonin of the hidden cloud village, Akamoto Koya, in the Land of the South, within the gathering place of the ninja task force from the hidden cloud village. Dusk has descended. The absence of Akamoto Koya at this hour has already drawn the attention of the stationed cloud ninjas. We should seek the assistance of the daimyo of the Land of the South. In situations like this, we certainly require the aid of the land itself, remarked one of the elite jonin, addressing the crowd. Could it be that Captain Koya has taken on an impromptu mission? Perhaps we should wait a little longer, suggested a hesitant chunin nearby. I believe he has a point. After all, Captain Koya is a jonin-level ninja. His prowess renders him unmatched, even by us. Rather than fret away our time with baseless worries, It would be more prudent to rest and await developments. The others deliberated, exchanging thoughts on the matter of Akamoto Koya. Despite some harboring concerns for his well-being, none truly believed that Akamoto Koya could meet his demise in such a minor nation. What a jest! Who is Akamoto Koya, after all? He is a legendary jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village. Moreover, he is the sole master of the ultimate secret technique of the Hidden Cloud, right Unbakahats. Such a formidable figure, could anyone in this diminutive land of the south possibly bring about his end? After arriving at this consensus, the atmosphere returned to a state of calm. After all, less than a day had elapsed. The sense of crisis had merely flickered for a moment in a clandestine underground chamber of the south. A figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds sat beside a coffin engraved with various seals. Lost in thought, the coffin remained sealed, showing no signs of disturbance from the exterior. The dim light of the subterranean room, coupled with the coffin's placement, created an atmosphere of eerie peculiarity. The man in the black robe, stroking his fingers, gazed into the flickering light, murmuring to himself, "Several hours have passed. Why has Akamoto Koya not yet arrived? Could some unforeseen event have transpired? With his strength, even an encounter with the likes of Silver from the Leaf Village should not delay him this long. Is it possible that Akamoto Koya has already met his end?" The sinister figure furrowed his brow, for he found the notion increasingly implausible. In his understanding, Akamoto Koya represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in the entire land of the south. The absence of such a formidable presence at the appointed time spoke volumes. It seemed improbable that he had perished, yet remaining idle in this chamber was not an option. I must venture forth and ascertain the situation. With that declaration, the ominous individual rose, brushed his hand over the still intact coffin, and, wearing an expression of intrigue, departed from the shadowy chamber. Time slipped away, and soon, Lingxiu felt a sudden and intense throbbing pain in his head. Suddenly, he awakened from his stupor. Raising his head to survey the surroundings, Lingxiu softly inquired, "Where am I?" Upon hearing Lingxiu speak, Xiaomu Shanshui, who had been by his side, approached with a look of delight, exclaiming, "Lingxiu, you're awake." The sight of Xiaomu Shanshui brought a sigh of relief to Lingxiu, as it confirmed at least one thing. He had returned to the embrace of the organization. "The external injuries on your body have been treated by Uchiha, but your internal wounds will require some time to recuperate. For now, refrain from any sudden movements. I will summon the team leader and the others." With that, Xiaomu Shanshui dashed out of the room. Lingxiu pondered whether this would lead to an inquiry from the team leader and the others. Despite the pain coursing through his body, his mind raced to devise a strategy for dealing with his comrades. It was imperative that he remain discreet about his hidden cards, even entertaining the notion of feigning complete ignorance. He resolved to extricate himself from any involvement in the unfolding events. Reflecting on his position prior to losing consciousness, Lingxiu's conviction in this decision strengthened. It was crucial to remember that before he unleashed the Timu Baluan, he had been struck violently by Akamoto Koya's ultimate technique, Thundercloud Blood Explosion. Analyzing the situation at the scene, the fallen trees and the crater in the ground were sufficient evidence to absolve Lingxiu of any responsibility for Akamoto Koya's demise. He had merely been rendered unconscious by Koya's blow, leaving him utterly oblivious to the events that followed. Having clarified this point, Lingxiu began to construct a narrative in his mind. To gain the trust of Yin and the other team members, he knew he must maintain clarity and coherence in his story. As for the circumstances surrounding Akamoto Koya's death, who could possibly know? Lingxiu's eyes darted about. Who would have imagined that a mere 6-year-old child could possess such a lucid grasp of deception? Chapter 60. Inquiry. With Xiaomu Shanshui's loud calls, members of the Konoha Special Task Force stationed outside hastily rushed in. Yin was the first to arrive among them. He bypassed Xiaomu Shanshui and entered the room. Upon seeing Lingxiu open his eyes and gaze at him, he discerned that the injuries were not too severe. Kneeling beside Lingxiu's bed, he examined him thoroughly with his hands before asking, "How do you feel? Is there anywhere else that hurts?" Lingxiu could distinctly sense Yin's chakra as he examined him. Understanding this was a medical assessment, Lingxiu nodded gently, but the motion aggravated the hidden pain from Koya's strike, causing him to grimace. "It's bearable." Yin shot him a sidelong glance and shook his head. "Even in this condition, you say it's bearable?" he sighed, adding, "Let us wait for Uchiha to take a look. After all, she is the expert in medical ninjutsu." Having spoken, Yin stood guard by Lingxiu's side, falling silent. Before long, the other members of the 4th Special Task Group entered the room as well. One by one, they inclined their heads towards Yin in acknowledgement before approaching Lingxiu. Uchiha, with her hands enveloped in chakra, carefully examined Lingxiu's body before offering a gentle smile and remarking, "There isn't anything of great concern." These concealed injuries will mend themselves in a few days. Yin glanced at Lingxiu and inquired of Yueya. Then it should be fine for me to ask questions, correct? Yueya nodded lightly and then vacated the spot closest to Lingxiu's bedside. At that moment, everyone was intensely focused, for they were on the brink of discovering the truth behind Akamoto Tora's demise. If Lingxiu were indeed the culprit, this low-ranking ninja would certainly be quite formidable. As Lingxiu observed Yin approaching step by step, he realized that they were entering a critical juncture. The thought of making a misstep at this moment sent shivers down his spine. Lingxiu recalled the original narrative, and a chill enveloped him at the memory of Hinata Hisashi's tragic fate. He pondered whether a slip of the tongue in the ensuing dialogue could expose the hidden truth, leading him to an end akin to Hisashi's. As Lingxiu was lost in these tumultuous thoughts, Yin spoke up. Lingxiu, I am about to pose some questions to you, and you must respond earnestly and truthfully. Do you understand? Upon hearing Yin's words, Lingxiu instinctively nodded. Very well, then let the others leave for now, Yin stated calmly. The moment this pronouncement was made, the other members of Task Force 4 were momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances with Yin. No questions? No comments. Step outside and await my instructions. Remain vigilant. After Yin's command, there was no hesitation. They all turned in unison and exited the room where Lingxiu was situated. Once the door was shut by the last departing member, Yin turned back to Lingxiu and said, Lingxiu, now that we are alone, I must reiterate that your forthcoming responses must be genuine. Regardless of the outcome, as your leader, I will ensure your protection. Do you comprehend? Lingxiu paused, momentarily taken aback, yet promptly nodded in response. If Lingxiu were indeed a mere 6-year-old child, he might have been easily swayed by Yin's words. However, Lingxiu was a traveler from another realm. Having navigated the trials of life for decades in his previous existence, he could not afford to be easily deceived by Yin at this juncture. Those years would be rendered futile if he fell victim to such trickery now. The dialogue between the two will follow, and I will condense it here. If it feels lacking, then so be it. Yin, well then, I shall begin. Lingxiu, understood. Yin, how did you come to suspect that Akamoto Tora was in trouble? Lingxiu, it was Shinichi who informed me at the time. I was resting at home, and Shinichi mentioned that he had noticed something unusual about Akamoto Tora, and since Tora was about to leave the village, he invited me to accompany him. Yin, but why did you allow Shinichi to leave? Theoretically speaking, the two of you should have been able to leave together if you assessed that the mission was unfeasible and it was not imperative to complete it. Lingxiu, at that moment, I believed that the one who had made the mistake was I, thus my thirst for the truth was more profound than that of others. Yin, well, you do have a point there. How about you recount what transpired after Akamoto Tora attacked you? Lingxiu feigned a contemplative expression and, after a brief pause, recounted the narrative he had fabricated. This account, 9 parts genuine and 1 part false, closely mirrored the truth, save for the omission of the final detail regarding the heavenly dance treasure wheel. Naturally, as Lingxiu spoke, Yin remained quietly observant of the subtle nuances in Lingxiu's expressions. Based on his years of experience in the Umbu, it was evident to him that Lingxiu's words were undoubtedly truthful. Are you suggesting that you witnessed Akamoto Tora suddenly unleash a power several times greater than his previous chakra, and after delivering a heavy blow to you, you lost consciousness? That seems to be the case. By that time, I had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and I truly do not know what transpired thereafter. Yin stroked his chin, revealing a pensive demeanor. If that were the case, then Akamoto Tora could not have been killed by you. However, he did die before your eyes, and indeed, he had engaged with you prior to his demise. Yes, aside from you, we found no evidence of anyone else being present at the scene. Yet, your account holds truth, and judging by Akamoto Tora's corpse, his fatal wound was certainly not inflicted by your ninjutsu. But who, then, was responsible for Akamoto Tora's death? Once he activated the Thundercloud Bloodburst, his power should have rivaled that of a Kaga-level shinobi. The fact that a Kaga-level warrior could be killed without causing much commotion suggests that the assailant was someone he was acquainted with and someone he trusted implicitly. Otherwise, Akamoto Tora would not have been so easily slain. Contemplating this, it seems that all contradictions can be reconciled. Lingxiu and Nara Shinichi pursued Akamoto Tora, who, upon discovering Lingxiu, engaged him in battle. However, just as Akamoto Tora was about to deliver a fatal blow to the wounded Lingxiu, a mysterious individual appeared, someone familiar to Akamoto Tora, possibly even the mastermind behind the events in the Land of the South. Upon seeing Lingxiu and Akamoto Tora, this individual suddenly harbored murderous intent and, taking advantage of Akamoto Tora's unguarded state, launched a stealthy attack that resulted in Akamoto Tora's death. Yet, why were there no wounds on Akamoto Tora's body? Was it poison? Or perhaps an illusion? In that moment, Yin fell into silence once more. Observing Yin's demeanor, Lingxiu promptly closed his eyes, feigning exhaustion. Phew, it seems I may have successfully deceived him. Chapter 61. The master-servant contract scroll. Before long, Yin took his leave. However, after his departure, the other members waiting outside did not enter. Lingxiu pondered that it must be because Yin instructed them not to disturb him after leaving. Closing his eyes, he continued to contemplate some of the intricacies of the matter at hand. Due to a sense of trepidation regarding spiritual cultivation, there lingered a fear that should Yin suddenly pose a question, one might find oneself at a loss for words. As time trickled by imperceptibly, Lingxiu found himself gradually slipping into the realm of dreams. After all, the complexities of Lingxiu's daily existence were exceedingly intricate: battles, deception, the crafting of scenarios, and the forging of evidence. Even before surrendering to slumber, Lingxiu marveled at his own capacity for deceit, feeling a tinge of pride swell within him. In the stillness of the night, everything returned to the primordial tranquility of nature. There were no human voices, no sounds of labor, only the faint calls of restless insects. The moonlight shone brilliantly, illuminating the capital of the southern kingdom in a ghostly white. Were anyone to stroll the streets at that moment, even without a flashlight, they would be able to discern the polished surface of the road. It was then that Lingxiu awakened from his slumber, opening his eyes to a wave of familiarity flooding his mind. The system activated, confirming that the host had completed the main mission. It detected the host's successful completion of the second main task, defeating a high-ranking shinobi in direct combat. The mission was accomplished, and the host was rewarded with 3,000 system exchange points. With a total of 3,000 exchange points at his disposal, the system inquired whether the host wished to proceed with an exchange. Lingxiu hesitated for a moment, suddenly recalling that the system had recently leveled up, leaving him curious about the new functionalities it might now possess. With this thought in mind, he resolved to examine the exchange list, pondering the possibility of discovering new items. Initiating exchange. Upon uttering these words, the dominant system unveiled the exchange list within Lingxiu's consciousness. The exchange options were as follows: 1. Chakra Advancement Exchange Point, 2. Eye Technique Enhancement Exchange, 3. Body Technique Improvement Exchange Point, 4. Ninjutsu Exchange Point, 5. Side Quest Selection Point, 6. Relic Mode Activation Point, 7. Ninja Tool Exchange Point, 8. Master Servant Contract Scroll Exchange Point, 9. Activate Dominant System Mode for use anytime, anywhere. As this imagery materialized in Lingxiu's mind, a look of realization crossed his face. Each time the system underwent a period of dormancy and subsequent upgrade, it invariably introduced something novel. Yet, every time the system was refined, the entity that presented it would inevitably change. Take, for instance, the current purveyor of the dominant system, one devoid of any semblance of emotion compared to the previous one. Though these matters were not Lingxiu's primary concern, he recognized that the prior system had indeed saved his life. Thus, if the opportunity arose, he would endeavor to restore that previous entity. Gazing at the 9 options before him, Lingxiu's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. For among the options, he discovered the master-servant contract scroll that the last dominant system had mentioned. Previously, it had indicated that the scroll would not be available until the appropriate moment. Yet now it had been unlocked. It appeared that the system's criteria for activation hinged upon the host's chakra reaching the level of a high-ranking shinobi. Eagerly, Lingxiu opened the exchange option for the master-servant contract scroll. However, upon doing so, he was utterly astounded by the scene that unfolded before him. Goodness! What on earth is this? Why is there only a single exchange option? Lingxiu wore a perplexed expression, for within this exchange option, there existed but a singular choice, clearly marked with the stipulation that this item could only be redeemed once in a lifetime. The redemption price was 3,000 exchange points, with a usage limit of 5 times. In other words, if he were to redeem this item, he would be restricted to forging a master-servant contract with only 5 individuals. Lingxiu instinctively inquired of the system, yet received no response. Hey, aren't you going to explain to me how to utilize this scroll? The dominant system replied. Upon the redemption of an item, the host will acquire all pertinent information regarding it. The system shall not grant the host any further explanatory privileges. Lingxiu, to redeem or not to redeem? He gazed at the master-servant contract scroll, his heart filled with trepidation. A troubling thought crossed his mind. What if the individuals he wished to contract were unwilling to agree? Could this item compel them into submission? Moreover, if the sole purpose of the scroll was to engage with those willing to enter into a contract, then its value appeared rather dubious. With this consideration, Lingxiu's hesitance only deepened. In truth, there were indeed a few individuals he desired to bind in contract. Although the quota allowed for only 5, he believed that would suffice. For instance, Junmaru of the Kagaya clan, the loyal White who followed behind Momochi Zabuza, Konan of the Akatsuki organization, the defector Sasori from Sunagakure, and Itachi, who was poised to obliterate the Uchiha clan. Each of these five held a significant place in Lingxiu's aspirations for a master-servant contract. In terms of talent, they might not rank among the absolute elite within the Naruto universe. However, in terms of utility and combat prowess, they were undoubtedly the most alluring figures to Lingxiu. Konan was obedient, White was steadfastly loyal, Junmaru was formidable and robust, Sasori could take on entire armies, and Itachi possessed extraordinary talent, boasting the highest potential among them. Reflecting on these individuals, Lingxiu let out a deep sigh. Rather than languishing in idle fantasies about the master-servant contract scroll, it would be wiser to take a chance. What if it allows for compulsory contracts? That 3,000 system exchange points could yield substantial returns. 5 individuals were certainly more valuable than a handful of S-rank ninjutsu. It was noteworthy that in the original narrative, White, with his exceptional water-based ninjutsu talent and bloodline limit, could undoubtedly ascend to the level of a Kage. As for Konan, she was already portrayed as a being comparable to a Kage, especially with her devastating technique of a billion explosive tags. Just contemplating it sent shivers down Lingxiu's spine. Both Itachi and Sasori were formidable Kage-level warriors in the original story, and had Junmaru not met his demise due to his bloodline limit, he too might have reached that pinnacle. Thus, upon careful consideration, taking the risk seemed quite warranted. System, please assist me in redeeming this master-servant contract scroll. Let us proceed with the exchange. Understood, please hold on for a moment. The system replied with a series of operational sounds. Shortly thereafter, it responded, Host, please confirm whether to proceed with the exchange. Confirm the exchange, Lingxiu asserted, his heart brimming with hope. Congratulations, host, on a successful exchange. This scroll will be delivered to your ninja tool pouch upon the system's closure. Please accept it. Whoosh. The system has shut down, and tranquility has returned. The night remains the night, and the moonlight still shines brilliantly. However, at this very moment, an exceptionally thick scroll inscribed with intricate seals has made its way into the ninja tool pouch of the spiritual cultivator. Chapter 62. The outbreak of war. Due to the late hour, the spiritual cultivator harbored no concerns about being disturbed. As he withdrew the scroll from his pouch, a surge of information regarding it immediately manifested in his mind upon contact with his palm. Master-servant contract scroll. Contract signing conditions. It is necessary to obtain a strand of hair from the individual with whom the contract is to be signed, place it upon the master-servant contract scroll, and then reinforce it with secret techniques. Thus, the contract shall be completed. Upon reading this line in his mind, the spiritual cultivator couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, just as I suspected. It merely requires a few mediumistic items for the contract to be effective. What a windfall, truly an immense profit. In that moment, he was filled with pride, excitement, and visions of the future servants to come. He was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to leap from his bed and dance. Whom shall I approach to sign this first contract? With his head held high and a smug grin upon his face, the spiritual cultivator began to envision the enchanting scene that would unfold after securing Xiao Nan. He lay in bed, indulging in fantasies, while outside, the world remained eerily silent. At this hour, it was likely around 3 in the morning. People generally find themselves in the depths of slumber by this time. In the capital of the land of the South, aside from the defense forces, it seemed that only the spiritual cultivator remained awake. After all, this place lacked the technological advancements of his previous life, and during the night, there was little in the way of entertainment to occupy one's time. Thus, when night fell, everyone had no choice but to choose sleep, with no alternatives. Yet, in this very moment, the spiritual cultivator's chakra sensing suddenly reacted, as though someone nearby was engaging in combat using chakra. However, at this moment, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, as he had yet to reach the cool-down period for Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel. What was happening outside? He glanced out the window, but the tightly shut panes offered only a limited view. He wondered if Captain Een and the others had noticed anything amiss in the outskirts of the capital of the land of the South. Within the forest, more than 20 ninjas were whispering amongst themselves. It was roughly 2 in the morning, yet their spirits appeared remarkably high. Leading them was a ninja from Sunagakure, marked by a scar across his forehead protector. The remaining 20 or so ninjas were all rogue ninjas from various villages, each bearing scars on their forehead protectors. Boss, how much longer must we wait? Inquired one of the rogue ninjas from the land of rain in a hushed tone. 1 more hour, replied the leader. Our informant indicated that at 3 in the morning, they will have an insider willing to open the door, saving us considerable hassle. The informant was none other than Kitake's Jishang. Wasn't it? Among the multitude, a a rogue ninja sneered disdainfully. The rogue, referred to as the leader, nodded and said, "Indeed, it is he. The reason we are able to acquire such a substantial sum of money this time is due to his considerable wealth." The leader continued, "I have heard that the daimyo of the land of the south has also summoned experts from Konoha and Kumogakure. This time, it is unlikely that Kitayama Jishang has summoned only our ninja squad. Correct?" Upon hearing this, the rogue leader chuckled lightly, raising a hand to calm the crowd, assuring them, "Rest assured, everyone. This time, our benefactor has invested heavily. Not only are we rogue ninjas participating in the battle, but even an elite team from Sunagakure has arrived in the land of the south. They will serve as a direct counter to the Konoha ninjas. What about Kumogakure? Their combat prowess is arguably superior to that of Konoha." The rogue leader grinned menacingly, surveying the group with a chilling gaze, and said, "With Konoha being occupied by Sunagakure, Kumogakure is naturally our adversary. We are here for remuneration, and since you have chosen to join, you must be prepared to face the perils ahead. I shall not waste words. Should anyone dare to flee in the heat of battle, I will be the first to eliminate them. Do you understand?" A profound silence enveloped the 20-strong ninja squad, but soon the rogue leader heard their scattered murmurs. "Understood. Yes." Nodding in acknowledgement, the rogue leader cast his gaze towards the direction of the capital city of the land of the south, stating, "Our sole mission is to restrain the ninja squad from Kumogakure. If possible, annihilating them is also an option." This time, the group remained silent, following the rogue leader's gaze towards the capital city, each lost in their own thoughts. As time ticked away, the ninjas from Sunagakure had yet to make their appearance before the rogues. Although the leader had mentioned that Sunagakure was involved in this operation, their absence left the rogues feeling uneasy. Just then, a sudden burst of flames erupted from the direction of the capital city, followed by the thunderous sound of collapsing structures. Instantly, the air was filled with the cries of battle from within the capital, plunging the area into chaos. "Excellent! The ninjas from Sunagakure have commenced their assault. Now it is our time to take the stage and make our mark. Onward, my comrades." With that, the rogue leader swiftly unsheathed his kunai and charged towards the capital of the land of the south. Seeing their leader take the initiative and realizing that another group had clearly engaged in battle, the remaining rogue ninjas no longer hesitated. They exchanged glances and followed the rogue leader's lead. Racing towards the capital, before setting out, they had studied the map of the capital city provided by Kitayama Jishang, so they were well versed in the layout of the area. In this operation, Kitayama Jishang had openly arranged 3 factions. One comprised of rogue ninjas, another of Sunagakure ninjas, all aimed at restraining the forces of Konoha and Kumogakure. Of course, deploying these forces had cost Kitayama Jishang a significant portion of his resources. Yet, Kitano Jishang still retained a contingent of individuals, specifically assembled to directly confront Kitano Jining. Given that this endeavor pertains to his grand ambitions for the future, Kitano Jishang proceeded with utmost caution, meticulously arranging contingencies at every critical juncture. His reluctance to enlist the forces of the shinobi village to deal with Kitano Jining stemmed from his profound distrust in their capabilities. The personnel he designated to counter Kitano Jining comprised those ninjas who had loyally followed him, along with elite warriors he had meticulously nurtured since childhood. Although their combat prowess may not rival that of the elite dispatched by the shinobi village, in Kitano Jishang's eyes, they were the most trustworthy allies. At this very moment, he stood at the periphery of the main city of the land of the south, gazing upon it with a resolute determination akin to that of a soldier prepared to fight to the last. Chapter 63. Protecting the daimyo. As the cacophony of battle cries echoed in Lingxiu's ears, the members of the Special Task Force's 4th Unit, residing in the courtyard, sprang into action. Shadows darted swiftly from their quarters, converging in the courtyard's plaza. However, Lingxiu was notably absent. Given his current predicament, it was indeed necessary to leave someone behind for protection. "Uchiha, you are a medical-type ninja. You shall remain here. Should any exceptional circumstances arise, I will notify you in advance via radio." Silver glanced at Uchiha and commanded, "No problem. Entrust little Lingxiu's safety to me." Uchiha responded with a firm nod. Despite being merely a chunin and not renowned for her combat prowess, her background in the Umbu allowed her to handle a couple of ordinary chunin with relative ease. In that case, you shall stay to safeguard Lingxiu. The rest of you, accompany me to the daimyo's residence and ensure the safety of the daimyo of the land of the south. Understood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Silver's orders were issued, the remaining members of the Special Task Force's 4th Unit swiftly followed in Lingxiu's wake, hastening toward the location of the daimyo of the land of the south. Meanwhile, at the Yunin village encampment. "Are you certain the Lord has not returned?" The special jonin furrowed his brow as he inquired of one of the chunin. The chunin shook his head and replied with conviction, I searched the Lord's quarters and other likely locations, yet I did not find any trace of Lord Huyez. I am quite certain that he did not return yesterday. Could it be that something has indeed befallen him? The special Jonin scanned the surroundings, yet still gleaned no information. At this juncture, the clamor of battle outside grew increasingly intense, rousing many from their slumber within the main city. Screams, cries for help, and battle shouts reverberated in a relentless chorus. For now, let us set aside concerns for the Lord. Our immediate priority is to reach the daimyo of the land of the south. After all, we are tasked with his protection. If the daimyo falls, our mission will be deemed a failure. As he spoke, the special Jonin made his way toward the entrance. Today's events are rather unusual. Everyone must remain vigilant. The esteemed figure has inexplicably vanished, and at this very juncture, the enemy has chosen to strike. We must not only safeguard the Lord of the Southern Nation, but also remain vigilant against the ninjas of Konohagakure. I have an unsettling suspicion that this matter is intricately tied to them. Indeed, my lord. A chorus of ninjas responded in unison. Whoosh! The ninjas of Kumogakure instantly enveloped themselves in chakra, swiftly making their way towards the location of the Southern Nation's lord. I sincerely hope the lord is safe. Amidst the chaos of blood and flames in the capital, a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds observed coldly from a high vantage point. It is highly likely that Akamoto Tora has met his demise. Yet it remains a mystery as to who struck him down in the territory of the Southern Nation. The man murmured softly, slowly taking a seat, seemingly indifferent to the battle unfolding below. Even if I were to intervene personally, eliminating Akamoto Tora head-on would not be a trivial matter. However, the fact that he has perished so silently within the borders of the Southern Nation piques my curiosity further. After surveying the situation, it appears that none among the envoy from Konohagakure possesses the capability to eliminate Akamoto Tora. This implies that the true culprit behind his demise does not reside within the Southern Nation. Nevertheless, I could orchestrate a plan to shift the blame onto the people of Konohagakure. This would indeed align with my previous intentions. Yet, how can I arrange this scenario to ensure its completeness? The ninjas of Kumogakure and Konohagakure are not fools. They shall not be swayed by mere conjecture without substantial evidence. I shall investigate and, in the process, fabricate some evidence. Having contemplated the sequence of events, the sinister man in the black robe with red clouds rose to his feet. He licked his crimson lips and then leapt from the high ground, hastening towards the place where Akamoto Tora had fallen. That location had previously witnessed an outburst of chakra before Tora's disappearance. If all goes as anticipated, he should have perished there. He leapt across the rooftops of the Southern Nation's capital, several ninjas attempting to obstruct his path. Yet not a single strand of his hair was disturbed. His speed intensified, and as he exited the capital of the Southern Nation, none could impede his progress. He had departed, marking a definitive exit. As for the fate of the Lord of the Southern Nation, he held little concern. To speak candidly, in his heart, the objectives he sought to achieve had already been fulfilled. As for the promises made to that Lord of the Southern Nation, he chuckled softly. Within the capital of the Southern Nation, smoke billowed ominously. By the time the ninjas of Konohagakure and Kumogakure arrived at the residence of the Southern Nation's lord, chaos had ensued. Almost simultaneously, the ninjas from the two villages joined the fray at the epicenter of the conflict. The current leaders of the two villages, Jin and a particularly esteemed Jainin, surged forward from either side to provide close protection to the lord of the Southern Nation. The focal point of the battle revealed Kitani Kine, clad in pajamas, wearing an utterly bewildered expression. Surrounded by numerous warriors sworn to protect him, many have already fallen, and the bloodshed narrates the cruelty of the scene before him. Kitano Jishang has indeed arrived. He has truly come. Is it possible that the bonds of brotherhood can be sacrificed for the sake of a mere title of lord? Kitano Jinin gazes in disbelief at the unfolding chaos, feeling utterly powerless to act beyond his condemnation of Kitano Jishang. Did not the Lord promise to lend me a helping hand in times of crisis? Why has he yet to appear? As Kitano Jinin scans his surroundings, he fails to spot the formidable figure in the red-clouded black robe who once saved his life. Just then, the special Jonin of Yunin village arrives at Kitano Jinin's side. Flanking him on either side as they ward off advancing foes with swift shuriken throws, in this moment, two ninjas, each proud in their own right, unite to confront the unknown enemies before them. My lord, please return to the house. There are too many people here, and I fear any misstep in protecting you, the special Jonin of Yunin village advises after dispatching an enemy. However, before the words could settle, he interrupts decisively. No, we cannot retreat to the house. We are still unaware of how many ninjas the enemy has dispatched, and we cannot ascertain if they possess any high-ranking ninjas among them. Should we return indoors, a large-scale ninjutsu attack could leave us no chance to escape with the Lord. What then do you suggest? With so many around, if we miss even one attack, who will ensure the Lord's safety? The special Jonin of Yunin village replies, not wanting to engage in a dispute with Een. Currently, the enemy's numbers are still manageable, and given the situation, we are sufficient to protect the Lord. If reinforcements arrive, I will take action while you safeguard the Lord. Is that agreeable? Een states, casting a glance at the special Jonin of Yunin village. Very well, the special Jonin concedes, recognizing the absence of alternatives and conceding that Yin's logic bears some merit. We must swiftly resolve this battle. There may be arduous struggles ahead. Observing the distant clamor of battle, Een furrows his brow, harboring silent concerns yet feeling powerless to change the course. Now, they must confront whatever comes their way with fortitude. The cacophony of battle reverberates around them as Een dispatches one foe after another intent on eliminating the Lord, calling forth the members of the Special Task Force, Team 4, to regroup, though not scatter. More enemies are likely to arrive. In this situation, we must look out for one another. After dealing with another adversary, Een addresses his team. Captain Een, I feel we have bitten off more than we can chew with this mission. Nara Shinichi wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking with a grimace. Why do you say that? Een asked, perplexed. Consider this, in the dead of night, someone managed to breach the gates of the capital of the Southern Kingdom, and within the city, an individual stealthily infiltrated the residence of the daimyo. If this does not suggest the presence of an insider, I would find it utterly implausible. After a brief pause, Nara Shinichi continued to elucidate. Moreover, this is not the crux of the matter. If there are indeed insiders within the city aiding Kitano Jishang, it implies that segments of the station troops and ministers may have defected to him as well. Should that be the case, the enemy could potentially receive reinforcements, leaving us to fight this battle in solitude. Upon uttering these words, the countenances of all present darkened. If everything were as Nara Shinichi suggested, the forthcoming conflict would likely endure for an excruciatingly long time. Do you possess any concrete evidence? A sudden, unfamiliar voice interjected. The assembly turned to see that the speaker was the masked special Jonin leading the team from Yuin village. Heh, Nara Shinichi chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. That is for you to ascertain. What I have presented is merely conjecture. Furthermore, even though we are comrades now, your previous actions do not warrant further discussion from me. Do you comprehend? Faced with Nara Shinichi's unexpected assertiveness, the special Jonin from Yuin village found himself at a loss for words. He was neither in a position to retaliate nor to engage in debate. Thus, he refrained from continuing the conversation, turning his gaze toward the remaining enemy forces within the daimyo's residence. Let us not target him. After all, we are allies now. By the way, Shinichi, you must return to our quarters and bring Tsukikage and Lingxiu with you. If your assessment is correct, their safety at our lodgings is now jeopardized, Een instructed. Nara Shinichi nodded, acknowledging that there were still a dozen enemy combatants remaining, and eliminating them was merely a matter of time. His presence would not significantly expedite the process. I shall take my leave, he declared, casting a glance at the group before channeling his chakra and sprinting toward the location of Lingxiu. Meanwhile, the outer guard forces of the capital of the Southern Kingdom had been completely overrun by a team of elite shinobi from Sunagakure. Together with the rogue ninja squad hired by Kitano Jishang and his own special operations team, a contingent of hundreds officially entered the heart of the Southern Kingdom's capital. A monumental clash was on the brink of unfolding. Outside the capital of the Southern Kingdom, in the forest, a sinister figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds arrived at the site of Akamoto Tora's demise. Following the scent and blood trail, it did not take long for this ominous entity to unearth Akamoto Tora's corpse from the earth. Indeed, he had perished here. The figure began to rummage through Akamoto Tora's remains, but the longer he probed, the more disconcerted his expression became. There were no visible wounds on the body, and it lay limp, as if all the bones had been extracted. Yet, the bones remained intact within. Why did such a manner of death manifest? This ominous figure began to remove the straw hat that adorned his head, revealing a pallid visage and long flowing hair, his expression exuding an air of chilling intensity. He is none other than Orochimaru, a current member of the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru officially declared his departure from the Akatsuki 2 years after Uchiha Itachi eradicated the Uchiha clan. Thus, at this juncture, he nominally remains in service to the Akatsuki. However, this individual, possessing a mind of his own, has always been a maverick. As long as he is not engaged in an explicitly assigned mission, he remains unfettered by any constraints. His arrival in the land of the South is driven by 2 objectives. The first is the intricately inscribed wooden coffin found within a secret chamber. The second is to reignite the discord between Konohagakure and Kumogakure. Although Orochimaru himself is uncertain of his success in inciting such conflict, his idiosyncratic nature renders it quite normal for him to undertake actions that defy comprehension. Orochimaru searched the surroundings, contemplating that the demise of Akamoto Tora in this location must have been a consequence of someone tracking him. If a pursuer had indeed been detected, engaging in combat would be a reasonable expectation. In the land of the South, the only individuals likely to have followed Akamoto Tora would be those few youngsters from Konoha. Therefore, what Orochimaru must do now is to uncover the so-called evidence of Akamoto Tora's confrontation with Konoha and convey it in a manner that is simple and comprehensible to the ninjas of Kumogakure who are still striving in the land of the South. If the ninjas of Kumogakure are to carry this message back to their village, it implies that I must also assist the Lord of the Land of the South in resolving his immediate troubles. Alas, what a thankless endeavor this is! Orochimaru shook his head, offering a wry smile. At that moment, he stumbled upon a peculiar kunai nestled within a patch of grass. Judging by the scene, it seemed someone had tidied up the location of Akamoto Tora's death. Yet, often, the slightest clues lie within the minutiae, which is precisely why Orochimaru had taken the initiative to search. Upon examining this strange kunai closely, his expression shifted dramatically. As a proud disciple of the third Hokage of Konoha, Orochimaru had the fortune of perusing the scroll of seals, and the intricate patterns inscribed upon this kunai were unmistakably the seals recorded within that very scroll, specifically the markings of the Flying Thunder God technique. How could this be? Orochimaru was taken aback, gazing at this familiar yet foreign kunai inscribed with the technique sigils, feeling an unsettling sensation wash over him. Within Konoha, the only individual capable of wielding the Flying Thunder God technique alone was the fourth Hokage, who had perished several years prior. Surely, no one in present-day Konoha could possibly employ such a technique. But why would a kunai bearing the seals of the Flying Thunder God appear here? Has Konoha produced another prodigious genius capable of wielding such a technique in these intervening years? If such news were indeed true, the ninja world would not remain oblivious. What, then, is the source of this anomaly? Orochimaru furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, his aversion to this unknown phenomenon intensifying. Could it be that the likes of Noara Utsukushi and Izumi Yawashi are at play? It is impossible for the three of them to appear in the land of the South. What on earth is happening? Orochimaru shook his head and put away the kunai. Regardless, this item is the only evidence left at the scene, and it bears the inscription of the Flying Thunder God technique, which can precisely prove that the death of Kishimoto Tora has a connection to Konohagakure. However, Orochimaru was still pondering how to convey this information to the ninjas of Kumogakure. Meanwhile, the support troops of the rebel forces in the land of the South had already arrived outside the daimyo's mansion. A battle is about to escalate. Chapter 65. Enemy reinforcements amidst the spreading flames of war. Lingxiu, lying in bed, was filled with a yearning to know what was happening outside. A curious successor. He was brimming with intrigue about everything unfolding beyond his confines. What a jest! A palace intrigue. It was a rare opportunity for him to partake in such events, and to simply lie at home while the drama unfolded would be an immense disappointment. With such disillusionment, Lingxiu waited from midnight until dawn. Although the shouts of battle continued outside, Lingxiu remained confined to his room, lost in thought before the already taciturn Uchiha. After a prolonged contemplation, Lingxiu suggested to Uchiha, "We have no idea what is happening outside. Why don't we go take a look? Perhaps the leader is awaiting our support." In response to Lingxiu's proposal, Uchiha shook her head resolutely and replied, "No. The leader instructed me to stay and look after you. I cannot abandon my post." Lingxiu rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted, "Uchiha, what I meant was to accompany me to the leader's side." Uchiha paused for a moment, then scrutinized Lingxiu from head to toe, before saying, "You currently cannot gather any chakra. Going to the leader's side would only distract him." Lingxiu was exasperated, utterly at a loss for words. It seemed that Uchiha was truly a person impervious to reason. The waiting was interminable, and as Lingxiu's anticipation grew, midday approached. At this juncture, there remained 2 hours until the cooldown of the Heavenly Dance Baluan skill. This meant that in 2 hours, Lingxiu would fully revive in place. Damn it. It absolutely cannot end like this. The historical tapestry of the land of the South cannot be deemed complete without my appearance. With malevolent thoughts swirling in his mind, Lingxiu cursed, but at that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Who could it be? Upon hearing the footsteps, Uchiha retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and shouted loudly towards the door. "Who is it?" "It is I, Nara Shinichi," came the reply, and as the words fell, Nara Shinichi stepped into the view of Uchiha and Lingxiu. Upon recognizing Nara Shinichi, Uchiha sheathed her kunai and inquired, "Has the situation been resolved on the leader's end? Where are we to assemble?" Observing the curious expressions on Lingxiu and Uchiha, Nara Shinichi shook his head, his demeanor turning grave as he stated, "According to the leader's assessment, the scale of this rebellion has far exceeded our initial projections. The group leader summoned me to escort you to the daimyo's residence in the land of the south, at least there. We can look out for one another. Has it truly reached such a critical juncture?" Lingxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired. Nara Shin nodded slightly, then approached Lingxiu's bedside, supporting him with a gentle hand and asked, "Can you still walk? I should be able to." Lingxiu had just risen from the bed when he felt an intense pain in his chest, a result of Okamoto Tora's powerful strike. Yet, in order to witness the unfolding events with his own eyes, Lingxiu resolutely decided to endure the discomfort. After all, it was less than 2 hours until he could restore his chakra. During this interval, with the protection of Captain Een and the others, he surely wouldn't find himself in peril. "Very well, Tsukiyomi, lend a hand as well. We shall assist Lingxiu in making our way there." With that, Nara Shin had already lifted Lingxiu from the bed. Lingxiu grimaced in pain but gritted his teeth, bearing the agony without uttering a single cry. Thus, with the support of Tsukiyomi and Nara Shin, the three of them departed the encampment, heading towards the daimyo's residence in the land of the south. At the daimyo's residence. The perimeter has been thoroughly cleared. What shall we do next? A chunin from the hidden cloud village approached the special jounin, speaking with utmost respect. Following the battle, everyone appeared quite disheveled. However, this confrontation did not result in any casualties for the two elite task forces hailing from the major ninja villages. Instead, it was the daimyo's personal guard from the land of the south that suffered significant losses. Originally consisting of 50 members, the guard was now reduced to fewer than 20. Although this was a better outcome compared to the enemy's casualties, the loss of 30 individuals had nonetheless shaken the daimyo of the land of the south. Kitahara Kinji It is crucial to note that these 50 individuals possessed strength comparable to that of ninjas. They were the most trusted confidants of Kitahara Kinji, and the death of over 30 of them had caused him profound distress. Let us take a moment to regroup. There will likely be further combat ahead. The special jounin waved his hand, allowing his subordinates to rest, before moving to the side of Captain Een of the Konoha Special Task Force, quietly asking, "Captain Een, your experience surpasses mine. Do you believe we have a chance of victory in this battle?" Een paused momentarily, taken aback that a ninja from the hidden cloud village would pose such a question. After a brief hesitation, he smiled and replied, "By asking me this, are you contemplating a retreat from the land of the south?" The special jounin from the hidden cloud village fell silent, his expression concealed beneath his mask, rendering it impossible for Een to discern any emotion. Not receiving a response, Een continued, "We are ninjas. Upon receiving a mission, we must commit ourselves fully. You inquire whether victory is within our grasp. I can only say that I do not know. However, in the forthcoming battles, my team and I shall exert our utmost efforts to fulfill this mission. And that is all." After a moment of silence, the special jounin respectfully bowed to Een and then turned to rejoin his ninja squad. To one's surprise, even after the loss of Okamoto Tora, they still managed to confront their enemies with remarkable integrity. Indeed, the strength of the cloud-hidden village should not be underestimated. Een silently affirmed the prowess of the cloud-hidden ninjas, taking hearty bites from the rations within his ninja tool pouch. Before long, Lingxiu, with the assistance of Tsukigata and Nara Shinichi, arrived at the residence of the daimyo. Upon witnessing the strewn corpses, Lingxiu realized he had underestimated the situation. However, after experiencing 2 life-and-death battles, he found himself devoid of the previous dread towards the sight of death. Perhaps after enduring a few more such encounters, Lingxiu's perception of life and death would evolve into a state of indifference. Such is the nature of war. Its brutality leaves an indelible mark upon the human psyche, evoking the most visceral reactions. Noticing Lingxiu and the others, Een waved his hand and addressed the trio. "Let us first partake in some sustenance and rest a while. I surmise that the rebel forces, after clearing the external obstacles, will need some time to regroup, granting us ample opportunity for a hearty meal." "Captain, must you speak in such a terrifying manner?" Lingxiu was the first to respond after taking a seat. Upon hearing this, Een shook his head in disapproval, stating, "This time may prove different. The audacity of the enemy to boldly assault the fortress indicates that they are fully prepared to confront all the might of the daimyo of the south, which undoubtedly includes us." Lingxiu swallowed hard, preparing to speak, when suddenly the cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside. Chapter 66. A direct confrontation outside the residence of the daimyo. The cries of battle resounded thunderously. Almost simultaneously, The ninjas of Konohagakure and Cloud Hidden Village surged forth from their positions. As they neared the entrance, Iin turned back to address the group. Tsukigata, remain here to protect Lingxiu. Kikishuju, stay to guard the daimyo. The rest, follow me to meet the enemy. Understood, Lord Iin. The others nodded in agreement, and except for Tsukigata, Lingxiu, and Kikishuju, the remaining ninjas followed Iin into the frayed in a corner of the daimyo's residence. Where Kitani-Kine resided, he trembled, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. Kikishuju approached Kitani-Kine and spoke softly, "Do not worry, esteemed daimyo. As long as we, the ninjas of Konohagakure, are present, your safety is assured." Kitani-Kine looked up at Kikishuju, who bore the Leaf Village forehead protector, remaining silent and motionless, merely gazing on. "I shall remain by your side until the battle concludes. Rest assured," Kikishuju added, taking a seat beside Kitani-Kine, lapsing into silence. Lingxiu furrowed his brow, observing Kitani-Kine with confusion. After all, he was a daimyo of a nation. How could one of such stature display such cowardice? Lingxiu's perplexity mirrored that of the others, yet as Kitani-Kine was not the daimyo of their village, none felt compelled to engage him in conversation. Aside from the 3 ninjas left by Konohagakure, Kimogakure has also retained 2 ninjas. Although leaving behind ninjas may affect the external combat strength, for them, protecting the daimyo remains the focal point of their mission. It is uncertain whether the battle will persist until I regain my chakra. Lingxiu gazed outside, filled with anticipation. In the land of the south, outside the daimyo's residence, both parties have begun to confront each other. However, the rebel forces did not make the first move, and naturally, the ninjas from the 2 great villages refrained from launching an attack as well. During this standoff, the rebel forces slowly parted in the middle, and before long, a figure resembling the daimyo of the land of the south emerged. This was none other than the leader of the rebels, Kitayama Jishang. Iin tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand, watching Kitayama and his companions with vigilance. With Kitayama's appearance, a ninja squad entirely composed of Sunagakure ninjas came into view for Iin and the others. Indeed, they had employed a ninja team from the Sand Village. At this moment, not only the Konohagakure ninja team led by Iin, but even the Kimogakure ninjas were stirred into a commotion. Kitayama Jishang scanned the ninjas guarding the daimyo's residence with a cold smirk and proclaimed loudly, "Kitayama Jining, come out. I have already reached your daimyo's gate. Are you too cowardly to face me?" As Kitayama Jishang uttered these words, a rogue ninja from the Rain Village quickly formed hand seals, casting an unknown jutsu that amplified Kitayama's voice several times over. The ninjas from Konohagakure and Kimogakure did not intervene, as this technique posed no direct threat to the daimyo. The voice, as intended, reached the ears of Kitayama Jining, the daimyo of the land of the south. Upon hearing his brother's voice, he momentarily froze, and his body began to tremble increasingly. Kitayama Jining. This must be the name of the daimyo of the land of the south. Lingxiu glanced at Kitayama Jining, intrigued, wondering if this daimyo would dare to step out and confront his own brother. The intelligence gathered in the land of the south over the past few days suggested that Kitayama Jishang surpassed the current daimyo, Kitayama Jining, in both political and commercial acumen. Yet, the sole regret remained that Kitayama Jining was the eldest son, while Kitayama Jishang was the second son, which explained why Kitayama Jining ascended to the position of daimyo immediately following the death of the previous one. Seemingly perceiving Lingxiu's curiosity and unease, the usually reticent Uchiha surprisingly began to share gossip about the daimyo of the land of the south. "Is that so?" Lingxiu remarked, genuinely curious about whether the daimyo would dare to step out and face his own brother directly. Uchiha looked at Kitayama Jining, then shook her head and whispered, "I don't know either." Time ticked away, second by second. After Kitayama Jishang's proclamation, an eerie stillness seemed to envelop the outside world. This unsettling calm sent shivers down the spines of Lingxiu and the others within the room. For the more profound the silence, the more devastating the potential eruption. Both parties seem to be awaiting a point of convergence, which likely hinges on whether Kitano Kinai dares to step forward and speak. "Lord, you." A guard beside Kitano Kinai hesitates, words caught in his throat. "I comprehend your intent." Huff. With a deep exhalation, Kitano Kinai rises from the ground amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. He brushes off his attire, a gesture that resembles rallying his own spirit. Casting a glance at the expectant faces of his loyal guards, a radiant smile blossoms on Kitano Kinai's face as he declares, "Some matters cannot be evaded. What must be faced should be confronted by oneself. Since we have come this far, why not exhibit a bit of courage? At the very least, I can stand tall and firm once before my end. My lord, we vow to follow you to the death." The throng of guards, evidently moved by their lord's words, collectively voices this declaration. From an outsider's perspective, Lingxiu finds it difficult to fathom the loyalty of these guards. In his view, entrusting the southern nation to this timid lord is far less prudent than placing it in the hands of the capable and courageous figure outside. However, this is the world of Naruto, where each individual's beliefs and values diverge from those of his original world. There exists no utilitarianism, no capitalism. Each person lives or dies for their convictions and dreams. This, indeed, is the unique allure of the Naruto realm. Let us proceed together and witness my domineering and tenacious younger brother. It appears that the guard's allegiance imbues Kitano Kinai with newfound strength. As he takes another step, the tension and panic that once gripped him have vanished. What remains is a resolute essence akin to the title of Hokage, fortified by an intangible force that sustains him so robustly. Lingxiu, leaning against the wall, gradually rises. The pain persists, yet compared to the agony he currently endures, he longs to venture outside. For what is about to transpire will mark a momentous historical event for the southern nation. Today, without a doubt, a new lord will emerge for the southern nation. Chapter 67. For the nation's fight, the sun shines brightly, heralding a crisp autumn day. Yet, in the main city of the southern nation, located on the outskirts of Konoha, a starkly different scene unfolds. The city is suffused with the acrid scent of smoke, buildings either damaged or collapsed, and the streets are strewn with injured civilians and fallen warriors. The severity of devastation in the city rivals that witnessed during Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha. Lingxiu stands at the entrance, positioned at the rear of the crowd. Due to his chakra not having yet replenished, he refrains from advancing too far forward. As Kitano Kinai steps out of the gates, he appears to have undergone a transformation, shedding the earlier timidity and fear. My dear brother, it has been a long time. Upon reaching the forefront of the crowd, the first to speak is none other than the southern nation's timid lord. Kitano Kinai. Dear brother, have I not come to see you? Kitano Kinai sneers, his gaze toward Kitano Kinai brimming with amusement. You are bolder than I had envisioned. In my imagination, you would be cowering within the confines of the daimyo's estate. Trembling with fear in the face of Baya Jishang's mockery, Baya Jining merely nodded with an air of ease, exhaling deeply as he proclaimed, I have always been that kind of person, timid, lacking in responsibility, and too fearful to confront issues directly. However, just a moment ago, I came to a realization. What realization? Baya Jishang furrowed his brow, sensing a shift in his timid elder brother. Let me think. It must be my identity as the daimyo. In the past, I was merely a powerless prince of the southern kingdom, unnoticed by anyone. But now, the situation has changed. I am followed, supported, and revered by so many. They are even willing to sacrifice their lives for me. If, at this moment, I were to continue hiding behind the scenes, trembling with fear, then, dear brother, I would hold myself in contempt. Having spoken these words with calm determination, Baya Jining raised his gaze to meet that of his younger brother who had always overshadowed him. Resolute and unyielding at this moment, as his declaration echoed, the retinue following Baya Jining simultaneously lifted their heads, infused with newfound strength. At that instant, even the ninjas from Konoha and Kumogakure, who had previously underestimated Baya Jining, began to regard him with newfound respect. Is this the power of faith? It seems that in this world, there are those skilled in verbal duels beyond just Naruto. Lingxiu mused, stroking his chin, deeply moved. Baya Jishang's expression darkened, his face twisted in a grimace as he spat. So, you wish to engage me in a grand battle, do you? Baya Jining nodded earnestly, declaring, I am now the daimyo of the southern kingdom. A legitimate leader. If I do not dare to confront the enemy at my doorstep, then I deserve to meet an untimely end as daimyo. Thus, brother, prepare for battle. Ha! Baya Jishang sneered, his face contorted with malice. Since you possess the courage to stand against me, as your brother, I shall grant you the honor of dying gloriously in battle. Very well, brother, prepare yourself. I shall advance. With those words, both sides assumed their battle stances, tension palpable in the air, the clash imminent. Protect Lingxiu. Kakashi, safeguard the daimyo. The remaining members shall join me in the fray, Silver commanded without hesitation. All remain vigilant. Let the ninjas of Konoha handle the protection of the daimyo. We shall face the enemy with all our might, bellowed the special jonin from Kumogakure. Everyone, prepare for battle. For the southern kingdom, Baya Jining proclaimed, gesturing grandly with a smile towards his subordinates. Yes, my lord. They responded in unison, stepping forward to shield Baya Jining. With a fierce glare, Baya Jishang drew his katana, surveying those behind him before roaring, kill them all, slay. Eliminate them all, charge. The cries of battle once again resounded. this time with hundreds clashing against dozens. In terms of both morale and numbers, the rebels were poised to overwhelm the forces of the daimyo of the southern nation. Lingxiu was supported by Uchiha, while the daimyo was aided by Shikamaru. Both retreated at the very onset of the conflict. "Please, this ninja. Release me. I wish to join my subordinates in confronting the enemy," the daimyo softly implored as Shikamaru set him down. Shikamaru, however, shook his head and replied earnestly, "Daimyo, it is not that I do not respect your wishes. Rather, in the current situation, your presence holds little significance. It is far more crucial that they concentrate fully on the battle at hand and not be distracted." Kitane Kinyo was momentarily taken aback, then let out a wry smile. "So it is as I feared. Even with my resolute determination, I remain a burden to my clan." Yet Shikamaru shook his head once more, stating earnestly, "It is not so. Your previous words were of great import. At least now, your personal guards have grasped the essence of their fight, understanding precisely what they are striving for. This insight is invaluable to them." "And what about you?" Kitane Kinyo inquired. After a brief silence, Shikamaru responded, "We are ninjas. Upon receiving a mission, we must commit ourselves wholeheartedly to its completion. This embodies the faith of our Leaf Village, my will of fire." Uchiha lifted his gaze towards Shikamaru, a sense of resolve igniting within him. Lingxiu too regarded Uncle Shikamaru, his respect for the man elevating several notches. As time passed, each agonized cry signified yet another warrior or ninja injured or slain. Thus, under the brutal baptism of war, even the most timid of souls would inevitably grow resilient. It is not the war itself that imparts strength, but rather the sight of one's beloved kin falling to protect them, igniting an ardent desire to muster the courage needed to safeguard those one loves. This is the very genesis of strength. Just as Kitane Kinyo had strategized earlier, the Leaf Village forces found themselves entangled with the denizens of Sunagakure. While the ninjas from Kumogakure were encircled by a multitude of rogue ninjas, the daimyo's personal guard directly faced the rebellious forces led by Kitane Kinyo. A mere 20-strong contingent stood against an army exceeding 100, rendering the suspense of battle nearly non-existent. Yet each individual harbored their own convictions. Thus, even in the face of such overwhelming odds, not a single member of the daimyo's guard chose to retreat. Protect the daimyo, charge. At that moment, on the streets not far from the daimyo's estate, dozens of fully armed samurai suddenly surged forth. Clad in the armor of the southern nation, each warrior's face bore the resolute determination to sacrifice for their country. "Kill them!" Kitane Kinyo bellowed with ferocity in his eyes. The more fiercely the regular troops resisted, the more distant his aspirations seemed. This moment unveiled the stark contrast between his dreams and reality, pushing Kitane Kinyo into a complete frenzy. With the arrival of the fully armed samurai, the regular army merely found their momentum slightly stymied. If this rhythm continues, victory will undoubtedly belong to Kitano Jisong. Yet, can the conclusion truly be so simple? At this very moment, from the direction of the gates of Nanziguo's main city, Orochimaru, clad in a cloak of black adorned with crimson clouds, stealthily approached. Chapter 68. Exposure. The winds howled, and the waters of the Ishui were cold. The valiant hero departs, never to return. At this moment, a particular line of poetry suddenly surfaced in Lingxiu's mind. He never anticipated that he would witness such a fervent spectacle. From Lingxiu's perspective, there existed no clear distinction between Kitano Jisong and Kitano Jining. Both fought for their own interests. Regardless of the grandeur of their rhetoric, in Lingxiu's heart, they were but two sides of the same coin. Thus, if forced to choose a side, Lingxiu would likely lean towards Kitano Jining. Ahem. After all, Kitano Jining offered a monetary incentive. "Uchiha, could you please employ your medical ninjutsu on my chest? I require some pre-battle recuperation." Lingxiu suddenly spoke, addressing the wary Uchiha. "What did you say?" Uchiha stared at Lingxiu, momentarily taken aback and clearly struggling to comprehend. Lingxiu, exasperated, pointed to his chest and continued. "I meant to say, please assist me in healing. Your medical ninjutsu should alleviate some of the internal injuries I have sustained." "What are you trying to do?" Uchiha approached Lingxiu, activating her medical ninjutsu to aid in his recovery. Lingxiu rolled his eyes in resignation and remarked, "Did I not just say? I intend to prepare for the battle ahead. Do you truly believe you can continue fighting in this state?" Uchiha scrutinized Lingxiu from head to toe, shaking her head vigorously, akin to a bobblehead. "Do not overexert yourself. With your current condition, advancing into battle will only create chaos." "Trust me, I am well aware of my limits," Lingxiu replied, winking at Uchiha with a cheerful smile. As time ticked by, with Uchiha's healing efforts, Lingxiu could distinctly feel the internal injuries in his chest gradually mending. Although he was far from complete recovery, As long as he could move without excessive pain, he had effectively reached a standard suitable for combat. Yes, in less than 30 minutes, everyone, hold on. Lingxiu cast an eager glance outside, increasingly anticipating his imminent involvement in the fray. At this moment, Lingxiu had resolved that in the forthcoming battle, he would exert every effort to alter Konoha's perception of him, aiming to salvage the Uchiha clan from another perspective. Of course, Lingxiu remained uncertain whether this approach was correct or if it would earn him Konoha's acknowledgement. Yet, in the face of overwhelming futility, it seemed that any glimmer of opportunity warranted his utmost endeavor. After all, within the Uchiha clan, he had Uncle Minghui and Aunt Shiyu, did he not? The battle outside raged on, while Yuya was now drenched in perspiration. After nearly an hour of continuous medical ninjutsu application, Yuya's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. However, thanks to her healing efforts, Lingxiu's body had recovered to a considerable extent. As soon as the chakra of Lingxiu was restored, the injury on his chest would undoubtedly not hinder his ability to engage in combat. The moment had arrived. Friend, I am here. With the cooldown of Tianwu Baoluan elapsed, Lingxiu felt a tremendous surge of chakra flowing ceaselessly within him, an overwhelming force that left him with an uncanny sensation of being unable to control the chakra coursing through his body. Could it be that my chakra has advanced once more? Lingxiu, sensing the distinct expansion of his chakra, could not help but question whether he had indeed experienced another elevation in his chakra levels. Surely not. It was only the first battle, after all. Such rapid progression seemed implausible. Shaking his head, Lingxiu resolved that regardless of any potential enhancement in his chakra, his sole focus now was on the impending battle. You rest for a moment. I shall take my leave. With a reassuring pat on the shoulder of Yuya, he exchanged a glance with Chimu Zhishong, and the two communicated silently with their eyes. A nod from Yuya, followed by a reciprocating gesture from Chimu Zhishong, signified their understanding. In a flash, Lingxiu dashed out of the room, greeted by the cacophony of battle cries outside, exhilaration and fervor propelling him forward. Hehe, all of you shall perish. Lingxiu grinned widely, reaching into his ninja tool pouch to retrieve 5 kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon exiting the daimyo's estate, he launched them in 5 divergent directions. Silver Leader, I am here. His voice rang out, instantly capturing a multitude of gazes. At that moment, the rebels also took note of the small figure of Lingxiu charging forth. Did this little brat truly believe he could kill anyone with such sluggish kunai? A derisive comment escaped the lips of one rebel ninja upon witnessing Lingxiu's attack. Yet, no sooner had his words left his mouth than all eyes shifted to the spot where Lingxiu had previously shouted. Suddenly, Lingxiu vanished, only to reappear beside the very rebel ninja who had scorned him. You look down on me? Then meet your demise. In an instant, his words reached the ears of the contemptuous rebel ninja, and before he realized it, Lingxiu had drawn another kunai and plunged it deep into the rebel's neck. Space-time ninjutsu. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique of Konoha? Has Konoha produced another prodigious ninja to rival the 4th Hokage? As the enemy forces murmured their astonishment, Silver's expression darkened. This type of space-time ninjutsu was indeed reminiscent of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, that technique was believed to be exclusive to the 4th Hokage and his elite guard. How could a mere 6-year-old child like Lingxiu have mastered it? Was he perhaps a disciple of one of the legendary figures, Noara Rin, Uchiha Obito, or Hatake Kakashi? Silver pondered, determined to investigate this matter upon returning to Konoha. Though Silver held great confidence in Lingxiu, he was also quite fond of this exceptionally gifted child. However, as a member of the Umbu of Konoha, he was well aware of the recent changes within the Uchiha clan. Thus, upon confirming that the spatial ninjutsu he employed during his spiritual training was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique, Ian resolved that upon returning to Konoha, he must investigate further. If it turned out that Lingxiu's Flying Thunder God technique was not taught by either Nara Shikamaru or one of the other two, Zhong Awashi and another, then this matter must be reported to Lord Hokage for his judgment. With this thought in mind, Ian began to grow increasingly agitated. In the ensuing battle, he commenced a frenzied assault, abandoning his previous cautious approach. Meanwhile, after dispatching the first ninja, Lingxiu vanished once more from his lips. Everyone heard that astonishing name. The Flying Thunder God technique. All of you, perish. Chapter 69. The appearance of Orochimaru. The subsequent battle, from the perspective of the rebels, was undoubtedly akin to a horror film. After Lingxiu launched 5 kunai, his figure began to traverse through the various corners of the crowd. Each time he eliminated an enemy, he would accelerate the kunai towards another target, causing the 5 kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula to weave through the throng. With the leader's enhanced understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, Coupled with Lingxiu's substantial increase in chakra, he no longer exhibited the same reservations when employing the technique. As time progressed, one by one, the rebels fell to the ground under Lingxiu's onslaught. The Flying Thunder God technique, being a spatial ninjutsu, combined with Lingxiu's direct launch of 5 kunai marked with the technique's formula, rendered it impossible for anyone to anticipate where Lingxiu would appear next. This fear of the unknown was the key factor in shattering the morale of the rebels. Witnessing the sudden shift in the battlefield, Kitahara Jishang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer horror. How could this be possible? Many rebels began to regroup, as the previously initiated offensive faltered due to Lingxiu's unexpected emergence. The immense casualties shifted the mindset of numerous rebels, and thoughts of retreat began to surface. Lingxiu's slaughter continued unabated. Whether they were Chunin or Genin, under Lingxiu's strikes, nearly all fell with a single blow. This instant kill effect, devoid of the need for prolonged combat, proved to be utterly lethal. Cease this. At that moment, Kitahara Jishang could no longer maintain his composure and shouted loudly. With his outcry, all the rebels hastily retreated towards his direction. In the brief interval, Lingxiu eliminated 3 ordinary rebel warriors. As the 5 kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula fell to the ground, Lingxiu stood beside Yin, drenched in blood, grinning malevolently. The ground was strewn with corpses, and the standoff between both sides was enveloped in smoke and an unending aura of killing intent. Had it not been for Lingxiu's sudden intervention, the battle would never have escalated to such a dire state. Who are you, boy? Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, Kitahara Jishang glared at Lingxiu, demanding an answer. Genin of Konoha, Xiu. Before outsiders, Lingxiu directly revealed his alias from the dark side. A lowly Genin, that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. This is absurd. He effortlessly dispatched middle-rank ninjas, eliminating nearly 20 individuals within just a few minutes. If he is merely a genin, then perhaps they are not even worthy of being called ninjas themselves. The rebel forces were astonished, and so too were the ninjas from the hidden cloud village. However, the most shocked were the other members of the Konoha Special Task Force, Team 4. They had witnessed Lingxiu's prowess and were aware of his space ninjutsu, yet they had no inkling that the wielder of such abilities could be so terrifyingly powerful. To have slain 20 individuals in succession, in that moment, all members of Team 4 could no longer underestimate Lingxiu. Even Xiaomu Shanshui regarded Lingxiu with eyes filled with admiration for his absolute power. So, he is this formidable. When I provoked him the day he joined the team, he must have been. Xiaomu Shanshui inexplicably felt his cheeks flush, his mind racing with thoughts. Inuzuka Hana blinked, filled with curiosity towards this junior who was 7 years his junior. Nara Shin bore a grave expression, mirroring the demeanor of his companion, Captain Yin, as if sensing an impending catastrophe. Only Lingxiu understood the true implications of the display he had just made. If this does not change the perception of Konoha's upper echelons, then I shall have no other recourse. Lingxiu took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. With a kunai in hand and an eerie smile unwavering, he addressed Kitano Jishang. Today, in this battle, you shall surrender, surrender. Kitano Jishang snarled. Is this a joke? Do you really believe that with your solitary strength, you can reverse your side's disadvantage? Lingxiu glanced around, noting that everyone except himself bore varying degrees of injury. The hidden cloud village fared worse, having faced the rebellious ninjas head-on. As a result, they not only suffered injuries but also lost 3 genin and 2 chunin and battled as for the bodyguards. Lingxiu scanned the area but found no trace of them. From several dozen meters outside the Lord's mansion to the entrance of the mansion, this short distance of fierce combat had cost Kitano Jining over 20 men. On Kitano Jishang's side, had Lingxiu not appeared, they would have only lost about a dozen, given their numerical advantage. However, Lingxiu's sudden emergence had dramatically disrupted the battlefield, causing their casualties to soar to over 50. This was precisely why Kitano Jishang abruptly called for a halt. Why don't you give it another try? I certainly wouldn't mind taking down a few more, Lingxiu sneered, feigning a readiness to continue the fight. Yet, as soon as he made this move, he was immediately halted by Kitano Jishang, who demanded to know what it would take for the Konoha forces to stand down. Upon witnessing Kitano Jishang's authoritative demeanor, Lingxiu paused briefly before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Brother, is there any need for such blatant incitement?" Yin emerged from the shadows of Lingxiu, affectionately ruffling the head of the much shorter young Lingxiu, and smiled as he inquired, "Baiko Jishang, have you ever heard of a ninja from Konoha who, after accepting a mission, might suddenly betray their village?" At that moment, the members of Konoha's Special Task Force, Team 4, collectively stepped forward, their expressions imbued with the indomitable spirit of fire. Just as Baiko Jishang wore an expression of turmoil, a gust of wind swept through, and faintly, it seemed as if a figure flickered into view. Heh! Accompanied by a chilling whisper, a figure draped in a massive cloak of black adorned with red clouds appeared before both parties. The flickering chakra surrounding him instilled a sense of caution in everyone present regarding this enigmatic individual. A master of space-time ninjutsu, and his chakra was so potent. "You must be the one who eliminated Akamoto Tora," he proclaimed. This statement reverberated like a thunderclap in the hearts of all present. In that instant, the gaze of the ninjas from Kumogakure converged upon Lingxiu, while the other ninjas from Konoha's Special Task Force wore expressions of disbelief. Especially Iin, who, unable to fathom that the child he had personally recruited into the team could deceive him about such a monumental event, stared at Lingxiu in astonishment. Akamoto Tora was no inconsequential figure. As a jonin of Kumogakure and the sole man capable of unleashing the Raikyu Bakaketsu, his reputation had echoed throughout the world of Naruto for years. To think that such a formidable individual could fall to the hands of a mere child from Konoha. If you were present at that moment, witnessing a special forces soldier being slain by a 6-year-old, what would your feelings be? This sentiment likely mirrored that of everyone on the scene. The Raikyu Bakaketsu is a technique that rivals the 8 gates in its explosive potential, serving, to some extent, as a means to unlock one's innate capabilities. However, none of this was the crux of the matter, for from Lingxiu's vantage point, he clearly discerned the man concealed beneath the black cloak adorned with red clouds. In that moment, Lingxiu's pupils dilated, his hands clenched into tight fists, disbelief etched across his features. How could it be him? How could he possibly encounter him in the land of the south? One of the members of the Akatsuki? Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, a figure of shadowy might. How could this be? I have actually met Orochimaru. Chapter 70. The Sharingan, activate. In stark contrast to Lingxiu's astonishment, Orochimaru wore a playful expression. It was evident from his demeanor that his intention in dropping this bombshell was to tarnish Konoha's reputation. Regardless of whether Lingxiu truly possessed the ability to kill Akamoto Tora, as long as the ninjas of Kumogakure heard this news, Orochimaru's objective would be achieved. Of course, Orochimaru's attempt to discredit Lingxiu was also a reaction to the unexpectedly formidable strength displayed. In truth, he had been lurking nearby, observing the battle from the very beginning. However, when Lingxiu made his appearance, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Orochimaru, leading to the series of events that unfolded thereafter. The scene directed personally by Orochimaru has indeed yielded remarkable results, as the focus of all present has now gravitated towards Lingxiu, a formidable warrior, skilled in battle and possessing spatial ninjutsu. This remarkable being has led some to speculate that he could vanquish Akamoto Tora, which is not without merit. Lingxiu gazed at Orochimaru, his heart undergoing a myriad of transformations. Although Orochimaru's character in the original narrative is not particularly endearing, Lingxiu has always harbored a deep curiosity regarding this mad scientist from the source material. It is worth noting that upon traversing into this world, Lingxiu discovered that many of the characters from the original work are not as they seemed. Thus, his intrigue towards Orochimaru is particularly pronounced. After calming his tumultuous emotions, Lingxiu recognized that in the current predicament, if he failed to take action, it could potentially have dire repercussions in the future, an outcome he wished to avoid. Taking a deep breath, he calmly addressed Orochimaru, saying, "You are Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha." Upon the utterance of Orochimaru, a palpable shock rippled through the assembly. Subsequently, all gazes converged once more upon Orochimaru, for his renown eclipsed that of Akamoto Tora. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin from the Third Shinobi World War. At this moment, a new thought began to take root in the minds of the onlookers. Could it be that Akamoto Tora was slain by Orochimaru, who sought to frame Konoha, thus attributing Tora's demise to Lingxiu? Among those present, the members of the Cloud Village were particularly distraught, for it was through Orochimaru's lips that they learned their esteemed Akamoto Tora had indeed perished in the remote nation of the south. Is it true that he has truly died? A particularly high-ranking shinobi inquired, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice a mere whisper. "Let us observe for now," replied another Jonin beside him. "I sense that matters are not as straightforward as they appear." The Jonin nodded, signaling to his subordinates to be prepared for any eventuality. The Cloud Village promptly began to mobilize, albeit subtly, so as not to draw attention to their movements. He is the individual from last time. Beiyi Jishang's pupils dilated, as he recalled the mysterious figure who had turned the tide during his previous assassination attempt on Beiyi Jina. So this is Orochimaru, he thought. What should I do? In the presence of such a formidable opponent, should I continue? Being a wise individual, Beiyi Jishang understood that in critical moments, one must make the most prudent choice. Lingxiu met Orochimaru's gaze with unwavering resolve, undeterred by the sudden surge of killing intent emanating from him. Orochimaru, taken aback by the sight of the young Lingxiu, who appeared no older than 6, began to take a keen interest in him. Instinctively licking his crimson lips, Orochimaru ominously inquired, "Little brat, how do you know who I am?" Lingxiu, due to his diminutive stature, bore an adorably earnest expression that rendered him both endearing and comical. "I once beheld an image of Orochimaru within the library of the Uchiha clan, and you bear a striking resemblance to him." Lingxiu's words were delivered with such conviction that they would hardly provoke any suspicion from Orochimaru. At this moment, Ine emerged from his previous musings, as the mention of Orochimaru's name suddenly conjured certain secrets recorded by the Umbud. As a mid-level operative of the Umbu, Ine possessed knowledge far exceeding that of ordinary members. Thus, when Lingxiu uttered the name of Orochimaru, a sense of vigilance immediately enveloped him. If it were indeed Orochimaru, then it was highly plausible that Lingxiu was not the perpetrator behind the murder of Akamoto Tora. After all, Orochimaru harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Konoha. Orchestrating a murder and framing others was certainly within his capabilities. With this thought, Ine cast another glance towards the village of Kumogakure, and upon doing so, he instantly discerned their battle formation. At this juncture, Orochimaru had begun to approach Lingxiu from the center, casually remarking, "It seems you, young one, have quite the interest in me. How fortuitous, for I find myself equally intrigued by you. What do you say? Are you inclined to accompany me? I can introduce you to a world unlike any other." As these words left his lips, a wider smile spread across Orochimaru's face. However, the pallor of his complexion, coupled with the emotionless gaze of his eyes, sent a chill down Lingxiu's spine. Instinctively shaking his head, Lingxiu found himself retreating a step. Just as he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, Ine suddenly pressed against his back, whispering reassuringly, "Fear not, for I am here." Upon uttering these words, Ine stepped in front of Lingxiu, brandishing a kunai and adopting a stance that suggested he was ready for combat at any moment. "Orochimaru, your actions constitute a blatant attempt to entice a Konoha ninja to betray his village. Should you take another step forward, I shall not hesitate to act." Though Yin's words were resolute and his expression betrayed no fear, Lingxiu could sense the unease that pervaded Yin's heart. Was it fear? Lingxiu pondered, the question directed both at Ine and himself. How utterly useless. Faced with someone like Orochimaru, he had become this apprehensive. How could he ever venture forth into the world? Moreover, with the combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Crow Clone technique, even if defeating Orochimaru proved challenging, escaping would certainly not be an insurmountable task. Conversely, if he did not take action at this moment, it was highly likely that Captain Ine and the others would meet their demise at Orochimaru's hands. After all, this was Orochimaru at the pinnacle of his power. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could only be subjected to Orochimaru's overwhelming prowess. In the original narrative, during the plan to annihilate Konoha, had it not been for Hiruzen's sudden invocation of the dead demon-consuming seal, catching Orochimaru off guard, the plan to obliterate Konoha might well have succeeded. At that time, Konoha had no one capable of genuinely thwarting Orochimaru. Even Jiraiya, renowned as the Sage of Toads, would likely not have been a match for him. It is worth noting that in the original story, when Jiraiya sought out Tsunade, the two had once joined forces against Orochimaru at that time. Orochimaru's hands had already been sealed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, even in such a compromised state, Orochimaru still fought evenly against Tsunade and Jiraiya. Of course, at this juncture, Jiraiya was unable to unleash his true potential due to Tsunade's special medication. Nevertheless, Orochimaru was merely a cripple, a man without hands. Thus, one could only imagine how extraordinarily formidable Orochimaru would be if he were at his full strength. Contemplating all of this, Lingxiu no longer hesitated, for he understood that Orochimaru was coming for him. Lingxiu stepped forward, activating his Sharingan. Chapter 71. Damn it, Orochimaru. Junior, are you provoking me? Orochimaru hissed, his long tongue flicking across his crimson lips. Immediately, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth from him, and his chakra erupted violently. In a flash, he lunged towards the leader of the special task force. Ine, be careful. Having activated his Sharingan a moment earlier, Lingxiu was quick to react as Orochimaru made his move in that instant. Lingxiu's chakra erupted completely. He had no intention of holding back against such a formidable foe. If he could not prevail with all his might, he would have to consider stalling for time to allow the remaining team members to escape. Lingxiu had contemplated this thoroughly. It seemed to be his only course of action. Ian heard Lingxiu's voice and then felt a surge of chakra behind him that was no less potent than his own. A gust of wind swept by, causing Ian to squint. When he opened his eyes again, Lingxiu was already engaged in combat with Orochimaru. "Lingxiu!" Ian shouted, rushing forward. Though he knew he stood no chance against Orochimaru, as the leader of Lingxiu's team and a seasoned jonin of Konoha, he could not allow Lingxiu to face such a terrifying presence alone. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Konoha had suddenly clashed with Orochimaru, while the ninjas from Kumogakure appeared hesitant. Bei Jishang's eyes flickered momentarily. Then, gritting his teeth, he seemed to resolve himself. He turned to his trusted subordinates and quietly inquired, "I have decided to act now, taking advantage of the fact that their main forces are occupied with Orochimaru. Let us strike decisively and eliminate Bei Jining." His subordinates exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Given the current situation, it was indeed time to make a desperate effort. Bei Jishang had invested countless resources into this battle. Should he fail, he would lose any chance of claiming the title of daimyo of the southern country. Such a defeat was unacceptable for both Bei Jishang and his loyal subordinates. Thus, the notion of a do-or-die confrontation proposed by Bei Jishang quickly garnered unanimous support among his followers. It was either fortune or death. After receiving affirmations from his trusted subordinates, Bei Jishang drew his katana once more and, with a fierce roar directed towards the direction of the daimyo's mansion, shouted, "Charge! Eliminate Katano Jining and elevate me to the esteemed position of daimyo." Over here, all those loyal to Katano Jishang stood in stunned silence, momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief pause, this group, as devoted subordinates of Katano Jishang, erupted into a fervent roar and charged towards the daimyo's residence. "Kill! Annihilate Katano Jining! Assist Lord Katano Jishang in ascending to the throne of daimyo! Kill!" The cacophony of battle resumed, and the first to stand in their way were naturally the reinforcements of Katano Jining, who had been merely spectators until now. While they lacked the combat prowess of ninjas, their unwavering loyalty to the daimyo of the southern kingdom, Katano Jining, was absolute. Thus, even knowing that rushing into the fray would likely lead to their demise, they hesitated not for a moment. Nearby, the members of the Hidden Cloud Village stood a short distance from the confrontation between Orochimaru and Lingxiu. "My lord, what should we do? Should we assist Konoha in defeating Orochimaru, or should we side with Orochimaru against Konoha?" inquired a Chunin. At that moment, the attention of the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village had shifted entirely away from the battle between the two factions of the Southern Kingdom. With the shocking news of Akamoto Tora's demise, their focus was solely on avenging him. Although Akamoto Tora had a fierce temper and a difficult disposition, his status within the Hidden Cloud Village was indisputable. Let us observe. The elite Jonin, at this juncture, hesitated to make a hasty judgment, as from his perspective, the true murderer remained shrouded in mystery. Indeed, to refer to someone as a murderer carries a hint of mockery from a ninja's standpoint. However, in the hearts of the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, whoever had slain Akamoto Tora must pay with their life. As for the daimyo of the Southern Kingdom, Chunin, who was somewhat preoccupied with the mission, inquired. The others cast him a cold glance, and then the elite Jonin replied in a tone devoid of emotion. "If you believe the mission holds greater significance than Lord Akamoto Tora, you are free to continue pursuing it." At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The battle for the position of daimyo raged on, with Lingxiu and Ian joining forces to engage Orochimaru in an evenly matched confrontation. Of course, Lingxiu was acutely aware that this was far from Orochimaru's full strength. At that moment, he recalled Orochimaru's words as he approached. "It seems you are quite interested in me, little one. How about this? I am equally intrigued by you. Do you have any thoughts of coming with me? I can show you a different world." Did his words imply that he was merely testing my abilities, seeking to ascertain my true strength? Contemplating this, Lingxiu's pupils constricted, and he intensified his offensive. He had no intention of fully revealing himself to the enemy. Thus, at this moment, Lingxiu resolved to hold nothing back. Unleashing his full power, retreat if necessary. Following a strike, Lingxiu leapt back as he soared through the air. He swiftly formed hand seals, and just as his feet touched the ground, his ninjutsu was complete. Fire release. Great Phoenix Fire Technique. 5 colossal fireballs erupted from Lingxiu's mouth, resonating with chakra and natural elements. The enhanced Super Phoenix Fire Technique surpassed the original Phoenix Fire Technique by more than threefold. Manipulating the 5 fireballs with threads of chakra, Lingxiu's expression grew grave. At that moment, he dared not let his guard down even slightly. "Captain Ian, be careful." The 5 fireballs surged rapidly toward Orochimaru. Upon hearing Lingxiu's warning, Ian instinctively ducked, narrowly evading one of the fireballs from the Super Phoenix Fire technique. Indeed, he still had a trump card. This ninjutsu is unlike anything I have seen before. It appears to be a variant of the Phoenix Fire technique, quite impressive for a young one. Orochimaru maintained a relaxed demeanor, utterly unfazed by the fire jutsu that approached the power level of an A-rank ninjutsu. From Lingxiu's vantage point, he observed Orochimaru releasing the bandages wrapped around his left hand, swiftly forming hand seals with a speed that the naked eye could scarcely perceive. Subsequently, Orochimaru pressed his left hand against the ground, summoning a large-scale summoning technique onto the patch of earth before him. Summoning technique, boom! A cloud of white smoke billowed up, consuming all of Lingxiu's Super Phoenix Fire technique. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the 5 fireballs striking echoed, and from that sound alone, Lingxiu could ascertain that his Super Phoenix Fire technique had indeed struck a tangible target. Yet, at that moment, Lingxiu's expression remained far from relaxed. Having read the original story, he understood the implications of that summoning technique. Was it the 10,000 snakes? Chapter 72. Battle with Orochimaru. As the gentle breeze blew, the white smoke dissipated, gradually revealing a massive figure. Phew, thankfully it is not the 10,000 snakes. It is merely the summoned 3-headed giant serpent. Lingxiu breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the volatile 10,000 snakes, he preferred to confront this less intelligent entity. Its defensive capabilities were astonishing. The attack power of the Super Phoenix Fire technique had failed to inflict any substantial damage on the 3-headed giant serpent. Lingxiu swiftly darted to Yin's side. At that moment, numerous locals, who had been hiding in their homes, fled in panic towards the distant horizon. It was no joke. A gigantic serpent monster over 10 meters long. Any normal person witnessing this would instinctively feel a deep-seated terror. As the crowd scattered, chaos reigned once more. Lingxiu, now devoid of any concern for the conflict between the two princes of the Land of South, quietly addressed Yin beside him. Captain Yin, Orochimaru is absolutely beyond our current capability to handle. You should lead the other members to evacuate as swiftly as possible. I will try to buy you some time, in a way. Yin immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. How could I allow you to stay behind? As the captain, this responsibility falls to me. Lingxiu's tone was grave as he gazed earnestly at Yin, stating, Captain, let us speak pragmatically. I possess space ninjutsu and the crow clone technique. Orochimaru is, after all, a shadow-level powerhouse. Against such formidable existence, escaping with ordinary ninjutsu is nearly impossible. Therefore, it must be me who remains behind. Leader, on this matter, please refrain from further argument with me. Time is of the essence. I will do my utmost to impede Orochimaru, but after that, we must leave the rest to fate. Although Lingxiu is young, his earnest demeanor still touched I. In truth, Lingxiu was not mistaken. Possessing space ninjutsu, he could escape far more easily than the others. However, as an adult and the leader of a team, Yin found it exceedingly difficult to accept the prospect of leaving Lingxiu behind. Having witnessed Orochimaru's formidable power, Yin understood that if he did not act with greater resolve, the Special Task Force's 4th group could very well face total annihilation in this southern nation, a reality that was utterly unacceptable to him. Rubbing Lingxiu's head, Yin's gaze grew somewhat complex. He had always been a man of strong responsibility and decisive nature. Thus, he would never arrive at such a resolution unless absolutely necessary. Lingxiu, we shall retrace our steps. Once you have escaped, do your utmost to catch up with us. Lingxiu nodded solemnly, a sense of relief evident in his eyes. Over these past days, Lingxiu had developed feelings for the 4th group of the Special Task Force. Whether it was the somewhat stern leader Yin, the amiable Uncle Kakashi, the composed and analytical Nara Shikamaru, or the somewhat irritable Moku Zenmizu, each had carved out a place in Lingxiu's heart. Therefore, on this day, when someone needed to hold the rear, Lingxiu stepped forward without hesitation. Lingxiu, leader, do not wait for me. You must run with all your strength. Yin. Orochimaru granted Lingxiu and Yin ample time to converse, and as their dialogue concluded, he slowly remarked with a playful smile, Are we done discussing? Shall we proceed? Lingxiu's expression changed abruptly, for no sooner had Orochimaru's words fallen than he propelled himself forward, commanding 3 colossal serpents towards Lingxiu and Yin. The massive serpents, over 10 meters long, surged forward, closing the distance in an instant. The enormous head of the 3-headed serpent came crashing down towards them. The sheer force of it was chilling to contemplate. Whoosh whoosh, 2 piercing sounds shattered the air as Lingxiu and Yin unleashed their chakra, swiftly vacating their previous positions. Leader, it is time to go. Lingxiu and Yin stood side by side, and seeing Yin still in a daze, Lingxiu could not restrain himself from shouting. Ian snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth before turning to charge towards the location of the others. Orochimaru appeared momentarily taken aback, curiously questioning, "Do you intend to halt my advance single-handedly?" Lingxiu grinned, feigning nonchalance. "Indeed, that is my intention. After all, you are a shadow-level powerhouse, a figure of legend. As a ninja of Konoha, I naturally embody the will of fire." "The will of fire?" Orochimaru paused for a moment before retorting coldly. "Merely a joke." With those words, Orochimaru struck swiftly in that instant. He no longer exhibited the casual demeanor of before. Each attack now bore a serious intent. As Orochimaru intensified his offensive, Lingxiu found himself struggling to respond. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, a formidable shadow-level warrior. Despite Lingxiu's exceptional combat talent, achieving a stalemate against Orochimaru within less than 2 years of his arrival was an impossibility. After numerous clashes, Lingxiu's left hand, which held a kunai, had already split at the palm, and his chakra was depleting rapidly due to the fierce exchanges between them. Fortunately, amidst the brief respite, Lingxiu caught sight of Iin and Kakashi departing in the distance. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned to face Orochimaru once more, infused with renewed fighting spirit, as if he had consumed a revitalizing elixir. "Your combat will is commendable, and your awareness in battle is quite impressive. Not to mention your innate talent. You are called Shio, correct? Allow me to reiterate. Come with me, and I shall grant you a path to survival." Orochimaru, a creature of cold malevolence, extended this invitation to Lingxiu for a second time, underscoring his regard for him. However, Lingxiu resolutely shook his head, firmly rejecting Orochimaru's offer. Had he not been familiar with the original narrative, he might have been tempted to accept the proposal of this eccentric figure. After all, this individual was outwardly one of the Sannin, a powerful shadow-level ninja. Yet, having read the source material, Lingxiu understood that Orochimaru was a mad scientist, unpredictable and merciless. He would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who displeased him, and one could never anticipate when they might be snatched away to become his next experiment. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Lingxiu's spine, prompting him to shake his head with increasing fervor. "I am a ninja of Konoha, and I will never betray my village," he declared, although internally he wrestled with his convictions. Nevertheless, this grandiloquent statement did elevate his standing in the eyes of Orochimaru and the gathered Cloud Village ninjas. "Orochimaru, did you kill Lord Akamoto? We demand an explanation from you for Cloud Village." At that moment, a special J-nin from Cloud Village, seemingly struck by a moment of madness, suddenly shouted at Orochimaru. With a disdainful glance, Orochimaru sneered, "And if I did, what of it? Does this motley crew of yours wish to lay a hand on me?" The ninjas from Cloud Village fell silent. All eyes turned toward their commanding officer, the Special J-nin, awaiting his command. "So, you admit it?" The Special J-nin gritted his teeth. "Humph." Orochimaru scoffed, then averted his gaze, dismissing the Cloud Village ninjas altogether. The stinging sensation of being publicly humiliated was hardly pleasant. As the Special J-nin and the current leader of the squad, he felt compelled to take decisive action. "In that case, we shall subdue you and pay tribute to the spirit of Lord Akamoto of Cloud Village." With that proclamation, the Special J-nin drew his kunai, and soon all the ninjas from Cloud Village assumed battle readiness. A group of ants daring to challenge a colossal serpent. How utterly ludicrous. Orochimaru's cold smile revealed nothing but indifference. Chapter 73. Confrontation with Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed, his chakra erupted explosively. Beneath the crushing weight of the three-headed behemoth, a tempest of fury surged forth towards the assembled ninjas of the hidden Cloud Village. Faced with such a formidable creature, the ninjas dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. Each swiftly retrieved shurikens and other ranged weapons from their ninja tool pouches, launching a fervent assault against the monstrous serpent. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's gaze remained fixated on the figure of Lingxiu. Just as he prepared to strike once more, however, the Special Jonin of the hidden Cloud Village, accompanied by 3 Chunin, burst forth from the serpent's attack range, encircling Orochimaru. Lingxiu furrowed his brow in contemplation, ultimately resolving to act. Despite his understanding that their combined might was utterly insufficient to vanquish Orochimaru, he felt compelled to try. After all, his previous encounter with Orochimaru had not left him feeling entirely powerless. "Hold steady, friends of the hidden Cloud Village. Together, we shall bring down this fiend." With his thoughts crystallized, Lingxiu shouted boldly and charged forward, inadvertently drawing the 4 ninjas of the hidden Cloud Village along with him. In the face of the imposing 5 ninjas, Orochimaru merely smiled with disdain at that moment. The formidable Orochimaru was a being far beyond Lingxiu's comprehension. Just as the attacks of the ninjas were about to land, Orochimaru made his move. Words such as overwhelming and unyielding scarcely captured the essence of Orochimaru as perceived by Lingxiu. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru swiftly dispatched the two nearest Chunin with ruthless efficiency. His soulless gaze flickered toward Lingxiu, and his smile twisted into something even more sinister, as if to display his prowess for Lingxiu's benefit. Orochimaru brutally executed another Chunin in a gruesome display, dismembering him mercilessly in mere moments. The battlefield before Orochimaru was left with only Lingxiu and the special Jonin of the hidden cloud village. During this brief interlude, both Lingxiu and the special Jonin had managed only a single attack, which failed to even graze a hair on Orochimaru. Cold sweat trickled down the temples of the special Jonin. In truth, he had already begun to regret his earlier actions. Were there a potion for regret, he would have undoubtedly turned to flee upon encountering Orochimaru. Yet now, escape was no longer an option. Having witnessed Orochimaru's speed and techniques, the special Jonin understood all too well that he stood no chance against him. Indeed, Orochimaru could eliminate him with far greater ease than he had dispatched the Chunin. Meanwhile, Lingxiu seemed to grasp the dire situation, casting a glance toward the other side of the battlefield, where the ninjas of the hidden cloud village had already suffered heavy casualties. After all, the three-headed serpent was an A-rank summoning beast, its combat prowess rivaling that of a seasoned Jonin. It was all too predictable how the confrontation with several Chunin would unfold. Lingxiu contemplated carefully for a moment. As for the three-headed giant serpent, it seemed capable of holding on for a while longer, but on his side, there were only himself and the special Jonin from Yuin village. Thus, attempting to vanquish Orochimaru or even inflict any injury upon him would prove to be a formidable challenge. With this thought in mind, Lingxiu gritted his teeth and addressed the special Jonin beside him, saying, "My friend, do you have the confidence to withstand a strike from Orochimaru? I require but a moment to perform my most potent ninjutsu." Given the current situation, they could only muster all their strength for a final gamble. After all, they faced certain death regardless. Lingxiu was unwilling to resign himself without attempting his most powerful technique. The special Jonin from Yuin village cast a glance at Lingxiu, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded affirmatively and replied, "Let us do our utmost." "Excellent," Lingxiu responded. Orochimaru's lingering presence seemed to mock their audacity. Thus, to further indulge in his own amusement, he refrained from employing lethal techniques to instantly dispatch Lingxiu and his companions. The special Jonin charged forth once more, this time retrieving 3 kunai from his ninja tool pouch, one clenched in his mouth while he wielded the other 2 in each hand. At this moment, his chakra surged dramatically, enveloping him in a visible aura. In fact, compared to the average special Jonin, this particular Jonin from Yuin village could be regarded as a formidable force. However, to confront a shadow-level powerhouse with the strength of a special Jonin, the outcome was all too predictable. With a clash, the two engaged, and in an instant, the special Jonin was sent flying. As he soared through the air, he spat blood profusely. It was evident from his appearance that he had sustained grave injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Lingxiu swiftly performed hand seals, and just as the special Jonin collapsed to the ground, his form transformed into a multitude of pitch-black crows, scattering in all directions. "Trying to flee, are we? What a cunning little imp!" Orochimaru paused for a moment, then chuckled with amusement, his interest in Lingxiu seemingly growing. Meanwhile, the fallen special Jonin from Yuin village watched as Lingxiu took advantage of his distraction to execute a fleeing ninjutsu. In that instant, a surge of blood welled up within him, and he collapsed, never to rise again. Thus, all the ninjas from Yuin village involved in this mission met their demise. The war in the land of the south experienced a dramatic decline in the combat strength of Kite and Jin, all due to Orochimaru's sudden interference. In less than half an hour, the lord of the land of the south was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. As for the crows that Lingxiu had transformed into, they dwindled further under Orochimaru's relentless pursuit. After flying a full 2 kilometers, Lingxiu finally reverted to human form. The consumption of the crow clone technique was immense, and even with chakra levels comparable to that of a Jonin, he could not sustain it indefinitely. Nevertheless, to evade Orochimaru's chase, maintaining the crow form was essential, for in this state, his speed far surpassed that of his human form. This was a necessity. Sensing the immense chakra still relentlessly pursuing him from behind, Lingxiu had no time to ponder further. He drew forth a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique and, without a second thought, set off. With the dwindling chakra reserves, Lingxiu sprinted for his life. After all, space ninjutsu was akin to a cheat. Whether in flight or combat, it was an extraordinary existence. The distance between him and his pursuer widened until, utterly exhausted. He could no longer sense the immense chakra behind him. In that moment, Lingxiu had successfully evaded Orochimaru's relentless pursuit. Damn. Orochimaru is truly fearsome. While reading the original text, I never perceived him as particularly formidable. It seems I have underestimated him. Thankfully, I didn't foolishly confront Orochimaru alongside the ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds, or I would have likely met my end by now. Luckily, gasping for breath, Lingxiu felt lightheaded, his chakra depleted. Knowing he was safe, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 74. Transformation of concealment since advancing his chakra to the level of a J-nin. Lingxiu had never found himself in such a dire predicament. Particularly after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique and the Crow Clone technique, he had never imagined he would be caught in such an awkward situation. During the final battle in the Land of the South, had it not been for the leader's last-minute betrayal of that special J-nin from the village hidden in the clouds, Lingxiu would have likely been unable to escape Orochimaru's clutches. It was at this juncture that Lingxiu truly comprehended the extent of Orochimaru's formidable power. With the aid of the dominant system, Lingxiu had felt he was nearing the pinnacle of strength in this world. Yet, after his encounter with Orochimaru, he came to a stark realization. He had been excessively arrogant. Reflecting on Orochimaru led Lingxiu to consider the imminent confrontation with Itachi Uchiha, the very individual who annihilated the Uchiha clan and promptly joined the Akatsuki. Within less than a year, Itachi had made Orochimaru acutely aware of the disparity between them. This realization, in fact, indicated that Itachi might be even more formidable than Orochimaru. At this thought, Lingxiu could not help but inhale sharply. His original plans and strategies would likely need to be re-evaluated. Feeling the chakra within him still not fully restored, Lingxiu gently shook his head, beginning to question his own strength for the first time. Regardless, the mission in the Land of the South had reached a conclusion. If he did not return, matters would likely worsen. Moreover, the day of the clan's extermination was fast approaching. No matter what, he had to bring Uncle Minghui and Aunt Shiyu out of Konoha to escape this calamity. Lingxiu's resolve solidified as he hastily gathered his belongings and set off towards Konoha. It is worth noting that the original text does not specify the exact date of the Uchiha clan's massacre. While the year is known, the specific month and day remain elusive. Consequently, at this moment, Lingxiu is unaware that the Uchiha clan in Konoha stands on the brink of annihilation. Konoha, the roots. After a year of meticulous planning, Danzo has finally resolved all pertinent matters. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan has now ascended to the forefront of his agenda. Within the Grand Hall of the Root headquarters, the majority of the core members have gathered. This operation can be deemed the largest since the establishment of Root. After all, over 90% of those who have emerged from Root are participating in this endeavor. Due to the indoctrination within Root, there exists not a shred of doubt among the members regarding the mission to eradicate the Uchiha clan. It is essential to recognize that the foundation of Root is built upon its members' unwavering faith in Konoha. As long as they perceive an action as beneficial to Konoha, they remain indifferent to the harm it inflicts on others' interests or lives. As the most effective underground organization in Konoha, Danzo is meticulously orchestrating every detail of the operation. From mission preparation to execution, aside from the Root members, even the Umbu and the Hokage are oblivious to the specifics of this undertaking. Naturally, any action against the Uchiha clan cannot escape the knowledge of the Hokage and the upper echelons of Konoha. However, the upper echelon, led by Danzo, has forcibly initiated this mission under the pretext of the Uchiha clan harboring rebellious intentions. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, finds himself powerless to intervene, and thus remains silent throughout the approval of the mission. The situation has progressed to this point, and the most tragic aspect remains the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, has devised some plans and taken certain measures, he lags far behind Danzo's route. In a secluded area of Konoha, clad in Umbu attire, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi have been waiting for nearly an hour. Shisui has conveyed all that he knows to Itachi. Following this exchange, silence envelopes them. As they exchange troubled glances, their emotions tumultuous. The situation is dire. What are your thoughts? Shisui's heart is in turmoil as he gazes at his friend, Itachi, and inquires. Itachi shakes his head. This matter not only impacts his family but the entirety of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, he comprehends why his friend Shisui has been so agitated and restless in recent days. What do you think we should do? Itachi asks. After a moment of contemplation, Shisui responds earnestly. I have decided to seek an audience with Danzo, to implore him for an opportunity to converse with the clan leader and others. After all, the clan leader has yet to enact any treacherous plans, and coupled with my Koto Amatsukami, the most powerful genjutsu, I could, if negotiations falter, Employ it to alter the thoughts of every Uchiha member. Shursui, do you love Konoha? Itachi asks, somewhat dazed, almost in a whisper. What? Shursui is taken aback that I ask you. Do you love Konoha? Itachi gazes intently at Shursui, as if he has come to a realization. Yes, because Konoha is where I was born and raised. No one loves it more than I do. Shursui replies without hesitation, his conviction unwavering. What if the Uchiha clan and Konoha village were to stand at odds, and we could only choose one side? Would you side with Konoha or the Uchiha clan? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi appeared somewhat intimidating. At least in the eyes of Uchiha Shursui, he could distinctly sense that his dear friend was undergoing some profound transformation. Could not both entities coexist? Shursui gazed at Itachi, his voice tinged with bitterness as he spoke. I fear it may not be possible, Itachi sighed, his words imbued with deep significance. Uchiha Shursui shook his head resolutely, asserting, I do not know if it is impossible, but I must endeavor to try. For both the Uchiha clan and Konoha village are irreplaceable to me. For their sake, I shall give my utmost. Itachi continued to shake his head, turning away as he softly replied, Do as you wish. I too hope for your success, and I shall await your good news. Watching his friend depart, observing the sudden shift in his emotions, Uchiha Shursui found himself at a loss for words, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Shursui lifted his head and declared with unwavering determination, Itachi, please believe in me. I shall surely succeed. Meanwhile, at the border between the land of the south and Konoha, Lingxiu was sprinting with all his might. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition gnawed at him relentlessly. This unease compelled him to accelerate his pace even more. Chapter 75. The God of Itachi after retreating from the land of the south. The members of Special Task Force Group 4 were making their way back to Konoha. Following their prior communication with Lingxiu, they traversed the same route they had taken on their way there. To ensure that Lingxiu could keep pace with the group, they left numerous markings along the path that only the Konoha Umbu could decipher. However, all of this was merely their hope for Lingxiu. In truth, after witnessing Orochimaru's formidable prowess, they harbored little belief that Lingxiu could survive. Even though Lingxiu possessed space ninjutsu and some rather peculiar abilities, they doubted he could escape from such a powerful adversary. Today marked the second day since their withdrawal. As they journeyed back, they turned back at every step, each heart weighed down with sorrow. Although they had only known Lingxiu for half a year, every moment of that brief time was etched into their hearts, and as comrades, Lingxiu had already made a lasting impression on Special Task Force Group 4. Captain, do you truly believe Lingxiu will return? Chamu Shanshui was the one who had changed the most within Group 4 and had been the most frequent inquiring about Lingxiu's fate in recent days. She had transformed from someone who despised Lingxiu to the one most concerned about his life and death. The change in her mindset was evident to all members of Special Task Force Group 4. I believe in Lingxiu. He will surely return. Although he also felt a sense of confusion, faced with Chamu Shanshui's heart-wrenching tone, he found it impossible to articulate his own thoughts. Captain, do you truly believe it? You have answered me 22 times in the past 2 days. Silver stood speechless, gazing at Xiaomu Shanshui, gently ruffling her hair with a tinge of sympathy, and softly spoke. Lingxiu is not only a member of our team, but also our brother in the most critical moments of life and death. It was he who stepped forward to illuminate a path for our survival. Therefore, as comrades and brothers, we must place our faith in Lingxiu. He will surely prevail. Do you understand, Shanshui? Is that true? Xiaomu Shanshui's eyes remained somewhat vacant, and after receiving Silver's response, she continued to murmur softly, I hope it truly is. Silver turned once more, his gaze directed towards the land of the south. Meanwhile, Nara Shinichi, Kiki Shige, Suki Yagura, and Inazuka Hana all bore expressions of fervent prayer in the outskirts of Konoha. Amidst the thickets, a figure clad in umbu attire was sprinting wildly. This individual was none other than Lingxiu. In fact, the following morning, Lingxiu caught up with Xiaomu Shanshui and the others. However, at that moment, an intense sense of unease surged within him. Xiu confirmed that his fears were unfounded. Lingxiu refrained from greeting the members of the 4th Squad, bypassing them directly as he rushed towards Konoha. On the dawn of the first day, upon awakening, Lingxiu had calculated the time since his arrival in this world. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was precisely 2 years into his journey since crossing over. Upon realizing this fact, he began to run recklessly, his mind consumed with the images of Minghui and Shiyu. Truth be told, Lingxiu did not wish for their demise. Even if it meant altering the narrative and the future he was accustomed to, he was willing to risk everything. For in this life, Uchiha Minghui and Uchiha Shiyu were his dearest kin. To eliminate the prospect of annihilation and withstand the combined might of Obito and Danzo seemed an insurmountable task. Yet, saving the two of them should be feasible with the Flying Thunder God technique and his current abilities. However, after calculating the time, Lingxiu harbored a grave concern. What if by the time he returned, Danzo had already made his move? The more Lingxiu ran, the more frantic his heart became. The greater his anxiety, the faster his pace grew. Thus, when he encountered the members of the Special Task Force, 4th Squad, the next day, he did not slow down to explain anything. He had to return as swiftly as possible to prevent a tragedy from unfolding. Yet at that moment, he was still 2 full days away from Konoha. Even if he exerted himself to the utmost, without rest, it would still take at least a day to arrive. Please, don't die. Please, don't make a move. You must wait for my return. Lingxiu's eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly realized how fragile he truly was, feeling emotions that should not exist in this world of Naruto. 3 days after the evacuation of the Land of the South, at noon, this day would undoubtedly be etched in the memories of all the inhabitants of Konoha. For on this day, Konoha would witness an event that could only be described as earth-shattering. At this very moment, Konoha remains tranquil, with no apparent signs of trouble. The streets are bustling with crowds, each individual's face adorned with a radiant smile. The ninja apparatus of Konoha continues to function, with numerous ninjas diligently carrying out their assignments. However, on this day, the security forces of Konoha have concluded their duties early. At least the members of the Uchiha clan return to their compound after noon. For tonight marks the pivotal day when the Uchiha clan convenes to deliberate their impending betrayal. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrows his brow as he contemplates the secret dossier recently delivered by the Umbu. Does the Uchiha clan still harbor treasonous intentions? Even at this juncture, are they unaware of the precipice they stand upon? Setting aside the document, Sarutobi shakes his head, a sigh escaping his lips, his expression tinged with bitterness. Upon perusing the contents of the dossier, he has already sensed the murderous intent within. Yet, from the actions described, Danzo's approach does not appear unjustifiable. The forthcoming actions of the Uchiha clan indeed threaten the interests of Konoha. Alas, it seems he must resign himself to the unfolding events. Ultimately, even as Hokage, there are matters beyond his control. In the southern Huchuan River of Konoha, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi stand together. Clutching his still bleeding eye, despair fills Shisui's remaining eye. Itachi, I have ultimately failed, I know. Itachi replies, his voice trembling as he nods. My time is running short. After my demise, I hope you will take my remaining left eye to wield the ocular technique of my Manjiki Sharingan, Kodo Amatsukami, for the peace of the Uchiha clan. Itachi wishes to articulate something further, yet words escape him. Very well, Itachi, my dear brother, farewell. With those final words, Shisui breathes his last in that moment. The brother whom Itachi has revered and emulated falls lifeless before him. Itachi does not scream nor weep. His expression remains eerily calm. Upon Shisui's passing, a crow adorned with a manjiki appears in Itachi's hand. Bang! Itachi closes his eyes, the weight of the moment palpable, as if he could hear the echoes of fate. Blood tears stream from his eyes, and when he opens them once more, his own Manjiki Sharingan awakens. At this instant, Itachi, the god, descends. Chapter 76. Annihilation of the Clan 1 in Konoha's route. Upon emerging from the base, Itachi's pact with Danzo is irrevocably sealed. With members of Root in tow, Itachi strides coldly towards the Uchiha clan's compound. As dusk approaches, the streets of Konoha remain as lively as ever, bustling with activity. Meanwhile, in the distant woods, Fugaku runs frantically, yet he is far too removed from Konoha to return in time to intervene before Itachi and the others strike out of course. Fugaku remains oblivious to this reality, fueled by a glimmer of hope as he races towards Konoha. Upon emerging from the roots, Itachi was accompanied by 4 Root ninjas. These assassins had been assigned to him by Danzo to execute crucial missions, while other Root ninjas lurked in the shadows, ready to strike with lethal precision at pivotal moments. Present, Itachi's heart was utterly tranquil. He had endured an overwhelming multitude of experiences in recent days, and the so-called inner turmoil had dissipated into nothingness. Indifference was the sole emotion that occupied Itachi's being at this moment. Were it not for his younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, whom he held dear, he might have chosen to fade into silence like the rest of the Uchiha clan. However, Itachi could not perish, for if he were to die, his brother Sasuke would follow suit. Thus, for the sake of Sasuke, for his beloved sibling, he must endure, must live a life marked by coldness and suffering in this world. All of this was solely for the purpose of ensuring Sasuke's survival. Nothing more, nothing less. As he relinquished all burdens, as his heart became entirely hollow, as the blade was raised, and the intent to kill quietly took root, Itachi had traversed into the domain of his clan. Proceed, his indifferent voice resonated, and immediately, shadows flickered around him as hundreds of ninjas converged from all directions, materializing around Itachi. Activate the Konoha protective barrier, sealing the Uchiha clan's territory completely. Those skilled in combat, follow my lead and take action at my signal. Do you understand? Yes. Once Itachi had given his directives, the ninjas dispersed, leaving him surrounded by a cadre that had expanded from 4 to a formidable 22. They were the architects of this clan extermination. The Root's primary leader, an elite Genin, addressed the remaining ninjas, secure the area, no matter who it may be, obstruct them using the Umbu methods. Until the mission is complete, no one is permitted to enter the combat zone. Do you comprehend? Yes, sir. Upon concluding his orders, over 30 ninjas from the 100 responsible for the sealing maneuver leaped to various positions to establish roadblocks. Once satisfied with the arrangements, the elite Genin turned back to Itachi and whispered, "You may commence the mission now, Itachi." "Indeed. Let us hope Danzo remains true to his word," Itachi replied coldly. "He will not falter. Lord Danzo has pledged his word to you, and he shall not break it." The elite Genin's tone was devoid of emotion, a chilling detachment evident in his speech. "Humph, one can only hope with that." Itachi stepped forward into the clan's territory. As he entered, memories of the past flooded his mind, each scene vividly reappearing before him. Habitually, he nodded to the proprietor of the first general store at the entrance of the clan territory, a gesture that had become a customary act upon each return. However, as he nodded, Root Ninja behind him prodded his waist, a grim reminder of the harsh reality that awaited. Itachi paused momentarily before his expression turned cold once more. "Itachi, you've returned to carry out a mission again today. Do you need to purchase anything?" The shopkeeper, a kindly woman, greeted him with a beaming smile and an air of simplicity. Itachi strolled toward her, his heart resembling a still pond, devoid of any ripples. Let everything come to an end, he thought. Itachi approached the elderly woman with a deliberate slowness, drawing forth the samurai sword he bore with him. Then, amidst the astonished gasps of those present, he plunged the blade, with a fierce resolve, into the body of the grocer. "Itachi, what are you doing?" After a brief moment of stunned silence, the woman's partner, the proprietor of the store, rushed to support his beloved, shouting vehemently at Uchiha Itachi. As for Itachi, having crossed the threshold of action, he found himself entirely unburdened. Casting a glance at the Root members behind him, he exhaled deeply and coldly commanded, "Make your move. Dusk is a beautiful hour." Embodying the final flicker of light in the day that it is neither blinding nor ostentatious, as if its very existence is meant to warm the heart. Yet today, within the lands of the Uchiha clan, this fading sunlight would become the last memory for all Uchiha members. Deep within the Uchiha territory, in the home of Uchiha Akihira, Shiyu remarked, "It seems the situation has been prematurely exposed. This time, we are unlikely to escape this calamity." Uchiha Akihira, listening to the sounds of chaos outside, spoke with a calm demeanor. At that moment, 2 assassins, adorned in Root masks, lay lifeless on the floor of his home. Uchiha Shiyu gently caressed her beloved's face and softly urged, "Akihira, fight with all your might. I know what I must do next. Rest assured, after your fall in battle, I will ensure that your eyes reach their intended destination." Uchiha Akihira nodded, and as he rose, his 3 Tomo Sharingan fused, awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. The Uchiha clan comprises more than just clan leader Fugaku and Shunshin Shursui. "I, Uchiha Akihira, am here as well," the cries of battle echoed, piercing and mournful. This time, Konoha had meticulously planned their assault, catching the Uchiha clan unawares. In the home of Uchiha Fugaku, he sat facing his wife, seemingly awaiting their final judgment. Was it Itachi who led them into our territory? Uchiha Mikoto gazed at her husband, disbelief etched upon her face. "I should have realized sooner. That boy had exhibited strange behavior long before, yet I failed to consider it." Uchiha Fugaku murmured, his voice tinged with guilt and incredulity. To be candid, he could never have anticipated that the calamity befalling the Uchiha clan would stem from his own son, Uchiha Itachi. But now, it was far too late. With the latest intelligence in hand, Uchiha Fugaku comprehended the events that were about to unfold. Within the clan grounds, due to the afternoon meeting, all clan members were present. This time, there would be no chance of survival for the Uchiha clan. "I am guilty. It is I who am at fault. Fugaku, isn't Sasuke still at school?" He isn't in the clan territory. He should be safe, right? Uchiha Mikoto asked, clinging to a flicker of hope. That you must inquire with your eldest son. As Uchiha Fugaku concluded his words, the door was gently pushed open, revealing Uchiha Itachi standing coldly with a long blade in hand. Chapter 77. Annihilation of the Clan 2. The time transitioned from dusk to night. The members of the route that Itachi brought along continued to eliminate the members of the Uchiha clan from the periphery. The masked men of the Akatsuki organization were summoned by Itachi to the headquarters of the Konoha Guard to eradicate the station personnel there. Everything unfolded in a manner consistent with the original narrative. The sole divergence from the original tale was the involvement of the root in this operation. Yet, in light of reality, such an arrangement truly served as the root cause of the demise of Konoha's foremost clan, the Uchiha. After all, it seemed utterly unreasonable for a clan of such magnitude to expect Itachi alone to ensure that not a single member escaped unharmed. With the plot developing in this manner, a semblance of persuasion emerged. At the entrance of the Uchiha residence, Itachi stood, flanked by two members of the root. As they prepared to advance further, Itachi halted their progress. I shall handle the matters within. You two assist the others outside. Everything should proceed as planned, he stated, not even glancing at the two root members. The two exchanged glances before ultimately nodding and turning to depart. Their exit was not born of respect for Itachi, but rather due to the directive from Danzo, designating Itachi as the supreme commander of this mission. During the operation, any exceptional circumstances would render Itachi's commands equivalent to Danzo's orders. Consequently, upon receiving this clear directive, all members of the route tacitly obeyed Itachi's commands without a hint of defiance. In fact, it was precisely due to Danzo's orders that Itachi chose to align himself with the village rather than his clan. In the previous life, within the realm of spiritual cultivation, many spoke of Itachi's extermination of the clan as a means for Uchiha Sasuke's survival. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Itachi's decision to annihilate his clan stemmed from his own mindset, which had led him into an inescapable dead end. This was a notion Itachi did not contest, nor did his friend Shursui, or even his father, Uchiha Fugaku, challenge it. As Itachi stepped into the alley before his home, he beheld his father, Uchiha Fugaku, whom he had always held in high regard. That moment, Fugaku exhibited neither the anticipated excitement nor anger. He appeared remarkably calm, as if he were impervious to the anguished cries of the clan members echoing outside. Itachi furrowed his brow, perplexed by his father's demeanor. Yet, true to his nature, he refrained from posing any inquiries. After all, he was Uchiha Itachi, having spent considerable time within the Umbu, his original disposition having been dulled by the organization's style of operation. I never imagined you would ultimately choose this path. I had thought you would steadfastly remain by the side of our clan. Uchiha Fugaku observed his son, his voice devoid of any fluctuation, calmly articulating his perspective. In truth, the events unfolding outside had already sufficed to convey the results of his efforts over the past few days. Although he still cannot comprehend why his son stands on the outskirts of the village, as a father, he finds a sense of relief in this moment. For it is his son's own choices that have led to this, and ultimately, it is his son's decision. I had promised to unveil the decay of the Uchiha clan to you. Now, we have arrived at the moment to witness its final degeneration. Itachi's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. At this moment, he exuded an aura as if he were in a place of destruction, rather than in the land that nurtured him. The decay of the Uchiha clan, you say? Uchiha Fugaku gazed up at the heavens, sighed deeply, and fixed his eyes on Itachi, the kaleidoscope Sharingan manifesting in his gaze. Itachi, this is not merely decay. It is a matter of the clan's interests versus those of the village. In your perception, you believe that the interests over there align more closely with your ideals, and thus, you position yourself on that side, deeming it the true embodiment of justice. Yet, the reality is that both sides are merely pursuing their own interests while placing themselves on a moral pedestal. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and continued, asserting that it is said to be for justice and greater authority. But have you ever considered, from the perspective of our Uchiha clan, why matters have escalated to this point? Why did I heed the opinions of other clan members and opt for this reform? Since the incident with the Nine Tails, and the second Hokage's isolation of our Uchiha clan, this conflict has been deeply rooted between Konoha and the Uchiha long before now. The higher-ups of Konoha have pushed our clan from the core of the village to its periphery, diminishing our once pivotal role to one of insignificance. Itachi, have you ever contemplated, from our Uchiha perspective, what it means for you as a member of our clan? Of course, I understand that no amount of discourse today holds significance anymore, for you have already chosen the side you believe embodies justice and have acted accordingly. You have seen that I possess the kaleidoscope Sharingan. If I had wished to betray, to truly unleash a bloodbath upon Konoha, I could have long ago arranged for my clan members to capture Naruto Uzumaki, summon the Nine Tails using the kaleidoscope, and initiate the annihilation of the village. Yet, I did not. I harbor not even a trace of such thoughts. My desire is for reform, for change, not for status or power, but so that my clan members may enjoy a better living environment or enhanced quality of life. Nothing more. Itachi, in truth, I am the one who least wishes to witness turmoil within Konoha. In this moment, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head lightly, his gesture understated. Yet the emotions within him profoundly moved Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, having conveyed all that he wished to express, Fugaku acknowledged his son's choice with respect. He did not want to witness further bloodshed, nor the senseless killings committed in the name of a laughable justice. Let everything return to the tranquility it rightfully deserves. As the last syllable fell from his lips, Uchiha Fugaku vanished in a puff of white smoke. Itachi that moment, standing opposite him. Uchiha Itachi wore a pallid expression, silent and unmoving. He did not draw his blade, nor did he harbor any murderous intent. Instead, he was lost in contemplation, wrestling with the weight of Fugaku's recent words. From a young age, Itachi possessed a distinct mindset. In ninjutsu, taijutsu, learning, and understanding, he never lagged behind any prodigy. It was precisely this trait that led him into a certain dead end. Much like in the original narrative, years after the massacre of his clan, Itachi spoke to Naruto, reflecting on the innocence of Naruto and Sasuke, unaware of how they would be tainted by the corrupt times. This sentiment could equally apply to the present Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps, many years hence, when he would convey these same thoughts to Naruto, it would serve as a profound reflection on today's events. The so-called justice, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the one who least desires war, my father. Chapter 78. The Annihilation 3. As Uchiha Itachi stepped through the threshold of his home, the conflict surrounding the Uchiha clan had already reached its final stages. No one could have foreseen that the Uchiha, heralded as the foremost clan of Konoha, would be so effortlessly obliterated. Truth be told, the most perplexing aspect remained the Uchiha clan themselves. It is essential to recognize that this was the eve of their betrayal. As a clan on the brink of defection, their vigilance over Konoha could hardly compare to what it once was. Yet, under such intense scrutiny, who would have imagined that Konoha would still deploy such a formidable force to eradicate the Uchiha in one fell swoop? Of course, speculation aside, the reality of their annihilation had become an undeniable truth. In the current Uchiha territory, barely a dozen skilled ninjas remained. The rest of their kin had perished at the hands of the root ninjas. Uchiha Akihiro and Uchiha Shiyu leaned against one another, their bodies marred by numerous gruesome wounds. Yet before them lay 6 root ninjas, forever fallen. Shiyu, it's time to act, Akihiro said, taking a deep breath as he addressed his wife earnestly. After a moment of stunned silence, Shiyu's tears flowed freely. Akihiro, you can still wield the ocular techniques of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. We have a chance to escape. However, Uchiha Akihiro shook his head resolutely. Even if we were to fail in the impending upheaval, there would be no issue leaving at that time. But now, with layers of encirclement and the presence of formidable adversaries alongside the barrier, our escape is utterly impossible. Are we truly destined to perish here? Shiyu's tears continued to fall, trapped in disbelief. Shiyu, do not fear. In truth, I have long anticipated the arrival of this day. Pausing momentarily, Uchiha Minghui embraced his wife and softly uttered, from the moment we etched the glory of the Uchiha clan upon ourselves, we have been bound to endure all that it entails. Even in death, we must bear this burden. Now, the only course left to us is to ensure the continuation of our Uchiha lineage, Lingxiu, survives in the best possible manner. Beyond this, we are powerless. Uchiha Shiyu choked on her words, her voice laden with confusion. Yet, Lingxiu is also a member of our Uchiha clan. Will Konoha permit his survival? This. Uchiha Minghui hesitated, falling into silence. I possess a strange premonition. I believe Lingxiu will endure. He must. Very well, I shall proceed. I will fulfill your final wish. With that, the two shared a tight embrace. Moments later, when the root members re-entered the Uchiha Minghui household, they found only him, his eyes tightly shut, blood seeping from them. In the forests bordering Konoha, dozens of figures suddenly emerged beside Special Task Force Team 4. Adorned with the Konoha headband, they wielded an assortment of weapons. An inexplicable aura of hostility permeated the jungle. The leader, after surveying the members of Special Task Force Team 4, emotionlessly inquired, Lord Een, may I ask where Uchiha Lingxiu is? Een furrowed his brow, for the news of their mission's failure had yet to reach Konoha. Logically, the Umbu would not dispatch reinforcements. Moreover, The first question posed by this group was not regarding the mission, but rather an urgent demand for Lingxiu, indicating their intentions were not aligned with the task in the land of the south. What is the matter? Yin retorted rather than answering immediately. During missions, the Umbu's special task forces do not wear masks, making them appear distinctly unlike Konoha's Umbu at this moment. Lord Yin, this is a special task issued by the higher-ups, and you do not possess the authority to inquire about it. Please respect the directives from above. The leader, seeing Yin question the matter, immediately invoked the upper echelons of Konoha in an attempt to suppress him. However, Lingxiu was not part of the special task force. Even if he were present, Yin would not surrender Lingxiu without understanding the situation. As Lingxiu's team leader, and having witnessed all that Lingxiu had done for the group, he had genuinely come to regard Lingxiu as a comrade in arms in life and death. The mission scroll, Yin stated coldly. After all, he was a high-ranking member of Konoha's Umbu, and under these circumstances, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Do you wish to peruse Lord Danzo's secret orders as well? Are you contemplating treachery against the village? As the leader's words fell, dozens of Umbu members at his side unsheathed their weapons, entering a state of readiness for battle. Captain, this situation feels amiss. We need not force the issue. Moreover, the spiritual practitioner is currently absent from the team, rendering our dialogue with the Umbu unnecessary. Nara Shinichi, sensing the precariousness of the situation, stepped forward and whispered in Yin's ear. Yin furrowed his brow, his right hand fidgeting near his ninja tool pouch. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, the spiritual practitioner became separated from us in the land of the south, and I am uncertain of his exact whereabouts now. A few Umbu members exchanged glances. Despite wearing various animal masks, they seemed to comprehend each other's intentions through their eyes. Why, Lord Yin, we apologize. It is not our intention to put you in a difficult position. However, this mission is of utmost importance, and aside from the relevant personnel, no one else can be privy to its details. If we have offended you, we humbly ask for your forgiveness. With that, the Umbu members bowed in unison to Yin, and in a flash, they moved away, heading toward the land of the south with all their members. Once the Umbu members were entirely out of sight, Kiki Shij furrowed his brow and asked, Leader Yin, what is going on? Yin stroked his chin and replied with a frown, They are not Umbu members. They belong to the root. Had I not shown deference just now, they would have surely taken action. The crowd gasped, their faces reflecting disbelief. This mission likely holds significant weight, possibly tied to the spiritual practitioner. We must hasten back to the village. I need to ascertain what has transpired. After contemplating, Yin determined that waiting for the spiritual practitioner while slowing their pace was not a viable strategy. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that not only had Orochimaru unexpectedly emerged from the land of the south, but also that the root faction from Konoha seemed to have ensnared the spiritual practitioner in considerable trouble. Chapter 79. Annihilation of the clan. End. In an instant, the spiritual practitioner materialized atop the towering walls of Konoha. Sensing several faint chakra signatures nearby, he held his breath, focusing intently as he cautiously slipped through a gap in Konoha's defenses. Having witnessed Konoha's border forces in his previous life through the anime, he was aware that they had failed to detect various invasions, be it from the Akatsuki or the Sand and Sound villages. Thus, from a certain perspective, Konoha's border defenses were rather mediocre. Leaping down from the parapet and making a swift turn, he arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory within the village. Having lived here for nearly a year and a half, he was intimately familiar with his surroundings. However, today, the spiritual practitioner sensed something amiss. Not only was there a faint metallic scent of blood in the air, but the pervasive darkness within the clan's territory was sufficient to indicate that something was undeniably wrong. Unlike the land of the south, Konoha is one of the 5 great nations in the world of Naruto, boasting technology and societal norms that far surpass those of the land of the south. In such an environment, the Uchiha clan's territory being shrouded in darkness heightened the unease within the spiritual practitioner. Could it be? He advanced cautiously, his heart tightly clenched with apprehension as he pushed open the gates of his clan's territory. The scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. It is worth noting that Lingxiu was no stranger to the horrors of battle, having fought on the battlefield of the Southern Kingdom. The sight of death and destruction was not unfamiliar to him. Yet now, upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of those clad in the attire of the Uchiha clan, his heart was inextricably tugged. It had truly happened. Why did it have to be today? Lingxiu's stupor lasted merely half a minute before he was jolted back to reality, as if awakening to a revelation, and he began to sprint desperately in a singular direction. Uncle Minghui, Aunt Shiyu. As he ran, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. It is often said that a man's tears are seldom shed, but only when he reaches the depths of sorrow. In this moment, the thought of certain possibilities struck Lingxiu, inevitably touching the most tender recesses of his heart. Initially, when he first traversed into this world, he had no desire to alter the narrative set forth in the original story. He merely wished for this world to evolve in a manner familiar to him. However, as time passed and his bond with the Uchiha family deepened, that desire to preserve the original path had been irrevocably erased from his mind. Even during his time in the Southern Kingdom, he had resolved that upon returning to Konoha, he would take Uchiha Minghui and Uchiha Shiyu away from this seemingly safe yet perilously dark place. Yet he had returned too late upon witnessing the scene before him. Lingxiu understood that he had indeed arrived too late. Along the streets, lifeless bodies lay motionless on the ground. Among them were clan members he recognized, alongside those he did not, but one truth remained clear to him. They were all members of the Uchiha clan. Blood and disarray were strewn everywhere, and the chilling aura that emanated from the very core of the scene enveloped Lingxiu entirely. When he arrived at Uchiha Minghui's home, standing before that familiar doorway, Lingxiu was utterly paralyzed. At that moment, the bodies of the root members had already been removed from the scene. Within Uchiha Minghui's home, only Uchiha Minghui lay sprawled on the floor, his death a gruesome sight, utterly still, gazing upon the hollow sockets where Minghui's eyes once were, and the multitude of wounds that marred his body. Lingxiu could no longer contain his sorrow, and he broke down into anguished tears. Prior to reaching Uchiha Minghui's abode, a flicker of hope had still lingered within him. Yet upon seeing Minghui's lifeless form, Lingxiu descended into complete despair. It was Uchiha Ibito. It was Itachi. It was Root. You all shall perish. All of you shall die. Lingxiu gritted his teeth, cradling Uchiha Minghui, and shouted in a low, fervent roar. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally managed to regain his composure. Gently laying Uchiha Minghui's body down, he bowed deeply 3 times before him. When he lifted his gaze, a resolute determination etched itself onto his face, a conviction unlike any he had ever known. Returning home with a heavy heart, Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing that the front door of his house had been opened. How could even my door be ajar? With a sense of bewilderment, Lingxiu stepped inside, only to be greeted by the sight of a familiar figure sprawled on the ground. Aunt Shiyu? Having already endured the profound sorrow brought about by Uchiha Minghui, Lingxiu did not succumb to the same emotional turmoil upon seeing Uchiha Shiyu. He hastily approached her, adjusting her body to a more dignified position, and after taking a deep breath filled with the metallic scent of blood, he bowed deeply 3 times before Uchiha Shiyu. Aunt Shiyu, I, Lingxiu, will surely avenge your grievances, without fail. After completing his bows, Lingxiu entered the room and began to gather what little belongings he had. He worked with remarkable speed, acutely aware that he did not know when Konoha might send someone to the Uchiha clan's territory. With a sense of impending danger, he swiftly completed his packing. As he emerged from the room and once again laid eyes on Uchiha Shiyu's lifeless body, a memory struck him, one from a time before departing Konoha for a mission in the land of the south, when Uchiha Minghui had privately confided in him, "If one day I were to perish, you must go to the phoenix tree in your yard. There is a hollow within it containing something I left for you. Lingxiu, you must remember that only after my death will that item appear in the hollow. Do not forget." At that moment, confronted with Uchiha Shiyu's corpse, Lingxiu recalled that conversation. Hesitantly, he made his way toward the still young phoenix tree in the yard. After a careful inspection, he discovered a modest hollow. Reaching inside, he indeed found a palm-sized box. Just as he was about to open it, loud cries erupted from outside. "Help! Someone come! A grave incident has befallen the Uchiha clan. Many lives have been lost. Help!" Lingxiu glanced at the box in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then placed it into his belongings. With a swift turn, he hastily departed from the Uchiha clan's territory. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan would consist solely of Sasuke, Itachi, Ibito, Lingxiu, and Madara. Chapter 80. Pursuit. The following day, Konoha's Central Patrol Unit and the Umbu took over the case of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. The bodies within the clan's territory were systematically loaded onto carts, following Danzo's original plan, to be sent to their designated locations. Naturally, the figure presiding over this grim affair was none other than Konoha's spokesperson, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although he did not directly participate in the Uchiha massacre, as Hokage, he was not only aware of the events but also tacitly approved Danzo's root operations. Thus, from a certain perspective, the shadow of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, loomed over the Uchiha massacre as well. Disregarding the chirping sounds from outside for the moment, it is noteworthy that apart from the intervention at the roots, The unfolding events have largely adhered to the original narrative. The actions of Lingxiu have been executed in a hushed manner, and thus, upon completing all, there remains no alteration to the events that were destined to transpire. At this juncture, Lingxiu has departed from Konoha. After a night of relentless running, he finds himself in an unfamiliar locale, devoid of maps or direction, blindly racing ahead. His demeanor resembles that of a startled creature, appearing utterly lost and helpless. Exhausted and spent of chakra, Lingxiu collapses to the ground, gasping for breath. He is acutely aware of the searing heat within him, accompanied by a faint ache in his heart. Lingxiu comprehends that all he has witnessed is indeed real, as if he has traversed into the world of Naruto, existing in its entirety. In this moment, he is bereft of kin, stripped of the emotions he once held dear. He remains uncertain of the path ahead, oblivious to his next destination. All he knows is that he needs a moment of stillness. In Konoha, at the roots, Danzo sits at his desk, a sinister smile gracing his face. Although aware that he harbors no malicious intent at present, his countenance inevitably invokes a sense of dread. On his desk lie 5 documents of varying sizes. Danzo remains silent, his smile unwavering, methodically perusing each document laid before him. Upon placing the final document down, he can no longer contain his emotions, erupting into boisterous laughter. Ha ha! Only in this manner can I firmly seize the power of the Uchiha clan within my grasp. And only thus can I better and more robustly protect my home, my Konoha. In this moment, Danzo's eyes blaze with fervor. Sasuke, Itachi, wait a moment. Once I have thoroughly unraveled the secrets of your Uchiha clan, I shall come to confront you properly. Danzo revels in his unchecked delight. A sudden knock at the office door disrupts him, causing his jovial expression to fade. Enter. Danzo's voice resonates darkly, and the door is pushed open. A figure, adorned with the distinctive mask of the roots, steps inside and respectfully kneels before Danzo, stating, Lord Danzo, the team led by Uchiha Lingxiu, currently on a mission in the land of the south, has just relayed their report. Danzo, upon hearing this, deduces that the news is likely unpleasant. According to the intelligence, Lingxiu appears to have vanished after his mission in the land of the south. Vanished? How could a living person simply disappear? Danzo furrows his brow, gently striking the table. The root member did not raise his head and continued to speak in a tone of utmost reverence, reporting to Lord Danzo, the intelligence has been relayed in written form. Thus we are currently unaware of the reasons behind Uchiha Lingxiu's disappearance. However, the team over there mentioned one detail. Prior to Uchiha Lingxiu's vanishing, he had an encounter with the S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Danzo's eyes narrowed as if he were reminiscing about the past. Given his age and experience, Orochimaru was, in essence, his junior, as Danzo belonged to the same era as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, in terms of combat prowess, Orochimaru likely surpassed him, which instilled a sense of foreboding within Danzo. Was Uchiha Lingxiu not eliminated by Orochimaru? After a considerable pause, Danzo finally inquired. The root member shook his head and replied, the intelligence did not specify the details, only stating that after that battle, Uchiha Lingxiu disappeared. Moreover, prior to his disappearance, he provided cover for the 4th Special Task Force's retreat, indicating that the confrontation between Uchiha Lingxiu and Orochimaru must have been prolonged. In light of this revelation, Danzo pondered before declaring, summon Yamanaka Inoichi for me. Understood, Lord Danzo. Before long, a figure adorned with an umbu mask entered. Lord Danzo, you summoned me? Indeed, Danzo nodded and proceeded. The matter at hand concerns Uchiha Lingxiu from the Uchiha clan. During a mission in the land of the south, he betrayed Konoha and defected. You are to lead 2 teams in pursuit of Uchiha Lingxiu, with no time constraints, until he is returned to Konoha. Yamanaka Inoichi paused momentarily before nodding emphatically and asked, Lord Danzo, should we bring back Uchiha Lingxiu alive, or is his fate indifferent? Without a moment's hesitation, Danzo replied, indifferent. I only require the sight of Uchiha Lingxiu's corpse. Understood, Yamanaka Inoichi responded nonchalantly, bowing respectfully to Danzo. Danzo then took up paper and pen, swiftly writing before handing a dossier to Yamanaka Inoichi. This contains the list of members I have assigned for this mission. Take it to the Umbu and have them prepare accordingly. As for the relevant information on Uchiha Lingxiu, you shall retrieve it directly from the root. Ensure that this information does not leak out. Understood? Yes, Lord Danzo. After Yamanaka Inoichi departed, Danzo finally settled back into his chair, his expression heavy with concern. A person capable of battling Orochimaru and escaping unscathed, one who awakened the Sharingan at the tender age of 6, and one who could effortlessly defeat elite J-Nin leading a team. If such an individual were to continue developing unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a significant obstacle to Konoha in the future. I, Danzo, must eradicate this source of unease without fail. Danzo cleared his throat lightly, and a smile involuntarily crept across his face as memories of the contents within those 5 scrolls surfaced in his mind. The Sharingan. Starting from today, I, Danzo, shall possess it as well. Chapter 81. Kaleidoscope. The events that transpired subsequently in Konoha remained a mystery to Lingxiu. At the very least, he currently found himself in a secluded, dilapidated abode far from the village, taking a brief respite to restore his chakra. After a moment of recuperation, Lingxiu's spirits had notably improved. With a fundamental reserve of chakra secured, he no longer needed to fret over his safety. Instinctively, he reached into his belongings in search of food, but after rummaging through his pack, he found nothing edible. Had I forgotten to bring provisions when I left? Lingxiu stared blankly at his luggage, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he slowly extracted a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. With a wry smile cast towards the desolate surroundings, he shook his head and ventured outside. Hunting was an endeavor Lingxiu had never attempted before. In both his past and present lives, he had never engaged in this seemingly intriguing activity. In fact, since arriving in this world, he had harbored a longing for the thrill of the hunt. Now, it appeared he could finally realize this long-held aspiration. The wilderness lay just beyond the dilapidated structure, suggesting that it had once been the home of a hunter. Due to Lingxiu's aimless wandering, he was oblivious to the direction of the nearest town. However, after securing a meal, he was determined to locate a settlement to replenish his supplies. After all, he would soon embark on a lengthy journey, and inadequate provisions would significantly hinder his endeavors. Hunting proved to be easier than anticipated. With a decisive display of strength, Lingxiu swiftly dispatched 2 rabbits. Upon returning to his shelter with the game, he set about constructing a makeshift grill, reminiscent of methods from his previous life. Though it appeared somewhat haphazard, it held firm once the fire was ignited. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasted rabbit wafted through the air. Despite the absence of seasoning, Lingxiu felt immense satisfaction merely from having something to eat in his current state of hunger. After finishing the slightly gamey rabbit, Lingxiu reclined contentedly for a moment. Gazing at the patched roof, he suddenly recalled an item his uncle, Uchiha Minghui, had entrusted to him before his departure from Konoha. What could it be? Curiosity piqued, Lingxiu retrieved the small box and placed it before him. How did my uncle foresee such a day? Why did he instruct me to seek this item in the hollow tree only upon his passing? What could it possibly contain? Lingxiu pondered these questions, momentarily lost in thought, before shaking his head to dispel the clutter of ideas. Resolutely, he extended his hand and slowly opened the box. As it unveiled its secrets, his eyes widened in anticipation. A pair of eyes, encased within a peculiar vial, emerged before Lingxiu, appearing as though drenched in blood. Above the pupils of these eyes lay the unmistakable pattern of a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, reminiscent of the memories etched in Lingxiu's mind. Uncle Lingxiu gazed at the eyes, rendered speechless, as the visage of Uchiha Minghui materialized in his thoughts. That elder's smile, that familiar concern, the guardian of his kin until the very end. In this moment, Lingxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. A solitary tear of blood cascading from the corner of his eye.as. Time gradually passed. Lingxiu's eyes unknowingly transitioned into the state of the 3-tomo Sharingan. With the passage of time, the 3-tomo began to spin of their own accord. Observing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan within the vial, Lingxiu's 3-tomo Sharingan spun ever faster, gradually aligning into a single line. And then, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Uncle, do you wish to convey that I shall become the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, possessing the mightiest ocular technique, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Did you bestow upon me these eyes to fulfill the legendary eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Uncle, why be so foolish? Why did you not flee yourself? Uncle, at this moment, Lingxiu found himself once again engulfed in the sorrow he had momentarily escaped. Those eyes contained an overwhelming depth, love, and sacrifices that he had never comprehended in his previous life. At this juncture, Lingxiu felt no joy at acquiring the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, nor any impulse to delve into its mysteries. All he desired was a quiet reminiscence of his departed kin. Rest in peace, uncle, and I, Uchiha Lingxiu, shall not disappoint you. The following day at dawn, with the sun rising anew, Lingxiu departed from the dilapidated shack. With his belongings in tow, he walked along the path, his expression one of cold indifference. Even then, Lingxiu had yet to don the kaleidoscopic Sharingan bestowed upon him by Uchiha Minghui, for he was still uncertain of how to perform the eye transplant for the eternal variant. In the recesses of his memory, The procedure seemed to be inscribed within the secret passages of the Uchiha clan's South He Shrine. Following this trajectory, it was inevitable that Lingxiu would return to Konoha in the not-too-distant future. However, by that time, his identity would no longer be that of a Konoha ninja. Having left Konoha and after 2 days of contemplation, Lingxiu had formulated a clearer direction for his future path. He had no means to venture to other ninja villages, and considering the influence of Konoha's roots, surviving in another village would likely prove challenging. Thus, he resolved to act discreetly. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to return to the southern country, a place he had previously visited. It lay at a considerable distance from Konoha and was but a small nation, making it unlikely to draw Konoha's attention. However, before journeying to the southern country, Lingxiu needed to visit 2 locations to seek out the 2 individuals he intended to recruit as his subordinates. One location marks the site of the first mission undertaken by Naruto and his comrades, where they encountered Zabuza and Haku. While Zabuza was clearly beyond the scope of consideration for Lingxiu, Haku was one of those Lingxiu wished to recruit as a subordinate. The other location in question is the Land of Earth. After much contemplation, Lingxiu ultimately resolved to enlist Deidara. This individual, with both tactical acumen and combat prowess, ranks among the elite in the world of Naruto. Given the current circumstances, seeking out other prodigious talents seemed almost futile. The individuals Lingxiu had previously envisioned, if not shielded by formidable protection, had either grown immensely powerful or vanished from reach. Thus, in the present context, Haku and Deidara emerged as Lingxiu's most viable options. However, at this very moment, Lingxiu needed to locate a town. After all, he found himself awkwardly wandering about, such as the agony of lacking a map. Chapter 82. South Route Town. In South Route Town, Lingxiu presently finds himself. It remains unclear which of the 5 great nations this place belongs to. But upon his arrival, Lingxiu sensed an overall dismal atmosphere. How shall I articulate this? It was reminiscent of Itachi's visit to the cat lady in the original story, chaotic and desolate. Were it not for the presence of several passers-by on the streets, Lingxiu might have doubted whether this was a ghost town. Lingxiu possessed only a meager amount of silver coins, barely sufficient to procure a few trifling items. Nonetheless, he felt content. After all, under the prevailing conditions and environment, acquiring a modicum of supplies was a welcome prospect. After meandering about, Lingxiu encountered little of value. Given that he was merely around 6 years of age, many people regarded him with indifference. With a resigned sigh, he ultimately resolved to replenish his food supplies, leaving other acquisitions for a larger town. Approaching a provisions shop, Lingxiu tossed his belongings onto the table and called out to the proprietor, "Good sir, may I request a week's worth of rations, please?" The shopkeeper approached Lingxiu, and upon witnessing him produce a stack of silver notes from his pack, his expression transformed from one of disdain to one of eager anticipation. "Do not inquire about what silver notes are. I, too, remain perplexed." In the original text, I observed Tsunade settling her bill with paper currency, yet when they referred to money, they spoke of silver as the unit. I am thoroughly confounded. "What kind of rations do you require?" the shopkeeper inquired, his eyes gleaming with avarice. At this moment, Lingxiu had stowed away his hidden village headband, rendering him merely a child in the eyes of outsiders. "The best variety you have, suitable for a middle-aged man, enough for a week." Lingxiu spoke with remarkable composure, yet in a moment of leisure, he discerned a shadowy figure lurking with ill intent. The figure vanished in an instant, slipping from Lingxiu's view. Could it merely be a figment of my imagination? Lingxiu felt a flicker of curiosity, yet deemed such matters unworthy of his concern. Given his formidable strength, he would undoubtedly rank among the B-class rogue ninjas in the list of Konoha. Such prowess is not to be underestimated in any village. The proprietor, having received his payment, turned to prepare provisions for Lingxiu. After a moment of tedious waiting, the proprietor approached, carrying the neatly packaged supplies. With a sly grin, he presented the provisions to Lingxiu, saying, "Greetings, here are the supplies you requested." Lingxiu, upon receiving the provisions, weighed them lightly and immediately discerned that the proprietor had indeed short-changed him. However, finding himself in unfamiliar territory, and with little inclination to concern himself with such trifles, he chose to overlook the proprietor's actions. Clutching his belongings, he exited the grain shop. Before long, a shifty-eyed scoundrel entered the establishment. "How much do you estimate he still has in his possession?" The proprietor pondered for a moment before hesitantly replying, "At least around 1,000 taels, I suppose. Moreover, I inadvertently shorted him a day's worth of rations, yet he made no complaint. He likely isn't a formidable character." "Ha! A mere child. Could he possibly be a threat?" scoffed the shifty-eyed man, before departing. Almost immediately, he called out, and 6 or 7 armed thugs emerged, trailing behind him. They were local ruffians, making their living through such nefarious dealings, and many residents kept their distance from them. As for why they did not immediately confront Lingxiu, the reason was quite simple. They had ample time on their hands, and given that this 6-year-old child was out purchasing supplies with a considerable sum of money, they maintained a sliver of caution. Their wariness stemmed from life experiences. While they had not suffered such losses in the past, their seasoned instincts allowed them to remain vigilant. As they followed, the group gradually relaxed their guard. Meanwhile, Lingxiu, strolling leisurely, confirmed their nefarious intentions. He chose not to confront them directly or pose any inquiries. He had no desire to resort to violence. As long as these miscreants refrained from provoking him, he was willing to grant them a chance to retreat. "Hey, you little brat, stop right there." At last, this voice pierced Lingxiu's ears, prompting him to halt his steps. Turning around, he regarded the gang of ruffians with an indifferent gaze. Stating coldly, "Are you addressing me?" The leader of the thugs deliberately glanced around, then burst into laughter, mockingly exclaiming, "Is there anyone else in this vicinity?" With a chilling smile, Lingxiu shook his head and replied, "You would do well to take your leave while my mood remains relatively amicable. Otherwise, you may find yourselves deprived of witnessing tonight's moon. You truly possess an audacious tongue, little brat." One of the older ruffians growled menacingly from within the group. As he spoke, he did not forget to wield the long knife in his hand, as if such an action instilled in him the confidence to utter these words. Lingxiu shook his head, having packed away his tool pouch and the Konoha forehead protector into his luggage. This was done not only to avoid trouble for himself, but also to conceal his identity. However, given the current situation, it was evident that this group of ruffians had no intention of letting him go. Continuing to converse would only lead them to believe he was afraid. Thus, under the watchful eyes of these thugs, Lingxiu slowly unfastened his luggage, placing it on the ground and gradually opening it. "Heh, big brother, this kid is scared and is willingly pulling out money." One of the ruffians laughed upon witnessing Lingxiu's actions. This laughter eased the tension among the others. In this world, where ninjutsu existed, even the youngest of individuals could possess formidable abilities. Among the crowd, perhaps only the leader remained devoid of a smile. For when Lingxiu spoke earlier, he seemed to sense a chilling murderous intent. Was this merely my illusion? At that moment, Lingxiu had already opened his luggage and retrieved his tool pouch, which he proceeded to strap onto his thigh in full view of the ruffians. When he once again met their gaze, the group of thugs appeared momentarily stunned. Among them, the only individual who had seen the world beyond, his voice trembling, remarked, "This kid is a ninja." Chapter 83. The Fujita brothers too. Lingxiu paid no heed to the astonishment and terror of the ruffians. He did not draw a kunai from his tool pouch. Instead, he walked forward, approaching the group of thugs, and stated, "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Are you certain you wish to continue opposing me?" The leader was about to respond, but was promptly restrained by one of his underlings. From Lingxiu's vantage point, he could clearly hear the underling's words. "Big brother, you know I came from the ninja village, so I have a certain sensitivity to chakra." "And then?" the leader inquired, furrowing his brow. "His chakra is immense. It is at least on par with a B-rank ninja from a typical village. If nothing unexpected occurs, this kid is at least of Seichnin level." Upon hearing this, everyone was left dumbfounded. His voice was not low. Not only did Lingxiu hear it, but also the several underlings beside the leader. In an instant, all seemed to envision the dire consequences of opposing Lingxiu, even contemplating the peril to their very lives. At that moment, a flicker of fear crept into their hearts. Lingxiu remained silent, coldly observing the crowd as he awaited their response. In truth, it did not seem that the group of ruffians engaged in much discussion. After no more than a minute, their heads began shaking like a rattled drum, and their previously brash demeanor vanished entirely. Most of these ruffians appeared to be under 20 years of age. Though the individuals among them had seldom encountered the grander aspects of life, they were nonetheless well-versed in the myriad legends surrounding ninjas. The gathering of ordinary folk stood before a seasoned Seichnin, destined to be subjected to an overwhelming defeat. They were, after all, individuals accustomed to the underbelly of society, and within such clear parameters, the possibility of error was utterly non-existent. Observing the obsequious demeanor of the ruffians and their grotesque visages, Lingxiu offered a cold, indifferent smile and declared, "If you do not wish to stand against me, then swiftly take your leave." With these words, Lingxiu turned, grasped his belongings, and proceeded directly towards the land of earth. Once Lingxiu departed, the remaining ruffians exchanged glances, ultimately scattering like frightened birds, leaving behind two youths, approximately 15 years of age. These boys were mere underlings within their gang, occupying a lowly status, and their earnings were among the most meager of the group. Having drifted to the small town of Nanlu due to the ravages of war, both had lost their families during the Third Ninja World War. As for the small ninja village they once called home, it had been annihilated by the Wind Country, one of the current 5 great nations. Although their time in Nanlu had been brief, their adaptability was commendable, as they managed to integrate into a local gang, a testament to their survival skills. As individuals emerging from a ninja village, their aspirations were naturally far beyond that of becoming mere thugs. Moreover, driven by deep-seated vendettas, their thirst for power was greater than that of the average person. Of course, having come from a small ninja village, they possessed some foundational knowledge of chakra, albeit limited due to the village's constraints. Thus, upon laying eyes on Lingxiu, an impulse to follow him ignited within them. Despite Lingxiu's youth, the immense chakra he exuded spoke volumes. How about it? I believe this is an opportunity. Fujita Jirong gazed earnestly at his younger brother. After a moment of contemplation, Fujita Jingsheng shook his head and replied, Brother, how can you be certain he is a rogue ninja? And how can you be sure he will take us along? I cannot ascertain that, Jingsheng, Fujita Jirong said, gently ruffling his brother's hair. But in our current state, we are hardly worthy of attention from even the smallest of ninja villages, let alone the 5 great nations. We bear the weight of our grudges. If we do not seize this opportunity, we may very well lead lives of insignificance. Whether he is a rogue ninja is uncertain and not worth debating. What we must pursue now is a chance, an opportunity for him to take us in and guide us. Fujita Jingsheng stared blankly at his brother. Having endured such harrowing experiences, he and his brother were no longer the naive boys they once were. Thus, when Fujita Jirong expressed his fervent desire to break free from all constraints, Jingsheng could distinctly sense the intensity of his brother's ambition. Since you have made your decision, what more can I say as your younger brother? Let us go. We shall catch up and see for ourselves. Fujita Kyosei remarked. Well then, let us proceed. Fujita Hisashi added. Moments later, Lingxiu had arrived at the forest to the left of Nanlu town. Upon reaching the woods, Lingxiu chose not to continue his journey, but instead found a clearing where he sat down to partake of his provisions, though not inquire why Lingxiu did not address his dining needs in Nanlu town. It is essential to understand that during his time in Nanlu town, he was followed by a throng of people, all of whom cast covetous glances at his belongings. In such an atmosphere, it would have been ludicrous for Lingxiu to express any desire for sustenance. Lingxiu was never one to be overly particular about food, as long as it could sate his hunger and did not result in food poisoning. He had no significant concerns. After a brief while, 2 figures emerged, running from the edge of the forest. With a mere glance, Lingxiu recognized them as 2 members of the ruffians he had encountered earlier. Holding his food, Lingxiu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the intentions of these 2 individuals who had followed him, while his other hand instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, grasping a shuriken. Before long, the 2 had dashed to Lingxiu's side. However, due to the distance they had covered, they were panting heavily and could hardly utter a word. Lingxiu refrained from taking immediate action. Instinct suggested that these 2 bore no ill will. Since there was no malice intended, there was no need for him to resort to violence. After a brief rest, Lingxiu resumed eating his provisions, awaiting their explanation. Fujita Hisashi and Fujita Kyosei exchanged glances. And finally, Fujita Kyosei nodded emphatically at Fujita Hisashi, prompting him to speak to Lingxiu. My lord, may I inquire if you are in need of servants? What? Lingxiu spat out a mouthful of food in astonishment. At that moment, remnants of his provisions clung to the corners of his mouth as he regarded the 2 brothers from the Fujita family with a look of incredulity. My lord, I am asking if you still require servants. My brother and I are both willing to serve you, Fujita Hisashi reiterated in a hushed tone, sensing Lingxiu's bewilderment. Standing beside Fujita Hisashi, Fujita Kyosei quickly added, My lord, my brother and I hail from Lion Village, and we can be considered the reserve forces of ninjas. If you would accept us, we would undoubtedly be of assistance to you. Be my servants? Lion Village? Reserve forces of ninjas? What on earth? At this moment, Lingxiu's expression remained one of utter confusion. Chapter 84. The reward reappears. Lingxiu rapidly analyzed this sudden turn of events in his mind, and soon enough, he grasped the purpose behind the approach of these 2 individuals. You are from Lion Village? Wasn't Lion Village destroyed by Sunagakure during the Third Shinobi World War? During his time at the Konoha Ninja Academy, Lingxiu had acquired a modicum of knowledge regarding this history, particularly concerning the village of Raijin, albeit only in fragments. Indeed, this was the case. Upon hearing Lingxiu articulate the origins of Raijin village, a look of despondency instantly crossed the faces of the Fujiwara brothers. So, why do you wish to serve as my subordinates? Lingxiu inquired. seemingly taken aback by their sudden proposition, given that they had only just met. Pausing for a moment, Lingxiu continued, setting aside my age, your mere acquaintance with me is insufficient to persuade me. What makes you think you can serve me? Being a modern individual, Lingxiu found it challenging to comprehend the brother's inner thoughts from a contemporary perspective. However, in this world rife with bloodshed, certain matters often require little contemplation. Many individuals express their intentions in a remarkably straightforward manner. What they think and what they do is often a direct reflection of their actions, devoid of unnecessary complexities. The Fujiwara brothers exchanged glances once more, and it was the elder brother, Fujiwara Hisashi, who stepped forward respectfully to address their leader, saying, "My lord, our intentions are quite simple." "Please, do continue," Lingxiu nodded in response. "As we previously mentioned, prior to departing from Raijin village, we were part of the reserve forces of ninjas, which means we possess a modicum of chakra. Just moments ago, I distinctly sensed the vast reservoir of chakra within you, my brother, and I seek a place where we can grow. Which is why we thought to serve you, my lord. We carry with us profound grievances. We are willing to do anything to avenge ourselves. Therefore, we implore you to accept us." Lingxiu fell silent, reflecting on his own circumstances at that moment. Annihilation of clans, destruction of villages. What an uncanny coincidence. Shaking his head, he suppressed any semblance of pity he might have felt, his expression suddenly turning cold as he spoke. "I am a ninja, not a do-gooder. You may have perceived that I do not belong to any particular ninja faction, which is why you dare to offer yourselves as my subordinates. However, since you harbor this ambition, I shall not completely extinguish your hopes. Thus, I present you with an opportunity. If you can reach the capital of the land of the south before my return, I shall accept you as my subordinates." Lingxiu was en route to the land of earth to seek out Deidara, uncertain of what events might unfold during his journey. Carrying two burdensome companions would undoubtedly impede his progress. Thus, with future considerations in mind, Lingxiu resolved to send these two individuals on their own journey to the land of the south. And truth, since his escape from Konoha, Lingxiu had harbored aspirations of establishing his own ninja village, and the very location he envisioned for this endeavor was the land of the south, where he had previously undertaken missions that, of course, Lingxiu possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to create this ninja village. Regardless of who the current daimyo of the southern nation may be, he is undoubtedly capable of establishing his own hidden village within its borders. With the remarkable skills he exhibited during his confrontation with Orochimaru, it is certain that the daimyo of the southern nation would never reject his goodwill. Naturally, to found a hidden village, one cannot do without ninjas, so when these two individuals expressed their desire to pledge allegiance, Lingxiu had no intention of refusing them. The southern nation? The Fujita brothers momentarily froze, their expressions one of utter bewilderment. Lingxiu cast a resigned glance at the two, then rose to his feet and said, "You may return to South Road Town to procure a map. As for the location of the southern nation, it will surely be marked on it." After tidying up his belongings, Lingxiu brushed off the dirt from his clothes and added, "I have extended the opportunity to you. Whether you seize it or not is entirely up to your own capabilities. Furthermore, I am an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, and should you choose to follow me, there is a high likelihood that you will be pursued by Konoha. Well, think it over before making your decision." With that, Lingxiu accelerated and vanished from the sight of the Fujita brothers in an instant. What? An S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, a shadow-level powerhouse. Traveling can be quite a tedious endeavor. In truth, Lingxiu's search for Deidara over the past few days had become rather aimless. However, during this journey, he had attempted to explore the abilities of his Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, for reasons unknown, the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan had eluded his consciousness. Time progressed to today, the fourth day since he had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. On this day, Lingxiu sought out a quiet place to rest. As he paused, he habitually activated his Manjiki Sharingan, preparing to continue his exploration of its capabilities. It is worth noting that while activating the Manjiki Sharingan does consume some ocular power, as long as one does not employ the techniques or related abilities contained within it, the consumption is nearly negligible. Upon opening his eyes, Lingxiu found his vision significantly clearer. Yet, apart from that, he experienced no other sensations. There were no feelings akin to Kamui, Izanagi, or Susanoo whatsoever. Was it not said that each Manjiki Sharingan possesses its own unique abilities? Why did his lack any such sensations? Could it be malfunctioning? Lingxiu wore a troubled expression, nearing the brink of despair over this matter. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the long-silent domination system. The system detected that the host had activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Due to the system's recent upgrades, The host's Meijiki Sharingan had not yet unlocked its exclusive ocular techniques. It also noted that the host had missed 3 lottery draws and 2 task completion rewards, which could be chosen for use at the host's discretion later on. Commencing a comprehensive examination of the host Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the system will subsequently relay relevant data regarding the host Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The host has successfully completed Main Quest 2, surviving the genocide orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi in the 55th year of Konoha. Quest accomplished. The host is awarded 50,000 system exchange points. The host has also completed a side quest by acquiring a new subordinate. Quest accomplished. The host is rewarded with 3,000 system exchange points. Due to a system glitch, the host retains 1 lottery opportunity, in addition to the chances accrued from a promotion and evading Orochimaru's pursuit, totaling 3 lottery opportunities, which the host will utilize shortly. The system will maintain the detection duration, approximately 1 minute. The host is kindly asked to await patiently. Chapter 85. Deidara. After an exhaustive minute of anticipation, Lingxiu once again heard the voice of the dominant system. This time, Lingxiu was filled with expectation. After all, this was the moment he would officially acquire the abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Truth be told, this had been the aspect he had eagerly awaited most during this period. However, the coveted revelation did not bring him joy, as the information imparted by the dominant system plunged Lingxiu into a state of bewilderment. Host, due to the detection of a unique characteristic of your Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the abilities of your Kaleidoscope Sharingan will be corrected and issued by the system in 2 days. At that time, you will formally unlock your Kaleidoscope Sharingan. As the system was unable to promptly issue your Kaleidoscope Sharingan abilities, a compensation of 10,000 system exchange points will be granted. We hope the host can understand. May I inquire, host, if you wish to proceed with a lottery or exchange items? You currently possess 3 lottery opportunities and 73,000 system exchange points. Lingxiu stood there, stunned into silence. Anyone passing by would surely be astonished to find this seemingly unassuming individual utterly frozen in place. What nonsense is this? Why can't I immediately obtain the abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? What do you mean a unique characteristic was detected? Yet, considering the compensation of 10,000 exchange points, I shall refrain from holding this against you. From an initial state of shock to a subsequent cunning demeanor, Lingxiu's expression was one of sheer incredulity. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed the dominant system. System, I would like to pose a question. Dominant system, please proceed. Lingxiu, the question is rather straightforward. May I wait until my abilities are revealed before engaging in the lottery and exchanges? After all, I am currently unaware of what my abilities entail. If I were to squander all my exchange points on unrelated items, I would be powerless to acquire abilities relevant to my Sharingan once I learn what they are. Dominant system, no problem. The timing for exchanges and lotteries can be determined by the host. Postponing these actions is entirely feasible. Spiritual cultivation. Well then, since that is the case, I shall postpone my exchange until next time. With that, Lingxiu bid farewell to the domination system and embarked on his journey once more. The reason Lingxiu refrains from making an exchange at this moment is to fully harness the potential of his ocular techniques to the greatest extent. While exchanging for various trivial items could indeed enhance his strength in the short term, a broader perspective suggests that it would be far more prudent to wait until he comprehends his ocular abilities before making any exchanges, as that would yield far greater value. Furthermore, with the inexplicable gift of 10,000 system exchange points from the system, Lingxiu's anticipation for his ocular techniques has ascended to an unparalleled level. It is worth noting that in 2 days, the revelation from the domination system will unveil the most unique ocular technique in existence, and for that, what harm is there in delaying the enhancement of his strength for a mere 2 days? In the land of Earth, vast in territory, as one of the 5 great nations in the world of Naruto, the land of Earth stands as a pinnacle of both economic might and military prowess. As Lingxiu traversed its lands, surrounded by towering rock formations, he felt a surge of emotions. Although his current objective was solely to locate the perverse Deidara, he remained open to the possibility of encountering other extraordinary entities along his journey, and would undoubtedly contemplate adding them to his collection. However, he had no interest in capturing tailed beasts, as these individuals primarily relied on their inner beasts for their strength. Without them, they were merely diminished shadows of their former selves. During the past few days in search of Deidara, Lingxiu had indeed stumbled upon the traces of various ninjas. Yet, most of these ninjas exhibited rather mediocre performances, lacking any noteworthy qualities to capture Lingxiu's attention. Upon arriving at a town within the land of Earth, Lingxiu momentarily halted his steps. After resting briefly within the town, he began to seek information regarding Deidara. To his surprise, this endeavor yielded results, revealing Deidara's whereabouts. According to the intel, Deidara was presently engaged in a ninja mission, the nature of which was naturally related to his explosive abilities. After all, as a demolitionist ninja, concealing such capabilities was no easy feat. However, it was imperative that I act swiftly, for at this juncture, the Akatsuki organization should have already set their sights on Deidara's abilities. If I were to arrive later than the Akatsuki in locating Deidara, it would indeed be a grave miscalculation. With this crucial understanding in mind, Lingxiu hastened towards the location specified in the intelligence. The journey was uneventful, and it was only upon reaching the mission site that Lingxiu allowed himself to relax. The designated explosive site mentioned in the intel had yet to encounter any issues, indicating that Deidara had not yet made his move. It is essential to recognize that ninja missions are not solely about aiding the righteous. Sometimes, as long as they benefit the ninja village, they may accept tasks related to nefarious organizations. Deidara, being an aficionado of such endeavors, typically undertook assignments connected to extremist groups. In the designated location, a pinnacle of power was discovered. The spiritual practitioner swiftly formed hand seals, and before long, the formidable chakra within him erupted with great intensity. Being of the elite ninja rank, this surge of chakra instantaneously enveloped an expanse of nearly 10 kilometers. With eyes tightly shut, the practitioner attuned himself to the fluctuations of chakra within the range of his own energy. His purpose in doing so was to identify the presence of Deidara in the shortest time possible. As a prodigy of the land of Earth, Deidara's chakra level at this moment was undoubtedly substantial. By employing his chakra sensing, he should be able to locate Deidara's form without delay. Furthermore, as long as his memory served him correctly, Deidara would inevitably be found. After all, in the original narrative, Deidara had only joined the Akatsuki after Itachi annihilated his Uchiha clan, and at that time, he had already been classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. Time trickled by, beads of sweat cascading down the practitioner's forehead. At this juncture, an immense chakra suddenly captured his attention. A confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he retracted his outward chakra and surged towards the location he had sensed. Surely, such a formidable chakra could only belong to Deidara. Finally, the first servant was within reach. Chapter 86. Deidara 2 in the Land of Earth. Deidara had been preparing to create a clay bomb that could rival the finest artistic masterpiece in his mind. However, just moments ago, he sensed a chakra that commanded his respect. At that instant, his hands, previously engaged in crafting the clay bomb, came to an abrupt halt. He lifted his gaze, hesitating, as an inexplicable feeling washed over him. Was that chakra directed at him? Could it be merely an illusion? Deidara murmured to himself, never mind. I shall first allow my artistic creation to be unveiled in all its perfection. Other matters can wait until I have reveled in the brilliance of my masterpiece. With this thought, Deidara cast aside his doubts, a sinister smile gracing his lips, and resumed his artistic endeavors and truth. While Deidara wavered, the practitioner had already approached him. Having spent time in the Umbu, and under the tutelage of the illustrious Lord Jin, the practitioner possessed a degree of expertise in stealth and tracking. At this moment, he chose to remain hidden in the shadows, observing Deidara closely. His understanding of Deidara stemmed solely from the original content of Naruto, and in this reality he knew nothing of the man before him. Thus, under such circumstances, their first encounter unfolded, one in light and the other in darkness. From a distance, the practitioner beheld Deidara's hands moving with remarkable speed. Amidst the blur of his motions, a colossal white clay bomb materialized before him. Deidara, having skillfully molded his clay masterpiece, cast a satisfied glance at his creation. A joyful smile graced his face before he swiftly took flight towards the horizon. Observing Deidara's actions, Lingxiu immediately comprehended that this individual intended to detonate a bomb. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his chakra and accelerated in pursuit of Deidara. Boom. 10 seconds later, a tremendous roar shattered the sky. A colossal white mushroom cloud materialized before Lingxiu's eyes. At this moment, Deidara had come to a halt, gazing at the explosion with a proud smile adorning his face. Truly, a masterpiece of art crafted by my own hands. What a perfect work of art it is! As the explosion continued to unfold, the surrounding populace, untouched by the bomb's blast, began to descend into utter chaos. The ensuing scenario was predictable, and at this instant, Deidara finally recognized Lingxiu's presence. Frowning, Deidara noted the astonishing chakra Lingxiu had exhibited while pursuing him. Through this chakra, Deidara discerned that the seemingly unremarkable individual before him was, in fact, the same person whose immense chakra had previously caused him trepidation. Who are you? Why are you chasing me? Deidara inquired cautiously, maintaining a safe distance between them. Being primarily a ranged combatant, his close-quarters abilities were not particularly formidable, Thus, he would not allow Lingxiu to approach until he understood the latter's true capabilities. The art of explosion is indeed exquisite. Greetings, I am Lingxiu, an aficionado of explosive artistry. Lingxiu offered a slight smile. Though merely 6 years old and perceived by others as a mere child, the words he spoke at that moment captivated Deidara profoundly. Catering to his interests was Lingxiu's current strategy, and it appeared that Deidara was quite receptive to this approach. You too believe that explosions are art? Deidara's eyes widened. In truth, since his birth, the notion that explosions are art had been a solitary belief held only by him. Now, the individual before him, who seemed quite formidable, shared the same sentiment. How could Deidara, a fervent admirer of explosions, not feel elated? Indeed, ever since I first witnessed an explosion, I have been deeply enchanted by this art form, and my presence before you now is a testament to our shared artistic philosophy. I believe you are the person whose will aligns most closely with mine in this world. Really, at that moment, Deidara resembled a child, devoid of ulterior motives. It seemed that in matters of explosive artistry, his intellect had diminished to naught. Deidara, I sense that this is not an opportune moment for a conversation, as I can feel a throng of individuals approaching our direction. Lingxiu had initially intended to continue his persuasion of Deidara, but the waves of chakra emanating from behind him indicated that it was not the best time to further engage this individual. Deidara, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and acknowledged the current situation. He flashed a smile at Lingxiu, then deftly formed a hand seal, summoning a magnificent white clay bird that materialized before him. Come aboard. Let us change our location and delve into the art of explosion, Deidara exclaimed, gesturing invitingly towards Lingxiu before leaping onto the back of the white clay bird. Lingxiu hesitated for a brief moment, but decisively joined Deidara on the magnificent creature. Thanks to the existence of the flying thunder god technique, Lingxiu harbored no fears of being unceremoniously discarded from the bird, leading to his demise. As soon as Lingxiu mounted, the white clay bird soared into the sky, its speed rivaling that of Lingxiu's utmost sprint. It was at this moment that Lingxiu fully comprehended the terrifying prowess of Deidara's clay ninjutsu. As the white bird ascended higher, the world below gradually diminished in size. The group of pursuers who had just caught up seemed to be standing on the ground, vociferously hurling insults. However, due to the altitude, Lingxiu could no longer discern their words. Once the white bird reached an appropriate elevation, Deidara turned to Lingxiu and inquired, I notice you are not wearing a forehead protector, and your chakra is quite remarkable. Are you perhaps a rogue ninja from some hidden village? Lingxiu paused, then retorted, What, do you harbor a negative impression of rogue ninjas? Deidara quickly shook his head, clarifying, Do not misunderstand. I hold no opinion on your identity, I merely wish to validate my assumptions. Lingxiu smiled, a hint of self-deprecation in his expression. There is nothing to hide. Before my departure, I was indeed a ninja of Konoha, but now, I am a free man. Konoha, you say? Deidara's eyes darted thoughtfully, seemingly pondering various questions. Lingxiu chose not to interrupt, and they remained in silence for a while. Deidara was not one to embrace silence, and such stillness left him feeling slightly uneasy. Meanwhile, Lingxiu aimed to persuade Deidara to join his cause, seizing any opportunity to engage him in conversation. However, during their flight, both appeared unusually reticent, for they each harbored ulterior motives. Lingxiu was uncertain how long they had flown when Deidara gradually descended the white clay bird. Upon landing, the bird dissipated into a cloud of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Yet, once back on solid ground, Deidara lost his previous innocence and gazed at Lingxiu with a somewhat complex expression. Having spent time soaring through the skies, Deidara had sensed something amiss about Lingxiu. However, he could not articulate this unease, which accounted for his silence while airborne. With a cold stare fixed upon Lingxiu, Deidara finally broke the silence. Speak. What brings you to the land of earth in search of me? After a brief pause, Deidara continued, Do not tell me this is all for the sake of explosive art, as a citizen of the land of fire. Your presence in my land of earth must surely harbor motives far more complex than you profess. Lingxiu blinked, and upon noticing that Deidara had voluntarily steered the conversation in this direction, he couldn't help but smile wryly. In truth, I am indeed an admirer of explosive art. However, in comparison, I have another matter that requires your involvement. Deidara displayed no sign of disdain, responding in a monotone, What is it? I am preparing to establish an organization dedicated to nurturing exceptional talents like yourself. Naturally, the founding of such an organization necessitates some esteemed members, and your abilities are precisely what I seek, Lingxiu elaborated, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. Establish an organization? Invite me as an esteemed member? Ha 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 ha. Are you jesting with me? Deidara erupted into boisterous laughter, as if he had just heard an exceedingly amusing joke. Lingxiu remained unfazed by Deidara's reaction, smiling gently as he gazed at him, his voice imbued with sincerity. When it comes to serious matters, I, Lingxiu, do not indulge in jest. You may not yet fully comprehend your current capabilities, particularly your understanding of explosions. I can provide you with invaluable assistance. I assure you, should you join my organization, your mastery of explosive art will ascend to unprecedented heights. Listening to Lingxiu's earnest words, Deidara gradually subdued his laughter. He took a moment to calm himself, analyzing everything Lingxiu had just conveyed with a level-headed approach. To be frank, Deidara had already become a rogue ninja from the hidden stone village, rendering his company and location inconsequential. Yet, all of this hinged upon one condition. It must not impede his pursuit of explosive art. Everything Lingxiu had proposed was something he could accept. In fact, from a certain perspective, he was quite willing to follow Lingxiu. However, as a self-proclaimed genius, Deidara was reluctant to be easily swayed by Lingxiu. With this in mind, Deidara addressed Lingxiu. While I may consider joining your organization, it is contingent upon one condition. You must first engage me in a battle. If you emerge victorious, I shall follow you. Upon hearing Deidara's response, Lingxiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The reason he had refrained from immediately employing the master-servant contract scroll was to preserve this invaluable opportunity. After all, in his previous life while watching Itachi's true legend, Uchiha Itachi had defeated Deidara with his unparalleled genjutsu and subsequently recruited him into the Akatsuki organization. When Lingxiu encountered Deidara, this particular narrative had crossed his mind. Thus, he abandoned the notion of using the master-servant contract scroll right away, opting instead to see if he could win over this somewhat dim-witted individual through dialogue and ability. It now seemed that his strategy had borne fruit, as Deidara had consented to join him. As for the thoughts of Deidara, they are rather straightforward. He simply wishes to engage in a duel with Lingxiu, eager to ascertain whether this individual possesses the capability to be his leader. Nothing more than that. Thus, two individuals, who were initially enjoying a pleasant conversation, now stand amidst a dense thicket, poised for an inexplicable confrontation. In the jungle, the two face each other. At this moment, Lingxiu appears relaxed, for he is well aware of Deidara's fundamental techniques. He believes that as long as he identifies a single misstep from Deidara, subduing him would not prove to be a troublesome endeavor. On the other hand, Deidara wears a foolish grin, seemingly anticipating the forthcoming battle with great enthusiasm. After a brief silence, Lingxiu breaks the tension, asking, "Hey, are you ready?" "Ready." Deidara nods in response, only to suddenly ponder a question, turning to Lingxiu and asking, "Hey Lingxiu, what if you were to be defeated by my artwork?" Lingxiu winks at Deidara and replies nonchalantly, "The very fact that I wish to recruit you into my organization signifies my confidence in being able to hold my own against you. If I were to perish in such a contest, it would suggest that my organization is unworthy of your membership, wouldn't it? So, I urge you to unleash your full power without any hesitation." Pausing for a moment, Lingxiu continues, "Of course, should I emerge victorious from this battle, you must unconditionally join my organization. This shall be our agreement before we commence. What do you say?" "Deal," Deidara chuckles, finding Lingxiu's temperament rather aligned with his own worldview. Thus, the battle commences. Lingxiu counts down. 3, 2, 1. Deidara strikes first, launching a series of clay bombs toward Lingxiu. "Heh, let's see what you're made of." Lingxiu refrains from hastily employing his genjutsu to incapacitate Deidara. He cherishes this rare opportunity for combat. He retrieves 3 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and sends them flying toward possible positions where Deidara might evade. To avoid arousing Deidara's suspicion, 2 of the shurikens are aimed directly at Deidara's current location. Deidara furrows his brow, for Lingxiu's attack seems uncharacteristic of a skilled fighter. With a swift movement, Deidara easily dodges the shurikens that Lingxiu has thrown. Simultaneously, he manages to evade the barrage of clay bombs he had unleashed earlier. "This won't do. I must gauge your true abilities. If I fall for your tricks, how would I, Deidara, maintain my reputation?" With this thought, Deidara adopts a serious demeanor, and his subsequent actions prompt Lingxiu to adopt a more solemn expression. Friend, Chapter 88, New Organization, Sky Canopy. "Lingxiu, do not underestimate me. I am about to get serious," Deidara bellows before launching his assault. Deidara's voice resonated. From the perspective of Lingxiu, it became abundantly clear that Deidara was skillfully crafting an enormous clay bomb, reminiscent of the exploding clay centipede he had previously utilized in the original narrative. Indeed, as Deidara completed his final gestures, a colossal white centipede materialized before Lingxiu's eyes. Through his chakra perception, Lingxiu could distinctly sense the astounding power contained within that white centipede. His current position, if he did not employ the Flying Thunder God technique, relying solely on chakra for defense would likely result in significant injury. Such an outcome was far from Lingxiu's desires. Thus, at the very instant the white centipede detonated, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from his original location. A blinding brilliance erupted within the forest. As the tremendous explosion engulfed numerous nearby trees and flora, a massive crater, approximately 20 meters in diameter, emerged where Lingxiu had once stood. The swirling black smoke hovering above was ample evidence of the destructive handiwork of that white centipede. Lingxiu, perched on a distant tree, swallowed hard, a sense of trepidation washing over him. While he had been aware of Daidara's formidable attack capabilities from the original work, witnessing it firsthand illuminated the extent of Daidara's prowess far beyond his initial estimations. When he had encountered Daidara, the latter had been engaged in a demolition mission, and Lingxiu had only glimpsed the final detonation, missing the entirety of the clay bomb's creation process. Yet, just moments ago, Daidara had managed to fabricate such a powerful explosive in an astonishingly brief period. At that moment, Daidara's stature in Lingxiu's mind ascended to new heights. Although this individual's defensive capabilities were not particularly robust, the might of his clay bomb far surpassed that of Lingxiu's most potent techniques by a factor of 10. Such a being was precisely the strength Lingxiu currently lacked. Lingxiu's gaze returned to Daidara, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination. This was the first instance in which Lingxiu felt a swell of pride in his sagacious decision. Eye in the distance, Daidara pondered, is this truly the end? He stared blankly at the vast crater, momentarily taken aback. Naturally, Daidara understood the potency of his bomb, leading him to believe that Lingxiu had been utterly obliterated. Sighing, a tinge of disappointment washed over Daidara, for he viewed Lingxiu as a kindred spirit, someone with whom he shared an affinity. The demise of such an intriguing individual felt like a lamentable loss. What am I dawdling for? After a brief moment of recovery, Lingxiu regained his composure, his resolve to capture Daidara's attention stronger than ever. The challenge itself already surpassed Daidara's level. As Lingxiu reappeared, he afforded Daidara no time to react, launching himself in a swift dash. Daidara, witnessing Lingxiu once more, was momentarily stunned, believing the latter to be dead-eye in that fleeting moment of distraction. Lingxiu closed the distance, positioning himself directly before Daidara. The Sharingan activated instantaneously, the three tomos spinning rapidly. Illusion. Night. In this fleeting moment, the blood-red tomo reflected in Daidara's eyes. Suddenly, a profound darkness enveloped his vision. Illusion. Night, having undergone a significant enhancement through spiritual cultivation, was now capable of independently generating a realm of illusion. Within this space, the practitioner could exploit the opponent's deepest fears, amplifying their psychological pressure, leading to restraints and chakra depletion. At this juncture, Daidara had already fallen victim to the illusion. For Daidara, whose immunity to illusions was nearly non-existent, such a level of technique was sufficient to leave him dumbfounded. Entrapped in the illusion, he was compelled to expend chakra desperately, striving to break free and escape. However, the practitioner had no intention of toying with Daidara. Upon ensnaring him in the illusion, they swiftly launched an attack that sent Daidara hurtling through the air. The illusion, night, was instantaneously dispelled, and Daidara felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, propelling him upward. The practitioner provided no time for Daidara to react. Chakra erupted within him, and he accelerated towards Daidara's position, brandishing a razor-sharp kunai against Daidara's throat. A triumphant smile graced the youthful face of the practitioner as they inquired, "So, did I meet your expectations?" Daidara stared vacantly at the practitioner, fixated on the lethal kunai at his neck. He could scarcely believe how effortlessly he had been subdued. After a brief moment of shock, he lowered his head, clearly despondent. "I had underestimated my opponent. I revealed too many vulnerabilities in our recent battle, and defeat was inevitable. Yet, there remained one thing I was curious about. How did you evade my secret technique? Explosive clay. Centipede?" The practitioner blinked and posed another question. "First, tell me, will you join my organization?" Daidara's face flushed as he fervently declared, "Though I, Daidara, am passionate about explosive artistry, my integrity is beyond reproach. I previously stated that should you defeat me, I would join your organization. I, Daidara, always uphold my word." The practitioner nodded, a gleeful smile illuminating their face. "Since you have agreed to join my organization, allow me to reveal my trump card." As the words left their lips, Daidara's eyes widened in astonishment. He witnessed the practitioner's figure gradually dissipating. "What is happening?" Deidara reached out to touch the spot where the practitioner had just stood, but his hand met only air. Bewildered, he glanced around, searching for any sign of the practitioner, i.e. invisibility, or perhaps a space-time ninjutsu. Deidara understood that the practitioner would not eliminate him, thus he felt no fear of the unknown. Just as Deidara was lost in confusion, the practitioner suddenly reappeared before him, a mere 6-year-old child, standing at approximately 1 meter tall. This diminutive presence completely humbled Deidara. The seasoned prodigy, it must be space-time ninjutsu. Lingxiu sat down with a smile and explained to Deidara, "Have you heard of Konoha's Flying Thunder God technique? That is what I just used." Flying Thunder God technique? Deidara furrowed his brow. As a ninja from a Wagakure, he was indeed familiar with this technique. Isn't this the ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage of Konoha? I recall that it seems he was the only one capable of using it. In response to Deidara's query, Lingxiu merely shook his head with a smile and calmly stated, "From this day forth, your memory will include another user of the Flying Thunder God technique, and that is I, Uchiha Lingxiu. I am pleased to welcome you aboard. Oh, by the way, my organization is called the Heavenly Canopy." Deidara gazed at Lingxiu, murmuring the name he had just heard. Heavenly Canopy? What kind of organization is that? At that moment, he perceived the child before him as shrouded in an aura of mystery. Chapter 89. The Wrath of Danzo. The Heavenly Canopy, as the name suggests, is a vast tapestry woven across the world, and of course, when Lingxiu chose this name, it was merely a spontaneous thought as for its true significance. He had yet to fully define it. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the Heavenly Canopy currently consists solely of Lingxiu and Deidara. Thus, from any perspective, this organization cannot be considered a legitimate entity. A proper organization, like Akatsuki, must possess its own independent intelligence network, connections for task engagements, relatively powerful members, and the ability to operate autonomously. Presently, the Heavenly Canopy comprises only Lingxiu and Deidara, lacking all other essential elements. Naturally, Lingxiu had no intention of discussing such matters with Deidara at this juncture. After all, the Heavenly Canopy was merely in its infancy. Persuading a laborer is still a laborer, he chuckled. Having witnessed Lingxiu's capabilities, Deidara had already come to accept him wholeheartedly. At least for the time being, he would harbor no other thoughts. This was paramount, as Lingxiu was keen to avoid wasting the opportunity to utilize the master-servant contract scroll. "Where are we headed now?" Deidara inquired, gazing at Lingxiu. "To the Land of Waves. I need to find another person." That moment, Lingxiu thought of Haku, the girl who was willing to sacrifice everything for Zabuza. Note: in the manga, Haku is depicted as a male, but in the anime, I perceive Haku as a female. Thus, I shall refer to her as such for my own ease of acceptance. Zabuza's initial offering to Haku was merely to provide her with a glimmer of hope for a life. Now, seeking Haku, she would likely have already left the hidden mist village with Zabuza. As long as Haku was with Zabuza, it meant Lingxiu could not persuade Deidara to recruit Haku, so he would likely need to employ the master-servant contract scroll in this instance. "The Land of Waves, you say?" Deidara's eyes darted thoughtfully, then he rose from the ground. "How many days will it take us to reach the Land of Waves?" Deidara inquired about spiritual cultivation. Although he had assisted numerous rebel organizations in executing demolition missions, he remained rather unfamiliar with a remote nation such as the Land of Waves. After a moment of contemplation, Lingxiu retrieved a map from his belongings, made a brief comparison, and then addressed Deidara, saying, "It will take approximately 5 days, assuming all goes smoothly. 5 days, you say?" Deidara paused momentarily and continued, "If that is indeed the case, please wait for me a moment. I need to return to attend to some matters." "Arranging for your affairs, are we?" Lingxiu teased. "One might say so," Deidara replied with a self-deprecating smile, offering no rebuttal. The two departed from the thicket, making their way towards Deidara's previous point of rest in the depths of Konoha. Danzo held the latest report, his eyes filled with incredulity. A living individual, a mere 6-year-old child, had embarked on a mission in the land of the south and subsequently vanished without a trace. "How shameful it is to admit that you are the strongest intelligence organization of Konoha," he exclaimed, casting the scroll of information onto the table with a loud thud. Below him, 3 ANBU members bowed their heads in silence. Many missions from the ANBU were indeed dispatched by Danzo himself. Thus, aside from the routes he controlled, the ANBU could also be maneuvered under his command. Concerning the intelligence plan targeting Uchiha Lingxiu, Danzo had refrained from deploying any of the root members. On one hand, he intended to relay the news of the pursuit of Uchiha Lingxiu to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the other hand, his plate was already full with recent assignments, leaving him no additional manpower to pursue a mere 6-year-old child aside from the special team he had dispatched for Lingxiu's capture. Danzo felt a dull ache in his head. Nearly a week had passed since the dispatch, and from the daily reports, it appeared as though Uchiha Lingxiu had vanished from the world entirely, with nary a whisper of his whereabouts. Lord Danzo. One thing can be confirmed. Uchiha Lingxiu is not dead. A voice broke through the silence. According to the intelligence we retrieved from the land of the south, Uchiha Lingxiu had managed to escape from Orochimaru. Furthermore, considering that Orochimaru returned to the land of the south in pursuit of Uchiha Lingxiu, it suggests that he did not succeed in eliminating him. Thus, from this intelligence, we can conclude that in terms of evasion and concealment, Uchiha Lingxiu is undoubtedly among the elite of Konoha. Danzo's piercing gaze bore down on the ANBU member who spoke, compelling him to lower his head. Danzo was acutely aware of the implications of this intelligence. As long as a member of the Uchiha clan remained in this world, his safety could not be guaranteed. Although Konoha publicly declared that the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's demise was a result of Itachi's sudden betrayal, the upper echelons of Konoha were well aware that they had all played a role in the massacre of the Uchiha clan. At the very least, in the decision-making process, no one had voiced any opposition. As the principal director and executor of this event, Shimura Danzo finds himself at the forefront. Should Uchiha Lingxiu manage to uncover any of the aforementioned information, he would be doomed to a life devoid of peace. In truth, Danzo has many adversaries, to the extent that one could liken the daily attempts on his life to a queue. However, his trepidation towards Uchiha Lingxiu stems from two primary reasons. Firstly, Uchiha Lingxiu is a member of the Uchiha clan, having awakened the formidable and otherworldly Sharingan. Secondly, due to Lingxiu's age and innate talent, at the tender age of merely 6, he has managed to elude the grasp of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, and vanish without a trace even under the scrutiny of Konoha Zanbu. Each of these factors sends a chill down Danzo's spine. I care not for other matters. Your team has but one objective, at all costs. Track down Uchiha Lingxiu's whereabouts. Should you fail in this pursuit, you need not concern yourselves with any other tasks. Upon concluding his statement, Danzo cast the intelligence scroll from the table to the floor, his hand clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of an arrogant leader. The three Umbu ninjas said nothing, bowing respectfully to Danzo before turning to leave, to the entrance. Just as the three Umbu were about to speak, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before them. Lord Yin, follow me. I have matters to discuss with you. Yin's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly addressed the three Umbu. The trio exchanged glances before trailing behind Yin to a secluded corner. Chapter 90. Lingxiu's kaleidoscope jutsu. A gentle breeze caressed the leaves, and with the sun's rays cascading down, everything appeared vibrant and full of life. Two figures darted through the thicket, their speed astonishing to behold. After 2 days of travel, both Lingxiu and Deidara bore varying degrees of grime, looking rather disheveled. Since departing from the land of Earth, Deidara had been regaling Lingxiu with tales of his past. Indeed, Lingxiu proved to be an attentive listener. At least during Deidara's ramblings, he maintained the heart of an audience. Through Deidara's discourse, Lingxiu began to grasp the latter's perspective on explosive artistry. Though this notion lacked maturity, everyone possesses their own understanding and dreams. Deidara was at least striving for his ideal, which endeared him to Lingxiu. Bounding from one towering tree to another, Lingxiu and Deidara's movements showed no signs of hesitation, as though they were intrinsically woven into the very fabric of the forest. Time trickled by, and as the sun ascended, its radiance intensified. The glaring sunlight compelled Lingxiu and Deidara to slow their pace. With 3 full days remaining until they reached the land of waves, there was no urgency in their journey. Let us take a moment to rest and have a bite to eat, Lingxiu called out to Deidara as he came to a halt. Very well, I too could use a break, Deidara replied. Deidara paused on a tree trunk before Lingxiu, offering him a brief smile before leaping to his side. The two sat atop the trunk, with Lingxiu retrieving 2 portions of provisions from his belongings. He handed one to Deidara and kept the other for himself as they munched on their rations accompanied by water. The scene exuded an unexpected harmony. At that very moment, a sudden wave of disturbance rippled through Lingxiu's mind, swiftly followed by the voice of the dominance system echoing within him. Host, please prepare to receive your Kaleidoscope Sharingan ocular technique. After 2 days, your Kaleidoscope Sharingan technique has been successfully generated. According to this system's estimation, you will require approximately 1 hour to assimilate the ocular technique. Please find a secure location to undergo this process. The provisions in Lingxiu's hand slipped from his grasp, his mouth agape in a state of bewilderment. What is the matter? Deidara, noticing Lingxiu's unusual demeanor, quickly supported him and inquired. Lingxiu, jolted by Deidara's voice, regained his composure. Swallowing hard, he addressed Deidara. Deidara, I may need to rest for about an hour. During this time, I might lapse into an unconscious state. Can you ensure my safety? Deidara, taken aback, nodded in perplexity. Of course, no problem. But why would you enter an unconscious state? Lingxiu shook his head, his expression darkening. These matters I can only disclose later. Right now, I am on the verge of slipping into that state. Then wait a moment. With that, Deidara embraced Lingxiu and leaped down from the towering tree trunk. Upon reaching the ground, Deidara's hands moved swiftly. He retrieved a portion of clay from his ninja tool pouch and, employing his remarkable ninjutsu, conjured a large white clay bird before them. Climb aboard. I will take you to the skies. Ensuring your safety, Deidara assisted Lingxiu onto the large clay bird he had created. Once Lingxiu was secure, Deidara steered the white clay bird upwards into the sky. Indeed, in this world devoid of airplanes, the heavens could be deemed a sanctuary. After all, individuals capable of flight like Deidara were few and far between, and within the land of Earth, Deidara's prowess guaranteed Lingxiu's safety without a doubt. As the azure sky drew nearer, Lingxiu felt a heaviness in his head. Soon after, he closed his eyes, plunging into the depths of his consciousness. Welcome, host, to the dominant system core. Due to the unique nature of this ocular technique, it is necessary to draw the host into the dominant system core. We shall now announce the kaleidoscope Sharingan technique acquired by the host. The left eye's kaleidoscope technique is inheritance, a capability adapted by the dominant system based on the host's original ocular techniques. The effects of this ocular technique can be inherited from all the ocular arts employed by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in the original work. Naturally, the utilization of this ocular art necessitates corresponding exchanges within the domination system. Only through the successful exchange of the kaleidoscopic ocular techniques can the host wield the inherited ocular abilities through their left eye. Moreover, each application of the ocular technique will solely account for the consumption of ocular power associated with the host's inherited abilities. The ocular technique in the host's right eye is the stasis space, an exclusive ocular art custom-tailored for the host by the domination system. The effect of this technique is to create a barrier with a diameter of 50 meters, within which all time comes to a standstill, allowing only the host to move freely. However, due to the immense demand for ocular power that stasis space entails, the duration of its use is limited to 10 seconds. Furthermore, following each application of the ocular technique, stasis space will enter a cooldown period lasting 3 years. Of course, the host may utilize the exchange mechanism of the domination system to redeem this cooldown time. The specific exchange price can be inquired directly within the domination system's exchange interface. As the spiritual practitioner resides within their own realm of consciousness, their mental acuity is remarkably heightened. Almost instantaneously upon the completion of the domination system's explanation, the practitioner posed their query. I have a general understanding of the inherited abilities. This means I can utilize techniques such as Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo, which have appeared in the original work. However, I still have some uncertainty regarding the stasis space ability. Can this ability be applied to all individuals? Regardless of their level of existence, will they be unequivocally affected by my ocular technique when I invoke stasis space? The practitioner's inquiry represents their foremost concern. Should they receive an affirmative response from the domination system, they would no longer have to contend with absolute peril in the face of any adversary. After all, stasis space is a lethal technique. Once employed, even for 10 seconds of immobility, not even Kagaya Otsutsuki would emerge unscathed. Chapter 91. Exchange of kaleidoscopic ocular techniques within the practitioner's sea of consciousness resides the domination system. In fact, it can be stated that all individuals will undoubtedly be affected by this ocular technique. After all, once stasis space is activated, all individuals within the barrier will be impacted. However, the higher the chakra level of the individual, the shorter the duration of their effect from stasis space. For certain tiers of existence, stasis space may not render them completely immobile but merely impede their speed and the utilization of their abilities. Of course, since stasis space is inherently a spatial ocular technique, its impact on ninjas endowed with spatial ninjutsu aptitude will be significantly mitigated. Concrete data can only be derived through practical combat assessments. The practitioner nodded, having grasped the full extent of the abilities of these two ocular techniques. The capability of stasis space can be likened to an invulnerable barrier. Within this barrier, all individuals will be subject to the influence of stasis space. The feeble individuals merely exist in a state of awaiting demise within the confines of space. Those with slightly greater abilities are hardly better off than those languishing in stagnation. As for the existence of Otsutsuki Kagaya, such a being is not something the spiritual cultivators would consider at present. The mere fact that she possesses space-time ninjutsu, coupled with her immense chakra reserves, renders her beyond the comparison of any spiritual practitioner. Furthermore, there remains a considerable span of time before Otsutsuki Kagaya reveals herself, allowing spiritual cultivators to disregard her concerns for now. Aside from the heavenly dance of the treasure wheel, I have now acquired another invincible skill. However, the cooldown period for this skill is exceedingly lengthy. Once employed, the next opportunity for its use will not arise until 3 years hence. By the way, wasn't the domination system just mentioning that there are items in the exchange list that can reduce the cooldown for stasis space? Moreover, the ocular technique, inheritance, in my left eye also requires an exchange for activation. With over 70,000 system exchange points at my disposal, it seems prudent to explore this further. Resolving to act upon this thought, the spiritual cultivator promptly accessed the exchange section within the domination system. The exchange interface remained unchanged, retaining its original format. Option 1. Upgrades for chakra and ocular techniques. Option 2. Ninjutsu and ocular technique exchanges. Option 3. Selection of side quests. Option 4. Activation of relic mode. Without a moment's hesitation, the spiritual cultivator selected option 2. Upon opening this option, 2 categories awaited the spiritual cultivator's perusal. Ocular techniques or ninjutsu? Naturally, I must examine the ocular techniques. Why would I bother with ninjutsu at this juncture? The spiritual cultivator rolled his eyes and then opened the ocular technique exchange section. Upon viewing, all related ocular techniques of the Sharingan were laid bare before him. Tsukuyami, exchange price, 50,000 exchange points. Category, Genjutsu. User, Uchiha Itachi, left eye, origin of name. One of the 3 noble children, the deity governing the control of the land of night, Tsukuyami no Mikoto, also known as Tsukiyomi. The Moonbow deity, a divinity of Japanese Shinto, a high-level genjutsu accessible to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, regarded as the most formidable form of mental assault. Amaterasu, exchange price, 50,000 exchange points. Category, ninjutsu. Users, Uchiha Itachi, right eye, Uchiha Sasuke, left eye, origin of name. The eldest among the 3 noble children, the central solar goddess in Japanese mythology, Amaterasu Amakami, the deity ruling the realm of the gods, Takamagara, revered as the ancestor of the Japanese imperial family and esteemed as the principal deity of Shinto. Amaterasu is the highest-level fire-release ninjutsu exclusive to Itachi and Sasuke, acclaimed as the most potent physical attack. Susanoo, exchange price, 10,000 exchange points. Due to this ocular technique being an inherent ability of all kaleidoscopic Sharingan, upon exchange, the host will gain the capability to utilize the abilities of Susanoo, the enduring manifestation of all kaleidoscopic techniques. Category, ninjutsu users, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Shursui, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Indra's source of name. The youngest of the 3 precious children, Kinosuke Kusano, also known as Susanoo, the deity governing the oceans. Due to his tempestuous nature, he is regarded as a god of destruction and later became the hero who vanquished the 8-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi in the state of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He possesses a 3rd ocular technique that can summon the fire demon Sake god. Madara's Susanoo wields 4 curved long swords capable of generating formidable sword energy. Shursui's Susanoo employs a spiral spear that can attack enemies at high speeds and launch thousands of chakra-infused projectiles. Itachi's Susanoo is equipped with the Totsuka sword and the Yata mirror, which possess sealing and rebounding abilities, respectively. Sasuke's Susanoo holds a spiritual bow, attacking with remarkable speed and utilizing various weapons conjured by the manifestation of Kagaya's power. Kakashi, Obito's Susanoo can employ space-time ninjutsu, with shuriken projecting a devastating effect. Manifestation of Kagaya, exchange price, 30,000 exchange points. Kamui, Kakashi, exchange price, 50,000 exchange points. Kamui, Uchiha Obito, exchange price, 50,000 exchange points. Otherworldly deity, exchange price, 50,000 exchange points. Otherworldly deity, radiance, exchange price, 50,000 exchange points. Izanagi, exchange price, 10,000 exchange points. Izanami, exchange price, 10,000 exchange points. Ninjutsu manipulation, exchange price, 10,000 exchange points. Transcription seal, exchange price, 10,000 exchange points. Gazing at the array of ocular techniques available for exchange, Lingxiu's mouth watered with anticipation. Although the prices listed were largely unattainable for him at present, the mere presence of these items hinted that acquiring them was merely a matter of time. Previously, Lingxiu had been preoccupied with various matters, neglecting side quests. Now that he had escaped from Konoha, he realized the necessity of undertaking numerous side missions to accumulate sufficient exchange points for these ocular techniques. Furthermore, he aimed to gather enough points to exchange for Izanagi before Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha unfolded. to safeguard himself from life-threatening dangers amidst the ensuing chaos. Why is there no cooldown exchange for time stasis? Lingxiu glanced around, noticing the absence of time stasis in the exchange options, prompting him to inquire with the system. Dominion system. The cooldown exchange for time stasis is located in option 1, where the exchange column for ocular technique enhancements and other items resides. Oh, I see. Lingxiu nodded, promptly opening option 1. Upon inspection, he felt his heart nearly seize. What the hell? The price for a cooldown exchange exceeds that of the ocular technique exchanges, Dominion system. What are you playing at? Lingxiu glared at the cooldown exchange for time stasis, priced at 80,000, and immediately erupted in expletives. The emotionless voice of the Dominion system responded, stating that the system's pricing is fair and transparent. If you find the prices objectionable, you are entirely free to forego the exchange. The system does not compel you to partake. Spiritual cultivation. Chapter 92. Surge of power. Lingxiu wore an expression of indignation, yet he realized he was no match for the dominant system. So he could only resentfully exclaim, "You are being overly oppressive." Very well, host. You may proceed with your exchange. The period of dormancy cannot be prolonged excessively. Should your slumber extend for too long, it will adversely affect your bodily mechanisms. Therefore, host, you must seize the moment and complete your exchanges swiftly, exiting from the core of the dominant system. Lingxiu nodded in agreement, as he too did not wish to squander time in this sorrowful place. After a moment of contemplation, considering his precarious situation, he dared not pursue an offensive route with the ocular technique he intended to exchange. It seemed that the Kamui of Uchiha Ibito was the most suitable choice for him at this juncture. With a deep breath, Lingxiu ultimately resolved to acquire this life-saving supreme ocular technique. System, assist me in exchanging for Uchiha Ibito's Kamui. Please hold on, host. Kamui has been successfully allocated to your Manjiki Sharingan. You may utilize it upon your awakening. Having deducted 50,000 system exchange points, the host now retains 23,000 points. 23,000. Lingxiu mused. Pondering his next steps, he decided against utilizing these exchange points for the time being. After all, ocular techniques typically commence at a cost of 50,000, and with such a meager amount, it would be more prudent to save for a more useful ocular technique than to exchange for Izanagi, which he currently had no need for. Having closed the exchange interface, the dominant system initiated a lottery interface. Due to Lingxiu's accumulation of 3 lottery chances, the system would grant him 3 prizes this time. As for the nature of the prizes, Lingxiu was uncertain. Generally, the rewards would be categorized into 12 options, from which 3 would be selected as the systems will spawn. The 3 prizes were revealed in succession. In order to avoid accusations of padding my word count, I shall refrain from detailing the prizes that were not obtained. Lingxiu secured 3 prizes in total. The first was an enhancement in physical techniques. Lingxiu remained unclear about the specifics of this effect, yet that was the first prize he drew. The second prize was the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, which could be considered the finest reward among the 3. With the second stage of this technique, Lingxiu would be capable of evading enemy attacks. The third prize was somewhat peculiar, appearing almost custom-tailored for Lingxiu. It indicated that the cooldown period for Tianwu Baoluan would be halved. This meant that in the future, the cooldown for employing Tianwu Baoluan would only be half a day. Overall, this lottery significantly bolstered Lingxiu's strength. Now, even if faced with a shadow-level powerhouse, he possessed ample confidence in his ability to safeguard himself. Not to mention, with Uchiha Ibito's Kamui space at his disposal, he found himself in an invincible position, system shutting down. Accompanied by a faint sound echoing in his mind, Lingxiu gradually awakened from his slumber. Feeling the brisk wind sweeping past him, he slowly opened his eyes with a sigh of relief. He reflected on the disconcerting sensation of being unable to control his own safety. However, all that was now behind him, and the feeling of regaining command over his body was truly delightful. You're awake. Upon hearing Lingxiu's exhalation, Deidara glanced back, and upon seeing Lingxiu's eyes open and smiling, Deidara couldn't help but smile in return. Lingxiu nodded, then earnestly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Deidara was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, we are comrades. Expressing gratitude seems a bit distant. Hee. Lingxiu chuckled lightly, then sat up, playfully delivering a light punch to Deidara's back as he teased. Well then, this shall be my last thank you. Deidara nodded, clearly pleased with the rapport they were establishing. By the way, what exactly happened to you? How did you suddenly fall into a state of unconsciousness? Was it a physical issue? Deidara inquired with concern. Lingxiu shook his head, casting his gaze towards the horizon as if searching for his next direction. There are some peculiar reasons regarding my body that occasionally lead me to lose consciousness. However, this state does not inflict any harm upon me, so there is no need for you to worry, Deidara Dato. Deidara appeared contemplative, seemingly skeptical of Lingxiu's explanation. Given your speed of flight, will we arrive in the land of waves sooner? Lingxiu suddenly asked. Deidara hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I calculated it just now. According to the map you provided, it seems we can arrive about a day earlier than if we traveled on the ground. Lingxiu rolled his eyes and inquired, in that case, how significant is the chakra consumption for this flight? Deidara perceived the implication in Lingxiu's words, his face flushing as he replied somewhat defensively, it seems manageable. Sighing dramatically, Lingxiu feigned exasperation, casting a look at Deidara that conveyed incredulity, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Deidara, blushing, felt a sense of astonishment at his own foolishness. However, since it was his own doing, he felt Lingxiu could just as well scold him. Thus, the two sat atop the great white clay bird, soaring swiftly through the sky in an effort to deepen their bond. Lingxiu began recounting tales from his time in Konoha, carefully selecting anecdotes designed to foster a closer relationship with Deidara. The most poignant of these stories was undoubtedly the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. It represented the fundamental reason for his escape from Konoha. Lingxiu's narrative quickly ensnared Deidara's attention. By the time Lingxiu concluded this segment, Deidara's eyes were glistening with emotion, reflecting a profound sense of empathy. Though Deidara is indeed a ninja and has taken the lives of many, these actions were merely a consequence of his missions. In ordinary circumstances, he is a normal human being, possessing all the emotions that come with humanity. Therefore, from an emotional standpoint, he can empathize with Lingxiu's pain and distress upon learning the truth. In this moment, Deidara finds himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lingxiu. However, he refrains from offering direct words of comfort, instead silently manipulating his white clay bird as they continue their flight towards the land of waves. In light of such circumstances, even if Lingxiu's mindset may appear somewhat extreme, Deidara can understand it. Moreover, Lingxiu has not exhibited any overtly radical behavior. On the contrary, after spending several days in his company, Deidara has found him to be quite agreeable, especially due to their shared passion for art. With this thought in mind, a knowing smile graces Deidara's face, for he eagerly anticipates the explosive artistry that Lingxiu will bring forth. Hoping for a profound elevation in their craft, Chapter 93. The Search for the Land of Waves. In pursuit of finding Momochi Zabuza and Haku, Lingxiu and Deidara descended into the outer jungles of the Land of Waves. Lingxiu was unclear about their current whereabouts, thus they had to start from scratch. After conveying this information to Deidara, he responded with a sense of exasperation. To arrive in the Land of Waves without any knowledge of the situation is quite a feat, and he cannot help but admire Lingxiu's determination. Who is this Haku you mentioned? Deidara dusted off his clothes and inquired. Lingxiu turned his neck slightly and replied while walking, he is an individual with the ice-release bloodline limit. Deidara quickened his pace to keep up, continuing to question, what do you seek from him? To recruit him. Just like you. Lingxiu replied with a mischievous grin, a hint of cunning in his words. Deidara rolled his eyes in disbelief, but his expression quickly shifted to concern as he furrowed his brows and said, it seems we have company following us. Yes, I'm aware, Lingxiu nodded, speaking softly, they are likely just common bandits. Deidara let out a cold laugh, reaching into his ninja tool pouch to retrieve some white clay. For bandits to dare provoke me, Deidara, I shall make them experience the art of explosions. Lingxiu shrugged nonchalantly, displaying an indifferent demeanor. To be frank, he held little regard for these petty nuisances. Having endured the massacre of the Uchiha, Lingxiu's heart had grown considerably colder since his arrival in this world. In situations like this, he would have previously intervened to prevent Deidara from indiscriminately slaying innocents. Yet now he felt no inclination to stop him. In Lingxiu's view, these bandits, having the audacity to target them, likely had a history of committing heinous acts. Thus, their demise held little value in terms of compassion. Lingxiu is not a bleeding heart. From the moment he traversed into this world, he never was. Yet, he is not a wholly malevolent individual either. Even after witnessing the tragedy of the Uchiha massacre, he has not descended into the madness of indiscriminate violence. One can only say that the current state of spiritual cultivation is markedly more detached and clear-headed than before one entered this world. I shall take my leave first. Once you have resolved your matters, do follow closely, Lingxiu remarked, shaking his head at Deidara. It will be resolved in a mere moment. Do you not wish to witness the artistry of my explosions? Deidara inquired, his expression one of surprise. Lingxiu shook his head, replying, There will be ample opportunities to observe your artistic displays in the future. For now, I must prioritize finding Bai. Time is of the essence and cannot be squandered. Indeed, Dedera concurred with a nod, then waved his hand towards Lingxiu, saying, "You may proceed. I shall catch up shortly." "Very well." Lingxiu nodded, and with a swift motion, he dashed forward, as Lingxiu accelerated. The hidden bandits in the forest could no longer contain themselves and leapt out, bellowing, "Hey, kid, don't run." A dozen bandits emerged, brandishing various weapons, appearing as menacing figures. Since Lingxiu and Dedera bore no markings of a ninja, the bandits mistakenly assumed they were mere passing villagers upon their arrival in the vicinity. Dedera, now merely 13 years of age, was perceived by the bandits as just another unruly child. With a flick of his hands, Dedera unleashed a barrage of small clay bombs that soared from his palms. In the fleeting moment the bandits were dumbfounded, Dedera brought his hands together, forming a seal, and with a sinister smile, softly commanded, "Explode!" Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted, and the bandits scarcely had time to react before meeting their demise at the hands of Dedera's explosive artistry. What a bore! Not a single capable opponent in sight. Dedera scoffed disdainfully at the blood-soaked ground, his expression one of contempt. "To think they dared to rob me. Truly, they sought their own demise." Shaking his head, Dedera turned away, neglecting any burial efforts, and channeled chakra into his legs, hastening his pursuit of Lingxiu. This was merely a minor interlude, yet it starkly illustrated the terrifying prowess Dedera now possessed. At this juncture, Lingxiu had arrived in a town within the Land of Waves. To obtain the intelligence he sought, Lingxiu needed to delve into the underground organizations here, seeking out tasks suitable for high-ranking ninjas. It is worth noting that Momochi Zabuza is renowned as an elite ninja, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Ordinary missions would hardly suffice for his needs. Thus, by exploring the black market for any high-difficulty tasks that might have been taken, Lingxiu could potentially locate Zabuza and Bai. However, where exactly is this black market? Lingxiu stood at the town's entrance, observing the bustling crowd, momentarily bewildered. After a brief spell, Dedera caught up to him. The bandits had been swiftly dispatched by Dedera, who had not even granted them the opportunity for dialogue. "How did you arrive so quickly?" Lingxiu was startled by the sudden appearance of Dedera. He had only just arrived here, and in less than a minute, Dedera had caught up with him. Such speed was indeed impressive. "They are merely a group of ordinary bandits. How long did you think it would take me?" Dedera scoffed. "The moment you left, those ruffians rushed out, and I had my little creations showcase the art of explosion for them. Unfortunately, they were unable to witness the final brilliance." Lingxiu was at a loss for words, rolling his eyes dramatically to by the way. "You have been a rogue ninja for a while. Do you know where the black market is typically located in towns?" Dedera looked at Lingxiu with incredulity, genuinely astonished. "Come on, you were a rogue ninja too. You can't possibly be unaware of this. How do you manage to survive?" Lingxiu sheepishly smiled, shrugging his shoulders. "I've only just become a rogue ninja. I haven't had the chance to visit the black market for missions yet." Dedera covered his head with one hand, shaking it with a look that suggested he was in deep trouble. "Goodness, just follow me." Lingxiu nodded and trailed behind Dedera as they entered the town of the Land of Waves. Before long, Dedera seemed quite familiar with the location of the black market. Within 10 minutes, they had located it in the town. At the entrance of the black market stood a burly man with a long scar across his face, casting a sidelong glance at the two with an expression of disdain. Dedera wasted no time, retrieving the headband of a Wagakure from his belongings and placing it atop his head. On Dedera's Wagakure headband, a brand new scratch stood out prominently. Chapter 94. A little lowly upon seeing Dedera produce the Wagakure headband, the previously dismissive expression of the guard at the black market transformed in this world. Being a ninja signified the utmost combat prowess. Even the lowest-ranked ninjas from ordinary villages were not individuals that an ordinary person could easily provoke. The guard looked at the boy before him, who appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, and the coldness in his demeanor vanished as he stepped aside, making way for Dedera. Dedera cast a triumphant glance at Lingxiu before striding confidently inside. Lingxiu attempted to follow closely behind but was halted by the guard. "What do you think you're doing, kid?" The guard's actions left Lingxiu momentarily stunned. It seemed that entering could not rely on connections. With a resigned smile, Lingxiu retrieved his own Konoha headband from his belongings. He gazed at the pristine headband. A multitude of memories flooded his mind. Images of Uchiha Minghui and Uchiha Shiyu, the third Hokage, and Captain In, along with every member of the Special Task Force, Team 4. Their every word and action, their Their smiles and movements played out vividly before his eyes. At that moment, Lingxiu stood frozen in place. The guard, upon seeing Lingxiu present the Konoha headband, was equally taken aback. The child from a Wagakure earlier was able to comprehend the significance of a ninja's exclusive forehead protector. However, the sight before him, a mere child, appearing to be only 5 or 6 years old, was astonishingly also a ninja hailing from the illustrious Konohagakure, which left him utterly perplexed. It is essential to clarify a point regarding the tasks available in the black market. These assignments are not exclusively reserved for rogue and renegade ninjas. In fact, anyone possessing a certain level of prowess and gaining the local black market's approval can participate in accepting missions. Naturally, it remains exceedingly challenging for an ordinary individual to meet these entrance criteria. Yet, once one possesses a ninja's distinctive forehead protector, such obstacles cease to exist. No organization would dare to offend a ninja, even if they were merely a renegade. What Lingxiu proceeded to do next left the gatekeeper in a state of utter disbelief. He retrieved a sharp kunai from the tool pouch strapped to his thigh and, right before the astonished gatekeeper, fiercely slashed it across the center of the Konoha forehead protector. Yes, he indeed made a cut. As a member of the black market, the gatekeeper understood precisely what that scar signified. He gazed incredulously at the child before him, astonished by such an unbelievable act. Ha! From this day forth, I shall also be a renegade ninja. Lingxiu scoffed coldly, as if mocking himself. With the forehead protector now donned upon his head, he lightly nudged the gatekeeper and strode into the mission hall of the black market. Outside, the gatekeeper remained frozen in astonishment, his expression lingering in shock for an extended period. What's taking so long? After a while, Deidara, noticing Lingxiu's entrance, inquired with a hint of confusion. Lingxiu shrugged and replied with a wry smile, "You came in too swiftly. I was held back by that gatekeeper." Deidara paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. At that moment, he also noticed the Konoha forehead protector adorning Lingxiu's head, the fresh scar more pronounced than the one on his own. "Did you just make that cut yourself?" Deidara pointed at the protector on Lingxiu's head. "Indeed," Lingxiu nodded and approached the front desk of the black market. The mission hall of the black market was essentially a modest residential room. Within the black market hall of the Land of Waves, there were only about 10 individuals present. Aside from those accepting missions, there were merely 2 dedicated staff members. The interior of the hall was quite simplistic. Excluding the staff, all others had no choice but to stand. The staff had the luxury of a stool, and in front of them was a table designated for posting mission notices. Lingxiu approached the staff member at the mission desk, offered a gentle smile, and, adopting an adorably innocent demeanor, addressed one of the workers. "Hello, big sister. May I please take a look at the recent mission postings?" "Are you here to accept a mission?" The staff member furrowed her brow, for she perceived Lingxiu's age to be far too young. Had it not been for the forehead protector atop his head, she would have suspected that the gatekeeper outside had fallen asleep. "Yes," Lingxiu nodded, feeling considerably less formidable in the presence of the young woman. At that moment, Deidara approached Lingxiu's side, casting an impatient glance at the girl who had issued the mission. "Hey, could you move a bit faster? We have some very important matters to attend to." "Oh, all right." The staff member, noticing Deidara's fierce demeanor, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Although Deidara had a delicate appearance, he was still 7 years older than Lingxiu, and with the forehead protector of a rogue ninja adorning his head, the staff member dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of disrespect. Deidara turned to Lingxiu, once again wearing a smug expression. Lingxiu was utterly speechless. What on earth was going on? It seemed that Deidara's shouting at the girl had somehow morphed into a display of pride. Wasn't it clear that the girl deserved careful consideration and kindness? Shaking his head, Lingxiu had no intention of engaging Deidara in a debate over this matter. From Deidara's expression, it was evident that any argument would be as futile as trying to serenade a cow. Perhaps in Deidara's mind, the beauty of an explosion reigned supreme. Before long, the girl retrieved 2 scrolls for the tasks, handing one to Deidara and the other to Lingxiu. Lingxiu unfurled the scroll, which clearly documented all the missions issued during this period, along with the timelines for accepting them. Naturally, in this black market, to maintain the confidentiality of those accepting and issuing tasks, the scroll did not reveal the identities involved. Thus, Lingxiu could only rely on his judgment of the task's difficulty to seek out the whereabouts of Momochi Zabuza and Haku. As Lingxiu and Deidara scrutinized the scroll, a young girl entered. She appeared to be just over 12 years old, the perfect age for a lowly. The girl looked around curiously before approaching Lingxiu and Deidara. Almost simultaneously, they noticed the little lowly beside them and turned with a wary gaze. Why are you looking at me so fiercely? I haven't stolen or robbed anything. There's no need for that sort of glare." Seeing that Lingxiu and Deidara remained unresponsive, the little girl continued unabashedly, "From the looks of you, it seems you're here to take on missions as well. How about it? Interested in teaming up with me? I'm quite formidable, you know." Chapter 95. The little lowly joins faced with the sudden appearance of this assertive little girl demanding to join their team. Lingxiu and Deidara exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. Lingxiu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Are you doubting my abilities?" The little girl placed her hands on her hips, adopting a mature demeanor as she proclaimed, "Let me tell you, in the land of waves, there's nothing that Matsui Yumi doesn't know. So for you to team up with me is a privilege, understand?" Originally intending to turn and leave, Lingxiu suddenly found himself intrigued by this little girl named Matsui Yumi, who claimed to be a know-it-all. Lingxiu and Deidara arrived at the land of waves with the intention of seeking out Momochi Zabuza and Haku. However, they found themselves utterly at a loss at that moment. A petite young girl suddenly leaped into their midst, proclaiming herself to be a know-it-all and insisting on joining their group. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon them just as they were about to doze off. Deidara shook his head, clearly bewildered. He glanced at Lingxiu, and upon noticing a similar expression of confusion on Lingxiu's face, he tugged at him and said, never mind, it's just a little girl. Let us not hold it against her." Lingxiu rolled his eyes, retorting, "What do you mean, just a little girl? Weren't you just bullying the staff sister earlier?" Breaking free from Deidara's grip, Lingxiu approached the young girl and, with a smile, inquired, "What are your abilities? Can you share your unique traits with me?" The girl, Matsui Yumi, was slightly taller than Lingxiu, necessitating that she look down at him as he stood before her. Rather than directly answering Lingxiu's question, Matsui Yumi fixated her gaze on the forehead protector adorning his brow and countered, "Are you a ninja from the village hidden in the leaves of the land of fire?" Lingxiu paused momentarily, then let out a wry laugh. "Heh, I used to be Dado. I see. I forgot that ninjas with scratched forehead protectors are all rogue ninjas." The little girl adorably stuck out her tongue before earnestly stating to Lingxiu, "As for my abilities, I'm not quite sure, since there are no ninja villages here in the land of waves, and no one has come to assess my rank. However, I do know my unique trait. I can sense all movements within a 50-meter radius around me. As long as I wish it, no one within that range can conceal themselves." The confidence in her voice was reminiscent of Lingxiu declaring he could easily defeat a low-ranking ninja. Is it a bloodline limit? Lingxiu mused quietly, though the question did not reach Matsui Yumi's ears. Shaking his head, he set that inquiry aside. What concerned Lingxiu most at present was the little girl's earlier mention of being a know-it-all in the land of waves. "Very well, I have one last question for you," Lingxiu stated. "Go ahead, ask." Matsui Yumi nodded. "Why have you come to the black market to take on missions? You are so young. Surely you don't need to toil for your family's livelihood?" Lingxiu gazed intently at Matsui Yumi, his eyes unwavering. In truth, Lingxiu posed this question to discern the true motivation behind this little girl seeking out combat missions. After all, he was currently in a state of evasion, and if anyone harbored ill intentions toward him, he needed to exercise caution. Although this young girl posed no substantial threat, she was still a living being, and having her follow him daily could become troublesome if she harbored any ulterior motives. Matsui Yumi opened her mouth, her eyes dimming slightly. She lowered her head and pondered for quite some time before shaking her head at Lingxiu, her expression tinged with bitterness as she said, "I do not wish to discuss this matter. If you find it unacceptable, then perhaps it is best to leave it be. I shall seek out others for a partnership." Having spoken, the little girl turned away without any intention of lingering. Lingxiu furrowed his brow. From the little girl's actions, it was evident that her intention in approaching him was merely to undertake a mission. Yet, why did her reaction to the inquiry about her reasons for embarking on this mission seem so pronounced? Could there be a deeper story behind it? Lingxiu, having read the original work, understood that within the realm of Naruto, every individual who casually ventured forth bore the weight of a harrowing life experience. Thus, if the little girl harbored such a narrative, he would not be surprised. After all, in this world, battles could erupt at any moment, and death was never far off. Take the bandits encountered upon entering the land of waves. For instance, they may have sought merely to rob, yet Deidara had obliterated them without hesitation. Such was the cruelty of this world. After a brief pause, Lingxiu called out to the little girl once more. "If possible, I would like to have a proper conversation with you. Of course, I shall refrain from posing questions akin to those I just asked." As he uttered these words, his sincerity was palpable. Beside him, Deidara remained utterly perplexed. "Why on earth would you want to recruit a stranger like her?" he exclaimed incredulously. Naturally, Deidara's question reached the little girl's ears. However, upon hearing that Lingxiu would not pursue further inquiries, she seemed to come alive again, bouncing joyfully to stand before Lingxiu and Deidara, as if to say, "You believe I will be of use, don't you?" Lingxiu smiled and nodded. Setting aside her potential knowledge of Bai's whereabouts, he found himself quite fond of her spirited nature. She was lively and cheerful, easily avoiding the depths of sorrow. It was only through interactions with such individuals that one could truly feel the positive energy that exists in this world. Indeed, in the original narrative, Naruto seemed to embody a similar essence. Clearing his throat, they exited the black market. Lingxiu, Deidara, and the exuberantly cheerful little girl walked together. Of course, the trio had not accepted any missions. Lingxiu had merely brought the little girl along to inquire about Bai's whereabouts. Deidara, on the other hand, had no interest in the tasks being offered here and regarded them with disdain. The three of them made their way to a snack shop, where Lingxiu casually ordered a few delicacies before engaging the little girl in an enthusiastic discussion regarding Bai. They conversed extensively, with Lingxiu initially avoiding direct mention of his intent to locate someone. After much subtle probing, he was reassured that the little girl was not merely boasting, before he finally returned to the main topic, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. The little girl blinked her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 96. Surrender. Lingxiu looked at the little girl with eager anticipation. "So, do you recall anything?" The young girl tilted her head slightly, her voice somewhat indistinct as she remarked, "Some time ago, while I was seeking a task in the black market, I indeed encountered rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. However, I am uncertain if they are the individuals you seek. Is that true?" Lingxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he turned to the young girl, saying, "In that case, guide me to them. If they are indeed the ones I am searching for, I shall reward you with the compensation for a B-rank mission. How does that sound?" The young girl pondered for a moment. Lingxiu's request did not seem overly burdensome. Moreover, the prospect of simply locating someone in exchange for a B-rank reward, without any deductions from the black market, was an opportunity too good to pass up. "No problem," she replied, nodding emphatically. After a brief consideration, she added, "I roughly recall the location where they were executing their task. Let us go. We must act swiftly." Observing the young girl's eagerness surpassing his own, Lingxiu felt a sense of reassurance. The sooner he found Bai, the sooner he could journey to the land of the south, with Bai and Deidara as his foundation. Coupled with the ninjas and warriors native to the land of the south, Lingxiu believed that establishing the organization known as Tianmu would not be an insurmountable challenge. Without further hesitation, Lingxiu urged the visibly impatient Deidara to follow the young girl's lead. The trio sped through the streets, swiftly exiting the town of the Land of Waves in Konoha. The weather was splendid, with the crispness of autumn in the air, making it an ideal day for sightseeing and socializing. At that moment, Konoha remained unchanged, just as it always had been. There were still 6 years until the village would suffer its grievous blow. During this time, Konoha continued to assert itself as the most formidable of the 5 great ninja villages. Ian acquired the information he sought from several intercepted Umbu members, yet with each revelation, he felt a growing sense of helplessness. If Lingxiu's predicament were merely a personal vendetta by Danzo, there might still be an opportunity for him, as a senior member of the Umbu, to advocate for Lingxiu. However, the intelligence gathered over the past few days suggested that Lingxiu's situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. It resembled an immense net, ensnaring all that pertained to the Uchiha clan. From Yin's perspective, it seemed increasingly likely that Uchiha Lingxiu would never return to Konoha. Despite this, Yin did not completely relinquish hope. Gazing at the towering Umbu headquarters ahead, he resolved to confront Danzo directly. After all, Lingxiu was his subordinate. As the team leader, Yin felt compelled to make an attempt. Upon entering the Umbu, he was greeted by members who bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Yin occasionally nodded in response, but came to a halt only at the door of Danzo's office. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his thoughts before pushing open the door to Danzo's office and stepping inside. Within the office, Danzo was as ever engrossed in his files, seemingly perpetually burdened with an unending array of tasks. Upon hearing the door open, he lifted his gaze to the entering Yin and, furrowing his brow, inquired, "I do not recall summoning you to seek me out. It was I who took the initiative to seek you out." Yin closed the door behind him, leaning against it as he gazed at Danzo, and spoke slowly, "Heh." Danzo chuckled softly and replied, "I thought that after investigating the Uchiha incident, you would abandon the pursuit of discussing such inconsequential topics with me." Yin regarded Danzo and said, "I shall not relent until I have thoroughly clarified certain matters." After a brief pause, he continued, "Having spent nearly a decade in the Umbu, you are well aware of my disposition, Danzo. So, what now?" Danzo sneered, dropping the documents he had been holding. Unfazed by Danzo's chill, Yin calmly asserted, Thus, you must provide me with a satisfactory answer today. Oh, Danzo elongated his voice, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Since the Uchiha massacre, the bandages adorning Danzo had multiplied, as one of the leaders of the Umbu. His affairs were beyond reproach, rendering his peculiarities mere alterations of appearance in the eyes of others. Approaching the desk, Danzo did not address Ian but began sifting through papers on his own. Ian refrained from interrupting, for he had worked alongside Danzo long enough to understand that this was his way of unearthing what Ian sought to know. Before long, Danzo returned with 3 documents, each emblazoned with a conspicuous secret stamp. He tossed the trio onto the desk and casually seated himself. Take a look for yourself. As senior member of the Umbu, you should inherently possess knowledge of certain matters. With that, Danzo gently pushed the documents forward. After a moment's hesitation, Ian approached, cast a glance at Danzo, and then picked up the 3 files to begin his examination. Time passed steadily, with Danzo remaining silent and Ian equally so, both enveloped in an expectant hush as they awaited the forthcoming revelations. Upon finishing the documents, Yin's expression darkened considerably. The first file contained relatively benign content, primarily outlining the general circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan's demise. Of course, any mention of the Root's involvement would never appear in the material Ian perused. The second document pertained to Uchiha Lingxiu, detailing several ninjutsu employed by him, with 2 particularly noteworthy techniques, the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique. The significance of these 2 jutsu is profound. One is a forbidden technique of Konoha, while the other belongs exclusively to the 2nd and 4th Hokage. The fact that Uchiha Lingxiu learned these techniques without any known channels raises intriguing questions. The Shadow Clone technique, while noteworthy, is not entirely unexpected, as many high-ranking shinobi within the Uchiha clan are capable of wielding it. Thus, Lingxiu's proficiency in it would not attract undue attention, in the original narrative. Uchiha Itachi, at the tender age of 6, passed his graduation examination by utilizing the Shadow Clone technique. However, the implications of the Flying Thunder God technique are altogether different. This technique is indeed the core ninjutsu of Konoha, classified as an S-rank jutsu, and yet it has been mastered by a mere child of the Uchiha clan. If one were to assert that Uchiha Lingxiu had not engaged in any actions that contravene the laws of Konoha, few would find such a claim credible. As for the third dossier, it is rather heart-wrenching. It meticulously documents the Uchiha clan's conspiracy to rebel, encompassing extensive records of the procurement of numerous ninja tools and related matters. Chapter 97. Momochi Zabuza. Ian understood that upon reviewing these documents, his position as a high-ranking member of Konoha precluded him from assisting Lingxiu any further. After all, he belongs to Konoha. Irrespective of who may be right or wrong in the end, he must align himself with the village. This is politics, a necessity. Ian set the dossier down and exhaled deeply. Why not disseminate the dossier revealing the Uchiha's intentions to rebel? Doing so might not provoke such a significant reaction from the outside world. Danzo shook his head, organizing the 3 documents before returning them to their original place. The situation is not as simple as you envision. The strategy concerning the Uchiha clan was the result of thorough deliberations among Konoha's senior officials. You need only to understand what your next steps should be. As for other matters, please refrain from wasting your precious time. Danzo resumed his seat, appearing completely at ease. Ian could not be considered one of Danzo's subordinates, and thus, Danzo did not adopt a commanding tone with him. Ian was momentarily taken aback, wishing to advocate for Lingxiu further, but the words lingered on his tongue before he ultimately swallowed them. I understand, it is good that you comprehend. The greater picture must always take precedence. Would you not agree? Danzo squinted, sensing something amiss. Ian exited Danzo's office, his demeanor somewhat despondent. The reason he refrained from further defending Lingxiu was that, after perusing these documents, he had come to the stark realization that Lingxiu could never return to Konoha. Regarding the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, although Ian did not find evidence of Konoha's involvement in the documents he had just reviewed, as a senior member of Konoha, he naturally grasped the implications of Danzo's earlier remarks. There was no need for further contemplation. Konoha itself was complicit in the Uchiha's extermination. However, this issue was not the crux of the matter. The focus lay upon Lingxiu. What if he were to discover that his kin had been betrayed by Konoha? How would he respond? At merely 6 years of age, he already possessed the capacity to contend with Orochimaru without succumbing. As time progressed and he matured, he would undoubtedly become far more formidable. When he ultimately learns the truth of his clan's demise, what outrageous actions might he undertake, and how would Konoha react? Thus, for Konoha, the present moment is the most opportune time to eradicate the root of the problem, and Lingxiu is destined to become the sacrificial pawn in this unfolding tragedy. Ian sighed. Given the circumstances, he felt devoid of the fervor to continue. As for the Special Task Force, Group 4, he would attribute Lingxiu's illicit acquisition of forbidden techniques as a pretext to deflect scrutiny. With matters reaching a conclusion, from this day forth, Yin would have no subordinate named Lingxiu. Land of Waves, the threshold of a dwelling on the outskirts of the town. The three spiritual practitioners halted their steps, while the petite girl glanced around before affirmatively nodding towards them. This must surely be the designated location, as indicated by the task assigned to them. A silent exchange of glances occurred between the spiritual practitioner and Didera, prompting both to swiftly adopt a combat stance. The young girl was evidently no novice. Upon witnessing their demeanor, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. "What are you planning to do?" she inquired. "You can take a rest for now. We shall have a proper discussion once we have completed our task." The spiritual practitioner replied with a grin, drawing forth a kunai, which he gripped tightly in his hand. At that moment, a melodious voice emerged before him. Clad in an exquisite pink kimono, she appeared ethereal and refined. Though still youthful, she exuded an aura that was both adorable and gentle. In her hands, she carried a small basket filled with vegetables and fruits. As she noticed Didera and the spiritual practitioner, their gazes met, albeit only for a fleeting second before she initiated an attack. As a ninja, the perception of murderous intent was instinctual. While the spiritual practitioner may have lacked such an aura, Didera's presence radiated a palpable sense of danger. Furthermore, as one of the ninja villages most ravaged by conflict, the former Umbu member, Bai, reacted instantaneously. With a swift motion, Bai produced iron needles from an unknown source, launching them towards the vital points of the spiritual practitioner and his companions. Didera evaded the assault with a nimble sidestep, while the spiritual practitioner retreated, positioning himself protectively in front of the young girl, Matsui Yumi, and successfully deflecting several of the incoming needles. Without pausing after her initial onslaught, Bai dashed towards the building. Observing her retreat, Didera promptly retrieved clay from his ninja tool pouch, resolutely preparing to craft explosive clay bombs. "Stop!" the spiritual practitioner exclaimed, seeing Didera's artistic intent take form. "What now?" Didera frowned, his irritation evident. He particularly despised such indecisiveness amidst battle. "I want that person alive. Take Yumi to the sky first, and leave the capturing to me," the spiritual practitioner urged, giving Matsui Yumi a gentle push before charging into the building with his kunai in hand. Didera paused momentarily, then comprehended the true purpose of their journey to the Land of Waves. After ensuring Matsui Yumi's safety in the sky, he muttered, "What makes Bai so special? I don't feel anything unusual." Perched atop the white clay bird, Matsui Yumi appeared bewildered. Though she had experienced combat before, she had never encountered such a sudden and intense skirmish. Furthermore, from the earlier exchange between the spiritual practitioner and Didera, she realized her previous assumptions had been misguided. Their target was indeed the girl who had just attacked, and their intent was to capture her alive. The young girl sat in a daze atop the white clay bird, while Didera had no time to spare for this girl he held no fondness for. Gazing downward, Didera's hands deftly molded the clay, ever prepared to assist Lingxiu. Inside the dwelling, Lingxiu pursued relentlessly until he arrived at a room at the end, where he finally beheld Bai, adorned in a pink kimono, and Momochi Zabuza, clad in his combat attire. "Who are you?" Upon entering the chamber, Lingxiu steadied himself, and Zabuza's voice resonated. When Bai first arrived, he had assumed it was the rogue ninja assassination squad from the village hidden in the mist that had come for him. However, upon seeing Lingxiu, particularly the rogue ninja headband on his forehead, he realized the situation was not as he had initially surmised. Lingxiu straightened his posture, took a moment to compose himself, and then spoke with a smile. "I hail from Tianmu, an underground organization. My purpose here is quite simple. I wish to extend an invitation to you both to join Tianmu." Tianmu. Both Bai and Zabuza simultaneously echoed the name. Chapter 98. Confrontation with Bai. Lingxiu was keen to observe Zabuza's and Bai's reactions, but at that moment, Zabuza let out a scoff, retorting, "What a joke. What the hell is this Tianmu? I've never even heard of it. To think that you would want Zabuza the Great to join some obscure little organization is utterly impossible." Lingxiu's expression darkened, his spirits plummeting instantly. "Very well, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Otherwise, I shall make you a ghost beneath my blade." As he spoke, Zabuza brandished his massive executioner's sword, exuding a self-important bravado that irked Lingxiu immensely. "And you, Bai?" After posing the question, Lingxiu felt it was a futile inquiry. In the original narrative, Naruto's verbal prowess was undeniably formidable. Yet, despite such formidable banter, Bai remained steadfastly by Zabuza's side, unwavering in her loyalty. Consequently, after asking the question, Lingxiu rolled his eyes, scornful of his own ignorance. Sure enough, as Lingxiu began to process the situation, Bai provided her response. I will not join. Lingxiu shook his head, a look of resignation upon his face. If that is the case, then I shall have no choice but to subdue you by force. As for your potential membership in Tianmu, we shall discuss it later. With that, he raised the kunai in his hand, adopting a stance ready for combat. Zabuza regarded Lingxiu with palpable disdain. Setting aside Lingxiu's strength, in terms of age alone, Zabuza was poised to crush this mere child before him. Bai, I leave it to you. Zabuza crossed his arms, standing silently as he spoke to Bai, who wore the pink kimono. Bai nodded, stepping forward 2 paces to position herself opposite Lingxiu. Are you certain you do not wish to engage together? Must you come at me one by one? Lingxiu paused, then chuckled. Zabuza let out a derisive laugh. Ha! You think a little brat like you warrants my personal involvement? Bai, what are you waiting for? Attack? Understood. Bai produced 3 iron needles from seemingly nowhere and, without a hint of hesitation under Lingxiu's watchful gaze, lunged directly at him. A smile curled at the corner of Lingxiu's mouth. In the contest against Bai, Lingxiu had no intention of directly employing advanced ninjutsu to swiftly eliminate her. Moreover, Lingxiu had recently drawn a technique to enhance her taijutsu, so when she saw only Bai charging towards her, a playful spirit ignited within her. With a flick of her wrist, she raised the kunai, and chakra surged through her body. A pale blue chakra enveloped the kunai in her hand, and at a visibly rapid pace, the 2 combatants collided. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the silhouettes of Lingxiu and Bai darted about. With each of Bai's assaults, Lingxiu had already prepared her defensive stance. It was evident that her taijutsu had indeed improved significantly. Without even activating her Sharingan, she could clearly perceive Bai's movements, indicating that her eyesight had at least ascended to a higher level. After a series of defensive maneuvers, Lingxiu transitioned from defense to offense, beginning to test the strength of her taijutsu. As Lingxiu's offensive momentum intensified, Bai's countermeasures appeared increasingly frantic. Zabuza, observing from the sidelines, took in the entire scene. However, he refrained from intervening, for he understood that Bai was merely at the beginning of her potential. Just as Zabuza had surmised, everything unfolding was only the inception for Bai. Utilizing 3 iron needles to repel Lingxiu and maintain a certain distance, Bai began to weave hand seals. Ice release secret technique. 1,000 killing water needles. In an instant, countless water droplets materialized before Bai, and upon her utterance of 1,000 killing water needles, these droplets transformed into a barrage of water needles, hurtling towards Lingxiu. The water needles rained down like a deluge. Had Lingxiu not possessed a life-saving technique, she would likely have felt a chill run down her spine at the sight before her. Lingxiu swiftly formed hand seals, and the fire element manifested before her. Fire release. Fire shield. A massive wall of flames appeared directly in front of Lingxiu, approximately 2 meters in diameter, effectively blocking all gaps before her. Sizzle. As the water needles struck Lingxiu's conjured fire shield, the sound of water vaporizing resonated in the air around them. Such a fire technique. This young one is truly remarkable. Zabuza's pupils constricted. The level of chakra concentration displayed was already comparable to a standard B-rank ninjutsu, and the ability to execute B-rank ninjutsu indicated at least a J-nin level prowess within a ninja village. It seems I have underestimated this little brat. Unconsciously, Zabuza's hand brushed against his executioner's sword, only to be quickly withdrawn. It was still not the moment for him to intervene. Bai's pupils narrowed as she prepared to unleash her ice release technique once more. But who was Lingxiu? She was a formidable being capable of space ninjutsu. If Lingxiu could not seize such an opportunity, it would only affirm her folly, body flicker technique. Lingxiu placed her right hand against her chest, and in a flurry of movements, she vanished from her original location. Bai's pupils constricted, for when she caught sight of Lingxiu again, she had already appeared beside her, though not inquire how Lingxiu mastered the body flicker technique. This individual inherently possesses an aptitude for space-time ninjutsu, and having recently employed a considerable amount of the Flying Thunder God technique, he has distilled a remarkably succinct body flicker technique. With a swift motion, Lingxiu materialized beside Bai, delivering a powerful punch enveloped in immense chakra. The sheer force of this impact sent Bai hurtling away. The battleground, confined within the narrow confines of a dwelling, meant that Lingxiu's strike propelled Bai through the wall, creating a gaping hole. Despite this collision with the barrier, Bai did not falter. Rather, he was launched out through the opening. At that moment, Zai Buzhan could no longer remain passive. He had contemplated intervening since the instant Lingxiu executed his body flicker technique. Yet Lingxiu's actions were so rapid that even Zai Bujan, a seasoned Jainin, could not react in time. As Zai Bujan landed, he grasped the still unstoppable Bai, and with the force of the impact, he staggered back approximately 5 meters before regaining his stance. Bai, are you all right? Zai Bujan inquired with genuine concern. Glancing down at BAI.IT is evident from the original narrative that Zai Bujan harbored feelings for Bai, a realization that only dawned upon him at the time of his demise. Nonetheless, this sentiment had long been concealed within his heart. Chapter 99. 1 against 2 cough. Bai, supported by Zai Bujan, began to softly cough, her eyes, seemingly veiled in mist, fixed intently on Zai Bujan, as if trying to convey unspoken thoughts. They scarcely had time for further dialogue, for upon regaining their footing, Lingxiu leapt out from within the dwelling. Despite his tender years, his formidable combat prowess had fully dispelled any underestimation Zai Bujan had harbored towards him. Gently placing Bai upon the ground, Zai Bujan drew forth his decapitating blade, advancing step by step towards Lingxiu. Lingxiu, observing Zai Bujan, was suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of watching the anime Naruto in his initial viewing of Naruto. What captivated him most was the clash between Zai Bujan and Kakashi. It was in that confrontation that Lingxiu recognized the prowess of the Sharingan and comprehended the disparity between Jainin and Genin. That very battle had ensnared Lingxiu's fascination with Naruto, perhaps leading him to this seemingly authentic realm of the series. With a smile and a shake of his head, Lingxiu regarded his impending battle with Zai Bujan as a splendid commencement. As he lifted his gaze, his formerly normal eyes transformed into the crimson three-tomo pattern, and the suppressed chakra within him erupted forth in a magnificent display. Enveloping Lingxiu, this colossal surge of chakra elicited a look of astonishment from the previously composed Zai Bujan. However, due to Zai Bujan's masked visage, Lingxiu could only perceive the area above his nose. Come forth. As you take the stage, I shall give my all. Lingxiu retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch. This particular kunai, distinct from the others, adorned with the intricate engravings of the Flying Thunder God technique. Bai, forcing herself upright from the ground, glanced at Zabuza blocking her path, her gaze steadily resolute. Step by step, she advanced toward Zabuza, her chakra calming from its earlier turbulence. Zabuza, let us engage together. Zabuza did not turn to look at Bai again, instead gripping his executioner's blade tightly. As chakra surged, Zabuza formed hand seals, and a thick mist suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Mist concealment technique. Lingxiu's pupils constricted, her senses alert to the environment. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Daidar's line of sight was obstructed by Zabuza's sudden deployment of the mist concealment technique. His expression shifted, and the clay in his hands transformed into over 20 small clay bombs resembling insects. With a swift motion, he cast these clay bombs downward. In truth, this maneuver was not one of his offensive techniques. It is essential to note that these small clay bombs, once released, would still maintain a connection to Deidara. This connection allowed for the transmission of information that Deidara could not perceive back to him. From a certain perspective, this technique bears resemblance to the Oil Woman clan's insect manipulation technique. Amidst the mist, Lingxiu remained motionless, acutely sensing the fluctuations of chakra around her, yet it felt as though she could discern nothing. This sensation left her slightly anxious. As time trickled by, Zabuza still did not appear before her. It was as if he had vanished entirely, leaving no trace. Gradually, Lingxiu's hand, gripping the kunai, began to perspire. It was unclear whether this was due to tension or some other reason. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lingxiu's mind, a strategy tailored for her current predicament. Without hesitation, she hurled a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique in the direction she sensed. Following this, she retrieved all the kunai from her pouch that bore the same inscriptions, launching them one after another to control several crucial positions around her. As Lingxiu executed this astonishing maneuver, Zabuza, lurking in the shadows, revealed a cold smirk. Is this chaos? Ha! Truly a child. With a swift motion, Zabuza vanished from his location. Mist shadow technique. As Zabuza executed several hand seals, he disappeared from view. Just as Lingxiu was throwing her kunai, she suddenly felt a disturbance behind her. Without a moment's thought, she raised the kunai in her hand to defend herself. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resonated once more. Zabuza emerged from the mist concealment, declaring, "Now, let us see where you can run." A smirk graced Lingxiu's lips as she denied Zabuza any opportunity to continue hiding, launching a fierce assault with her kunai. Zabuza, wielding his executioner's blade, engaged in a back-and-forth exchange with Lingxiu, As the two combatants continued their fierce struggle, the tension grew ever more palpable. Zai Buzhan found himself increasingly astonished by the relentless onslaught of the young opponent before him. How could this be possible? You are merely a child. With a sudden surge of strength, Zai Buzhan swiftly created distance between them. At that moment, high above, Deidara sensed the presence of Lingxiu. With a swift motion of his hands, he shouted, "Explode! Boom! 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 Boom!" A series of explosive sounds erupted, causing the once dense mist to gradually dissipate amidst the ensuing dust. The figures of Zai Buzhan and Bai, previously concealed within the fog, re-emerged before Lingxiu's gaze. Lingxiu raised his thumb in a gesture of approval towards Deidara in the sky, then shifted his attention back to Zai Buzhan, who stood not far away. With the recent explosion and Lingxiu's unwavering focus, Zai Buzhan also became aware of the large white bird soaring above them. Indeed, you are not alone in your arrival. Zai Buzhan remarked to Lingxiu. It is merely a group operation. However, facing you, I am more than sufficient alone. Lingxiu responded nonchalantly, his tone imbued with ease. Zai Buzhan chuckled with his peculiar voice, retracting his earlier statement, the Heavenly Curtain is certainly no mere small organization. With you and that fellow above, your strength must be commendable. Lingxiu nodded in satisfaction. So, what do you say? Will you choose to join us? Zai Buzhan shook his head, declaring, Yet, such strength is still far from adequate. To defeat me, Zai Buzhan, you will need to exert considerably more effort. As his words fell, Zai Buzhan utilized the remaining mist to swiftly transport himself beside Bai, supporting her as he employed the body flicker technique once more, reaching the edge of the fog-covered area. Attempting to escape, Lingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 101. The overwhelming superiority in strength. As Lingxiu casually uttered those two words, hundreds of water needles shot forth towards him with astonishing speed. Observing the onslaught of water needles, Lingxiu remained unfazed, not even exhibiting the slightest unnecessary movement. Meanwhile, Bai, encased within the mirror of ice crystal, was momentarily taken aback, for from her vantage point, she could see that Lingxiu had not made any discernible action. Could it be that he had given up? Did he seek death? To withstand my 1,000-killer water flight with his body. Has he lost his mind? A flurry of questions raced through Bai's mind, but she was unable to find answers in that moment. Just then, 1,000-killer water flight struck Lingxiu. What transpired next was astonishing. Water needles pierced through Lingxiu's form as if he were mere air. Remarkably, many of those needles continued onward, colliding with another incoming water needle. It was noteworthy that, under the enhancement of the mirror of ice crystal, 1,000-killer water flight effectively doubled its potency. Moreover, the magic mirror ice crystal exists in a 360-degree surround, rendering Bai's attacks nearly devoid of any blind spots within this barrier. How is this possible? Bai's mouth fell agape, as Lingxiu had not vanished from her perspective. Yet, water needles pierced through Lingxiu's body with undeniable reality. Bai, bewildered by the inexplicable phenomenon, was utterly dumbfounded. Lingxiu's form gradually became abstract, ultimately vanishing into the depths of her left eye, dissipating into nothingness. What on earth has transpired? Where are the others? Bai did not emerge from the magic mirror ice crystal, continuing to search for Lingxiu's presence through its unique vantage. This search persisted for several seconds, until she finally heard Lingxiu's voice, prompting her to cease her quest. Stop searching, I am here. The voice approached, resonating in Bai's ears. Following the sound, she caught sight of Lingxiu beside Zabuza, who now held a kunai poised at Zabuza's neck, his expression cold and impassive, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Upon realizing that the esteemed Zabuza was now in Lingxiu's grasp, Bai swiftly withdrew from the magic mirror ice crystal, stepping out with urgency. Once outside, she staggered back several paces before regaining her composure. This indicated that Bai's stamina had indeed reached its limit, her endurance sustained solely by her unwavering faith in Zabuzi. Do not make a move. I shall approach. Bai's first words upon steadying herself were a plea for Lingxiu not to harm Zabuza. Lingxiu paused momentarily, refraining from striking Zabuza. In truth, after this experiment, Lingxiu had developed a slight inclination to subdue the Jonin. However, he had no intention of wasting a master-servant contract scroll on Zabuza. Should Zabuza consent, he would gladly welcome him into the heavenly pavilion. Yet, if Zabuza declined, Lingxiu would not waste his breath, for his purpose in the land of waves was solely for Bai, above in the sky. Deidara, witnessing Lingxiu restore order, descended with the little girl Matsui Yumi. Upon landing, Deidara inquired of Lingxiu, "What jutsu did you employ just now? How did you suddenly vanish? It is entirely different from the spatial jutsu you used before." Lingxiu narrowed his eyes slightly. From an outsider's perspective, the Sharingan was not as pronounced. Nevertheless, in response to Daidara's inquiry, Lingxiu replied, "It is another form of my spatial jutsu. This technique inflicts a certain degree of harm upon me, which is why I typically refrain from using it." Through the kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, Inheritance, Lingxiu could indeed utilize all the Sharingan abilities featured in the original work. However, it is crucial to note that employing Inheritance also depletes his Sharingan's ocular power. He now closed his eyes, not out of a desire to appear impressive, but due to the throbbing pain that followed the recent use of the kaleidoscope technique. In the future, one must exercise caution when employing the kaleidoscope technique. Previously, I merely regarded the kaleidoscope as a formidable skill, but now it appears that it necessitates careful consideration. Lingxiu gritted his teeth, instantly suppressing the pain that surged within him. Bai approached Lingxiu, and at that moment, Lingxiu roused Zai Bujan from his slumber on the ground. It was time to confront reality. After awakening Zai Bujan, Lingxiu gently tapped his cheek, speaking with a hint of mockery. "Well, the battle is over. Now you should comprehend what kind of organization Tianmu is." Zai Bujan, still somewhat dazed, lifted his head and, upon seeing Lingxiu, instantly regained clarity. "How did you get so close to me?" In that moment, Zai Bujan attempted to move, only to discover that his body had become utterly rigid. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense the emptiness of the chakra within him. Zai Bujan recalled the events that had transpired and remembered that he had been rendered unconscious by the water dragon bullet technique. Observing Zai Bujan's bewilderment, Lingxiu playfully patted his face again, chuckling. "So, the fight is concluded. Now, do you grasp the essence of the Tianmu organization? Tell me, after being defeated by me, will you join my Tianmu, or will you choose to perish?" Zai Bujan, still in shock, found everything overwhelmingly abrupt. At that moment, seeing Lingxiu's kunai pressed closer to Zai Bujan's neck, Bai could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "I will accompany you to Tianmu. Please, do not force Lord Zai Bujan any further." Observing Bai, who appeared quite disheveled in her pink kimono, Lingxiu felt a pang of sympathy. Instinctively, he withdrew the kunai slightly from Zai Bujan's neck. Given the current state of Zai Bujan and Bai, Lingxiu could easily overpower them. However, he could not bear to witness Bai's delicate pleas for mercy, thus refraining from exerting undue pressure on them. A peculiar thought emerged in Lingxiu's mind. "How could I feel a sense of guilt in disrupting the bond of others? Are you certain you wish to accompany me to Tianmu?" Lingxiu inquired of Bai. "Yes, as long as you do not harm Lord Zai Bujan." Bai responded with a heavy nod. However, Lingxiu could discern from Bai's expression that she truly wished to remain with Zai Bujan. Perhaps, for her, Zai Bujan represented the most significant person in her life. This might be what is described in the original narrative, bonds. "Very well, I promise not to harm him," Lingxiu smiled, for his objective had been achieved. "Now then, Lord Zai Bujan, are you willing to join Tianmu? I believe you should have your answer by now." Chapter 102. Tianmu radiance cascaded through the verdant thicket, bestowing upon the previously monotonous forest a distinct allure. Within the thicket, a bright campfire flickered. By the fire, 6 individuals gathered, seeking warmth and engaging in conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Not far from the fire, Lingxiu leaned against the trunk of a large tree, gazing contemplatively at the moon above. The moon, it seemed, was a creation of mankind, and it bore the seal of the most potent force in this world, Kagaya Otsutsuki. With a divine gleam in his eyes, Lingxiu's mind was awash with the vivid scenes from the original narrative. Moreover, it seemed that Otsutsuki Yutsuin had, in a bid to safeguard his mother's seal, entrusted his clan to protect the moon. 7 years hence, this world would undergo cataclysmic transformations. At that juncture, would I be able to rise above the rest and manifest my own pride? The name Tianmu. Perhaps it is the most authentic reflection of my innermost self. Tianmu, the grandest puppet master in the realm of Naruto, and I shall become that very puppeteer. Shaking his head, Lingxiu dismissed this rather laughable notion that now seemed so absurd. Every individual harbors dreams. Naruto aspires to become Hokage, while he yearns to be the supreme boss of this world. Leaping down from the tree trunk, Lingxiu approached the bonfire. At this moment, the others gathered around the fire had already succumbed to slumber. As the sentinel for the night, it was Lingxiu's duty to ensure their safety, leaving him unable to sleep. Regarding the intricacies of Tianmu, he had so far confided only in Deidara. Among the newly joined members were the likes of Momochi Zabuza, Haku, Matsui Yumi, Nangongyi, and Kakarot. There was no need to elaborate on Momochi Zabuza and Haku. Matsui Yumi was the petite girl from before, while Nangongyi was a rogue ninja from Awagakure whom they had encountered on their journey. seemingly on friendly terms with Deidara. As for Kakarot, he was nothing short of a layabout. To this day, Lingxiu could not fathom what had possessed him to allow this fellow into the Tianmu organization. The group before Lingxiu constituted the foundational structure of Tianmu. Naturally, the two individuals he had encountered in the small town of Nanlu could very well become members of Tianmu as well. Once Lingxiu returned to the southern lands and laid eyes on the two brothers of the Fujita family, he would promptly invite them into his organization. Tianmu was not pursuing an elite path. Its future vision diverged significantly from that of the Akatsuki organization. From a certain perspective, the Tianmu that Lingxiu was establishing bore resemblance to a ninja village. The fundamental essence of a ninja village was its high-level combat prowess. This was why Lingxiu sought out Deidara and Haku before heading to the southern lands. Now, with the addition of the renowned Jonin Momochi Zabuza, the strength of Tianmu had become even more formidable. Deidara, a former member of the Akatsuki, had joined that organization under a degree of duress in the original narrative. Now, as he accompanied Lingxiu, the two often engaged in discussions about the art of explosions, and Deidara found contentment in this new way of life. Indeed, Deidara's strength was comparable to that of a Jonin in a ninja village. Momochi Zabuza was, by nature, an elite Jonin from the hidden mist village. Haku's prowess could at least rival that of a special Jonin from Konohagakure, easily handling an opponent like Mitarashi Ankode. As for Matsui Yumi, this little girl had yet to demonstrate her combat abilities. But according to Lingxiu's chakra sensitivity, she was certainly a budding chunin. Nangongya was brought in by Deidara, and in terms of strength, Deidara had privately discussed it with Lingxiu. It seems that before his defection from the village, Nangongya was a special Jonin from Iwagakure. For the specifics of his abilities, Lingxiu is still not entirely clear. As for Kakarot, just the thought of this individual gives Lingxiu a headache. This fellow possesses rather mediocre chakra and has already reached the pinnacle of his 15 years. He had arrived alongside Nangongya, and Lingxiu did not think much when he allowed him to join. It was only later that he realized this guy was merely accompanying Nangongya on his journey, and they were not acquainted. Consequently, Lingxiu found himself in an awkward position. Of course, he could expel this individual. However, since Kakarot entered the organization, he has been tirelessly managing everything for everyone, taking care of meals and other logistical matters without any concern. It was precisely for this reason that Lingxiu ultimately decided to keep him. After all, the establishment of an organization cannot rely solely on absolute combat power. The strength of logistics is equally crucial. Moreover, Kakarot has a notable talent for flattery. Over time, everyone in the team has been elevated by this individual, and they have gradually grown accustomed to Kakarot's presence. Looking at the team he had painstakingly assembled, Lingxiu felt a flicker of pride. This is, after all, the first organization he has ever built in his life, and it holds such promise. Just the thought of it fills Lingxiu with a surge of passion. Sitting by the campfire, he couldn't help but smile foolishly. Unbeknownst to him, Deidara had opened his eyes at some point and sat up from the ground. "What are you laughing at?" Deidara asked, rubbing his eyes and looking at Lingxiu with a puzzled expression. I was thinking about the future of our organization, and that feeling in my heart just made me laugh out loud." Lingxiu was not surprised that Deidara had woken up. He simply explained briefly, "Do you have any thoughts on the future of Tianmu? The establishment and growth of an organization is far from the simple appearance you see now." Lingxiu paused for a moment, gazing at Deidara with a slightly astonished expression. This was the first time Deidara had spoken to him in such a serious tone. The matter of reading, too, must be a reflection of the confusion in Deidara's heart after rallying figures like Zabuza. "No need to worry. I will handle the situation in the land of the south. When the time comes, logistics and supplies will be resolved by them. As for tasks and personnel training, I have not done this before. Now that Tianmu is newly established, once we select a suitable location in the land of the south, we will need to thoroughly study this issue." After Lingxiu finished speaking, Deidara raised his own concern. "What about the tasks? As an organization focused on combat strength, we can't possibly be without missions to undertake." "There will be," Lingxiu replied with a grin. He had already made preparations for this, and prior to seeking out Deidara, he had sent out several letters. Lingxiu offered a faint smile and reassured, "Do not worry. In just 2 days we shall arrive in the southern kingdom, at which point we can deliberate thoroughly." Deida nodded thoughtfully, as if lost in contemplation. Chapter 103. The leaked information. Ever since Lingxiu and his companions departed from the country of waves, news concerning him had reached the hidden leaf village. After all, a 6-year-old child, particularly one who is a rogue ninja from Konoha, is bound to attract attention. The black market is often the most reliable source of information, and it was not long before the individuals dispatched by Konoha to the country of waves received pertinent news about Lingxiu. This information was conveyed by spies secretly embedded in the country of waves, leading to its swift transmission. On the third day following Lingxiu's departure, Konoha had already been informed of everything Lingxiu and his group had undertaken while in the Country of Waves. Logically speaking, such news regarding Lingxiu should not have reached Konoha so rapidly. However, due to the S-rank bounty placed on Lingxiu by Konoha Umbu, the spies operating in the Country of Waves relayed the information almost instantaneously upon acquiring it. As for how Konoha would react upon receiving this news or what actions they might take, that remains unknown. Regardless, Lingxiu currently leads a rather comfortable existence, and he does not dwell on events that have yet to unfold. Since departing the Country of Waves, the journey thus far has been the most leisurely period for Lingxiu. He located Daida and Haku, subsequently integrating them into the Akatsuki organization. All preliminary preparations have been completed. What remains is the training and enhancement of the other members' abilities. Due to his possession of the Sharingan, Lingxiu has acquired numerous techniques, and with the martial arts training methods obtained from the domination system, nearly all members of Akatsuki are now practicing according to the routines provided by Lingxiu. Having traversed nearly 2 years in this world, Lingxiu commits several hours daily to training. This training encompasses physical techniques, chakra control, ninjutsu, and even honing his perception of the surroundings. He is diligently researching his own methodologies. Concerning the transformation of chakra, Lingxiu engages in extensive experimentation, for he possesses ample time, and upon grasping any hint of understanding, he immerses himself in fervent study. From the moment he arrived in this world until now, he has nearly attained the prowess of a shadow. The sacrifices Lingxiu has made for his training undoubtedly surpass the imagination of an ordinary person. After all, should he neglect his training, the only fate awaiting him would be death. The seemingly cursory escape from his village conceals numerous intricate details that remain unaddressed. For instance, how he evaded the Konoha defense forces, how he eluded the pursuit of the Umbu, and how he managed to survive the relentless chase by Orochimaru, fraught with peril. His innate talent far surpasses that of Lee and Naruto, and the effort he has exerted certainly rivals theirs, which positions Lingxiu's combat capabilities at an impressive level. As they journey towards the Southern Kingdom, the group presses onward. Deidara reminisced about everything he had conveyed to Lingxiu before the campfire yesterday. Yet a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him, an indefinable discomfort that he could not pinpoint. Kakarot, who was always keen to flatter, was the first to notice Deidara's peculiar demeanor. With his characteristic candor, he promptly addressed Deidara, saying, "Deidara-sama, what troubles you? Why the sudden furrowed brow?" Although Deidara possessed an eccentric personality, he held a favorable view of Kakarot. Thus, when Kakarot expressed his concern, Deidara, without a second thought, responded, "I am uncertain about what ails me. My mind is preoccupied with thoughts of our journey to the Southern Kingdom." Kakarot chuckled heartily and remarked, "What is the point of worrying about such things? We have Lingxiu-sama, after all. As the leader of the Heavenly Canopy, he will handle everything." Deidara cast a sidelong glance at Kakarot, exasperated. "Your optimism is remarkable. You seem to take everything so lightly. What else can I do?" Kakarot shrugged nonchalantly. "Now that I've joined this organization, I shall focus solely on my responsibilities. The development and future plans of the organization are beyond the considerations of a mere ordinary member." Kakarot's reasoning was simplistic yet valid. In truth, Deidara himself was merely an older member. Contemplating the future of the Heavenly Canopy or its potential trajectory would be futile, for Deidara lacked experience in such matters. Regardless of his prowess, he remained, at the core, merely a 13-year-old child. "You make a fair point. I should learn from you in this regard," Deidara conceded with a nod. "When Lingxiu brought me to the Heavenly Canopy, it was for the purpose of exploring the art of explosions. Yet, only a few days have passed, and I find myself pondering the future of the organization. What has come over me? Haha, it seems you are developing a sense of belonging to the Heavenly Canopy." "That is splendid," Kakarot laughed, mimicking Deidara's peculiar posture. Deidara chuckled lightly in response, "Indeed, over this period, I have developed an affection for the name Heavenly Canopy. The nature of emotions is indeed peculiar. Why, after spending so much time in Iwagakure, did I never feel such a sense of belonging? Is it due to the rigid constraints, or perhaps other factors?" Deidara could not fathom the reasoning, nor did he desire to unravel it. This question might remain perpetually dormant. At that moment, Matsui Yumi suddenly halted, raising her hand to signal the others to stop. Furrowing her brow, she sensed a surge of chakra emanating from her body. Approximately 10 seconds elapsed before Matsui Yumi spoke with solemnity. "There is something ahead. Everyone, remain vigilant." Upon hearing Matsui Yumi's words, the group came to a standstill. The current lookout ninja of the Heavenly Canopy. Her words naturally commanded the attention and respect of all present. At this moment, Lingxiu has also released his chakra, delicately sensing the unusual presence emanating from ahead. They are now perilously close to the borders of the Land of Lightning, and this anomaly may very well indicate an encounter with the ninjas of that realm. We should exercise caution, he advised. We bear no grievances against the Land of Lightning. Zabuza replied coldly, we are all rogue ninjas, each with a bounty placed upon us by our own villages. If the regular ninjas from a legitimate village were to lay eyes upon us, what do you think they would do? Lingxiu cast a sidelong glance at Zabuza, patiently elucidating. Then we shall eliminate them all. Regardless, with our strength, even if an elite like a Kage were to confront us, we would undoubtedly possess the capability to contend, Zabuza stated with unwavering confidence. Chapter 104. Darkness Within. If previously survival had been Lingxiu's sole aim, now it has morphed into a quest for vengeance. The seeds of hatred had unknowingly taken root within his heart, yearning for the nourishment of power to flourish and grow stronger. For all individuals in this world, there is no eternal enmity, nor is there hatred devoid of meaning. Every sentiment must surely trace back to its origin. Lingxiu is a man, a soul who has traversed from the 21st century to the world of Naruto. To be more precise, he is merely a reclusive individual who has never encountered such experiences. Therefore, in this world rife with bloodshed, one should not expect him to embody nobility, nor should one hope for him to save the entirety of the Naruto realm. For he is far from the greatness one might imagine, and of course, the darkness within Lingxiu remains concealed, as he has yet to attain the strength necessary to unleash the shadows that dwell within him. However, as long as Lingxiu endures, the suppressed darkness within him will eventually erupt, and when that day arrives, it will engulf the entire world. Returning to the present moment for Lingxiu, all members of the Tianmu have come to a halt, cautiously stifling their breaths and striving to maintain silence. They are hidden amidst a dense thicket, and unless approached through alternative means, discovering their presence would prove exceedingly difficult. The team of ninjas from the hidden cloud village is merely a standard task force, consisting of 4 members, 3 genin and 1 jonin leading them, quite akin to the initial team configurations of Naruto and his peers. The group raced onward, seemingly intent on urgent business, and thus the 3 genin did not pause as they swept past Lingxiu and his companions. In such circumstances, Lingxiu had no intention of engaging them. As long as these ninjas from the hidden cloud village did not seek trouble, they too would refrain from provoking the passing ninjas. Yet, matters seldom unfold as simply as one might anticipate. Just as the spiritual practitioners believed they were about to pass through in peace, the jonin of Yunin village, while soaring over Kakarot, suddenly executed a sharp halt. Without any forewarning, he unsheathed his katana and struck fiercely towards the thicket where Kakarot was concealed. Kakarot, whose abilities were rather lackluster, was utterly dumbfounded by this display. Fortunately, he was accompanied by Deidara, who had already prepared clay bombs well before the arrival of the Yunin ninja. Thus, as the jonin launched his attack, Deidara also released his clay explosives. Channeling chakra throughout his body, Deidara propelled Kakarot backward with a leap. This movement barely enabled Kakarot to evade the jonin's strike. Nangongyi, positioned in the direction of Kakarot and his companions, began forming hand seals at the very instant Deidara acted. With rapid hand movements, chakra swiftly converged into his palms. Subsequently, with one hand resting upon the other, a mass of earthy chakra coalesced into a long, formidable earthen spear. Doton, earthen spear technique. A massive earthen spear materialized instantaneously and shot forth in the direction indicated by Nangongye's palm. Despite the spear's considerable size, its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it hurtled towards the jonin of Yunin village. Upon witnessing the colossal spear approaching, the jonin did not hesitate for a moment. Channeling chakra into his katana, he bellowed, "Cloud flow, forward slash." The impact of the sword and the spear resonated violently, as the earthen spear shattered. The jonin was propelled back a full 10 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. The sudden commotion naturally drew the attention of the somewhat naive Yunin task force, which rushed forward. The 3 lower-ranked ninjas swiftly leaped to stand before their captain. In an instant, the 4 Yunin ninjas were gathered together. With the brazen offensive actions of Nangongyi and Deidara, the concealed members of the Tianmu also emerged from their hiding spots. Clad in their distinctive attire, they initially struck the Yunin ninjas as a ragtag group. "Captain, what's the situation?" One of the lower-ranked Yunin ninjas asked cautiously, eyeing the unexpected arrivals. The jonin furrowed his brow, his palm throbbing painfully from Nangongye's earlier strike, and a sense of alertness washed over him. "How should I know what's going on? Just stay vigilant. These individuals are not to be underestimated. Captain, the headbands they wear come in various types, and each one bears a distinctive scratch," remarked the only female ninja in the Yunin group. They are all rogue ninjas, betrayers from various villages. The Jonin's pupils constricted, and he instinctively shielded the 3 lower-ranked ninjas behind him. Those who retained their headbands, marked with scratches, were undoubtedly formidable adversaries. Due to the lowly strength of the rogue ninja, he dared not reveal himself adorned with the forehead protector of his former village, for such an act would easily lead to his whereabouts being discovered and subsequently hunted down by his previous comrades. The group before him, however, boldly displayed the insignia of rogue ninjas, which alone conveyed a plethora of information, in stark contrast to the tension emanating from the Cloud-Hidden Village's ninja squad. The demeanor of the Tianmu members remained remarkably composed. Just as the elite ninja from the Cloud Village surmised, their prowess was inherently superior to that of the Cloud-Hidden Ninja team, leaving Lingxiu and his companions merely wary of the potential hassle. "What should we do?" Deidara inquired, swiftly appearing beside Lingxiu, accompanied by Kakarot. The other Tianmu ninjas also positioned themselves behind Lingxiu, their formation accentuating his authoritative status. Among them, Zabuza had already unsheathed his formidable sword, poised to act upon Lingxiu's command to swiftly eliminate the intruding ninjas. Lingxiu hesitated for a fleeting moment, yet it was merely a fleeting thought. Their whereabouts must remain confidential. Thus, this reckless ninja squad must pay the price for their indiscretion. "Our secrets must not escape," he declared resolutely, "so let us eliminate them all. Not a single one shall be spared." As his words echoed, a dense mist of water enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 105. Pursuit and Elimination. Around 9 o'clock. The third update arrived, and it appeared that no further additions would be forthcoming today. As the mist thickened, the visibility for all present was greatly compromised. Although Lingxiu and his companions were aligned with Zabuza, the sudden fog rendered their sight significantly obstructed. At that moment, Zabuza's voice reached their ears. "Do not worry. Your distance from the opposing Cloud-Hidden ninjas is somewhat better, but this is the extent of my assistance. Leader, what are your orders for our next course of action?" Lingxiu surveyed his surroundings and noted that visibility was indeed superior compared to when he was engaged in combat with Zabuza. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly. "Zabuza, take Bai and Deidara with you to confront the 4-man squad from the ninja village. The 3 of you should suffice." "Understood," Zabuza replied without unnecessary elaboration. "Aim for swift, decisive strikes. Do not indulge in frivolity, Deidara." Despite the obscured vision, Lingxiu could not help but offer a reminder. "I am aware," Deidara's voice swiftly responded, followed by the sound of cutting air. "Everyone, gather around me. I will lead you through this mist." As he spoke, Lingxiu's eyes gradually transformed, revealing the 3 tomo of the Sharingan within. Given that Zabuza bore no malice towards Lingxiu and his allies, the mist's only effect was to obscure their vision. Once Lingxiu activated his Sharingan, his sight extended far beyond its previous limitations, allowing him to clearly discern the figures of his comrades as they converged upon him. "Hold on to one another. I will guide you out." "Understood, leader." A few individuals held each other as hands, using chakra to sense their way through the mist, and before long, they emerged from the enveloping water vapor. The thick fog obscured the vision of the 4 ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village, rendering them completely disoriented. Both Zabuza and Haku hailed from the hidden mist village, making the mist technique as natural to them as water is to fish. In contrast, Deidara's vision was somewhat compromised, given his origins in the hidden stone village, where he had little affinity for water-style jutsu. However, with an expanded field of vision, Deidara found his movements largely unhindered, and soon he was led by Zabuza to the vicinity of the Cloud Ninja team. Once Deidara had taken his position, Zabuza addressed him, saying, "I will thin out the mist in this area. You should prepare to ambush them. Once they enter this range, the rest will be your performance." Deidara nodded in agreement, expressing, "I was worried that my explosive arts would disperse your mist. Your plan is indeed feasible. Proceed." Zabuza, a man of few words, gestured to Deidara and then vanished into the fog alongside Haku. After their departure, the mist in Deidara's vicinity indeed began to dissipate. Before long, he could clearly see a radius of about 10 meters around him. The Cloud Ninja team was now in complete disarray, their sudden loss of vision leaving them trapped in confusion, devoid of direction. "Captain, what should we do now?" inquired a genin named Rudo. The team leader, Zay, a genin from the Cloud Village, was tasked with escorting a mission to the Land of Waves. No one had anticipated such a predicament along their journey, leaving Zay uncertain of how to proceed. "Let us wait and see. After all, we currently have no means to dispel this mist." Another genin, Kasika, voiced, "Captain, this must be the mist technique. We need to be cautious. I've heard that ninjas from the mist village can kill silently with this technique." Upon hearing Kasika's words, the heartbeats of the others suddenly quickened. In that moment, A chilling scream pierced the air nearby. "Ugh. Who is it?" Zay shouted, brandishing his sword and striking forward with two fierce slashes. In a flash of inspiration, Zay called out the names of his subordinates. Kasika, here, Allura, present, Ruto, Ruto, Ruto. Oh, gather closer to me, Zay sighed, realizing that the source of the earlier scream must have been Ruto, who had not responded in such a high-stakes confrontation. His subordinates were undeniably lacking in experience, as Zay called out. The remaining two genin from the Cloud Village moved closer to his position. At this moment, Kashika had already drawn closer to Zay, even catching sight of his location. Yet, this seemingly trivial distance would become a lifelong regret for him. Before he could take another step, a masked figure silently appeared behind him. "I apologize." A soft voice, tinged with a hint of regret, reached Kashika's ears. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Vanished. All that remained on the ground was a corpse enveloped in frost. As made her move, Zai Bujan also sprang into action, his target being Zay, the leader of the Cloud Concealment Ninja Group. The silent killing technique, Zai Bujan gradually emerged from the mist, wielding his great blade. Just before his form fully materialized, he swung his sword towards Zay. However, Zay did not fall victim to Zai Bujan's lethal strike without resistance. As a seasoned jonin who had endured the trials of world wars, Zay had faced similar predicaments in battle. Sensing the rush of air behind him, he wasted no time in raising his sword to defend himself. The tremendous force sent Zay hurtling through the air, but it also spared his life. As he was propelled away, he did not forget to caution his two subordinates, Kashika, Allura. "Be careful." Allura, clutching a kunai, had just approached Zay when she witnessed him being flung away by Zai Bujan's attack. She dared not hesitate. Despite her limited combat experience, she understood that against Zai Bujan, her only option was to strike. Though her vision was somewhat obstructed, Allura remained composed, far surpassing the likes of Root and Kashika. Shuriken. Allura extracted a shuriken from her ninja pouch and, recalling her training from the Ninja Academy, swiftly launched it toward her intended target. Zai Bujan did not attempt to evade. He effortlessly swatted the shuriken from the air with his great blade and began advancing toward Allura step by step. While Allura could not discern Zai Bujan's expression, she could perceive the chilling coldness in his eyes from her vantage point. Chapter 106. The Unexpected Individual. After two exchanges, all three of the Cloud Concealment Ninja Group's lower-ranked ninjas lay dead. In such dire circumstances, gender mattered little. The essence of battle was a matter of life and death. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, Zai Bujan was well acquainted with this reality. Thus, in the mist, only Zay remained among the Cloud Concealment Ninjas. As the mist dissipated, the silhouettes of all present gradually became visible. The moment his vision cleared, Zay beheld the lifeless bodies of his three subordinates on the ground. Kashika, Root, Allura. Tears welled in Zay's eyes. This was the first time he had brought his three subordinates on a mission. Yet, on their very first task, they had all met their demise. As the mist completely cleared, Lingxiu and the others began to draw near. From a spiritual perspective, it is evident that the young girl Matsui Yumi and Kakaroto exhibit a discernible discomfort in their eyes. For them, the indiscriminate slaughter of passers-by may represent a behavior that contradicts their very essence. Even Nangongyi, one of the rogue ninjas from Awagakure, shares a similar sentiment. The spiritual practitioner feels an urge to articulate something, yet as he opens his mouth, he finds himself at a loss for words. After all, this is his first encounter with such a situation, where disagreements escalate to lethal violence, which is far from his original intent. Nevertheless, he understands all too well that if these individuals are allowed to live, it could jeopardize their whereabouts. Given Danzo's scrutiny over him, once Konoha receives intelligence regarding his movements, the Umbu will undoubtedly dispatch operatives to eliminate them all. The spiritual practitioner remains exceedingly cautious regarding Konoha's Umbu. However, while he comprehends these intricacies, can the members of this celestial curtain truly grasp his perspective? Clearly not, as their thought processes diverge, making some discord entirely natural. This is the genuine reason for the practitioner's inability to articulate his thoughts. Since he cannot find the right words, he opts for silence. Returning to the battlefield, Bai, Zai Bujan, and Deidara converged towards Zai Yi, maintaining a strategic distance to ensure that escape was impossible for him. A 3-on-1 confrontation, with two of the opponents possessing superior strength. At this moment, despair filled Zai Yi's eyes. Apart from the initial aggressors, the remaining onlookers merely observed with cold detachment. Particularly, the individual they referred to as the leader had hardly moved throughout the encounter. Zai Yi was engulfed in utter hopelessness, feeling that the prospect of survival had slipped away. As a ninja from Kumogakure, His forte lay in taijutsu and close combat, rendering him unskilled in the art of retreat. Thus, upon rising, he merely tightened his grip on his katana, with no further actions to follow. To demonstrate respect for his adversary, Zai Buzhan raised a hand, signaling Bai and Deidara to pause momentarily. I haven't fought an opponent of equal caliber in quite some time. Since he is the last one left, allow me to handle him. Bai said nothing, nodding as he moved towards the spiritual practitioner. Deidara hesitated, feeling a sense of discomfort at having done nothing to conclude this battle. However, upon seeing Zai Buzhan's serious demeanor, he ultimately decided to leave the Kumogakure Nin to Zai Buzhan. After all, the art of explosion can be performed anywhere, and he saw no need to create discord with his comrades over such trivial matters. Then I leave him to you. Enjoy yourself and have fun. Deidara grinned, entirely devoid of any serious expression. Zai Buzhan nodded at Deidara, refraining from further comment. Upon hearing Deidara's remark about having fun, Zai tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword once more, feeling a sense of humiliation. Yet, at that moment, he had no other means to vent his frustration. Can I truly defeat him? Zai questioned himself inwardly, uncertain as to why such doubt had arisen within him. At that moment, Zabuza had already made his move. He was not one to announce his intentions and allow the enemy to prepare. As a ninja, he thrived on the element of surprise. Though Zai was also a jonin, his strength paled in comparison to Zabuza's, yet he was not entirely devoid of a response. Thus, nearly instantaneously as Zabuza acted, Zai raised his katana. Cloud flow, forward slash, great blade, swing slash, bang, bang, bang. As their blades first clashed, their figures began to move with remarkable speed. Each encounter echoed with the sound of steel meeting steel. Gradually, their combat became increasingly vigorous, resulting in tremendous noise with each strike. After a brief pause, the two distanced themselves, and Zai's chakra suddenly surged. Chakra coalesced around his hands and the katana, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. This battle would be your end? Cloud flow, surface slash. Zabuza stood coldly in place, his hands rapidly forming seals. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Bai had already unleashed a water-based jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. Upon this jutsu's manifestation, Lingxiu and the others were momentarily taken aback. However, the torrent did not rush towards Zai. From Lingxiu's perspective, Bai's great waterfall technique seemed directed at Zabuza.at that moment. Zabuza had also completed his hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Bolstered by Bai's great waterfall, Zabuza's suddenly conjured water dragon bullet technique was even more potent than usual. This jutsu was the result of extensive collaboration between him and Bai.it. Is worth noting that Bai, being the wielder of the ice release bloodline limit, possessed a significant advantage in water-based jutsu. Zabuza, with his unique comprehension of high-level water techniques, allowed them to jointly develop such a formidable jutsu. Indeed, the power of their combined technique was evident from the motionless form of Zai lying on the ground. Zabuza withdrew his great sword from the earth and approached Zai, tilting his head to observe him before unhesitatingly plunging the blade into Zai's chest. Thus, Zai met his demise. Taking a deep breath, Zabuza sheathed his sword and walked across the damp grass, heading towards the lone female ninja of the cloud-hidden ninja team. Her name seemed to be Aurora. Zabuza lifted her in his grasp and ambled back to Lingxiu, casually dropping Aurora at his feet, stating, "She is not dead. I merely rendered her unconscious. During our earlier skirmish, she exhibited abilities reminiscent of the storm release bloodline limit. I believe she may prove valuable to the organization in the future, hence I chose to keep her." The others followed Zabuza's gaze towards the motionless form of the 12-year-old Aurora. Chapter 107. An Unexpected Mission. The storm release bloodline limit, you say? Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback. Was this not something exclusive to the original work, only achievable by figures such as Darui, Uchiha Obito, and Beirut? How could this young girl possess the bloodline limit of wind release? Lingxiu's mind was filled with doubts, a consequence of having previously read the original narrative. The others from the hidden cloud village, however, did not share Lingxiu's concerns. They gazed curiously at the small girl. Allura, who lay on the ground, "I never anticipated you would leave a survivor," Lingxiu remarked with a smile directed at Zabuza. "I merely act decisively, but that does not imply I am oblivious to the circumstances," Zabuza replied in a calm voice. Lingxiu nodded in satisfaction, then surveyed the group before fixing his gaze on Deidara. "Summon your large bird, and take Allura up into the sky, me. Carry her," Deidara said incredulously, pointing at himself. After glancing around and realizing that no one else was capable of transporting her, he resignedly added, "It seems I am the only one who can." With that, Deidara summoned a white clay bird and, with Allura in tow, ascended into the heavens. After Deidara's departure, Lingxiu began to search through the supplies on the body of the Cloud Ninja. While rummaging through the belongings of the Cloud Village Jonin, he unexpectedly discovered a mission scroll within his ninja tool pouch. Without a moment's hesitation, Lingxiu unfurled the scroll to discern the nature of the mission undertaken by the Cloud Shinobi. To his astonishment, the mission detailed on the scroll was to transport strategic supplies for the hidden Cloud Village. Moreover, it appeared that the team responsible for transporting these supplies was not limited to just them. 3 additional ninja squads were also involved in this logistics operation. Lingxiu approached Zabuza, handing him the mission scroll and inquiring, "What does it indicate regarding the quantity of supplies sufficient to support combat operations?" Zabuza, slightly perplexed, accepted the scroll from Lingxiu. Upon examining it, his eyes widened in disbelief. The hidden Cloud Village preparing for war against someone. This amount of supplies could support at least 500 ninjas in a formal battle. Such a meager amount. Lingxiu was unfamiliar with matters of war, which was why he had entrusted the analysis of the scroll to Zabuza. After all, Zabuza had once held the rank of Jonin in the Mist Village, and as a high-ranking figure, he possessed greater insight than Lingxiu. A scale of 500 is considerable. It is important to note that 500 participants constitutes a large-scale conflict, and the resources outlined are more than adequate to sustain a 500-member ninja unit in battle. Lingxiu nodded, his expression turning grave. "You do not intend to seize this batch of supplies, do you?" Kakarot, having approached Lingxiu at some point, inquired cautiously. Lingxiu merely heard the statement without realizing who had uttered it, thus casually nodding in response. "Good heavens, are you truly contemplating seizing this batch of supplies?" Kakarot exclaimed immediately. His outburst jolted Lingxiu from his reverie. "What are you shouting about?" "I am still deliberating," Lingxiu replied with utmost seriousness. "We journey to the land of the south to establish the Heavenly Canopy organization. Although they have promised some resources, it remains grossly insufficient for the foundation I envision for the Heavenly Canopy. Hence, aside from negotiating missions, resorting to the plundering of other ninja villages is regrettably necessary. However, according to the information provided, there are at least 3 ninja squads engaged in this escort mission. Given our current scale, achieving a decisive victory over 3 such squads may prove challenging," Nangongyi analyzed from the sidelines. Lingxiu shook his head, asserting, "It is not as formidable as you perceive. Your apprehension stems from having never witnessed my prowess. I can single-handedly handle 3 such ninja squads." A profound silence enveloped the group as they observed Lingxiu's ostentatious display of confidence. "But if you can resolve it alone, what is there to be concerned about?" Kakarot queried, perplexed. "I am worried about whether they possess any hidden strengths." Lingxiu paused before continuing. "One must understand that for an escort mission involving such crucial supplies, the ninja village will not act carelessly. Therefore, I suspect that the teams indicated on this mission scroll are merely a FAAD for training newcomers." "Are you implying that, in addition to these 4 task squads, Cloud Village has dispatched other skilled individuals for the escort?" Nangongyi pondered, stroking his chin as he emulated Lingxiu's contemplative demeanor. Lingxiu nodded, stating, "At the very least, there will be elite Jonin present, and certainly not just one elite Jonin in pairs." Zabuza murmured, "Yes, an elite Jonin himself." He recognized that Cloud Village's overall strength notably surpassed that of Mist Village. If they were indeed elite Jonin from Cloud Village, their capabilities would at least match his own. With Lingxiu's presence, dealing with a duo should pose no significant issue. Allow me to reflect on this matter further. From the contents of the mission scroll, it appears they will require several days for preparation. During this time, we can return to the land of the south to regroup. When the time comes, we can be better prepared to avoid any major complications. The group nodded in agreement with Lingxiu's perspective. "Then let us depart. Please hand me the mission scroll, and we shall deliberate further upon our arrival in the land of the south." "Very well." Zabuza returned the mission scroll to Lingxiu. The group set forth, resuming their rapid journey toward the land of the south. In the land of waves, the Cloud Ninja's stronghold stood. Much like Konoha, Cloud Village maintained a base in the land of waves. Given the extensive trade of goods between the land of waves and the land of lightning, Cloud Village's influence here surpassed that of Konoha to some extent. Within the hidden encampment of the cloud, 2 ninjas clad in white attire leaned against the walls, their hands grasping crimson-tinted cigarettes, freshly ignited. "Why have we been dispatched for such a simple task?" one of the Cloud Ninjas queried, clearly perplexed. After all, the supplies to be transported this time were tenfold greater than usual. It was only natural for the higher-ups to be wary of potential issues. "It's merely a few days. Consider it a holiday," the other ninja replied, inhaling deeply before exhaling a ring of smoke. "Indeed, there have been few high-intensity missions of late, and our village's elite ninjas are akin to marauders, recklessly throwing themselves into perilous tasks, leaving us veterans in quite an awkward position. The first ninja chuckled heartily, jesting. Aside from us, it seems there are 4 elite teams involved in this mission. Let us remain in the shadows and follow discreetly, avoiding any interference with their enthusiasm. All right, I shall heed your advice. Chapter 108. The Daimyo of the Southern Country Right-un, the art of lightning release, combined with Swait-un, the art of water release, gives rise to the technique known as erasure. Judging by its name and effects, the attack and destructive power of this technique stem from lightning. However, pure lightning cannot be freely controlled. The incorporation of water attributes allows this technique to flow as freely as water itself, transforming lightning into a laser that can be directed with precision in terms of both direction and angle. As the enemies have noted, it possesses a guided functionality, compensating for the uncontrollable nature of lightning, and represents a bloodline limit that melds the strengths of both lightning and water. Thus, in essence, the potency of erasure bears a striking resemblance to the ice release of Haku. With the members of the Heavenly Veil returning to the southern country, Lingxiu settled them comfortably before proceeding alone to the capital. Prior to arriving in the southern country, Lingxiu had communicated via letters with the daimyo, Kitayama Kiyoshi. Though Lingxiu had previously assisted his brother, Kitayama Kiyoshi, in a power struggle, it was precisely due to that encounter that Kitayama Kiyoshi held Lingxiu in high regard. After all, strength speaks for itself, leaving no room for doubt. Kitayama Kiyoshi sought the formidable combat prowess that Lingxiu could provide, while Lingxiu desired the financial backing of Kitayama Kiyoshi. Thus, both parties had reached a mutual understanding through their prior correspondence. Upon arriving at the daimyo's estate, Lingxiu did not bring any members of the Heavenly Veil with him. Although there were no existing issues of trust within the Heavenly Veil, it was prudent to exercise caution. Handling such critical matters personally was undoubtedly the wiser course. Soon, Lingxiu arrived at the gates of the daimyo's residence. Following the recent conflict, the security forces at the estate had evidently increased. Standing at the entrance were no fewer than 10 guards. After a brief evaluation, Lingxiu discerned that these guards were merely ordinary warriors. Upon reaching the front of the estate, Lingxiu addressed one of the warriors. Might you inform the daimyo that Lingxiu of the Heavenly Veil has come to pay his respects? The guard hesitated momentarily, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lingxiu. Due to Lingxiu's youthful age, the guards instinctively perceived him as a potential troublemaker. Lingxiu felt somewhat speechless, but understood the underlying reason. He retrieved a letter from his person and handed it to one of the guards, stating, "This is a letter penned by the daimyo himself. Feel free to review it before deciding whether to notify him on my behalf." The warrior hesitated, casting a quick glance at Lingxiu before opening the letter. Upon the first glance, the warrior recognized that Lingxiu indeed had correspondence with the daimyo. Thus, without further hesitation, he bowed to Lingxiu and proceeded inside with the letter. Before long, the guard emerged from the daimyo's residence, his demeanor markedly more respectful. "You must be Lord Lingxiu. The daimyo requests your presence." Lingxiu nodded and followed the guard into the daimyo's estate. Upon entering, the intricacies of the situation became apparent. Throughout the estate, various groups of samurai patrolled, including several individuals possessing chakra. This was sufficient evidence of Kitahara Jishang's concern for his own security. As they approached the main entrance of the daimyo's estate, the guards were replaced by a uniformed cadre of ninjas. The southern nation lacked a ninja village, necessitating the cultivation of its own specialized ninjas through the country's resources. The ninjas before Lingxiu were the products of Kitahara Jishang's meticulous training. Lingxiu offered them a cursory glance, only to shake his head with a wry smile. Within this group, there was not a single J-nin, let alone any who could rival the mid-level ninjas of Konoha. In essence, the individuals cultivated by Kitahara Jishang were merely superficial in their prowess. It was no wonder he so readily consented to my proposal of establishing my own organization in the southern nation to assist him in training ninjas. This must have been his underlying consideration. Upon reaching the entrance, the guard halted and gestured invitingly towards Lingxiu, who then entered the hall alone. As he stepped inside, Lingxiu spotted Kitahara Jishang. Compared to the chaotic period in the southern nation not long ago, Kitahara Jishang appeared notably more prosperous. His physique was slightly plump, and the lofty daimyo hat atop his head made him look somewhat comical. However, regardless of his appearance, he remained the highest authority in the southern nation. Thus, upon seeing Kitahara Jishang, Lingxiu performed a symbolic bow and remarked, "Daimyo Kitahara, it has been quite some time." Kitahara Jishang smiled slightly, his demeanor still somewhat amusing. "Lingxiu, ever since you wrote to me, I have eagerly awaited this day." "Coincidentally, so have I," Lingxiu replied with a smile. "Please take a seat. Our discussions will not be concluded swiftly, so let us take our time." As he spoke, Kitahara Jishang gestured for Lingxiu to sit, while a waiting servant promptly stepped forward to guide Lingxiu to a position at Kitahara Jishang's left. In your previous letter, you mentioned the intention to establish an organization akin to a ninja village, assuring that this organization would provide absolute military support to the southern nation when needed. Is that correct? Without any circumlocution, Kitano Jishang immediately got to the point. Lingxiu solemnly nodded and said, "You should have received the news of my defection from Konoha. The only course of action available to me now is to establish a ninja village akin to Konoha. Regarding my strength, I believe you have gained some insight into my capabilities during our last encounter. However, I must inform you that I am not the sole member of the Tenmu who has come to the land of the South. In addition to the personnel you are about to allocate to me, Tenmu currently boasts 10 formal members." Oh? Kitano Jishang expressed surprise. In less than a month since Lingxiu's defection, he had managed to assemble a team of 10 ninjas in such a brief period, which subtly underscored Lingxiu's prowess. "Are they all ninjas?" Kitano Jishang inquired. "Indeed, they are. If we were to compare them to your current ninja guard, each one of them possesses the capability to eliminate the ninjas surrounding you," Lingxiu asserted with unwavering confidence, his tone imbued with a sense of superiority that made Kitano Jishang momentarily tense. "If possible, I would like to meet them," Kitano Jishang said earnestly. Lingxiu nodded and smiled. "Meeting them poses no issue. After all, we shall be serving you and the land of the South in the future." After a brief pause, Lingxiu continued, "However, I hope that Lord Kitano can settle them in before our meeting, perhaps at the location we previously discussed for the establishment of the organization." Lingxiu emphasized his words, subtly reminding Kitano Jishang that their relationship was merely transactional at this point. "I understand," Kitano Jishang replied with a smile. Gesturing for 2 ninjas to approach him, "Take Lord Lingxiu to inspect the ninja village base we have prepared. Accompany him throughout the process and ensure that any queries he may have are addressed promptly. Is that clear?" "Understood," the 2 ninjas replied in unison, bowing respectfully. Observing the deference of his subordinates, Kitano Jishang smiled once more and winked at Lingxiu, signaling that they could proceed. "Why apologies, but I shall first take a look at the base. We can discuss other matters later," Lingxiu said casually. Chapter 109. The Land of the South, Tenmu. The location of the Tenmu base was strategically arranged by Kitano Jishang within a canyon 10 miles from the main city of the Land of the South. This site was steep and defensible, with excellent concealment. Even if one were to pass by, they might not discern the existence of this canyon. The structural facilities had already been constructed before Lingxiu's arrival in the Land of the South, and those responsible for the construction, along with their families, had settled there with the establishment of the base. Thus, apart from a few high-ranking officials in the Land of the South, very few were aware of the Tenmu organization's stronghold. As Lingxiu entered the canyon and surveyed the base thoroughly, he eventually nodded in satisfaction after a considerable inspection. Regardless of the terrain or the seclusion, this place is undoubtedly a prime choice, and it is evident that the esteemed lord has indeed taken this matter to heart. Lingxiu spoke, but offered no response. The 2 ninjas from the southern kingdom merely trailed behind him with an air of indifference. "Very well, let us return. I have seen all that I wish to see. It is now time for an earnest discussion with Lord Kitayama." The 2 ninjas remained silent, immediately taking the lead to guide him. Lingxiu's exploration of the stronghold took less than an hour, leaving ample time for the upcoming negotiations. In silence, he followed the 2 southern kingdom ninjas back to the lord's residence. Upon arriving, he found that Lord Kitayama was not waiting there. Lingxiu had to wait a good 10 minutes before he finally laid eyes on Kitayama Jishang. "So, what do you think of the place? Are you satisfied?" Kitayama Jishang inquired as he entered the main hall. Lingxiu nodded. "It is even more impressive than I had anticipated. Lord Kitayama has truly invested effort into this." "What do you mean by truly invested? Have I ever approached my duties half-heartedly?" After taking a moment to compose himself, Kitayama Jishang continued. "Well then, you have seen the grounds. Let us now discuss the specific details of our collaboration." "Agreed," Lingxiu replied. "In this partnership, there will be no hierarchy. In other words, we shall engage as equals." Lingxiu nodded, for this proposal had originated from him. To preserve the integrity of the Tenmu organization, he had included this stipulation in his correspondence. However, within this equality, we must establish a constraint. "Please proceed, Lord Kitayama." Lingxiu gestured for him to continue. "Once the Southern Kingdom initiates preparations for war, the overall strategy must be dictated by me. This means that in the event of conflict, my command shall be paramount." Kitayama Jishang fixed his gaze on Lingxiu, seemingly intent on conveying that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. Lingxiu did not rush to respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the crux of the issue. For Lingxiu, acquiescing to Kitayama Jishang's demand was not particularly daunting. Yet, He also needed to consider the other core members of Tianmu. They had joined the organization precisely because of the overarching vision Lingxiu had articulated. If he were to ask them to assist the Southern Kingdom in warfare, under the command of Lord Kitayama, it was likely some would harbor discontent. To circumvent the complications arising from this issue, Lingxiu resolved to slightly amend the request. On the matter of the overarching strategy, I have no objections. However, the senior core members of Tianmu will have their own decisions in times of war. If Lord Kitayama can agree to this, then we may proceed with our discussions. Senior core members? Kitayama Jishang paused, inquiring, what exactly does that encompass? The spiritual guide articulated. The ninjas dispatched to Tianmu by the esteemed daimyo of Kitano shall face no interference from us in their endeavors. However, any members I introduce to Tianmu, once their identities as core members are confirmed by the daimyo's office, will possess autonomy in their decisions during times of conflict. In truth, my actions are driven by reason. The spiritual guide contemplated for a moment, deeming it necessary to elucidate matters to Kitano Jishang. Upon hearing this, Kitano Jishang's expression darkened, feeling quite displeased with the spiritual guide's stance. They are all exceptional talents I have gathered from various regions, with even the least skilled among them being special genin from other ninja villages. It is exceedingly challenging to curtail their freedom. Moreover, each of them chose to defect from their villages before joining Tianmu, which clearly indicates their aversion to constraints. In light of ensuring the smooth development of Tianmu, I believe it is prudent to slightly amend our agreement. After a moment's contemplation, Kitano Jishang ultimately acquiesced with a nod. The mere presence of a figure like the spiritual guide posed enough of a headache for him. Should he face a dozen or so genin-level individuals causing a stir, he would hardly have a chance to prevail. Nevertheless, there was no need for the daimyo to fret. Under normal circumstances, we would undoubtedly exert ourselves for the kingdom of Nan. The spiritual guide, at an opportune moment, offered Kitano Jishang a reassurance. After a brief interval, Kitano Jishang regained his composure and donned a smile once more. Very well, let us conclude the previous matter and now address the issues of personnel dispatch and financial support. The spiritual guide pondered briefly before responding. Tasks within the kingdom of Nan can be assigned to Tianmu following the establishment of our agreement. Tianmu will deploy suitable personnel to resolve more challenging predicaments faced by the kingdom. As for financial support, it suffices for the kingdom to maintain the budget I proposed. The remuneration for tasks and other related matters will be managed independently by Tianmu. Kitano Jishang was taken aback. He had not anticipated the spiritual guide's willingness to concede on financial matters. After all, the operational efficacy of an organization hinges on its financial resources. Although the kingdom of Nan is but a small nation, its financial strength rivals that of medium-sized countries. Thus, Kitano Jishang had never intended to constrain the financial operations of the spiritual guide's organization. However, with the spiritual guide now proposing the operational model of Tianmu, Kitano Jishang found himself at a loss for words. Should he suggest increasing Tianmu's budget? Such a notion seemed impractical. With this thought in mind, Kitano Jishang ceased to dwell on the issue and continued. Regarding personnel dispatch, I can only guarantee the entry of 100 gifted children into Tianmu each year. As for additional personnel, I currently possess fewer than 200 available individuals. Feel free to request as many as you deem necessary. The spiritual guide understood that the fewer than 200 individuals referred to the ninjas cultivated by the kingdom of Nan. These individuals represented Kitano Jishang's most formidable fighting force at present. Thus he was reluctant to request an excessive number of personnel. After all, these are the lifeblood of Kitano Jishang. Demanding too much would hinder his operations. After some contemplation, Lingxiu ultimately settled on a more suitable number, requesting 50 individuals for the time being, along with a contingent of warriors possessing chakra. The remainder, he assured, he would manage himself. Very well, Kitano Jishang agreed without hesitation. When will you commence your establishment? He inquired with concern. Starting today. Shortly, I will escort the other members of Tianmu over, and at that time, Lord Kitano, you may come to observe as well. Understood. Chapter 110. Lingxiu's ambition regarding the collaboration with the Southern Kingdom. Preparations had actually begun long before Lingxiu departed from Konoha and arrived at the small town in the south. Letters were dispatched one after another, specifying the location for the next correspondence. Thus, prior to arriving in the Southern Kingdom, Lingxiu had already negotiated many details with Kitano Jishang. After agreeing on the overarching direction, the two spent nearly an hour finalizing the remaining particulars. Ultimately, Lingxiu departed from the daimyo's mansion of the Southern Kingdom, bearing the relevant documents for establishing a base, Tianmu. The group found themselves in a state of ennui. During such dull moments, conversation was the only means to break the silence. It was Nangonya, hailing from a Wagakure like Deidara, who first spoke up. Deidara, how did you end up joining Tianmu? Weren't you doing quite well in a Wagakure? Deidara paused, taken aback by Nan Gongye's unexpected inquiry. After a moment of reflection, he realized that the initial purpose of his departure from a Wagakure with Lingxiu was somewhat laughable. He had been lured by Lingxiu's assurances of being introduced to a more perfect art of explosion, which led him to follow Lingxiu to Tianmu Dai. In truth, even now, Deidara remained uncertain about the origins of his fondness for Lingxiu, seemed to have forgotten. Sorry for being unable to recount my dormitory experiences, Deidara stammered. Yes, that's so. Nan Gongye mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. And you? What prompted you to join Tianmu? Deidara countered, drawing the attention of everyone to Nan Gongye. As for me, Tio, speak honestly. My decision to join was greatly influenced by your presence. Deidara, Nan Gongye stated earnestly. You see, the life of a rogue ninja is not as idyllic as it may appear. Those of us who have fled must not only evade the pursuit of our own villages, but also contend with occasional hunts from wandering ninjas and those from other villages. They claim to be hunting down the traitors of their villages, but in reality, it is merely for the meager bounties placed on our heads. Since my defection, life has been far from satisfactory. I had long sought a larger organization for support, but lacked the connections until I encountered you all. At that moment, Zai Bujan finally spoke up, stating, what Nan Gongye described essentially reflects the current existence of the majority of rebellious ninjas. We lack logistical support and survival skills. Aside from resorting to theft and engaging in dealings on the black market, we find ourselves bereft of alternative means to sustain our lives, in pursuit of black market tasks. Bai and I have been hunted down by rogue ninjas from the Mist Village on 3 occasions, narrowly escaping each time. It was precisely due to witnessing the leader's capabilities that Bai and I chose to join the Tianmu. Yet, I have heard that you were coerced into joining by the leader. Kakarado interjected rather inopportunely. The atmosphere instantly grew awkward. The petite Matsui Yumi swiftly grabbed Kakarado, seemingly urging him to retract his previous statement. Fortunately, Zai Bujan concealed his expression behind a mask, rendering his feelings unreadable. Bai stifled a giggle and clarified, what Zai Bujan just stated is indeed the truth. The leader did compel Lord Zai Bujan at that time. However, by then, Lord Zai Bujan had already developed a willingness to submit. Some matters, once understood, render further discussion unnecessary, as you would not comprehend them anyway. Zai Bujan's tone carried a hint of arrogance, plunging the room into silence once more. And you? What prompted your decision to join Tianmu? Deidara astutely shifted the topic. The others looked at one another, quickly offering their responses. For sustenance. For thrill. For vengeance. For survival. In the room, apart from Deidara, Bai, Zai Bujan, Matsui Yumi, Nan Gongye, and Kakarado, there were also Fujita Kyo, Fujita Hisashi, Shang, and Bai Yue, who had just been brought in by Lingxiu. This indicated that the current membership of Tianmu had reached 10, excluding Lingxiu himself. Among them, Zai Bujan and Deidara possessed elite Jonin strength, while Bai and Shang were of Jonin caliber. Bai Yue and Nan Gongye were distinguished as special Jonin, and Fujita Kyo held Chunin strength. Kakarado, Matsui Yumi, and Fujita Hisashi were classified as Genin. Of course, Kakarado was merely a slacker, his combat prowess likely inferior even to that of Naruto in the current ninja academy. These individuals comprised the complete membership of Tianmu. Despite their small number, they boasted a range of ranks and strengths, and given time, the existing composition of Tianmu would undoubtedly flourish. The group engaged in casual conversation, striving to familiarize themselves with one another, for soon they would become comrades bound by life and death. When Lingxiu returned, the room was filled with harmony. He did not elaborate further, holding a document in his hand as he addressed the others. Follow me. I will take you to see our new home. All right. The group followed Lingxiu, departing from their current dwelling. Their pace was swift, and they soon emerged from the capital of the land of the south. Upon arriving at the Tianmu stronghold, everyone was left utterly astonished. The architecture here has been entirely completed, and at numerous critical junctures, high vantage points have been established. From both the perspective of covert security and the quality of the living environment, this place is undeniably suitable. Initially, I had presumed that the days ahead would be rather arduous. However, it now appears that I was mistaken. Kakarot, swallowing hard, rubbed his hands together, exuding an air of lewdness. The others displayed expressions of satisfaction and excitement, clearly content with their new surroundings. Come, allow me to escort you to your accommodations, Lingxiu remarked as they walked along the path, drawing curious glances and whispers from passers-by. The members of the Tianmu organization reciprocated this curiosity with intrigue. Lingxiu smiled and explained to the onlookers, 1,000 individuals have already settled here. From this day forth, they shall be regarded as the indigenous inhabitants of this place. In the future, Tianmu will strive to provide for them. Upon hearing this, everyone grasped Lingxiu's intent. These individuals were to be akin to the subjects of a realm, with residence, cultivated lands, a livable environment, and the backing of a nation. The prospects for Tianmu's future became even more promising. Before you joined Tianmu, I conveyed to all of you my purpose in establishing this organization, to sanction all warfare in this world with the most formidable military might during a forthcoming period. Once peace is restored, I shall redefine the rules. My aspiration is to transform this world into a paradise devoid of conflict. This is my grand ambition, a vision for the future, a dream of a beautiful world. At that moment, everyone halted in their tracks, their gazes irresistibly drawn to the unusually radiant figure illuminated by the sun in that instant. Under the sun's embrace, he shone with resplendent brilliance. He is our leader. Uchiha Lingxiu. The Tianmu organization has been officially established. Year 55 of Konoha. Chapter 111. The new team. 3 days have passed. During this time, Lingxiu devoted considerable effort to resolving various issues regarding the Tianmu stronghold. On the following day, the daimyo of the southern country, Kitayama Jishang, dispatched 300 members to the Tianmu stronghold. Among them were ninjas trained by Kitayama Jishang himself, as well as local warriors imbued with a trace of chakra. These individuals would serve as the backbone of Tianmu for the foreseeable future. With personnel in place, it was essential to have experts to guide their training. The most fundamental aspect of training is practical combat. Therefore, Lingxiu, without excessive contemplation, planned to assign this group sent by Kitayama Jishang a plethora of tasks once the stability of Tianmu was assured. This strategy bore two advantages. Firstly, it would generate revenue for Lingxiu, thereby stabilizing the organization's expenses. Secondly, this group would gain valuable experience through practical engagements, significantly enhancing their abilities. Of course, such an approach would also entail a considerable risk of casualties. Yet, Lingxiu could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, for time was not on his side. Desiring to intervene in significant future events and to resolve the troubles he seeks to address, he must inevitably endure the sacrifices and losses of war as part of his experience. Even now, Lingxiu has contemplated the aftermath of such losses, envisioning the displeased countenance of the lord from the southern nation, namely Bei Jishang. It is not the time for excessive contemplation. At present, the priority is to bring forth Kakarot. Once he stabilizes, the remaining task will be to tackle the escort mission for Yunin village. With this thought in mind, Lingxiu sought out Kakarot once more. In truth, Lingxiu was uncertain why, but ever since their arrival at the celestial canopy, Kakarot had displayed remarkable aptitude in management. Perhaps it was due to his singular focus. While Kakarot lacked any extraordinary talent in cultivation, he showcased a unique capability in administration and operations. Soon, Lingxiu arrived at Kakarot's location, where Kakarot was busily adjusting the patrol arrangements. Over the past few days, it had been primarily Lingxiu and Kakarot who handled various matters, both large and small. Initially, many were unaware of Lingxiu's background and felt discomfort at a mere child issuing commands. However, following Lingxiu's decisive actions against a few audacious individuals, they gradually fell silent and began to heed his directives. Kakarot, on the other hand, was older and considerably more diplomatic in his dealings. Lacking strength, he nonetheless managed to earn the respect of the indigenous people through his interpersonal skills. On this account alone, Lingxiu felt that bringing Kakarot to the celestial canopy had not been a misstep. "Kakarot," Lingxiu called out as he observed Kakarot finishing his tasks. "What's up?" Kakarot replied, instantly recognizing Lingxiu's voice. "I wish to discuss something with you." "I hope you have a moment," Lingxiu said with a friendly smile. Exuding none of the demeanor of a villain, "I have time. Just tell me what you need. As a member of the celestial canopy, I will certainly fulfill the tasks you assign to me," Kakarot assured him. To be honest, Lingxiu had harbored doubts about Kakarot's unwavering loyalty. However, after the events of recent days, he had come to realize that Kakarot's dedication was genuine. Although Lingxiu did not fully grasp the essence of this loyalty, he no longer questioned it. "The matter is this. Do you recall when we eliminated a squad of Yunin ninjas? I am aware of that. You intend to seize their supplies, correct?" Kakarot interjected before Lingxiu could finish his thought. Lingxiu found himself momentarily speechless, his face flushing a charming shade of red. Kakarot quickly recognized his faux pas and chuckled bashfully. "Please, continue." Well, with a sigh, Lingxiu continued, "Indeed, we must seize this batch of supplies. However, the Tianmu base is newly established, and many issues remain unresolved. The others are not suited for such undertakings, so I believed." Lingxiu's words trailed off, as he hoped to entice Kakarot to take the bait. "I understand, Chief. You can rest assured that I will ensure the stability of all logistical matters," he assured. Lingxiu was somewhat taken aback. It was hard to fathom that such a fortuitous opportunity would present itself so readily. From this day forth, Kakarot would no longer embody the image of a mere slacker in Lingxiu's eyes. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Do not disappoint me. Absolutely, Chief, Kakarot exclaimed, his enthusiasm akin to that of acquiring a fortune of millions. Lingxiu was bewildered as he made his way home, preoccupied with thoughts of Kakarot. The thoughts and actions of Kakarot perplexed him, a modern individual struggling to comprehend this. Yet, despite his confusion, the task was now entrusted to Kakarot. Perhaps this was a fate long predetermined. Indeed, one cannot apply conventional reasoning to the world of the second dimension. It seems I must adjust my somewhat normal way of thinking. The next day, at the Tianmu base. Since its establishment, this was the first time Lingxiu summoned all the core members of Tianmu together. The atmosphere was serious, and everyone sat upright, sensing the gravity of the occasion. Lingxiu scanned the room and retrieved the previous mission scroll regarding Yunin, addressing the group. You are all likely familiar with this task. The purpose of gathering you here is to select members from among you for this mission. A hush fell over the crowd, save for Deidara, whose excitement was palpable. It's about time we took on a mission, he exclaimed, animatedly gesturing, unable to contain his enthusiasm. I've nearly suffocated from boredom these days. The art of explosions remains unrefined, and I haven't even been allowed to showcase it to anyone else. This life is simply stifling. Lingxiu rolled his eyes in exasperation and said to Deidara, All right, consider yourself included. Great, Deidara grinned wickedly. Zabuza, you should join as well. I fear the opposition may have tricks up their sleeves. Lingxiu surveyed the room and turned to Zabuza, who nodded in agreement. Who else? Lingxiu asked, his gaze finally resting on Matsui Yumi, the petite girl. Given the current team dynamics, it appeared that only Matsui Yumi possessed the capability for terrain reconnaissance. Matsui Yumi, you should accompany us as well. How has your shuriken training been progressing lately? Matsui Yumi's cheeks flushed adorably as she replied, It's going well. I can hit the target most of the time. Haha! At that moment, laughter erupted among the group. The atmosphere was no longer as tense as it had been before. All right, you should join us as well, for you are the only one endowed with such investigative prowess. The young girl replied. Bai Shang, you should accompany us too. Forming a team of 6 should suffice. The others will remain at the Tianmu stronghold. If time permits, do lend a hand to Kakarot, as managing logistics single-handedly can be quite overwhelming. Understood, the group replied in unison. I have already placed the foundational training materials in the library. Should you find the time, do take a look. I will also leave more ninjutsu and training methodologies there in the future. So, everyone, let us strive forward. Let us go. Thus, the special task force led by Lingxiu was officially established. Chapter 112. Departure. After the formation of the group, Lingxiu meticulously assigned various tasks concerning the Tianmu stronghold. Most of these duties were directed towards Kakarot, who accepted them without complaint, exhibiting a demeanor of complete compliance. The meeting extended into the evening, and after the others dispersed, Lingxiu had another audience with the Lord of the Southern Kingdom, Beijishang. There are still numerous matters left unresolved, and yet you are preparing to dispatch your elite on a mission. Beijishang sat in a position of authority, a tea tray before him, steam swirling above it, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. He was savoring his tea with a discernible sense of refinement, albeit his lofty and comical hat somewhat marred the aesthetic. Lingxiu took a seat directly opposite Beijishang, lifted the cup of tea that had just been brewed, and drank it in one gulp. It is precisely because you, Lord Bei, have provided me with so little supplies that I must devise my own solutions. Please do not say that. The provisions I have given you are nearly a third of my Southern Kingdom's normal income. Beijishang merely smiled, not addressing the matter with formality. Lingxiu nodded and replied, It is precisely because I am aware of this that I have refrained from demanding more from you. After all, the Southern Kingdom cannot solely cater to our Tianmu, so I shall arrange some tasks myself to ensure our operations become more efficient. Indeed, let us support each other. This is not merely my Tianmu, but yours as well. As they spoke, Beijishang brewed another cup of strong tea for Lingxiu, who wasted no time in drinking it down. In time, you shall realize just how astute the decisions made in this moment truly are. This is the future I have been anticipating. Beijishang's eyes sparkled with ambition. The mutual understanding between them stemmed from their shared aspirations for the future. Young and ambitious individuals often serve as the driving force behind the evolution of this world. As Beijishang departed, he refrained from sharing his expectations for Tianmu, for the insights Lingxiu had provided him over the past days had sufficiently demonstrated his capabilities. Lingxiu did not provide much explanation to Beijishang, for he discerned from Beijishang's demeanor that he had fully accepted himself. A night passed in silence, and with the dawn of a new day, the first rays of sunlight gradually illuminated the Tianmu base, prompting Lingxiu to rise from his bed. After dedicating approximately 2 hours to the most routine of training sessions, Lingxiu, despite being entangled in numerous matters over the past few days, had never once relaxed his standards for training. Moreover, the training during this period had evidently enhanced his physical skills and chakra. Lingxiu was uncertain whether this improvement was due to the dominant system. Yet he could distinctly feel the elevation in his abilities. Upon completing his training, he quickly cleaned himself up, gathered his equipment and belongings, and proceeded to the designated assembly point. Upon his arrival, the other members were already prepared and on standby. A few of them approached Lingxiu from their respective positions, respectfully addressing him as leader. Lingxiu waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "There is no need for such formality. We are all brothers here. Within the Tianmu, status holds no significance." However, after Lingxiu made this statement, Zai Buzhan was the first to step forward, asserting, "Since we have established an organization, there must be a distinction between ranks. Without such rules, the sense of obedience among us will inevitably diminish." Lingxiu found himself at a loss, unsure how to mediate such relationships, especially as this was his inaugural experience as a leader, leaving him completely unversed in the intricacies of leadership. Shaking his head, he opted not to continue the debate, stating, "All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. If everyone is prepared, let us set forth." According to the records on the mission scroll, the ninjas from Yunin village would likely be ready to depart as well, and our timing for departure would allow us to intercept them at the predetermined location, Lingxiu remarked. "Leader, if we eliminate their ninja squad, will this not provoke heightened vigilance on their part?" Didala inquired. Jishang furrowed his brow, responding, "Generally, when a ninja village encounters such incidents, they will bolster their defenses accordingly. I concur that Didala's assessment is quite plausible." Zai Buzhan nodded in agreement, adding, "In fact, I had contemplated this possibility long ago. However, based on the composition of the team you have assembled, I personally believe that we can handle a transport squad without issue. Even if they possess around 4 elite jonin?" interjected As, a former member of the Umbu from Kirigakure. Her understanding of mission assignments was on par with Zai Buzhan's. "Would 4 elite jonin pose a challenge?" Zai Buzhan retorted, "With your presence, I believe that even if Yunin village were to deploy shadow-level strongmen, they would not pose a threat to us." Lingxiu gazed at Zai Buzhan in astonishment, as he had not anticipated such high regard in Zai Buzhan's estimation of him. Indeed, considering the strength of the leader, the concerns we previously discussed seemed trivial, Bai affirmed. Jishang looked at Lingxiu, somewhat puzzled. He is the sole individual among the crowd who has never witnessed the prowess of a spiritual practitioner, thus his curiosity towards their fervent admiration is particularly piqued. "Let us set forth. We shall converse as we proceed." The spiritual practitioner relishes such an atmosphere, yet mindful of time constraints, he cannot allow this dialogue to prolong. The group swiftly departs, and given that they are an entirely elite assembly of upper ninjas, their speed far surpasses that of their return to the land of the south. The concerns expressed by the members moments ago have indeed been contemplated by the spiritual practitioner over the past couple of days. However, he remains unperturbed, confident that this mission will encounter no obstacles. Even if the hidden cloud village has dispatched 4 elite upper ninjas, and even a near Kage-level presence, with their current formation, victory is assured. Without such confidence, I fear I would lack the merit to continue assembling the celestial canopy. As he raced forward, a smile involuntarily curved upon his lips. Simultaneously, the escort team from the hidden cloud village officially commenced their journey from the land of waves.